everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto Ninja World Scientific Revolution. Chapter 121 to 175. Why do this? This question, aside from Jiraiya who could vaguely guess the reason, left everyone else confused about Hyuga Mirai's intentions. He had broken Konoha's record for the fastest promotion to Chunin, becoming the youngest medical ninja, and aside from Tsunade's departure, Hyuga Mirai's medical ninjutsu was almost unmatched in Konoha. This wasn't just some boast by the Hyuga clan, but something spread among the ninjas who had been saved and given hope by him during the two wars. Because of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't send ANBU to stop Mirai's reputation from spreading within Konoha. Without an organizer, there was no way to stop his growing fame unless all ninjas were silenced, which would be impossible. Hyuga Mirai, you. Kyo Hyuga immediately disregarded everything and rushed to confront Mirai. Whether it meant making him unable to fight or even breaking his limbs, she just wanted to understand why he would do something like this. But Kakashi suddenly stepped in front of her, his voice calm but firm. Stay calm. This man isn't simple. Although Kakashi wasn't sure of the strength of the Hyuga clan members around him, he could tell that the two lying on the ground were likely branch family guards, and the one who had died was from the main house. To kill 3 people in an instant and even knock Kyo Hyuga, who had used her Kaiten technique, with a single punch, this kind of power was something Kakashi knew he could never match. Hyuga Mirai's true strength was far beyond what he had shown on a daily basis. Ah, Kakashi, congratulations on joining the ANBU, Hyuga Mirai said, looking at the Sharingan beneath Kakashi's mask. He smirked lightly before turning to Orochimaru and sighing. Orochimaru, this seems a bit sudden. What happened? Oh, by the way, could you help me take the body? I can't help it. It seems I've been betrayed by my partner. Orochimaru smiled faintly, using his summoning technique to call forth a 5-meter-long snake, which began to slither towards the body of Hyuga Nichiren. However, Orochimaru suddenly realized what had happened. He had reflexively agreed to Mirai's request. It seemed that once he was distracted with something slightly important, he couldn't help but agree, just like last time. He chuckled inwardly. Was this trust that made him act so? Orochimaru thought to himself, and silently vowed that next time, he wouldn't be so easily persuaded. Stop, Orochimaru! Jiraiya shouted, but he regretted it as soon as he did. Aside from him, who was preparing to summon the 2 great sages to help gather sage chakra, there were only 4 others left. One of the ANBU had just carried the 2 heavily injured branch family guards away, and was too far to act. Kyo was in a state of disarray, her Byakugan locked on only to Hyuga Mirai. The remaining branch family guards were also nervously watching Mirai's every move. One of them had nearly died, and if Mirai hadn't stopped his attack, this guard didn't think he would have made it out alive. To be honest, this branch family guard was terrified. Others didn't understand, but as someone from the Hyuga clan, he knew just how strong Hyuga Nichiren and the 2 branch family guards were. They were no less than elite jonin. The moment Hyuga Nichiren, the second elder's heir, died in an instant and the other 2 were heavily injured, he realized just how terrifying Mirai was. Even Kyo Hyuga, who was close to the jonin level, was sent flying with a single punch after using her Kaiten. Only Kakashi tried to rush forward, wanting to take Hyuga Nichiren's body back. The Byakugan was incredibly important to the village's strategy, and Kakashi couldn't let a rogue ninja steal it. But as soon as he moved, a figure appeared in front of him. That was fast. Kakashi was stunned, recognizing the speed of the movement. It was almost on par with his teacher, and even his Sharingan had trouble tracking it. Hyuga Mirai sighed and warned, Kakashi, you'd better not move. With the battle power you're missing from not being promoted to jonin, you don't have enough strength to interfere. Watching from the sidelines would be your best choice. Is that so? Then allow me to learn from you, Kakashi responded calmly, though his eyes were sharp. He quickly sheathed his short blade and formed hand signs. A ball of near-physical chakra in the form of lightning appeared in his hands, filling the entire forest with the sharp, thunderous sound of 1,000 birds. Having obtained the left eye's Sharingan, Kakashi had perfected this technique. Now, even if Mirai had hidden his strength, Kakashi wasn't afraid. "Are you going all out? Then I'll match you a bit," Mirai said, seeing Kakashi use more than half of his chakra. He became more serious. Mirai formed hand signs and released the pressure from his body. Added weight rock jutsu release. The threefold gravity released, and Mirai instantly felt his cells being freed from the pressure. His speed and strength surged to another level. "You modified the added weight rock jutsu and applied it as a sealing technique to enhance your training," Orochimaru observed, noticing many seals appearing around Mirai's body, although they disappeared just as quickly. For this young boy, Orochimaru had never underestimated him. To be able to deceive a family with such keen insight and raise his strength to the point where it rivaled his own, such vigilance, determination, and method of action were enough for Orochimaru to treat Hyuga Mirai as an equal. In fact, when it came to scientific research, Orochimaru even regarded Mirai as a senior or a guiding light. At the moment when Hyuga Mirai revealed his true power, the two of them, if working together, could easily shake off Jiraiya and the others' pursuit. However, Orochimaru could see that Mirai had no intention of retreating just yet. Perhaps he was absolutely confident in his own strength, or perhaps there was some need for venting. Living for so many years in such a traditional family must have made you feel quite frustrated, Mirai. Orochimaru chuckled silently to himself. Since Mirai still seemed intent on playing a little more, he would naturally accompany him. Moreover, Orochimaru wanted to learn more about Hyuga Mirai. If he couldn't earn his respect, then there would be no need to try to recruit him. "Kakashi, don't act rashly." Though Jiraiya wanted to warn Kakashi, it was too late by the time he spoke. A sharp thunderclap echoed, followed by Kakashi moving with lightning speed, his attack aimed directly at Hyuga Mirai. His speed doesn't seem that fast. Hyuga Mirai's Byakugan seemed to flash with a deep blue hue. When Kakashi closed the distance to just 3 meters in front of him, Mirai extended his right hand with precision, stopping Kakashi's lightning-charged fist midair, grasping it firmly. What? Kakashi's eyes widened. His perfected Chidori had been so easily neutralized. Just moments ago, his Sharingan had clearly tracked Mirai's movements, but the situation unfolded so rapidly that he had no time to react. It felt as though his wrist had involuntarily placed itself into Mirai's grasp. With a casual swipe, Hyuga Mirai struck directly at Kakashi's chest. If Kakashi had studied the White Fang's sword techniques, perhaps his skill would be greater, but the combination of the Sharingan and Chidori had too many obvious weaknesses. Mirai found no interest in it. But just then, a huge short sword, several meters long, sliced toward his position. Mirai furrowed his brow slightly, shifting from a palm strike to a kick. Using the rebound force from his foot, he swiftly retreated from the spot. Kakashi seized the opportunity to bring his left arm up to block his chest, but the massive force of Mirai's kick sent him flying. In the air, Kakashi could hear several distinct cracks. His arm had been broken by a single kick. After sending Kakashi flying, Mirai used his Shunshin to leap several dozen meters away, raising his head to look at the giant toad, Gamakichi. Mirai, having spent a lot of time with the small purple snake, now found the sight of Fukasaku somewhat irritating. Perhaps I should summon the little purple one, and have him eat this smelly toad. Mirai briefly entertained the thought, and was about to summon, when he saw Kyo Hyuga break free from the protection of the branch family and charge toward him. "Idiot, don't go!" Jiraiya shouted anxiously, but Kyo Hyuga didn't listen to him. The admiration in her white eyes had disappeared, replaced by a bitter resentment from being deceived. "Kyo, you're so weak. In this situation, you should have fled immediately. Why rush in? You're wasting the lives of the branch family that have been protecting you." Kyo Hyuga didn't waver. Her Byakugan remained fixed on Hyuga Mirai, and her face was contorted with the rising tension in her veins. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With a loud snap, Kyo Hyuga charged forward, landing 2 strikes before Mirai caught her wrist. Your momentum is too strong. The first few moves should be used to disguise your full power. Mirai's calm words reached Kyo Hyuga's ears, and she paused, briefly lost in thought, recalling past training with her team. Back then, Mirai had always spoken in the same manner, correcting her use of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. What did I say back then? Humph, you only talk big. Why don't we have a match then? Later, Mirai had seemingly declined. Had he been deceiving me all this time? When did it start? You said that for everything that happens, there's always a reason. So why are you doing this today? Kyo Hyuga's Byakugan fixed intensely on Hyuga Mirai, hoping to get an answer. End of chapter. Drop them power stones please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 122. Chapter 122 1863 words today is just a coincidence. Honestly, I'm a little surprised myself, Kyo, Hyuga Mirai said calmly. He looked at the furious and unwilling expression on the girl's face as she bit her lip, and for some reason, he found the scene in front of him somewhat amusing. If Orochimaru had given me a hint, I would have taken the equipment from Konoha Hospital's laboratory before I left, he added casually. Mirai, I don't know if Sarutobi-sensei and Jiraiya will come after us. And besides, you don't really need to worry about the cost of that equipment. Orochimaru, after having his summoned snake swallow Hyuga Nichiren's corpse, smiled lightly as he walked forward. After all, one develops a bond after using something for so long. Mirai's expression remained serious as he spoke. It didn't seem like a joke. Then, Mirai, don't you have any feelings for the future of your team, for Kurenai, or for anything in Konoha? Kyo asked, knowing full well that the death of Hyuga Nichiren had confirmed what she suspected, that Mirai had a deep hatred for the main house. But the last part of her question, she couldn't bring herself to ask. Her Byakugan was pure, but now, as she gazed at Mirai, she saw the sharp increase in the size of his pupils, as if his betrayal had snapped her emotions, much like a rubber band being pulled too far. She couldn't hold it in any more. The one person in the family who trusted her most, the one she confided everything to, even things her grandfather didn't know, now, she was being told it was all a lie. Of course, Kyo. You're the only person in the entire Hyuga clan that I may be truly grateful to, Hyuga Mirai said slowly, releasing Kyo's hands, not afraid of her suddenly attacking. Even if Kyo were to have explosive tags on her, they wouldn't be enough to end his life. As long as he remained alert, he wouldn't let his guard down. Born into the main house, you received good education from an early age. You have never held any prejudice against the branch family, even though my training talents were poor. You never abandoned me, Kyo. I used your upright character to make you my shield on this journey of growth. You've blocked numerous troubles from Hyuga Zosuke and the fourth elder for me, and for that, I'm still grateful. The Hyuga Mirai you see is the best version I imagined, humble and gentle. If you wish, there would be dozens of Mirai in the Hyuga clan. Had the ninja world not been plagued by constant war, staying within the Hyuga clan might have been a good choice. Supported by a family with a 1,000-year-old legacy, even the branch family enjoys privileges that civilians cannot even dream of. Hyuga Mirai's face remained calm as he spoke, every word making Kyo feel like she was seeing him in an entirely new light. The Hyuga Mirai I knew was a lie? Kyo asked, her voice trembling slightly. Hyuga Mirai didn't answer her directly. There was no real question of truth or lies here. Without his system, he would have been the real Hyuga Mirai, and he would have continued to play that role his entire life. Different circumstances led to different developments, which led Hyuga Mirai down a different path. It wasn't something hard to understand. Come back with me. Kyo's voice suddenly turned firm. Hyuga Mirai turned his head to look at her and saw determination in her Byakugan eyes, even as she formed a hand seal with trembling fingers. The caged bird. I didn't expect that at such a young age, you've already been taught the curse seal by the fourth elder. Hyuga Mirai spoke with slight surprise, acknowledging how rare it was for someone so young to be entrusted with the fourth elder's resources. "I'll say it again, Hyuga Mirai, come back to Konoha with me," Kyo emphasized, her words carrying the weight of someone who was prepared to use the caged bird seal at any moment. But the tremor in her fingers and her wavering voice lacked the conviction she hoped to convey. "If it were just about Hyuga Nichiren, I can guarantee the clan head will never blame you for this. Please, come back with me." Hyuga Mirai laughed softly, then reached up to remove his forehead protector. In the stunned gazes of Kyo and another branch family guard, he revealed his pale forehead. Then, in an instant, Hyuga Mirai disappeared from their sight. When he reappeared, he was standing right in front of Kyo. "Thank you, Kyo." Before Kyo could even react to what those words meant, she felt a heavy strike to her chest. Her Byakugan widened in disbelief as her mouth opened in a gasp, spilling blood. The force sent her flying, and at that velocity, if she crashed into a tree, the damage could be fatal. But just then, a streak of white hair flew from a distance and caught Kyo in midair, preventing her from crashing into the ground. "Orochimaru, that Hyuga brat." Jiraiya, now showing toad-like features on his face, glanced back at Kyo, who was nearly unconscious, before turning his furious gaze toward the two culprits. "Today, you're both staying here for good." With the summoning of Mount Myaboku's two sages, Jiraiya successfully entered Sage mode. With both ninjutsu and taijutsu enhanced by Sage Chakra, his words carried the power to back them up. Seeing Jiraiya approach, Hyuga Mirai exhaled slowly and relaxed, speaking to him casually. "A couple more toads, and you've gained this much confidence, huh? Jiraiya, I advise you not to underestimate Mirai." Orochimaru spoke slowly, his voice carrying the weight of a longtime teammate's final warning. "If you're not careful, it might cost you your life." Hyuga Mirai turned his head and gave Orochimaru a glance, not at all pleased with his actions. If Orochimaru truly wanted to test his strength, today didn't seem like the right time for it. Upon seeing the look Mirai gave him, Orochimaru took 2 steps back and gave a slight chuckle. "Apologies, Mirai. Afterward, I'll provide a satisfactory answer." "Never mind," Mirai responded casually, "I'm not exactly." Before he could finish his sentence, a large short sword suddenly swung down toward the spot where Mirai and Orochimaru stood. The ground shattered, leaving a massive crack over 100 meters long. The two dodged the attack instantly, but the size of Gamakichi's sword was hard to miss. "That damn toad, this is the second time," Mirai said coldly as he dodged, his face grim. He then gathered chakra into his fingertip, forming a precise chakra scalpel, and sliced open his finger. Summoning Jutsu. A massive cloud of smoke erupted, and within it, a serpent of enormous size appeared, resembling a mountain. Jiraiya, seeing the enormous snake summoned by Mirai, was momentarily stunned. He turned to the 2 sages on his shoulders and said, "These 2 sages, is this the prophecy of the great toad sage?" The snake had twin horns, 4 limbs, and claws that glistened like obsidian. Its scales shone with a purple hue under the sunlight. Its massive body was coiled on the ground, towering over Fukasaku by at least 10 meters. If this purple snake stretched out its body, it could easily swallow the toad whole. "Look at its back, little Jiraiya," Fukasaku said, noticing the protrusions on the snake's back. "They seem to be growing something more." "Are those wings?" Fukasaku asked gravely. "It seems so. Even if it's not the purple snake itself, there's a deep connection with the great toad sage's prophecy. So this adds another reason to keep Mirai here," Jiraiya said firmly, determination in his voice. For the future of the ninja world, he was ready to fight to the death to keep these 2 here. "Prophecy? What prophecy?" Mirai, having learned some basic conversational skills, couldn't understand the toad's words, but he could read Jiraiya's lips clearly. He thought about the prophecy and figured it must be that mystical toad from Mount Myaboku. Using beasts to dictate human fate was truly laughable. Mirai grew even more irritated with the toads and gestured at Gamakichi. "Little Purple, go swallow that toad." "Thank you, Master Mirai." With its growing size, Little Purple's appetite had also grown significantly. It had become harder to get full in Ryuchi Cave, so being summoned now was like being given a feast that would last 7 days. "I'm starting," Little Purple said as its limbs moved swiftly. It was massive but incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Gamakichi. "You think your size can defeat me?" Gamakichi sneered, swinging his short sword with incredible speed, trying to slice the purple snake into pieces. "Don't resist your food," Little Purple retorted. The sound of metal striking metal echoed as Gamakichi's sword was swatted away by Little Purple's sharp claws. The tremendous force and solid claws made Gamakichi's arm go numb, causing him to collapse to the ground. Taking advantage of the opening, Little Purple quickly coiled around Gamakichi, opening its mouth to swallow him whole. But in a desperate move, Gamakichi pushed against the snake's mouth with his hands. "Gamakichi!" Jiraiya yelled, turning to the 2 sages on his shoulders. "Please, help me." "Understood, little Jiraiya." The 2 toads on Jiraiya's shoulders quickly formed hand seals. One released a high-pressure water jutsu strong enough to cut through steel, while the other infused sage chakra into its tongue, turning it as sharp as a sword while retaining its flexibility. Air palm. A massive wave of chakra shot forward, destroying the water jutsu and the toad's tongue that had been aimed at Little Purple. "Impossible." The 2 sages, Fukasaku and Shima, could hardly believe their eyes. Their sage chakra-based jutsus, which were dozens of times stronger than regular techniques, had been broken. "Jiraiya, your summoning beast is done for today." Mirai's voice rang out as he jumped to a nearby tree, his Byakugan eyes now glowing with a faint bluish hue. His sage mode was active. "Little Jiraiya, don't be reckless. This Byakugan brat is in sage mode too." Fukasaku noticed the faint aura surrounding Mirai's eyes and recognized the overwhelming presence of sage chakra within him. This wasn't someone to take lightly. "Jiraiya." Gamakichi's anguished voice echoed from a distance. He was holding Little Purple's mouth shut with his hands, but had overlooked the fact that Little Purple also had front limbs. With tremendous force, those claws yanked Gamakichi's arms off, leaving him in an even more vulnerable position. Gamakichi. Seeing his companion's limbs torn off, Jiraiya panicked. Without his arms, Gamakichi would be no match for the purple snake. "Thank you for the meal," Little Purple said as it opened its mouth wide and swallowed the great toad in one gulp. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. patreon.com/turd translations. Just remove the space. Chapter 123. Chapter 123 1751 words. The only feeling one experiences when wrapped by a snake is restraint and pressure. And now Gamakichi was swallowed by the serpent. Not only was he forced to endure the crushing pressure that was several times stronger than the outside, but he was also facing the digestive fluids from all sides, leaving him unable to find a way to escape. Thanks to Hyuga Mirai's genetic enhancement of Little Purple, it had been strengthened in all aspects, including digestion, which was now several times stronger than a regular Ryuchi cave snake. Gamakichi, being the size of a small mountain and carrying an immense amount of sage chakra within, could have provided Little Purple with days of food, but soon, if it couldn't catch prey, it would need to rely on absorbing natural energy to alleviate hunger. Summoning beasts, when facing danger, could usually break free from the summoning jutsu and return to their home base, but this would take some time. Unfortunately, Gamakichi lost this opportunity as soon as he was ensnared by Little Purple. Now, only an outside force could save him. The only one who could help Gamakichi was Jiraiya, but he was blocked by Hyuga Mirai. At this rate, in just a few minutes, Gamakichi would lose his life to the powerful digestive acids of Little Purple. 2 sages, Gomen. Understood, little Jiraiya. The 2 toads simultaneously performed sage jutsu. The combination of wind, fire, and oil created a technique called sage art, Gomen. Its power and range were immense, and because of the oil, it was difficult to extinguish with water jutsu. As the technique was released, Orochimaru, standing at a distance, felt a scorching heatwave rush toward him. So, this is Sage Mode. I never thought that Jiraiya would reach this level, Orochimaru muttered with a serious expression, watching the oncoming composite jutsu. He had studied Sage Jutsu before, but practicing it in Ryuchi Cave was extremely dangerous. After careful thought, he abandoned the idea of training Sage Jutsu there, believing he could find a safer method. However, he hadn't anticipated that Jiraiya had already learned it. With this level of jutsu, even the Rashomon might not hold up. Mirai, what will you use to block it? Or will you just avoid it? Orochimaru's gaze shifted toward Hyuga Mirai. This might be one of the few chances he had to understand Mirai better, so he didn't want to miss it. Seeing the toad oil burning fiercely, aided by wind jutsu, and nearly covering 100 meters, it was obvious that Jiraiya's intent was not to target him, but rather Little Purple behind him. Mirai thought to himself, if he dodged, the jutsu would strike Little Purple, and Jiraiya would seize the opportunity to rescue Gamakichi. Too naive, Jiraiya. I told you, your toad is as good as dead. 8 trigrams, Mountain Crusher. Mirai struck with both palms, using more than 20% of his sage chakra. From his palms, a massive, solidified green chakra formed into a giant hand, shattering the sage art, Gomen. Even the ground beneath the toad oil was punched out, creating a crater several meters deep. Not good, sage art, Needle Earth Store. The force from breaking Mountain's strike didn't lose momentum, as it broke apart the burning toad oil, charging straight toward Jiraiya. Realizing the danger, Jiraiya quickly infused his sage chakra into his hair, causing it to extend in front of him, forming a layer of defense. Jiraiya was sent flying, as if struck by an inflated balloon, and hurtled nearly 100 meters. He crashed through 3 large trees before finally stopping. Jiraiya spat out blood. If not for the 2 layers of protection from his hair, he would have been injured much worse. Little Jiraiya, are you okay? Fukasaku asked in panic. I'm fine, 2 sages, Jiraiya said, touching his chest. Just a couple of broken ribs, no big deal. Gamakichi. Thinking of Fukasaku, Jiraiya's urgency rose again, and he tried to rush to save him. Fukasaku had been the first toad he met when he entered Mount Myaboku, and they had fought side by side for over a decade. Their bond was stronger than that of brothers. Now, with Gamakichi's life on the line, Jiraiya couldn't just stand by. Little Jiraiya, don't be reckless, Fukasaku warned, seeing Jiraiya about to rush forward. This person's sage face is a perfect sage mode. Unlike the ones in Ryuchi Cave, it seems to be from a completely different sage lineage. Fukasaku, hurry up and give me a solution. If we wait any longer, Gamakichi will be gone. Jiraiya was desperate. Fukasaku immediately said, use genjutsu, old woman, get ready. Shima, knowing the urgency, hesitated but finally agreed. That technique. But after this battle, I need a good rest. Watch out, he's coming. Before Shima could finish, Fukasaku noticed Hyuga Mirai charging straight at them. Jiraiya, sensing the danger with Sage Mode, also detected Mirai's position. But his speed was too fast, reaching more than 100 meters in an instant. Do you think I'll give you the chance to strategize? A calm voice reached their ears, and then, Jiraiya saw Hyuga Mirai's figure appear before him. It was common knowledge in the shinobi world that one should never engage in close combat with the Hyuga clan. The Gentle Fist and Byakugan had earned their fearsome reputation during the Warring States period, and the previous 2 shinobi world wars. Even Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, who had entered Sage Mode, found himself unnerved by the idea of facing Hyuga Mirai, who was also using Sage Mode. The moment Mirai closed in, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a sense of panic and the urge to dodge. Sage Art, Great Ball Rasengan. A Rasengan nearly half a meter in diameter appeared in Jiraiya's hands, swirling with Sage Chakra in his palms like a miniature hurricane. If this hit, even in Sage Mode, it would spell disaster. But Hyuga Mirai's speed was his greatest asset. In Sage Mode, his body's movement was so fast that even the 3-Tomo Sharingan could barely track his movements. Jiraiya's great ball Rasengan struck the ground, creating a deep crater, but it missed Hyuga Mirai entirely. Behind you, little Jiraiya. Fukasaku, sensing Mirai's position, immediately called out a warning. But even with Fukasaku's warning, Jiraiya couldn't react in time. He wasn't a taijutsu specialist, and his training didn't make him a master of physical techniques. Jiraiya's arm was severed by a chakra blade. Little Jiraiya. Fukasaku and Shima, seeing Jiraiya struck so easily, immediately used their ninjutsu. Wind and water release combined to launch an attack at Hyuga Mirai. As two toads attacked, Hyuga Mirai activated a wide-scale Kaiten technique. The chakra swirling around him expanded to 5 meters, and the instant it activated, Jiraiya was thrown back. Jiraiya's strength, though superior to Orochimaru's, was not enough to withstand Hyuga Mirai's overwhelming force. Mirai found Jiraiya easier to deal with than Orochimaru, as Jiraiya lacked the substitution techniques that could mitigate damage. This ends now. Seeing Jiraiya sent flying, crashing through trees, and Fukasaku also being knocked away, Hyuga Mirai decided it was time to finish things. With one toad left, Jiraiya slowly began to exit Sage mode. Air Palm. Hyuga Mirai struck, his intent as sharp as his chakra. Sensing the prophecy from Mount Miyaboku, he didn't hold back against Jiraiya. Strictly speaking, there was no personal conflict between them, but Jiraiya lacked his own convictions, blindly following the toad prophecy. He was strong in Sage mode, but Mirai saw him as someone who might act without understanding the full scope of things. Since Jiraiya had already shown his intentions, Mirai wasn't going to show mercy. Hyuga Mirai furrowed his brow, tilting his head toward the other side. Namake's Minato was holding Jiraiya, his face grave, eyes burning with anger as he looked at Mirai. Ah, so it's Minato, the Hokage. No wonder Jiraiya was saved earlier. Hyuga Mirai said calmly, but in his mind, he was already strategizing how to counter the Flying Thunder God technique. It wasn't just Minato. Through his Byakugan, Mirai saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and his Anbu approaching from the distance. The third Hokage had let Orochimaru go when he had a chance to catch him, but now, with so many unexpected events unfolding on Jiraiya's side, things had gotten out of hand. Hyuga Mirai, I know you might have defected from Konoha, but I never understood why. Now it seems it's because of the caged bird, isn't it? Minato's voice was cold as he asked, his eyes blazing with restrained anger. After Jiraiya's arm had been severed, he had barely kept his composure enough to ask for information. That's not something to discuss now, Hyuga Mirai said with a light smile, forming the Run seal and creating 2 shadow clones. With that, his main body turned and began to leave, leaving the clones to hold off his pursuers. Mirai had set strict rules for himself in combat. When his chakra level was above 70%, it was the safe zone. Below 50%, it was the warning zone. If his chakra dropped to 30%, he would need reinforcements. After the recent battle, his chakra was at about 60%, and with Minato arriving and Sarutobi Hiruzen's Anbu not far behind, it was no longer a favorable situation for him to stay. Don't think you can escape. Seeing Mirai preparing to flee, Minato immediately rushed forward. But one of Mirai's shadow clones struck him with an air palm. Minato had no choice but to retreat with Jiraiya, otherwise, Jiraiya would be at risk of being killed if left behind. Lord Mirai, do you need help dealing with them? Little Purple, with its round belly, rumbled toward Hyuga Mirai. However, having just eaten, Little Purple's movements had slowed considerably. Go back and digest. Summoning Jutsu, release. Hyuga Mirai dispelled the summoning technique, sending Little Purple back to the Ryuchi cave. He then tossed Orochimaru a wristwatch and said, "Let's go, Orochimaru. The third Hokage is coming. If he catches up, he won't let you off easily." Orochimaru took the wristwatch with a hoarse laugh, saying, "Then we'll meet again, Lord Mirai." End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters Patreon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 124, Chapter 124 Caught Off. 1634 words. It was all so sudden. Sarutobi Hiruzen had shown mercy and let Orochimaru go, never imagining it would lead to so much trouble. While Jiraiya was pursuing Orochimaru, he encountered the returning Hyuga clan. Orochimaru crushed a piece of purple snake scale, and then, Hyuga Mirai immediately defected, killing a member of the Hyuga main family, severely wounding two branch family guards, Kiyo Hyuga and Anbu's Kakashi. He had the summoned toad, Mikichi, devoured and even severed Jiraiya's arm. Had Minato not arrived in time, Jiraiya likely would have perished. Upon hearing the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen's first reaction was disbelief. How could Hyuga Mirai be so powerful? He had always thought that Mirai had risen to the rank of Jonin primarily due to his medical ninjutsu skills. But whether from the surviving branch family guards, Anbu members or Minato, all accounts matched. Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen have no choice but to believe Hyuga Mirai was the one who had committed these deeds. What should we do about this, Hiruzen? Hamura, Koharu, and Danzo arrived together, and it seemed that the Hyuga clan's leader would soon come to visit the Hokage as well. This was not a trivial matter. Two ninja had defected, and though a fierce battle had ensued, only one member of the Hyuga main family and Jiraiya's summoned toad had died. While others had suffered severe injuries, they would recover after being treated at Konoha Hospital. However, the loss of a ninja as skilled as Mirai, who was near Tsunade in medical expertise, was a significant blow. Not only had he shown medical prowess comparable to Tsunade's, but unlike Tsunade, who used the special slug summon for large-scale healing, both Mirai and Tsunade were equals in their medical abilities. No toxin or grave injury had ever been beyond their reach. The question remained, why did Hyuga Mirai defect? Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a long time, but still couldn't make sense of it. How did Mirai gain this power? If it was from Orochimaru, Hiruzen couldn't believe it. Jiraiya, who used Sage Mode, had surpassed Orochimaru in strength, and only Hiruzen knew this within Konoha. We need to implement a gag order for now, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. No one who knows about this incident is allowed to discuss it. Hyuga Mirai and Orochimaru will be classified as S-rank rogue ninjas. A gag order. How could they possibly silence the truth? Danzo couldn't help but sneer internally at Hiruzen's words. Despite the significant loss of two crucial ninjas from Konoha, seeing Hiruzen troubled brought him some measure of joy. The defection of Orochimaru and Hyuga Mirai. Hamura hesitated briefly before continuing. How do we respond to the Hyuga main family? According to the Anbu reports, Hyuga Mirai has already undone the caged bird seal. With that alone, the Hyuga main family will not let him go. The Hyuga clan had endured for so long, in part because of the caged bird seal. This cursed seal was essential in protecting the Byakugan, ensuring that the eyes didn't fall into the hands of those with ill intent. When used properly, it had served to protect family secrets. However, over time, the seal's purpose had become distorted, shifting from protection to a means of tormenting the branch family. Even if the Hyuga clan has been split into two tiers, Hamura continued, the main family will certainly retaliate. And don't forget, Orochimaru was a candidate for the fourth Hokage. We can't keep this quiet for long. Hyuga Mirai's reputation in Konoha wasn't small. If they labeled both him and Orochimaru as S-rank rogue ninjas, they would have to explain why, giving a reasonable justification. During the recent war, both Orochimaru and Hyuga Mirai contributed significantly, one repelling invaders from the land of rivers and the land of hot water, the other saving countless wounded across 3 battlefields. If Sarutobi Hiruzen labeled them as rogue ninjas without an explanation, the angry shinobi of Konoha might surround the Hokage's office. The contributions of these two were too widely known to be covered up easily, unlike confidential missions like that of Hatake Tsukumo. I understand, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his expression grim. I will convene a meeting with the Jonin to explain the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew this was no simple matter. With Hyuga Mirai's defection and the Hyuga clan involved, things were far from over. He would have to give answers to the other clans and Jonin, as the Hyuga would not rest until they got their justice. Please treat them as quickly as possible. After the ANBU members delivered Kakashi and the 2 branch family guards to Konoha Hospital, they spoke to the remaining medical ninjas. Understood. These are serious injuries: broken arm and part of the shoulder, 3 fractured ribs. Fortunately, there are no internal injuries, but immediate surgery is necessary. I'll notify the others. The injuries of the 3 were severe, almost as if Tsunade herself had delivered a powerful punch. Shortly afterward, the medical ninja who had left called for 4 others, including the Jonin Aoki. Aoki, upon briefly examining them, immediately recognized the gravity of their wounds. If surgery wasn't performed soon, it could severely impact their future careers as ninjas. Why did it all happen today? Aoki sighed. In Konoha Hospital, there weren't many medical ninjas who could treat injuries of this severity. Only a few medical jonin had the experience and confidence to handle such cases, while the rest were less capable. Just earlier, Jiraiya had been brought in, and 2 medical jonin had already begun working on him. Aoki turned his head and asked, "Has Mirai returned yet?" Before one of the medical ninjas could respond, an ANBU member standing guard couldn't help but speak up. "This rogue ninja won't be coming back. My teammates and these 2 Hyuga clan members were injured by Hyuga Mirai." The medical ninjas in the room froze for a moment before their faces twisted with anger. "What did you say? How dare you call Mirai a rogue ninja? He was summoned back by the Hyuga clan to handle matters. You're just spouting nonsense. Is it okay for the ANBU to slander medical ninjas like this?" All the medical ninjas present glared at the ANBU member. They had all served on the front lines in the land of rivers and land of grass, and from the start, they had admired Mirai. Over time, their admiration had turned into worship. Despite his young age, Mirai's maturity and almost perfect approach to handling situations made him seem faultless. Hyuga Mirai had the highest reputation in Konoha Hospital. Many of the medical ninjas who had endured the most difficult times during the war, with almost no supply lines, had survived thanks to his help. Now, to hear an ANBU member call him a rogue ninja, someone who had saved countless lives, it was intolerable. Do you think the ANBU is untouchable? If you're so capable, don't come to us when you get injured. As the medical ninjas grew more agitated, the ANBU member placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Aoki quickly intervened, shouting, "Enough, we need to treat the injured first." After calming the situation, Aoki let out a breath, then turned to the ANBU member who had called Mirai a rogue ninja. "I hope you don't make such slanderous accusations again. Even a medical ninja can be dangerous when provoked." The ANBU member said nothing. He hadn't expected his words to stir up so much emotion from the medical ninjas. He had even been prepared to draw his weapon in self-defense. Inside the Konoha Hospital ward, a black-haired young woman lay quietly on the bed. Her brows were slightly furrowed, as though she was experiencing a terrible nightmare. If not for the bandages on her body, her peaceful rest by the window would have looked like a beautiful picture. The girl suddenly awoke, and the scene before her shifted instantly from the nightmare to the reality of white walls and the figures standing beside her bed, confirming that what she had seen was merely a dream. "You're awake, Kiyo," the elderly man by the bed said, speaking softly when he saw her wake up. "Grandfather, you've come." Kiyo Hyuga greeted him with a touch of melancholy before falling silent and staring at the white wall. Zosuke Hyuga didn't speak either. The 2 remained silent in the room for a while. After a while, Kiyo couldn't help but ask, "Grandfather, don't you have any questions for me?" Zosuke Hyuga responded in his old voice, "There's no need. If you wish to tell me something, you'll do so in time. Kiyo, since the moment you were taught the caged bird seal, you've been a worthy successor in my eyes. How you handle the situation is for you to decide." "Thank you, grandfather. Since you're awake, I'll leave for now," Zosuke Hyuga said. He slowly began to leave the room but stopped at the door to say, "Don't worry about the clan's pressure. Do what you feel is right. However, Kiyo, remember that the first Hokage didn't bring peace through ideals of love and harmony. With that, he left the room, and the door clicked shut, leaving Kiyo alone. "Grandfather, I won't give up," Kiyo whispered after a moment. Her eyes then shifted to the diagnostic report on the cabinet near the window. Reaching out, she picked it up and realized it was hers. She exhaled slowly after reading it, then set the report aside. The diagnosis was brief: multiple abrasions, with daily changes to the bandages. Full recovery expected within 5 days. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Patreon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 125. Chapter 125, Caught Off 1685 Words Investigate. Hyuga Hitoshi and the 4 clan elders gave their orders directly. They intended to investigate everything about Hyuga Mirai, from his birth to the present, gathering every bit of information they could. The breaking of the caged bird seal would shake the very foundation of the Hyuga clan. After all, there were many in the branch family who were unhappy with the caged bird seal. Although the seal protected the Byakugan, it lacked the broader perspective and inheritance of secret techniques like the heavenly rotation, which made the branch family's dissatisfaction grow over time. Hyuga Mirai's sudden surge in power was also suspicious. He had once been deemed lacking in talent for the gentle fist, yet now he possessed the strength to kill one of the Sannin, Jiraiya. If his power hadn't risen so suddenly, it could only mean that he had been hiding his abilities for a long time. But how had Hyuga Mirai concealed his strength and talent when he was just a child? At 5, he joined the Ninja Academy, and after only a year, he became Kiyo Hyuga's bodyguard. In such a short time, how had he hidden his abilities? This question was raised within the Hyuga clan, with suspicions pointing toward Kiyo Hyuga. But the moment the topic turned to Kiyo, Hyuga Zosuke, in a fit of rage, roared in anger, not even sparing Hyuga Hitoshi's face. After some deliberation, it was decided to exclude Kiyo from this investigation, and only then did Zosuke calm down, though it came at a personal cost, since Mirai was Kiyo's protector. Even without questioning Kiyo, the matter of Hyuga Mirai's betrayal couldn't be overlooked. Even though Mirai's power now rivaled that of a Hokage, they couldn't let a nearly 1,000-year-old ninja clan bow its head. Kurenai Yuhi, upon hearing the rumors of Mirai's betrayal on the street, initially refused to believe them. But after Mirai's long absence, she felt compelled to visit the Hyuga clan's territory to find out whether Mirai had truly returned. As Kurenai approached the Hyuga clan's estate, she couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in her chest, as if something bad was about to happen. The closer she got to the core of the Hyuga compound, the more unusual the atmosphere seemed. The Hyuga clan didn't usually prevent outsiders from entering, as long as they didn't approach the core areas, where the main family resided. At most, someone would ask who they were looking for and offer directions. But now, the closer Kurenai got, the more Hyuga ninjas with headbands she saw. Several Hyuga guards blocked her way in front of Hyuga Mirai's house. Kurenai quickly explained her identity. "I'm a friend of Mirai. I came to check if he's returned." The 2 branch family guards exchanged a glance, then coldly told her that traitor won't be coming back. "You don't need to look for him anymore." "What did you say?" Kurenai's anger flared, but before she could speak further, a voice came from upstairs. "Let her up." Kurenai looked up and saw Kiyo Hyuga standing in front of Mirai's door. Several Hyuga ninjas walked out from inside. "They should have finished by now." "We've recorded everything, Lady Kiyo," the branch family guard said, bowing. Kiyo responded, "Thank you. If there's any news, please let me know." The branch family ninjas immediately bowed again, and left to organize all the information regarding Hyuga Mirai. Once they received Kiyo's command, Kurenai climbed the stairs. Normally, she would have eagerly jumped over the walls to get in, but today, each step felt especially difficult. Kurenai wasn't foolish. Based on Kiyo and the Hyuga clan's attitudes, the rumors she had heard today were likely true. "Where's Mirai?" Kurenai asked. "He's gone. He fled Konoha with Orochimaru." "How could that be?" Kurenai pressed a hand to the wall, feeling a hollow emptiness inside her. She didn't know what to say, or what she was even feeling. Kurenai, stop thinking about him. The Hyuga Mirai you knew never existed from the start. From now on, don't chase after him anymore. Kyo Hyuga calmly spoke to Kurenai Yuhi. She then remembered every word Hyuga Mirai had said to her when he left, silently thinking, the words you wanted to say to me. I guess they were these. Afterward, Kyo Hyuga left. It was a long time before Kurenai snapped out of it. She noticed that Mirai's room wasn't locked, so she went in and sat for a few minutes. Afterward, she silently returned home. The news spread like wildfire doused in oil, quickly reaching everyone. Most people's first reaction was disbelief. Orochimaru's charisma was considerable, and many of his subordinates fought back when they heard the news of his defection. The ninja who spread the news was quickly involved in a scuffle, but the confrontation was restrained, with only taijutsu being used. Despite this, the Uchiha Guard squad arrived in time to detain them. But the number of fights sparked by Hyuga Mirai's betrayal only increased. Many ninjas whose lives had been saved by Mirai, or whose careers had been salvaged by him didn't take kindly to the accusations of him being a traitor. In just 2 days, because of these rumors, the Uchiha Guard squad had detained more than 30 ninjas, including one special jonin. Since the fighting couldn't be stopped, a small squad was sent to break up the clashes. The special jonin who defended Mirai was brought in for questioning, while the other was sent to Konoha Hospital. Inside the Uchiha Guard, their situation was becoming troublesome. In less than 3 days, they had arrested so many ninjas. If this continued, their holding cells would be full. And these weren't civilians, they were ninjas who had committed offenses. The Uchiha were proud but not foolish, they knew the difference between arresting civilians and ninjas. If this situation persisted, it wouldn't be long before the first casualty would be within their own ranks. Captain, we can't keep doing this. Should we speak to the third Hokage? One of the squad leaders asked. Right, if things continue like this, let's hand everything over to the ANBU. Our guard squad can't handle it alone. A group of Uchiha guards surrounded Fugaku, all speaking at once. Arresting ninjas was far more complicated than apprehending civilians. If the target resisted, it would be humiliating if the guard squad couldn't subdue them. Fugaku Uchiha, still maintaining his composure, thought it over. Although maintaining order in Konoha was the duty of the guard squad, the situation now far exceeded what the Uchiha should handle. All right, I'll go see the Hokage and pass this on to the ANBU. One of the squad leaders then asked, what about the ones in the detention cells? Release them after they sign a guarantee, Fugaku replied in a low voice. We'll calm things down, and we'll wait for the higher-ups in Konoha to announce the official word. After giving his orders, Fugaku Uchiha prepared to meet with the Hokage. But just as he stepped out of the guard station, an ANBU ninja appeared in front of him. Uchiha clan leader, the Hokage will be holding a jonin meeting in 2 hours. 2 hours? It seemed there was no need to seek out the Hokage personally. Fugaku nodded to the ANBU, I understand. After receiving the response, the ANBU quickly used Shunshin to leave. Before long, it was time for the jonin meeting. The clan leaders of the various ninja families, all of whom were jonin, were present, along with several civilian jonin, and heads of various departments. The medical department's representative, Kimura, looked particularly displeased. Through various channels, she had learned the full details Hyuga Mirai had indeed defected. She couldn't even fathom this. She didn't want to believe it. Kimura had a deep love for healing and saving lives. Her own family had suffered during the war, and because of the shortage of medical personnel, she had lost her only family member. This was the reason she had supported Tsunade when she proposed creating a medical system for Konoha. Even though Tsunade had later withdrawn from the project for various reasons, Kimura never gave up. Instead, she devoted even more effort into it, hoping to ensure no one else in Konoha would die due to lack of medical treatment. When Kimura first saw hope in Tsunade, that hope had been shattered. But when she saw Hyuga Mirai, she placed her hope in this nearly perfect young man. Yet, now, in the span of just a couple of days, her hope had been crushed once again. Once everyone had gathered, Sarutobi Hiruzen began the meeting and spoke about the major topic at hand. A lot has happened in the past few days. This is of great importance, so we didn't explain everything to you right away. But it's mostly clear now. Orochimaru, involved in human experimentation, was discovered by the ANBU and subsequently defected. On his way out of Konoha, he encountered Hyuga Mirai, and the two of them fled together. The room erupted in surprised murmurs. Orochimaru's defection made sense. After all, discovering such inhumane experiments, and then fleeing wasn't unexpected. After all, this had been confirmed by the third Hokage himself, and Orochimaru was his disciple. If the third Hokage said it, it was likely the truth. But Hyuga Mirai's defection made no sense. If memory served correctly, Mirai was from the branch family. How could a branch family member defect from Konoha? Many in the room understood the Hyuga clan's traditions and were baffled. Why would Hyuga Mirai, who had done so much for the village recently, choose to defect after encountering Orochimaru? The Hokage didn't elaborate on this, and since Kimura from the medical department and the Hyuga clan were both upset, no one dared ask further. After all, bringing this topic up would not end well with these two factions. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters Patreon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 126. Chapter 126 1669 words. Upon hearing the news of Orochimaru and Hyuga Mirai's defection, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately made a decision. He declared both of them as S-rank rogue ninjas, and issued the highest level wanted order for their capture. It was easy to classify Orochimaru as an S-rank rogue ninja, given his power. But Hyuga Mirai, a medical jonin, being labeled the same, left many other jonin confused. Regarding Hyuga Mirai, they were still holding on to the impression of him being an exceptionally skilled medical jonin in the war. Even if he had been concealing some of his power, an elite jonin squad should be enough to bring him back. However, the third Hokage didn't elaborate much on Mirai's case, and this was also at the request of the Hyuga clan. The news of breaking the caged bird seal was monumental. If other ninja villages learned of it, they would undoubtedly take an interest in Hyuga Mirai. If they obtained the method for breaking the caged bird, branch family members would no longer be safe when sent on missions outside the village. The caged bird seal had protected the Hyuga clan's Byakugan for generations, but now that there was a way to break it, other villages would covet the Byakugan, as it was one of the most sought-after Kekkai Genkai in the ninja world. The three great dojutsu, the Rinnegan, Sharingan, and Byakugan, all had immense value. The Rinnegan was legendary, the Sharingan was exclusive to the Uchiha clan, but the Byakugan could greatly enhance a ninja village's reconnaissance abilities, making it an invaluable asset in wartime. As for Hyuga Mirai, the third Hokage chose not to involve the other jonin in the pursuit. He stated that this matter would be discussed directly with the Hyuga clan. With Orochimaru's defection, there were only two remaining candidates for the fourth Hokage. But everyone knew, regardless of war accomplishments or reputation, that Namake's Minato was far stronger than Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku's only advantage over Minato was the backing of the Uchiha clan. However, if all the other ninja villages and Konoha's jonin supported Minato, even the Uchiha clan would no longer stand a chance in competing with him. The course of events was clear. The decision for Minato to become the fourth Hokage was already set in stone. Many clan leaders thought about it briefly and realized they should make nice with the new Hokage once the meeting ended. However, many of them didn't take the third Hokage's words seriously. After most of the information was concealed, many believed that Orochimaru and Hyuga Mirai's defections wouldn't have a significant impact on Konoha. The recent victory in the Shinobi World War had bolstered their confidence. Even though one of the Sannin, Orochimaru, had defected, they still had Jiraiya and Minato, who was about to become the fourth Hokage. Konoha's strength remained unmatched, and two rogue ninjas wouldn't cause much of a stir. But when many clan leaders visited Minato's home with gifts, they found that he wasn't in Konoha. As for his whereabouts, Minato might have told Kushina, but she had no intention of revealing it to the visitors, or perhaps she simply forgot amid her own business. Mount Myaboku. Minato arrived here after Jiraiya had finished his surgery and was out of danger. Using reverse summoning, Minato came to the place where more detailed information could be obtained from the two sages who had fought alongside Jiraiya. There were other reasons as well, which made it urgent for Minato to visit Mount Myaboku. "Little Minato, are you here to ask about that Byakugan kid?" Fukasaku, one of the two sages, asked slowly. Minato nodded and replied, "Yes, Fukasaku-senin. Jiraiya-sensei mentioned something about a prophecy, but only you two know the full details of what happened at the time. Both the Hyuga branch guards and the ANBU members had a difficult time getting close to the battlefield, so some details were inevitably left out in the reports. That Byakugan kid. Even now, thinking back, I'm still shocked," Fukasaku sighed, folding his arms in thought. A perfect sage mode. And unlike the sage faces of Ryuchi Cave or Shikatsu Forest, his speed and physical techniques were nearly imperceptible. "In all my years, he's the most extraordinary human I've ever seen." Fukasaku then began recounting the battle's details. This information would be valuable to Konoha, although it may not be entirely comprehensive. After hearing Fukasaku's description of the battle, Minato fell silent for a moment. He hadn't expected that even the Gamakichi, who had fought alongside Jiraiya for over a decade, had fallen. The Toad had helped him multiple times after signing the contract with Mount Myaboku. "Little Minato," Fukasaku continued, "as for the prophecy of the great Toad Sage, it's now almost certain that it's connected to that Byakugan kid. However, the person predicted by the great Toad Sage was supposed to have blue eyes. You'll need to investigate further on that matter." Minato nodded. "I understand, Fukasaku-senin. Also, the sage mode." Fukasaku continued. "Jiraiya's sage mode is imperfect, and during battle, he needs both me and Shima to help balance the natural energy within him. Minato, you must continue training in sage mode. Otherwise, when facing that Byakugan kid, you'll be at a disadvantage." "Sage mode, huh? I understand," Minato said, his expression troubled. While sage mode greatly enhances his physical abilities, the biggest improvement is in his ninjutsu. However, Minato isn't a ninjutsu-oriented ninja, and his chakra reserves are just enough to meet the requirements for training in sage mode. Though he had trained in sage mode before, his chakra levels required a lot of time and effort to utilize it. Furthermore, Minato's combat style revolves primarily around the Flying Thunder God technique, so he had gradually set aside sage mode training. It seems, though, that now he'll need to pick it back up. Minato would also need to find ways to increase his chakra reserves if he wanted to reach the most perfect version of sage mode. Having witnessed Hyuga Mirai's sage mode firsthand and fought alongside him, Fukasaku took it upon himself to urge Minato to continue his training. To change the prophecy spoken by the great Toad Sage, it seemed that only the Child of Destiny had a slim chance. "Lord Mirai." Ayaka Uzumaki came rushing forward, nearly bouncing in her steps, excited to see Hyuga Mirai. She had seen at Base 18 that Konoha's people were bullying Lord Mirai. Ayaka had been ready to rush out in her T1 battle armor, intending to take on all of Konoha's forces. But she had been stopped by 18, who clarified that it was Konoha who had been in the wrong. Ayaka reluctantly waited quietly at the base for Mirai to come to her. After leaving the battlefield near Konoha, Orochimaru's wristwatch transformed, displaying a screen that guided him to a location near the capital of the Land of Fire. This miraculous nanotechnology once again surprised Orochimaru, and his resistance to joining forces with Hyuga Mirai seemed to weaken imperceptibly. For Orochimaru, surrendering to knowledge wasn't shameful, especially since Hyuga Mirai had surpassed him in almost every aspect. Now, apart from age, Orochimaru had little to use as a comparison. "Who's there? Show yourself." Ayaka Uzumaki suddenly became alert. 8 golden chains shot out from her back, instantly extending into a distant open space. "Come out, I've sealed off your escape route." Soon, a figure slowly emerged from the ground, trapped within the golden chains. Is this the sealing technique unique to the Uzumaki clan? Impressive, it can even create a barrier underground. Truly a capable subordinate of Lord Mirai. I'm a subordinate of Lord Mirai. Ayaka Uzumaki chuckled, picking up on the situation. Enough, Ayaka, he's one of us, that's Orochimaru. Hearing Mirai's words, Ayaka Uzumaki retracted her golden chains. Though she recognized Orochimaru from observing the battle, she had used the chains to give him a warning, seeing his behavior as suspicious. No need to look at me like that, Mirai. I was in the wrong earlier. Consider this my apology. I hope this will be of use to you. Orochimaru, aware that he hadn't handled his warning to Jiraiya well, tossed a scroll to Hyuga Mirai. Mirai opened the scroll, revealing Orochimaru's modified version of the Edo Tensei technique. Orochimaru, you've improved this technique already. Hyuga Mirai asked, surprised. It's thanks to your help, Mirai-sama, and Danzo's, Orochimaru replied with a hoarse chuckle. I used the chakra generated by the curse seal, and Hashirama's cells to exert dual control over the Edo Tensei body. After dozens of experiments, I finally succeeded. Mirai, reflecting on the information, asked, and the test subjects. They were the ones Danzo sent for my research on would release, Orochimaru responded. It seems his root organization doesn't have much funding left, so the responsibility of finding subjects was handed over to them. I didn't realize Danzo would pin the blame on me, but it was soon discovered by the ANBU. As for the wood release experiments, I've reached a stage where I no longer need test subjects. So I used these people to study Edo Tensei. Thankfully, I didn't waste Danzo's hard work. Orochimaru smiled. Hyuga Mirai, upon hearing Orochimaru's explanation, couldn't help but feel that the future of the shinobi world might turn out differently than he had expected. Support from outsiders for experiments is just like this: if they don't see what they want, the cooperation won't last long. Mirai took the scroll from Orochimaru. Moreover, Danzo barely has any funds left. He's the type who can only support experiments for a short time. Orochimaru's smile grew wider when he saw Mirai accept the scroll. He also agreed with Mirai's words. Every time he had gone to Danzo for funding, it was always slow and uncooperative. You're right, Mirai-sama. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. patreon.com/turd translations. Just remove the space. Chapter 127. Chapter 127. 1771 words. Is this Mirai-sama's experimental base? Orochimaru asked as Hyuga Mirai led him to the underground base of the Uzumaki Trade Association, located outside the capital of the Land of Fire. Walking through, Orochimaru's eyes were open to the sight before him. Though he didn't see any equipment used for human experimentation, the numerous electronic instruments, and the hundreds of skeletal robots amazed him. This isn't even the true experimental base yet. The two selected bases are in the Land of Tea and the Land of Hot Water, Mirai replied, a hint of pride in his tone. There was a certain satisfaction in showcasing just a small portion of his capabilities to someone who could truly appreciate it. From Orochimaru's perspective, he could barely guess the purpose of the base, though he didn't know much about computers and chose not to speak out of turn. However, one of the massive supercomputers that dwarfed regular ones, easily hundreds of times more powerful, kept pulling his attention. A supercomputer equipped with basic artificial intelligence, capable of simulating and calculating many experimental results, Hyuga Mirai boasted, explaining the capabilities of the base. He even demonstrated a cellular fusion process for Orochimaru to observe. How do you like it? If you want, I can have 18 make one for you. Then, I won't hold back. Orochimaru couldn't refuse such a computer, which could drastically shorten the time spent on experimental calculations. Orochimaru quietly noted the name. Then, following Mirai, they continued the tour of the base. If Orochimaru had come earlier, he might have seen more classified areas. However, 18 had been instructed by Mirai multiple times not to put all eggs in one basket, so recently, the weapons manufacturing center had been moved to the experimental base in the land of T. Now, the base was mostly a computer production center and a network data processing hub. Due to the slow development of computers in the land of fire, the internet was only able to cover half the country. Some remote and barren regions were simply blank spots for 18. After finishing the tour, Orochimaru suddenly asked Hyuga Mirai, "Mirai-sama, I've never asked this before, but with your talent, you could have climbed the ranks to Hokage, even without defecting from Konoha. At that point, the entire village could have supported you. Why didn't you stay?" Mirai took a deep breath, then slowly replied, "I've thought about it seriously, you know. I could have started with breaking the caged bird seal, changed the branch families, and used the strength of the Hyuga clan to run for Hokage. That might have led me to becoming a combination of the ideologies of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, uniting the ninja world for peace, and marrying several wives along the way." He shook his head, frowning. "But that future is too dull. The ninja hierarchy is too low. I don't want to be trapped in that system. Besides, staying in Konoha would have led to deep connections, and that's a terrifying and troublesome thing for people like us. It forces you to do things you don't want to. Orochimaru, you should understand that." "Ha, I do," Orochimaru said with a soft chuckle, immediately thinking of Jiraiya. If that fool kept searching for him, Orochimaru feared he might lose the freedom to carry out his experiments properly. Mirai hadn't explicitly mentioned it, but that connection would inevitably soften a person's heart. The scales he gave to Orochimaru's purple snake were also intended to push him out of Konoha's environment, forcing him to leave. Mirai wasn't a native of this world, and the first 5 years of his life felt like an extremely long film to him. When he first arrived, he was terrified that he might be sent to the battlefield and die, so he constantly pushed himself to become stronger. As for the Hyuga main house, Mirai had no affection for them at all. Their lofty attitudes made him, a foreign soul, feel extremely uncomfortable. Over time, this discomfort turned into resentment. He frequently had unpleasant encounters with the main house, and that only heightened his dissatisfaction. If it weren't for Kyo Hyuga, Mirai wouldn't have let the main house off so easily. That naive young lady still refused to use the caged bird seal to bring him back to Konoha, even though he was practically their archenemy. She still held on to naive fantasies. Mirai wanted to see what kind of person that innocent young lady would become after her hopes were shattered. Orochimaru asked, "Mirai-sama, what are your plans now?" "First, I'll change the ninja world. I've put up with its twisted development for far too long." Mirai thought for a moment before continuing, "As for changing my life form to achieve immortality, I can put that on hold. I'm not dying anytime soon. Once the experimental base in the land of T is fully established, I plan to make a few clones, and use the spirit technique combined with cursed seals as backup lives." With decades to go before the Otsutsuki clan appears in the ninja world, Mirai believed he could reshape this world into his ideal perfect state before they arrived, rather than making empty speeches about stopping children from going to war and excluding those over 10 years old from being considered children. After hearing Mirai's ambitious plans, Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle in his hoarse voice. "Ha, to reform the ninja world. That's truly an ambitious idea." Here is the translation of the provided content. Believe me, Orochimaru, if we approach this methodically, you'll see that transforming the shinobi world isn't as difficult as it seems. Of course, I believe you, Mirai-kun. After all, in just a few short years, you've built the Uzumaki Trade Association into a powerhouse. For most, reshaping the shinobi world would be a ridiculous notion, but coming from you, it's something worth anticipating. At the mention of the Uzumaki Trade Association, Orochimaru suddenly recalled that Konoha had recently struck a massive deal with a company called the Hayakusa Trade Association. Interestingly, the owner of that company went by the name 19. Numbers for names and specifically the sequential connection between 18 and 19. Orochimaru was fairly certain his suspicions were correct. "What do you plan to do next, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru mused for a moment before responding, I plan to roam the shinobi world for a while. The history of this world may hold many undiscovered truths. Once I've delved into its past, I might consider establishing a faction of my own. Hyuga Mirai asked directly, do you need my help? Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. Naturally. The moment I crushed the serpent's scale, I had already made my decision. On the path to uncovering the world's truths, he considered Hyuga Mirai an indispensable ally. Satisfied with this answer, Mirai smiled. Orochimaru's greatest strength wasn't just his combat prowess, it was his insatiable curiosity and unparalleled talent in research. Mirai had long entertained a thought: if, during their time in Akatsuki, Konan had allocated all of their funds to support Orochimaru's experiments, what kind of world-changing results would have emerged? With that, Orochimaru took his leave, his wristwatch in hand. He had no idea how long he would wander, but when the time came for him to establish a faction, he would undoubtedly contact Mirai through the watch. Shortly after Orochimaru left, 18 approached Mirai and reported, "Sir, Noara Rin wishes to see you." Mirai asked casually, "How has she been behaving?" "Not well. She believes we are Konoha's enemies and has been refusing to eat, hoping to starve herself to death." "Another stubborn fool, huh?" Mirai scratched his head, then shut off the holographic display in front of him. Tilting his head toward 18, he asked, 18, what do you think about building another combat assistant, this time using tailed beast chakra as its core? If we can eliminate the consciousness embedded in the chakra, its efficiency and weapon capabilities will surpass those of fusion reactor-powered combat assistants. I suggest designing the machine based on the unique properties of tailed beast chakra. Mirai furrowed his brow slightly. So you're saying tailed beast chakra could interfere with the AI of the combat assistant? There's a 21% probability, sir. A nanotech display extended from 18's hand, listing various factors of how tailed beast chakra could affect the neural network of a nanomachine. Looking at this, I realize I've only been considering chakra as an energy source and not its fundamental composition, Mirai mused. He paused, suddenly recalling that 18 had been the first successful application of chakra as a power source for a biomechanical assistant. The energy core used a starstone, something that, in hindsight, might be connected to the 10 tails. Do you have any commands, sir? 18 asked calmly as Mirai studied her. Shaking his head, Mirai replied, nothing for now. Let's check on Noara Rin first. So far, 18 had flawlessly executed all of his commands without deviation. There was no rush to dig deeper into the issue. He would observe a little longer. Within this facility, only 3 people had unrestricted access to the underground levels: Hyuga Mirai, Ayaka Uzumaki, and Noara Rin. After Ayaka had abducted her, Noara Rin had been kept in the underground base. Aside from restricted movement, she was treated well. Her meals were on par with what a jonin would receive, and a computer was even provided in her room, fully equipped with internet access and a variety of games. Most prisoners would never receive such treatment. However, Rin feared this was all part of a hidden mist plot. Since no one engaged with her without Mirai's direct orders, she suspected she was merely a tool to be used against Konoha once again. This fear drove her to refuse food in an attempt to starve herself to death. But 18 was a perfect executor of Mirai's orders. If Rin wouldn't eat, then she would receive daily injections of nutrient solutions, just enough to keep her alive. We've arrived, sir, 18 said as she led Mirai to a room. She opened the door and stepped aside to let him enter. Inside, Noara Rin sat slumped, her emotions low. At first, when she heard the door open, she assumed it was just another routine injection and didn't bother lifting her head. But then, she heard a familiar voice. Her eyes widened in surprise. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. patreon.com/turd translations. Just remove the space. Chapter 128. Chapter 128, 1674 words. It's been nearly 8 years since graduation, and you're the only one who still calls me that. Are you nostalgic for the good times at the Ninja Academy? Hyuga Mirai slowly walked up to Noera Rin, asking. 18 followed closely behind him, maintaining a half-step distance while making sure to block Ayaka Uzumaki from following too closely, preventing her from getting in the way. Mirai-kun, why are you here? The surprise Noera Rin felt when she first saw him had faded, and after composing herself, she began to analyze her current situation. When Mirai entered, he didn't seem to be in a state of captivity, and the look in that red-haired woman's eyes when she looked at him was all too clear. Did you bring me here, Mirai-kun? You're not completely foolish, so we can continue this conversation. Rin, do you know why I had you brought here? Rin's face turned pale as she placed her hand over her abdomen. Is it because of the 3 tails inside me? That's part of it. The other reason is that you've been targeted, Mirai responded, taking a nano-display screen from 18, and pulling up a recording of the scene from when Rin fell unconscious. It showed what happened when Ayaka Uzumaki returned to the battlefield and recorded everything that transpired. Rin was confused as she took the screen from Mirai and saw a scene where Kakashi was battling with mist ninjas. When Kakashi charged the enemy with his jutsu, she suddenly appeared, using her body to take the full brunt of Kakashi's Chidori. One of his hands pierced her chest. Later, Kakashi, exhausted and emotionally charged, fainted after using too much chakra with his Mangekyo Sharingan. Then, a figure wearing a Uzumaki mask appeared from the forest, killing all the mist ninjas present. But before this person showed up, her body was destroyed by an explosive tag, sending Kakashi flying far away. What's going on? Mirai-sama, who is the person in the video? Rin asked, her mind full of confusion and doubt. Why did she see herself being killed by Kakashi? And who was that person wearing the Uzumaki mask? They seemed to be using the first Hokages with style. Mirai turned serious as he said, I'll explain this in detail, but you'll need to make a choice after hearing it. He paused and then continued, simply put, Obito has been targeted by someone. To make Obito activate his Mangekyo Sharingan, they need you to die in front of him. You've probably realized by now why Mist Village has been after you, and the curse seal on your chest. Mist Village doesn't have such advanced control techniques. Is it because of Obito? Have I become his weakness? Rin murmured quietly. Mirai gave Rin 2 sharp taps on the head, snapping her out of her self-blame. Such overbearing kindness, taking all the blame upon oneself, was a kind of illness. If left untreated, it would eventually cause major problems. Back to the point. Noera Rin is dead. Even if you're still alive, I won't allow you to be seen. Although the future has changed a lot, without Obito as the instigator, more unpredictable events will occur. Mirai paused and looked directly at Rin. You have 2 choices now. First, work under me for 10 years. After that, I will grant you your freedom. Second, I'll extract the 3 tails and send your corpse back to Konoha's cemetery. When Rin heard that she would die, her body trembled. If it were earlier, Rin might not have feared death, but after hearing about the plot to target Obito, she was desperate to understand what was really going on, and wanted to know the fate of Obito and Kakashi. Your unique physique should make you a perfect Jinchuriki, Mirai continued. Although I defected from Konoha, everything I've done has been for the peace of the ninja world. Rin, you shouldn't have lived this long, but because of the 3 tails, I'm giving you a chance. For the next 10 years, I won't ask you to do anything except medical work. If after 10 years you still want to leave, I'll keep my promise. Think it over, Mirai said, giving Rin one last tap on the head before turning to leave the room. Mirai-sama, Ayaka Uzumaki called out after they left the room where Rin was being held. I could seal the 3 tails inside me, she suggested. The 3 tails isn't suited for you, Ayaka. I have other plans for you, Mirai replied without hesitation. Ayaka's chakra was already high, and with the adamantine chains awakened, combined with the T1 armor, she would be enough to hold a position for Mirai. Sealing the 3 tails inside her would only grant her a small boost in chakra, the effect being minimal, just a slight improvement. If Rin agrees to work for me, then I'll free Ayaka from the medical system. Rin's medical talent isn't weak, and with the help of the Three Tails chakra, she could take over Ayaka's medical role. Mirai then turned to the other person beside him. 18. How's the development of the Hayakusa Trade Association going? 18 pulled up some data and reported to Mirai. The Hayakusa Trade Association has now opened 19 branches across 7 countries. Ever since Konoha first used their medicine on the battlefield with great success, word spread quickly. This led to an influx of buyers traveling to the Land of Fire. After conducting investigations, 19 selected 6 other countries and established 14 additional branches. Hyuga Mirai nodded in satisfaction. Sounds promising. 18 continued, however, we are facing shortages. The production of raw materials is slow. This issue, Mirai pondered for a moment before deciding to summon Senja Hashirama through Edo Tensei. However, White Zetsu was a product of the God Tree, and without a sample, he'd have to resort to other sacrificial sources. 18. Gather some bandits and outlaws alive. I'll use them to resolve the material shortage. Understood. Additionally, the second satellite is now complete, and is scheduled for launch in 2 months. Good work, 18. Kato is facing significant resistance from nobles and local factions. He's requesting greater authority, otherwise, he claims it will be difficult to expand the association's influence. However, he might be exaggerating. His personal indulgence time has increased by 13% compared to last month. Teach him a lesson. Make it clear there won't be a next time. After carefully reviewing 18's report, Mirai gained a clearer understanding of their progress. When it came to the expansion of the trade association, relying solely on biomechanical assistance wasn't the best approach. Recruiting talented individuals from the shinobi world would ensure that connections between the various trade associations remained inconspicuous. At the same time, he was considering involvement in the underground black market exchange network, a massive and highly influential dark organization. There were quite a few rogue ninja in the world. While most weren't Kage level, a well-organized mercenary group composed of jonin would still be formidable. However, rogue ninja were unpredictable. He needed to find those with a reliable reputation to form a mercenary team. Sir, regarding the matter you previously instructed, I've found traces of Sasori of the Red Sand. Mirai was surprised. That quickly? 18, send me his information. I'll personally go and speak with him. Understood, sir. Shortly after, Mirai received the intelligence file on Sasori. It contained not only a detailed record of his movements, but also covertly taken photographs. At this point in time, Sasori had yet to join the Akatsuki. Perhaps Mirai could get to him first and convince him to join his side. The Akatsuki only valued Sasori for his strength. But Mirai and Orochimaru, they were the ones who truly shared Sasori's passion for research. Just as he was considering his next move, Mirai suddenly felt the pull of a summoning jutsu. He had only signed a contract with Ryuchi Cave, and this chakra signature undoubtedly belonged to Kahaku. But that little guy should still be digesting its meal. Why would it summon him now? A puff of smoke erupted, and Mirai vanished from his location. Before leaving, he had already sent messages to 18 and Ayaka Uzumaki, so responding to Kahaku's reverse summoning wouldn't cause any disruptions. Ryuchi Cave, a dark, damp cavern with a lake below Mirai-sama. Kahaku felt Mirai's presence and immediately looked up at him, who was now standing on its head. Kahaku, you summoned me. What's the matter? Mirai glanced around and remarked in surprise, is this where you live? I didn't expect it to be this spacious. This is a place I seized, Mirai-sama. It originally belonged to a large red snake. While I was out hunting, we had a conflict. So I drove that wretched snake out and took over. In Ryuchi Cave, strength determined everything. It wasn't uncommon for serpents to devour their own kind. However, such acts were usually limited to non-intelligent snakes far beneath Kahaku's level. Mirai-sama, the reason I summoned you is because the White Snake Sage wishes to meet with you. The White Snake Sage. Mirai frowned slightly. Though he was contracted with Ryuchi Cave, he had always kept his distance from the intelligent elder serpents that resided there. Kahaku, do you know why the White Snake Sage wants to see me? Kahaku hesitated, looking a little guilty. After a brief pause, it confessed, it might have something to do with me. Mirai-sama, when I went to meet the White Snake Sage, I saw that red snake I drove out it actually went and tattled. What a disgrace to snakes everywhere. All this, just over a place to live. Mirai's expression twitched slightly. He highly doubted the White Snake Sage would summon him just for something so trivial. Well, he'd find out soon enough. Take me to see the White Snake Sage, Kahaku. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters Patreon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 129. Chapter 129 1777 words. The ways in which the three great sanctuaries choose their summoners vary. Compared to Mount Mayaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest rarely have summoners appear outside their domains. The current generation of the three Sannin can be considered a coincidence. Although Hyuga Mirai signed a summoning contract with Ryuchi Cave, he rarely summons beasts for combat. He only selected and nurtured Small Purple. As for Sage Mode, he developed his own version, so there's little need for him to seek assistance from Ryuchi Cave. The White Snake Sage is a colossal white phosphorus snake. According to Orochimaru, the Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave involves the White Snake Sage injecting natural energy into the practitioner through her fangs. After that, it's up to the practitioner's will and abilities. If they can't endure the invasive natural energy of Ryuchi Cave, they will be devoured by the three Snake Sisters. When Mirai arrived, he saw three women of varying forms standing by. Their eyes, which were almost identical to human ones, continuously observed him. It wasn't until their inner greed could no longer be contained that the three Snake Sisters revealed their true serpentine features. The three Snake Sisters hadn't expected that Small Purple's summoner would be such a compelling young man. Since Mirai had already signed a contract with Ryuchi Cave, he didn't need to undergo the three Snake Sisters' trials. The White Snake Sage didn't appear in human form in front of him either. I didn't expect that Small Purple's summoner would have eyes just like those who stopped the goddess of the moon 1,000 years ago. It seems you are his descendant, the White Snake Sage remarked. After hearing this, Mirai asked, White Snake Sage, did you experience the events of the Otsutsuki clan 1,000 years ago? The Otsutsuki clan? I don't know about that, but the goddess of the moon bringing the god tree to pacify the wars is well known to all the summoning beasts. The god tree absorbed natural energy that was closely tied to the summoning beasts, and many of us could sense it. The White Snake Sage slowly began recounting the events. The god tree absorbed natural energy so aggressively that it almost endangered the survival of all summoning beasts. However, the goddess of the moon was too powerful for us to stop. In the end, it was Gamamaru who came up with a plan and convinced the goddess's two sons to learn our training methods. With that knowledge, they were able to defeat the goddess and seal the god tree. I didn't expect that Small Purple's summoner would have the same eyes as one of those sons from back then. Mirai casually commented, I am a descendant of the people from Himura. So, White Snake Sage, why did you summon me? Well, this is a bit embarrassing, the White Snake Sage said slowly. Recently, Small Purple's appetite has increased significantly. Though he learned to absorb natural energy to reduce his food intake, he sometimes fights with other giant snakes over prey. This time, it was over a hunt for the Sinya. That didn't quite match what Small Purple had told him. Mirai looked down at Small Purple, who had closed its eyes. If Mirai hadn't been standing on its head, it would likely have buried its head into its body in embarrassment. Another reason I summoned you here is to introduce you to another summoner of Ryuchi Cave. If you need it in the future, not just Small Purple, but other giant snakes of Ryuchi Cave can also be summoned to help you in battle. Mirai raised an eyebrow and pointed at the three Snake Sisters below the White Snake Sage. What if I want to summon them? Naturally, you can. But first, you'll need to leave their sage chakra in your body, so you can summon them using the summoning technique. With small purple, the assistance of other giant snakes might not be that significant. But as you said, let's proceed with that. I've heard that Ryuchi Cave has 2 types of sage jutsu. Can I learn them? As a summoner of Ryuchi Cave, you can naturally learn Ryuchi Cave's inherited sage jutsu. These 2 techniques are learned by all the sage serpents of Ryuchi Cave. You may ask any one of them for guidance, the white snake sage replied. Sending over the snake sisters and sage jutsu, Mirai didn't believe for a second that there were no ulterior motives behind this. Then, white snake sage, is there anything you need me to do? Mirai asked directly. The white phosphorus snake shook her enormous head. Not for now. I understand, Mirai said. Not for now, but there will be something in the future. After the white snake sage's gesture, the 3 snake sisters left their chakra with Mirai, enabling him to summon them for battle in the ninja world whenever needed. Summoning any one of the 3 great serpent princesses from Ryuchi Cave would cost Hyuga Mirai nearly a third of his chakra reserves. However, considering their immense power practically surpassing Kage level in combat, it was more than a fair trade. Mirai-sama, I didn't expect the white snake sage to treat you so favorably, Kahaku's voice called out from below as Mirai, led by the serpent, returned to the territory once claimed by Shinya. Favorably? Not quite. This is just mutual benefit. If the white snake sage isn't making demands now, it only means there will be more in the future, Mirai replied with a shake of his head. But no matter. Now that I know where they stand, I can allow others to sign summoning contracts with Ryuchi Cave as well. A strong summoning beast could be a tremendous asset in battle. The giant serpents of Ryuchi Cave, some exceeding 50 meters in length, were foes that even Chunin-level ninjas couldn't handle. And if a serpent surpassed 100 meters, even elite Jonin would struggle against it. All a summoner had to do was provide chakra, and in return, they gained a powerful ally far more efficient than expending chakra on jutsu. After taking some time to check Kahaku's condition and record its biological data, Mirai released the reverse summoning jutsu and returned to his base. Upon arrival, he immediately prepared for his next mission. Now that he had confirmed Sasori of the Red Sand's whereabouts, it was best to make contact quickly. With Sasori's cautious nature, if left alone, he might disappear again, retreating to some hidden location to craft puppets, vanishing from the shinobi world for a long time. Mirai-sama, can I go with you? As soon as she heard that Mirai was leaving, Ayaka Uzumaki ran over, eyes filled with anticipation. Next time, Ayaka. The Uzumaki Trade Association still needs you here for now. Mirai lightly flicked her forehead, then left the base without hesitation. With the association preparing for another major expansion, Ayaka's presence was essential. Furthermore, since Orochimaru and Mirai's defection from Konoha, Kushina Uzumaki had been reaching out to Ayaka more frequently, making it unwise for her to be absent for too long. Utilizing his armor's propulsion system, Mirai reached the land of crafts in a matter of moments. According to his intelligence, Sasori had come here to purchase tools for crafting puppets. He should still be in the area. However, since the land of crafts was outside the Uzumaki Trade Association's sphere of influence, gathering information there was more difficult. Even the lead on Sasori's location had come from a black market intelligence network. Once 18 launched a few more satellites, monitoring the shinobi world's movements would become much easier. Still, the land of crafts wasn't particularly large. With Mirai's Byakugan, locating a single person was relatively simple. Before long, he found Sasori's hidden base in a rocky desert cave. Biological mechanical integration, huh? The execution is a bit crude, but solidifying flesh with chakra to preserve its abilities. That's an interesting self-created sealing technique. However, relying solely on chakra threads for transmission components is too simplistic. A nanotech interface would drastically improve the speed of command transmission. Observing from 5 kilometers away, Mirai used his Byakugan to watch as Sasori completed work on his third Kazekage human puppet. Only after the final adjustments were made did Mirai make his approach. Deliberately triggering the barriers Sasori had set up, he waited at the entrance of the cave. Moments later, Sasori emerged. Though Sasori was 4 years older than Mirai, his short stature and youthful face made him appear even younger. A Konoha ninja. You actually managed to track me down. Sasori eyed Mirai warily. He wasn't wearing a headband, but the Byakugan was unmistakable. Mirai corrected him with a calm expression. Not a Konoha ninja. I left the village. You'll be hearing about it in the shinobi world soon enough. A rogue ninja, then? Sasori's eyes flickered with interest as he noticed the absence of a caged bird seal on Mirai's forehead. He had always wanted to collect the unique abilities of the shinobi world, turning bloodline limits into his personal arsenal of human puppets. To find an unrestricted Byakugan user standing before him, what luck. You came to me willingly. Then do me a favor and become part of my collection. The Byakugan is said to be one of the most difficult bloodlines to obtain. Seems like today's my lucky day. With a cold smirk, Sasori retrieved a scroll, summoning the freshly completed third Kazekage puppet. Mirai, unfazed, tilted his head. We're fighting already. You're a bit impulsive, aren't you? Don't you even want to ask why I came looking for you? Sasori extended his chakra threads, linking them to the Kazekage puppet. I'll give you plenty of time for last words before you die. Last words? Mirai glanced at Sasori's puppet, his expression unreadable. You're putting all your confidence in that flawed creation. There was something in Mirai's gaze that struck Sasori, a look of superiority. The same look he had given other shinobi in Sunagakure who couldn't grasp the art of puppetry. You bastard! Before Sasori could finish speaking, a stream of liquid silver like mercury flowed from Mirai's hand. As it touched the ground, the liquid reshaped itself into a humanoid metallic puppet. Under the sunlight, its black and gold surface gleamed with an elegant, refined finish. If you want to fight, then so be it, Mirai said with a smirk. And since you insist, let's make this a true puppeteer's battle. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Patreon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 130, Chapter 130. 1760 words. Are you looking down on me? For Sasori of the Red Sand, being taunted by a Byakugan-wielding, taijutsu-skilled ninja to compete in puppet techniques was a great insult. Though Hyuga Mirai's ability to summon a metal puppet intrigued him, Sasori believed he would be able to extract the secret after killing this man. An expert in human puppetry, Sasori was also skilled in interrogation. No one had ever survived being made into one of his living puppets without breaking down. Just a reminder, the weaponry on this puppet is incredibly powerful. If you're not careful, it might even kill you. Hyuga Mirai kindly warned, but to Sasori, it sounded more like another provocative challenge. Die, bastard. Red secret technique, thousand hands control. Unable to suppress his anger, Sasori controlled the third Kazekage's puppet and launched an attack. During its flight, the left arm of the third Kazekage puppet glowed with seals, and suddenly, hundreds of mechanical arms shot out, aiming for Hyuga Mirai. The arms not only had blades laced with poison, but also included toxic smoke mechanisms. Furthermore, the material of the arms was tough, and regular kunai wouldn't even cut them. A searing beam of light shot through, destroying a third of the mechanical arms. 2 more blasts from the heat beams, and the remaining mechanical arms were completely obliterated in mere seconds by Mirai's powered battle armor. What kind of weapon is this? Sasori muttered, furrowing his brows. The attack didn't look like ninjutsu, it came from the palm of that metal puppet. He could still see a faint wisp of smoke rising from the cannon's barrel. The thousand hands control technique had been destroyed so quickly that Sasori struggled to process it. This is a thermal energy beam cannon. The temperature it generates is around 2,500 degrees Celsius, nearly half the surface temperature of the sun, Mirai explained, his tone polite. He had held back during the attack, otherwise, the third Kazekage puppet would have been obliterated entirely. Even the chakra metal of this world couldn't withstand such high temperatures. Mirai had no issue revealing some of the battle armor's secrets, as knowing them would be useless unless Sasori had a way to counter them. Besides, 18 was constantly calculating upgrades for the weapons, so by the time Sasori might find a countermeasure, the battle armor might have already been updated. Magnet release, sand iron rain. Sasori realized that the puppet's weaponry wouldn't stand up to such high temperatures, so he immediately used the third Kazekage's magnet release bloodline. Die, bastard! Countless iron sand grains rained down from all directions, their speed so fast that it was difficult for regular ninja to dodge. Sasori was confident that no one could avoid the massive area of his magnet release technique. You like using metal puppets. As soon as your puppet gets even a little iron sand on it, it's as good as destroyed, Sasori thought, a mocking smile on his face. This iron sand wasn't ordinary, it was infused with chakra and magnetic forces from the third Kazekage. Anything it touched would be controlled. Mirai's battle armor instantly transformed into a massive shield, blocking the iron sand that was rushing toward him. The sound of countless iron sand grains colliding with the shield filled the air, creating a thunderous noise, like a violent hailstorm. Your puppet is already scrap. Let's see what other trump cards you have left. Sasori sneered as he saw the iron sand clinging to the shield. He used chakra threads to manipulate the third Kazekage's puppet, and tried to seize Mirai's metal puppet. Sasori was fascinated by this puppet, with its free-forming ability and powerful artillery. It was a type of puppet he had never seen before. What's going on? Sasori thought, as he saw that the puppet shield still wasn't reacting. He increased the chakra output, forcing the third Kazekage puppet to use magnet release at full power. But still, there was no response. My puppet isn't made of metal. No matter how much you use magnet release, it won't have any effect, Mirai calmly explained. His biological nanotechnology, inspired by the tailed beast cells, was far more resilient than Sasori's magnets. Even with Sasori's chakra strings, he couldn't control the materials. Mirai had to admit that Sasori's puppetry skills were impressive, especially for someone so young. Creating a human puppet like the third Kazekage, and using the magnet release bloodline to solidify it was quite a feat. I have a rough idea of your strength now. Let's call it quits for today. Mirai gave a command, and his battle armor immediately returned to its original form. With a burst of power from its limbs, he shot toward Sasori's third Kazekage puppet at lightning speed. As soon as the T1 battle armor made contact, it rapidly flowed over the puppet like liquid metal, encasing it completely. From the outside, it looked as if the puppet had been outfitted with a suit of armor. The moment the T1 armor wrapped around the third Kazekage puppet, Sasori of the Red Sand lost control over it. Sasori, I know your story, Hyuga Mirai began as he walked toward him. Your parents were killed by Konoha's White Fan, so you wanted revenge. But after his death, your target was gone. So instead, you turned your hatred toward the third Kazekage, blaming him for the war with Konoha that led to your parents' demise. Stopping a few steps away, Mirai continued, I don't think you care much about world peace or ending war, so I won't waste time talking about ideals. Let's talk about profit. Your human puppet technique falls under the category of biomechanical engineering. Coincidentally, that's my specialty. You have talent, even managing to solidify a Kekii Genkai into a puppet, a concept I've only theorized, but you've actually achieved. Mirai glanced at the third Kazekage puppet and sighed, though I must say, the craftsmanship is a bit rough. Sasori's face darkened at the comment. He had lost control of his strongest puppet, and while he still had others, they were hardly worth showing off. Work for me, Sasori, Mirai offered. I can teach you more advanced biomechanical techniques. With your talent, you could perfect your human puppetry in no time. Some people, when taught basic knowledge, only ever reach a basic level. But those with true talent like Sasori could take the same knowledge and push it to unimaginable heights. Sasori possessed both passion and talent for his craft. Given the right guidance, he would grow exponentially, and Mirai suspected he wouldn't even have to put in much effort before Sasori began surprising him with his innovations. What do you think? Not only will you gain better puppet techniques, but we've also completed research on immortality, Mirai added with a smirk. Compared to wandering the shinobi world for years without real progress, wouldn't it be better to join me? More advanced puppetry. Immortality. Sasori's heart wavered. These were two things he had been pursuing for years. If he could truly learn them from this man, then joining his faction wouldn't be a loss. Just don't lie to me. If you do, I won't let you off, Sasori finally said as Mirai reached his side. Mirai smiled in satisfaction. He wasn't after Sasori's current strength, but rather his potential. Right now, Sasori was relatively weak, his puppet techniques still incomplete. He couldn't even defeat Orochimaru in his current state. Besides, strength alone wasn't enough to earn a place in Mirai's ranks. Welcome aboard. You won't regret it. As soon as Mirai spoke, the T1 armor peeled away from the third Kazekage like quicksilver and flowed back onto his wrist. The moment it left the puppet, Sasori felt his control return. Curious about this? Mirai asked, noticing Sasori's lingering gaze on his wrist. This is a biological nanotech battle armor, Mirai explained. You've heard of tailed beasts, right? Their cells are unique when in physical form. They can be the size of a mountain, with weight and mass to match. But under the effects of sealing jutsu, their cells can shrink while maintaining their density. Sasori didn't fully grasp everything Mirai was saying, but he could tell that the quicksilver-like material that had enveloped his puppet must have been inspired by the principles of tailed beast cells. Now that he thought about it, tailed beasts were indeed a fascinating subject for research. Why hadn't he considered it before? After recollecting the third Kazekage puppet, Sasori turned to Mirai and asked in his usual indifferent tone, "Where's your base?" "One moment. Let me check which location suits you best," Mirai replied. He scanned through several developing bases on his nanotech display. The Land of Fire's capital was out of the question. No personnel would be stationed there. The Land of Tea housed his personal research lab, which Sasori could visit, but all robotic manufacturing equipment had been moved to the Land of Whirlpools. How about the Land of Whirlpools? The base there is still under construction, but in my plans, it will focus on mechanical guardian production. You could also oversee the plantations while you're there, Mirai suggested. He pulled up the details of the Land of Whirlpools base on the nanotech display and handed it to Sasori. Rows upon rows of metallic humanoid machines, large-scale production facilities, and state-of-the-art laboratories. Each image struck a chord in Sasori's heart. Compared to the conditions he had worked in before, crude caves, makeshift huts, this was a dream. This will do. I'm satisfied, Sasori said flatly, though inside, he was eager to visit the Land of Whirlpools as soon as possible. As for guarding the plantation, you don't have to worry. If anyone causes trouble, I won't let them off, he added. Then Mirai started, but suddenly, he turned his head toward the sky, activating his Byakugan. Someone's coming. Sasori followed Mirai's gaze but could only see a black speck in the distant sky. As the figure drew closer, Sasori finally made out the shape. It was a person with wings. What kind of day is this? First this guy shows up, and now another weirdo. Sasori thought. A few moments later, the figure landed, revealing a woman with wings crafted from paper. Join the Akatsuki, Sasori of the Red Sand, Conan said without hesitation. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Patreon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 131. Chapter 131 1247 words. Sasori of the Red Sand tilted his head and asked Hyuga Mirai, "Who is she?" Mirai pretended to think for a moment before replying, "A woman in a black cloak with red clouds, seems like I haven't seen her much." While speaking, he activated his Byakugan. Since Conan had arrived, it was clear that Zetsu must be nearby as well. The Byakugan's perceptive ability far exceeded that of Ayaka Uzumaki's Kagura Mind Eye. Though its range was slightly smaller, the level of detail it provided in sight was unmatched by Kagura Mind Eye. When Zetsu merged into the ground, even sensory jutsu struggled to detect his presence. But once Zetsu showed himself, he couldn't escape the Byakugan's detection. Found him. There was a spot on the right, a rocky outcrop, and another location beneath the ground to the left rear. Zetsu must have just arrived, as if he had been nearby during the fight with Sasori, he would have been detected by Mirai. Whoever you are, just leave. I'm not interested in joining your organization, Sasori gruffly rejected Conan's invitation. He didn't believe that there was anyone in this organization who could help him improve his puppetry skills. Since he had already agreed to work with Hyuga Mirai, Sasori wasn't one to break his word. If that's the case, I'll have to resort to force, Conan spoke calmly. Suddenly, the paper wings on her back exploded, scattering into the air like a shower of petals, filling the area with floating paper pieces. There's chakra within those paper pieces, and her body has transformed into chakra paper. This isn't a bloodline limit technique, but rather some kind of secret art. It seems like regular physical attacks won't be effective against her. I'd recommend using fire release or water release, Mirai observed through his Byakugan. He could even see where Conan's chakra was primarily gathered. Unless Conan evenly distributed her chakra, her true form wouldn't be hidden from the Byakugan. Fire release jutsu, Sasori muttered to himself. He was quite skilled with fire-based jutsu, having kept several fire affinity puppets in his collection. He had over 100 puppets, and at least 7 or 8 of them were adept at fire release. Why don't you use your fire jutsu? Your puppet's fire release should be much stronger than mine, Sasori said, staring at Hyuga Mirai. Although he didn't understand much about the beam cannon, he was well aware of the concept of 2,500 degrees Celsius heat. He had seen the puppet's arm disintegrate almost instantly. Mirai calmly replied, "You don't think she came alone, do you? There are certainly others with her nearby. By now, your information has been compromised. If I strike, the enemy will know." He pointed to 2 locations where Zetsu was hiding. If I pull out my T1 battle armor now, Zetsu will definitely figure out that I was the one who helped rescue Noera Rin before. The Akatsuki organization was a good point for gathering firepower. Their existence was more of a benefit to Hyuga Mirai than a hindrance. With both Nagato and Conan being somewhat lacking in intelligence, there might be opportunities to use them in the future. So to avoid confrontation and the possibility of being detected, Hyuga Mirai decided to steer clear of raising suspicion. Far in the distance, Zetsu saw Mirai pointing in their direction and quickly murmured, "We've been spotted." How did he know we were here? Are you an idiot? The Byakugan's ability is unmatched in the entire ninja world. Even if you're hiding in the rocks, he'll still see you, Black Zetsu mocked White Zetsu, his tone dismissive. He didn't hold back any praise for the Byakugan, as his mother also possessed it. White Zetsu, scorned by Black Zetsu, immediately rebutted, "I was probably distracted by you, otherwise, I would have figured it out. But why is Sasori, of all people, so close to a Hyuga? And they seem to be getting along well." "I'm not sure about that," Black Zetsu answered. "But this recruitment attempt won't be successful. Remember this person and ask Obito when we return." After seeing Hyuga Mirai, Black Zetsu had a feeling that this recruitment wouldn't be easy. According to White Zetsu's investigation, Sasori's parents had been killed by Konoha's White Fang, yet now he was so close to a Hyuga ninja. There had to be something fishy about it. The confrontation didn't last much longer and soon, the battle began. With Hyuga Mirai providing guidance from the sidelines, Sasori effectively had an extra pair of Byakugan eyes. Every time a paper jutsu came near, Mirai would step in and protect Sasori from the attacks. Hyuga Mirai couldn't attack using the T1 battle armor, but he could certainly lend a hand. Conan's paper dance technique allows her to transform paper in the air into kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags, but the power of these objects comes from the chakra attached to the paper. Luckily for Hyuga Mirai, he could clearly see the chakra embedded in the paper, and with ease, he could disrupt the chakra, turning it back into ordinary paper. Sasori, there are some paper traps buried underground. Her target is probably your smallest puppet. The left joint of the 3 puppets is wrapped in paper. Burn it with flames. Understood. Upon hearing this, Sasori immediately followed Hyuga Mirai's advice, once again foiling Conan's attack. Under the assault of 2 fire-release puppets, Conan found herself dodging desperately. Tasked with both offense and defense and facing fire release, even though Conan's paper dance was exceptionally refined, it was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain. Especially with Hyuga Mirai's nearly flawless defense. No matter what angle she approached from, her attack couldn't escape his Byakugan. Under his protection, Sasori could afford to focus on attacking Conan, instead of protecting himself. Hey, what's wrong? You said you'd use forceful methods, but I've never seen such a cowardly way of doing it, Sasori mocked. Sasori-san, now's not the time for taunting. Maybe she's already considering retreating, but if she hears your words, she might reignite her fighting spirit. These 2 bastards. Even though Conan had been keeping her calm demeanor, hearing such sarcastic taunts couldn't help but make her angry. And with this recruitment mission likely failed, she was about to lose face for Nagato. Conan dodged the 2 fire-release puppets' attacks once more, then recalled all the paper, arranging it in the shape of angel wings in the air. Sasori, today you rejected the god's offer. You'll regret it in the future. After saying this, Conan flapped her paper wings and flew off. The recruitment failed and she couldn't defeat them, so there was no point in staying. Her only mistake was coming here alone with Zetsu. She should have brought another ninja to ensure success. God this, God that. The losers sure do talk a lot. Too bad I couldn't keep her. Otherwise, I'd have gained another specimen for my collection. Hyuga Mirai, standing nearby, remarked, don't call such things specimens. Sasori gave Hyuga Mirai a lingering glance. Although he wanted to retort, he knew this person had every right to say that. His puppets, when compared to Mirai's capabilities, were barely even scraps. Let's go. We'll return to the organization first. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 132. Chapter 132 1751 words. When Kurina Yuhi woke up, she found herself lying in a familiar room, knowing that her mother must have carried her back. After the previous incidents, she was no longer surprised by this. After tidying up, Kurenai decided to go downstairs for something to eat before continuing her training. With the 4th Hokage succession complete, and the war just ended, the village was busy with rebuilding. Since Hyuga Mirai's defection, Kurenai's original team had been disbanded, and Kyo Hyuga had also withdrawn from Konoha's mission teams. Before receiving any new assignments, Kurenai had a lot of free time. Since her teammates had just defected, it would take at least a month or 2 to reassemble the team. And someone like Kurenai, who had once worked alongside a rogue ninja, would likely have difficulty joining a new team. Ninjas who followed Orochimaru, for example, were still under interrogation. Even once that ended, it was unlikely they would be trusted with sensitive missions unless they regained the Hokage's trust. Kurenai considered herself lucky her father, an elite jonin, helped her maintain a good reputation in the village. She had only asked Kyo Hyuga for help once, but after seeing that she was busy with clan matters and training, she didn't want to disturb her again. Instead, she made the same choice Kyo had, focusing on her own growth. After Mirai's defection, Kurenai had also been questioned a few times by the ANBU. However, with Kyo and her father, Shinku Yuhi, by her side, she didn't face any harsh interrogation, just routine questions. Still, it was uncomfortable for her. Answering the same questions repeatedly was meant to prompt her to recall more details. This wasn't even the real ANBU interrogation. If it had been an enemy, they would have directly searched through her mind. After grabbing a quick meal that her mother had left for her, Kurenai stuffed a rice ball into her mouth. She used to savor her meals, enjoying every bite, but now it was just about filling her stomach quickly, so she could get back to her training. Kurenai, her father, Shinku, called out as she was about to leave. He stepped closer and said softly, "We haven't had a proper conversation in a while." "Father." "Even if you're training, there's no rush," Shinku added, his tone more firm now. After a sigh he continued, "Come sit with me. I don't have any missions today, so I can accompany you while you train." Kurenai hesitated for a moment, but decided to listen to her father. She sat with him in the living room. "Is it because of the teammate from your former squad?" Shinku asked directly, not beating around the bush. He felt his daughter had grown into a capable ninja, and it was time to address her current situation. Why this sudden push to improve? "Father, I just want to get stronger. I don't want to be powerless next time something like this happens," Kurenai said softly, her red eyes now dull, lacking their usual brilliance. Shinku nodded and said, "I see. But Kurenai, training should be focused. If you train blindly, it won't help improve your abilities." Kurenai's mind wandered back to the words Hyuga Mirai once said to her during their time in the team. "Kurenai, training should be targeted. The goal is to strengthen your advantages and make up for your weaknesses. With that in mind, you'll know exactly what to focus on in your training. For you, it's Genjutsu and Taijutsu." That's why she focused on physical training, and relied on her father for her Genjutsu training. Whenever her father was busy, Kurenai worked on improving her Taijutsu. "I've been observing your training over the past few days. You're correct in focusing on Taijutsu. But for that, I can't give you much advice. You might want to ask a certain classmate of yours, Mike Guy. His father is a great Taijutsu master. I also asked your mother to prepare lunch for both of us. That way you and I don't have to worry about food during training," Shinku added, each word filled with concern for his daughter. "Kurenai, your mother is really worried about you." Hearing that, Kurenai thought about how her mother had been carrying her home every day. She lowered her gaze, murmuring, "I know, father." Her red eyes flickered for a moment, their luster returning slightly. "Is there something here as well?" someone asked, likely an ANBU operative. "Yes, there are signs, though faint. It seems someone has been training here, intense Taijutsu training, to be exact." "Unbelievable, this is the 7th place, right?" "Yes, and I'm not sure how many other teams have discovered other locations. The defector from the Hyuga clan seems especially cautious. He even came all the way out here for Taijutsu training. I heard from the sub-team leader that this defector injured Kakashi in just a few seconds." "Shoo, don't talk about it." The sub-team leader issued a gag order, came the response. Under the team leader's orders, the remaining ANBU operatives collected the information they could find and continued their search. There were 3 teams of ANBU dedicated to tracking Hyuga Mirai's movements, spending 3 days gathering nearly all the clues. Since Hyuga Mirai was deeply connected to the prophecy about destroying the future of ninjas, Minato Namikaze took the information regarding him very seriously. The information gathered from the Hyuga clan would be handed to the intelligence department for further verification. After a thorough review, the information was finally handed to Minato Namikaze. To think it was hidden so deeply. Minato murmured, his attention fully on the report about Hyuga Mirai. The details raised his level of concern to its peak. A person who had been hiding his true self since he was 6, deceiving everyone in Konoha, even those who had spent the most time with him, unable to discern the real Mirai. Since his early days at the Ninja Academy, he had shown a deep love for the will of fire. At 6 or 7 years old, he had studied at Konoha Hospital, often putting others before himself, prioritizing easing the pain of the injured. Mirai's actions demonstrated a perfect understanding of the will of fire. But his defection had been sudden, with no sign or warning. Unbelievable. Truly terrifying, Minato said, his brow furrowing as he reread the intelligence report on Mirai's abilities and personality. He added a few personal thoughts, then called for a few ANBU agents. Send a copy of this report to the 3rd Hokage and to Jiraiya-sensei. Also, make sure the Hyuga clan gets one, Minato instructed. Yes, Hokage-sama, the ANBU responded. They took the confidential documents and quickly left. With the war just over, Konoha's focus had to be on rebuilding, and for now, there was no need to engage too aggressively with the rogue ninjas, Orochimaru and Hyuga Mirai. Instead, elite teams were dispatched to slowly track their movements. If Konoha mobilized its forces just to hunt 2 rogue ninjas, other villages would surely become suspicious, and the fragile peace could be shattered. Lord Hokage, Narashikaku entered, carrying a stack of documents. Seeing Minato's trusted strategist, Minato's expression softened into a smile. Shikaku, you're here. Yes, this is the administrative work that the 3rd Hokage asked me to pass on to you. It requires your review and signature, Shikaku said as he placed the nearly half-meter-tall stack of documents on Minato's desk. Minato was taken aback and asked, "Is this everything?" "No," Shikaku replied, easing Minato's concern slightly. But then he added, "This is only a portion, there's more at the 3rd Hokage's office. Many of these documents require your personal signature. The most urgent are at the top allocations for the Land of Fire, and debts owed to the Hayakusa Trade Association. They need to be addressed soon." Shikaku went on, then patted his head, reminding Minato, "The debts to the Hayakusa Trade Association need to be settled quickly. We've delayed the payments for the previous supplies for far too long. If we don't act soon, they may stop supplying us with the next batch of medicine." Minato nodded after reviewing the papers. As expected, they were full of tedious tasks. The debt to the Hayakusa Trade Association dated back to the time when Konoha fought Iwagakure. As Shikaku mentioned, failure to resolve it could damage Konoha's reputation. But with so much paperwork, it was clear it would take up a lot of Minato's time. Yet he had no choice. As Hokage, he was responsible for seeing these matters through. To fulfill his previous promises, he had to do his duty. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from the training grounds at the Hyuga clan. The 3 figures moved rapidly, engaging in a taijutsu match. Their movements were so swift that despite being in a training field, it felt like a real battle was taking place. "Kiyo, take a break," Hyuga Zosuk called as he entered the training ground. At that moment, Kiyo Hyuga, distracted for just an instant, was caught off guard by another guard. A hard blow from a gentle fist technique hit her shoulder, sending her flying 3 meters before she landed heavily on the ground. "Kiyo-sama." The other guards, stunned, saw one of the branch family guards who had struck Kiyo immediately kneel in panic. "Please forgive me, Kiyo-sama. It wasn't intentional," the guard begged. Though the branch family guard pleaded quickly, other guards moved forward to restrain him. Kiyo Hyuga, clutching her shoulder, slowly rose with the help of a maid. "This is my order. Don't hold it against him. You two, stand up. We'll end here for today. We'll resume tomorrow." Kiyo had been in charge of this branch for some time. Her authority had grown steadily, and with Zosuk's guidance, her sense of discipline was firm. Most of the branch family had quickly come to respect her. "Let's follow Kiyo's decision," Zosuk said, as he slowly withdrew his hand, making the caged bird seal vanish. He and Kiyo then returned to the house. As they left, the branch family guard, who had knelt earlier, noticed that the caged bird seal had not activated. He breathed a sigh of relief and stood up, only to find his back drenched in cold sweat. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters Patreon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 133. Chapter 133 1692 words after failing to recruit Sasori, Konan returned directly to the Akatsuki organization. Sasori was one of the suitable candidates that the masked man, who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, had suggested, but Konan never imagined that her first mission to recruit would fail. However, the fact that Sasori had allied himself with the Hyuga clan of Konoha was crucial intelligence. Pain, who controlled the 6 paths of pain, had returned early. With the power of the Rinnegan, recruiting someone like Kakuzu was an easy task. But when Pain saw that no one else had followed Conan, he immediately knew that she had failed the recruitment mission. Pain, I failed. I couldn't recruit Sasori. Someone beat me to it, Conan said, her face emotionless. Since Zetsu was an outsider, she didn't mention Nagato's name, but instead referred to the 6 paths of pain by their title. After Conan explained what happened, Pain spoke calmly. It's all right, Conan. I may need to personally recruit Sasori. Zetsu, do you have any news on him? Zetsu, with his shoulders sprouting carnivorous plant-like structures, entered the room. Upon hearing Pain's question, Zetsu regretfully shook his head. Unfortunately, I lost track of them. Ever since the Hyuga ninja noticed my presence, both he and Sasori have been deliberately avoiding me. After a short time, I lost their trail. You couldn't find them either. Pain's tone was flat, but the meaning behind his words was far from simple. Zetsu's intelligence-gathering capabilities were widely regarded as one of the best in the ninja world. Give me some time. I'll find their whereabouts. If I have to, I'll infiltrate Konoha and ask the Hyuga clan directly, Zetsu said, determined. He wouldn't allow anyone to doubt his abilities, even though the Hyuga clan was one of the hardest places to investigate in Konoha. It was only a matter of sending one of his clones to gather information. Losing a clone wouldn't be much of a problem. No word from Madara, huh? So who's the next target for recruitment? Pain asked. Zetsu chuckled. No need to rush. I've already started looking for suitable candidates in the ninja world. I'm sure we'll have results soon. The criteria for Akatsuki's recruitment were simple: powerful ninja, or rogue ninjas with a large amount of chakra. There were plenty of candidates in the ninja world who met these 2 requirements. Zetsu just needed to gather information to find many targets. Pain spoke slowly, then let's move quickly. Akatsuki's plans won't move forward until we have enough recruits. What do you want me to do? Kakuzu asked, his voice laced with discontent. Since the organization has no plans, I'll just go back to bounty hunting. There are plenty of valuable jobs, and if I don't act soon, someone else will beat me to them. About that, Pain said, tilting his head towards Conan. Conan, choose one of the backup members and team up with Kakuzu. Kakuzu, for now, your task is focused on gathering money. Conan and I will continue recruiting new members. Humph, gathering money, huh? That's more like it. Only money doesn't betray you, Kakuzu muttered, finally settling down. Though he was used to working alone, he accepted Pain's arrangement. Thus, Akatsuki's development plan was quickly set. Meanwhile, Hyuga Mirai and Sasori had arrived at the base being constructed in the land of Whirlpool. Since the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, the area had been abandoned, with remnants of the past battles still visible. Hyuga Mirai chose this location for the base because there were no other people to worry about. The land of Whirlpool was near the border of the land of fire, and when those responsible for the Uzumaki clan's destruction attacked, they never dared to occupy the land of Whirlpool. They feared retaliation from Konoha. Even though Konoha had turned a blind eye when the attack occurred, if the enemies had openly occupied the land, it would have provoked Konoha into intervening, claiming to avenge the Uzumaki clan. If those who destroyed the Uzumaki clan had only killed them, but left the land untouched, the land of Whirlpool would still belong to the Uzumaki clan in name. Konoha could not openly seize the territory, as it was written in the treaty between the 2 countries. The Hayakusa Trade Association wasn't as cautious. After receiving permission from the Fire Daimyo through the request of number 19, they obtained official documents, which allowed them to use a small portion of land for planting herbs. The Fire Nation's good land had already been claimed by various noble families, and there was no land left to offer the Hayakusa Trade Association. However, they had quickly grown thanks to the war, and their products were selling very well, not only to nobles and officials but even to many common people. Facing the soon-to-be giant Hayakusa Trade Association, even the Fire Daimyo had to seriously consider their proposals. There were those who had tried to harm the Hayakusa Trade Association before, and their fates were no different from those who had attacked the Uzumaki Trade Association. Once number 19 received the Fire Daimyo's permission, Konoha had no reason to stop the Hayakusa Trade Association from beginning their construction in the land of Whirlpool. Unless the Hokage was willing to break relations with both the Uzumaki clan's legacy and the Fire Daimyo, but with the war just ended, Konoha was in no position to make such a move. Minato Namikaze, if he thought it through, would never risk antagonizing the daimyo over a piece of abandoned land. The ruins of the land of Whirlpool had hardly been disturbed, and number 18 had focused on building the underground base. After consulting with Ayaka Uzumaki, they began expanding the base from the Uzumaki clan's secret chamber. The construction was only about 30% complete. Due to the need to avoid drawing attention from other factions, the full completion would take another 2 years. However, even with just 30% finished, it was enough for Sasori to begin his research. Alright, you'll now have secondary access to the base. You can use any of its resources, Hyuga Mirai said with a light smile after registering Sasori's information. Secondary access? Sasori asked. It means you're a core member. The others in the organization generally only have 5th-level access. Only core members get 2nd-level access, Hyuga Mirai explained, his tone casual. All of this was true, but there were things he didn't share with Sasori, such as the fact that apart from him, Ayaka Uzumaki, Orochimaru, and Noara Rin, the rest of the living members of the organization were either outsiders or mechanical guards. The organization Hyuga Mirai founded was powerful but lacked popularity. If Sasori became interested and turned himself into a mechanical god, the organization's popularity would drop even more. I'm quite satisfied with this place, Sasori said after inspecting the base. Although some areas were still under construction, he could tell that in a year or two, this would become a top-tier research facility. However, if Sasori had seen the base in the land of tea, he might not have thought the same. Hyuga Mirai chuckled. I'm glad you're happy. Regarding the biomechanical assistance, you can check the technology through the organization's wristwatch. There are guides to help you use all the equipment here, and you can cancel the guides once you no longer need them. Sasori nodded, then suddenly asked, what is the organization's goal? Or rather, what is your goal? Since I've joined, I should be informed about these things, right? Hyuga Mirai took a moment to think before answering, my goal is simple, to increase my own power, and by extension, reshape this world. He lightly tapped the ground with his right foot and spoke slowly, in other words, I want to turn this world into my own backyard. Humph, what a delusion, Sasori sneered after hearing this. He turned to walk into the base, but after taking a few steps, he stopped and turned back to add, however, with my help, there might actually be a slight chance. Ha ha, Hyuga Mirai chuckled lightly, and left the base in the land of Whirlpool. After settling Sasori, Hyuga Mirai returned to the base in the land of tea. The construction wasn't completed here either, but number 18 had already stationed most of the mechanical guards at this base, so it would be completed a year earlier than the one in the land of Whirlpool. Since the base's establishment, it was Hyuga Mirai's first time visiting. Number 18. Sir, what can I do for you? How are the satellites coming along? The second satellite launch is in 45 days, and the third will happen in 451 days. This is the 4th priority mission, sir. Increase its priority by 1 level, number 18. I've come across an issue. Hyuga Mirai changed the topic and suddenly brought up something he had been thinking about for a while. What issue, sir? Solving problems is the reason I exist. Hyuga Mirai felt that number 18's voice was softer and more calming, though he wasn't sure if it was just his imagination. My strength isn't enough. If I'm not careful, I could easily be killed. I understand, sir. I'll prioritize the weapon upgrade calculations and reallocate spare computing power. We plan to have all weapons updated and ready in 172 days, and will also calculate the optimal location for the nuclear missile launch silos. Hyuga Mirai quickly interrupted, wait, number 18. What I mean is that I want to increase my own strength, understand. The reason I increased the satellite priority is that there is a way on the moon to enhance my own power. I need the satellites to help gather intelligence first. There was a pause and then number 18 responded, understood, sir. The satellite project priority has been adjusted, with a focus on gathering information on the moon. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Patreon.com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 134, Chapter 134 1668 words. Sir, Noera Rin has accepted your invitation, but she wants to speak with you personally. Hyuga Mirai, who had been analyzing the application of Sage Chakra, suddenly received a message from number 18. She made up her mind this quickly. Hyuga Mirai checked the time. It had only been a little over 10 days. He had originally thought that Rin's feelings for Konoha would take months to fade, that she would have to be pushed to the edge before deciding. Then transfer the image, number 18. A moment later, the video feed revealed Noera Rin's face. Her complexion looked healthy, and she didn't seem mentally drained from being in a tough spot. Mirai-kun, is everything you said true? 10 years and your goal? Rin asked. Of course, I have no reason to lie to you. In fact, aside from the 3 tails you can call upon at any time, there is nothing else about you that concerns me. And in every aspect, Ayaka Uzumaki is far more capable than you. If you have any questions, you can always ask her, Hyuga Mirai said, glancing over at Ayaka. Hearing this, Ayaka proudly puffed her chest, standing taller than Rin. I meant medical ninjutsu and chakra, Hyuga Mirai quickly added, putting Ayaka's pride back in check. Rin sighed lightly before speaking seriously, then, I accept your offer, Mirai-kun. I hope you won't deceive me. Trust me, you won't regret it, Hyuga Mirai assured her with a smile. After that, he turned to Ayaka and said, Ayaka, handle the sealing on her, using the 4-symbol seal as a base. Allow 1/3 of the tailed beast chakra to leak, and add a 5-element seal for further protection. When dealing with Rin, he couldn't trust her as much as he did Ayaka, but Rin's medical ninjutsu and ability to seal the 3 tails would be useful. If the tailed beast chakra exceeded the allowed limit, the 5-element seal would trigger, working in conjunction with the 4-symbol seal to prevent Rin from using any chakra at all. There was also another layer of protection he needed to add, the miniature explosive device embedded in her, connected directly to her flesh. This bomb could destroy everything within a 50-meter radius, and would activate quickly. No one in the ninja world could disarm it. Understood, leave it to me, Mirai-sama. Ayaka said confidently, her chest out as she spoke. Having become skilled with she could now quickly subdue the 3 tails if it ever went out of control in Rin's body. The adamantine seal was especially effective against tailed beasts. Even the mighty 9 tails would find it difficult to resist a fully empowered Uzumaki user wielding this technique. After assigning Rin's task, Hyuga Mirai ended the video call, much to Ayaka's reluctance. He then lay back on his bed, connected to the surveillance data, and continued his research on the feasibility of Sage Chakra's permanent enhancement of bodily organs. Ordinary summoning beasts that absorb natural energy can greatly extend their lifespans. Creatures like the toads and snakes, who would typically live for only a few decades, could live many times longer after absorbing natural energy unless something unexpected happened. Though the speed has slowed a bit, the natural energy still dissipates. There's no reference sample for the main body, so it's difficult to proceed. The shadow clone, after researching, spoke up. Without sealing techniques, keeping Sage Chakra in the body long-term was very difficult. But with sealing techniques, the Sage Chakra would not have an effect on Hyuga Mirai's body. Natural energy and chakra are essentially different. Any foreign energy that invades the body will trigger its natural rejection. Sage mode allows for the control of natural energy, balancing all 3 energies within the body. If the balance tips even slightly, it could cause a backlash from one of the forces. I understand. I'll get a sample, Hyuga Mirai said, deciding to call for one of the Snake Sisters. Since White Snake Sage had shown favor, it would be a waste not to use it. Summoning Jutsu. Hyuga Mirai formed the hand seals and released a large amount of chakra. The three snake sisters from Ryuchi Cave could have been summoned earlier through a summoning contract. But after they reached a higher level of sage, they had removed the seals on the summoning scroll. Only when White Snake Sage spoke to him last time did they leave sage chakra with him, allowing him to summon them at any time. A puff of smoke filled the room, and from within, a figure floated out, a young girl with blue hair, a simple crown, and wearing a white long robe. Can you also change into human form outside? I would have summoned you sooner if I knew, Hyuga Mirai remarked to the girl, who resembled a little loli. This was the snake sister, Ichikishima-hime, one of the three great snake sisters. Maintaining a human form is due to the sage chakra, not the environment of Ryuchi Cave. Ichikishima-hime looked around, but seeing there were no enemies, her energy seemed to drain, and she hung her head in disappointment. So there's no enemy. I thought I'd get a good meal. Looks like no enemies have disappointed you. I summoned you this time to ask for a favor. Please come with me. Hyuga Mirai walked towards the underground base. Since Ichikishima-hime could maintain a human form, he wouldn't have to bring his experimental equipment to the surface. Do you enjoy eating humans? Next time I summon you, I'll prepare extra food for you. It doesn't have to be humans. Any chakra life form on the brink of death is fine. Frogs would be even better. Humans have plenty of chakra, but the frogs from Mount Mayaboku soup might taste more. Ichikishima-hime floated beside Hyuga Mirai, speaking in a light and airy voice. You must have heard from Kahaku about it eating frogs from Mount Mayaboku. There's no need to stay so close. Next time, I'll summon you. Hyuga Mirai reached out, preparing to push Ichikishima-hime away from his neck, but his hand passed right through her face, unable to touch anything. At the same time, Ichikishima-hime's figure appeared ahead of Hyuga Mirai. Is this an illusion? Hyuga Mirai suddenly became interested. The ability to deceive his senses was rare. Although he hadn't activated his Byakugan, not many illusions could fool him. Sage Mode. Byakugan. Hyuga Mirai immediately activated both abilities, but the Byakugan only revealed a mist-like chakra, and he couldn't see Ichikishima-hime's true form. However, in Sage Mode, he could barely sense where she was located. That's barely an illusion. It's a snake's instinct. By secreting fluids from its skin and mixing it with Sage Chakra, it creates a hallucinatory effect. Even Dojitsu can't see through it. Only those who have trained in Sage Mode can vaguely sense my presence. As Ichikishima-hime spoke, she retracted the surrounding Sage Chakra and, with a hint of surprise on her face, said to Hyuga Mirai, White Snake Sage mentioned that you mastered Sage Mode. I didn't expect it to be so perfect. No wonder you focus only on learning Sage techniques. So, did you summon me this time to learn the techniques of Ryuchi Cave? Hyuga Mirai continued walking, saying, that can wait. I need to study your body first. Just lie down obediently later, and give me a little blood and some tissue. That will be enough. Is that all? Ichikishima-hime replied, then obediently followed him. After bringing Ichikishima-hime to the laboratory, Hyuga Mirai began studying her body structure. The underground research space was large, and Shikitsuhima's form wasn't too big, so even when she transformed into her giant snake form, it didn't cause any problems. After a series of scans and tests, and after Hyuga Mirai had Ichikishima-hime perform Sage techniques over a dozen times, 3 days later, he had finally discovered a way to use natural energy to permanently enhance physical functions. The method involved enhancing some of his internal organ functions to match characteristics found in Ichikishima-hime's organs. This way, after absorbing natural energy, Hyuga Mirai could filter it through his digestive organs, making other parts of his body adapt to the filtered natural energy. As for the physical modifications, Hyuga Mirai had already come up with several plans by the time the research results were finalized. Thank you, Ichikishima-hime. That will be all for now. Next time I encounter a frog, I'll definitely summon you. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be for battle. If you go to the human world, you can also summon me there. It's been hundreds of years since I last visited the human world, and my clothes are already a bit outdated. I understand. Next time, I'll make sure. With a soft thud, Hyuga Mirai interrupted Ichikishimaheim and quickly agreed, then dispelled the summoning jutsu, sending her back. Modifying my organs will need more caution. The plans I had earlier were too radical. I'll think them through again. Perhaps due to the influence of Dr. Genus' memories, Hyuga Mirai's approach to human experiments was more aggressive. However, since the final subject would be himself, he discarded many of the more extreme ideas. 18. Send me some test subjects strong, with a chakra foundation, and preferably with a big appetite. Understood, sir. The calm, ethereal voice of 18 echoed in the spacious laboratory. The last request might sound strange, but the stomach was an important organ in the modifications. According to Hyuga Mirai's plan, once he modified his internal organs to absorb and digest natural energy, he would be able to continuously absorb it. His digestive organs would convert the energy into harmless natural energy for absorption. Hyuga Mirai suddenly had a realization, this feels a bit like a familiar technique. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters Patreon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 135. Chapter 135 1629 words. With this, it seems like it's a success. For this experiment, 10 test subjects were used. After the first 2 died, the remaining 8 survived. However, apart from the last 2, the other 6 exhibited various snake-like traits. Although these traits weren't very pronounced, they were enough to show that Hyuga Mirai's experiment carried certain risks, and it wasn't perfect. While those who developed snake traits were still able to absorb natural energy, they retained many characteristics of snakes such as scales on their bodies, and a need to consume food in a similar manner. In short, they didn't appear very human. Only with the final 2 test subjects did Mirai manage to eliminate all the flaws, only altering certain organs and their functions. Addressing the 8 survivors, Mirai asked, "What are your plans? Do you want to work for me, or do you wish to leave?" After a brief exchange of glances, they quickly made their decision. "We are willing to follow you, master." They were either wandering ninjas or chakra-wielding samurai, all purchased by number 18 through bounty listings at the underground black market. When they were brought here, none of them had expected to survive, much less be accepted into Mirai's service. Having thought their path ahead was a dead end, they were now seizing the opportunity to live. "Since you've all agreed, I'll place a guarantee on you to ensure you won't betray me." There was no objection from the group after all, they didn't have much of a choice. The caged bird seal. A swirling seal appeared on the heads of all 8 individuals, one after another. This was the first layer of security Mirai placed on them, based on the caged bird seal. He sealed his sage chakra into their brains. The second layer of protection would come from number 18, who would install miniature explosive devices in them, similar to the one used on Noera Rin. However, the power of these bombs would be far less lethal than the one on Rin. Although you all have the ability to absorb natural energy, your strength is still too weak. I'll arrange for ninjutsu training and instructors for you. Once your strength improves, we can talk about other things. Even with enhanced physical abilities from absorbing natural energy, they would barely match a standard chunin in combat. Their baseline was too low, and sending them out would be like sending them to their deaths. As for instructors, Mirai could think of no one better than Orochimaru. With the cell modification serum from Ichikishimaheim, 6 of them displayed snake-like traits, which might even give Orochimaru a sense of familiarity. However, Orochimaru was traveling the ninja world, so Mirai decided to send them to his new base, and let Orochimaru's followers teach them basic training and ninjutsu. Mirai didn't have much time for this task himself. After sending them off, Mirai prepared to undergo his own organ modification. This time, he was absolutely confident, which was why he decided to try it on himself. A little while later, the modification experiment ended, and Mirai sat up from the operating table. The burden on my internal organs seems a little lighter. I can feel a definite hunger, Mirai muttered as he checked his body. The data matched the calculations he had made before the modification, with no significant deviation. Let's try absorbing natural energy now. Mirai sat down and began to absorb natural energy. As soon as he started, he felt his digestive system rapidly working. Once the natural energy entered his body, it was quickly digested in his stomach. As the digestive system processed it, the natural energy was transformed into something that belonged to Mirai's body, gradually being absorbed by every part of him. It works, though the absorption of natural energy is slower compared to the digestive process. This could be due to the surrounding concentration of natural energy. His body had indeed been enhanced. After absorbing and digesting the natural energy, he felt his fatigue vanish, replaced by a surge of energy. Mirai thought for a moment. Now that he had a new method to increase his strength, he could consider visiting the land of Roran after his journey to the moon. "Aunt, is Kurenai home?" Kurenai's mother, upon seeing Sarutobi Asuma standing at the door, opened it and politely replied, "Ah, Asuma, I'm sorry. Kurenai and her father left early this morning for training. They usually don't return until sunset." "Then I won't trouble you further," Asuma said apologetically before leaving to head home. It had been a while since Asuma had seen Kurenai. When he first heard about Hyuga Mirai's defection, he was furious, believing that Mirai had betrayed Kurenai's feelings. But after seeing Kurenai's state of despair, Asuma wanted to speak to her, to try and lift her spirits. He had tried to meet with Kurenai several times, but each time he missed her. Now, it was early in the morning, and Kurenai had already left with her father for training. "I can't keep wasting time like this." Asuma watched Kurenai train diligently every day, while he continued to waste his own time. Feeling frustrated, he made a decision and quickly ran back home. He planned to intercept his father before he went to the Hokage building, and ask him to train with him. Asuma had started to harbor some complaints about Hiruzen Sarutobi. Since he had already stepped down from the Hokage position, why not spend more time training with his son instead of being buried in paperwork? At the same time, Kakashi had also woken up early. ANBU had strict time regulations, but lately, he had been distracted during his missions. The memory of losing to Hyuga Mirai had nearly become a nightmare for Kakashi. After improving his lightning-style Chidori, he was caught off guard when it was so easily caught by someone. If Kakashi wanted to shake off the lingering shadow of that defeat, he would need to perfect Chidori once again, and defeat Hyuga Mirai. Having been labeled a genius since childhood, Kakashi never expected that someone his age could possess strength on par with the Hokage. "Father." Kakashi approached the quiet room, and opened the storage chamber where his father's ninja swords were kept. As one of the few swordmasters in Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake naturally didn't just have a single chakra blade. The insight from his Sharingan would help with Chidori, but it would be even more beneficial for his swordsmanship. If he couldn't improve his Chidori soon, perhaps it would be worth shifting focus. Kakashi's current state was something Minato, his teacher, was aware of. But as Hokage, Minato had his own responsibilities, and could only offer limited help to Kakashi. For example, assigning him a lighter mission. Beyond that, Minato couldn't offer much. His jutsu, whether it was the Flying Thunder God or Rasengan, didn't suit Kakashi's fighting style. The Hokage had an enormous amount of affairs to handle. Even with the help of Shikaku and the third Hokage, Minato still spent 5 or 6 hours every day managing Konoha's affairs. Konoha might appear to be a small village, but its various departments had responsibilities that spanned the entire land of fire, military, diplomacy, and intelligence gathering, among others. "Then, as we agreed, the deposit for this batch of orders will be delivered to the Hayakusa Trade Association by tomorrow," Minato said with a smile to the person in front of him. However, the smile didn't seem to evoke any similar reaction from the other party, who remained as calm as a still pond. "I understand, Hokage-sama." The Hayakusa Trade Association will adhere strictly to the terms of the contract, the person responded before standing up and leaving the Hokage building. Once the person left, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the two advisors, and Danzo entered the Hokage office. Third Hokage, two advisors, and Elder Danzo, is something serious going on? Minato's face turned solemn as he asked, sensing the gravity of their visit. Cough, Minato, it's not anything too serious. Hiruzen Sarutobi coughed and then lowered his gaze, continuing, we only came to ask why you've cut the funding for Root. Is that all? Minato let out a breath of relief, though he felt a little that the third Hokage was overreacting, bringing two advisors and Danzo just to discuss Root's funding. The incident where Root mistakenly killed the finance minister during the war should have been a misunderstanding, and Danzo has been punished for it, said Koharu, one of the advisors. Konoha still needs Root's power. If you reduce Root's funding now, Konoha might lose some of its strength on the outside. Even so, Root's funding is almost as much as ANBU's now. Konoha is in post-war reconstruction, and the funds from the daimyo are tight, Minato calmly explained. And I'm not clear on the number of personnel, missions, or the reports from Root, so cutting the funding is the logical thing to do. Koharu and the other advisor were left speechless by Minato's reasoning. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly said, Minato, what you say is reasonable, but without Root's power, we'll have to expand ANBU. Third Hokage, I'm not trying to weaken Root's power, Minato responded, realizing that the four of them had come together for this issue. But Danzo needs to complete some tasks before I can continue funding Root. Minato then continued, tracking down the whereabouts of Orochimaru and Hyuga Mirai. This task will involve some members of the Hyuga branch, and I need Root to give me an answer soon. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters Patreon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 136, Chapter 136. 1481 words. Currently, Minato only has 2 ANBU squads, totaling 34 members under his direct command. Half of the remaining ANBU are still under the orders of Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the ANBU squad leader and deputy leader are Hiruzen's eldest son and daughter-in-law. Only the 2 squad leaders report directly to Minato. With such a small number of personnel, it's difficult for Minato to allocate enough resources to track down the rogue ninjas. The ANBU squads are busy maintaining internal communication and order within Konoha, while the remaining 4 teams are responsible for intelligence gathering across the Land of Fire and handling Hokage-related tasks. With these limited resources, Minato has had to put the idea of expanding the ANBU on hold, especially since the village is struggling with post-war finances. Konoha, which just fought a war where it faced 4 nations, has spent a considerable amount of money on compensating families of fallen ninjas. Other expenses, such as building checkpoints, providing medical supplies, and training new recruits, have drained the budget. Moreover, the tense relationship between Konoha and the daimyo's office has meant that financial support from the government hasn't increased much, further complicating Minato's situation. At the same time, Danzo's Root organization requested higher funding, even more than during the war. Minato, not knowing what exactly Root was up to, immediately rejected the request. Although Minato had no right to question Root in the past, as Hokage, he now had the authority to oversee its activities. Minato's request was not unreasonable. Most of Root's tasks were external operations, including tracking rogue ninjas, so Minato had every right to expect results from them. Danzo couldn't argue with that who demands money without fulfilling their duties. Thus, the 4 senior officials came to see Minato, not to argue against the budget cuts, but to ask him to relax the decision. Minato reluctantly agreed not to reduce the funding, but only if Root provided results. 19. After returning to the Hayakusa Trade Association's office in Konoha, was approached by several subordinates eager to hear about his negotiations with Konoha. How did the talks with Konoha go? With his mechanical body hidden among the people, 19 was the only one from Hayakusa who came to Konoha. The rest of the mechanical figures stayed behind. Konoha had many sensory ninjas, and if they detected the presence of mechanical bodies within Hayakusa's ranks, it would arouse suspicion and lead to an investigation. Fortunately, 19 had been modified with biological nanotechnology by 18, and thus, he was allowed to visit Konoha without detection. Everything is settled. The contract has been signed. From now on, Hayakusa will supply all of Konoha's medical supplies and pharmaceuticals, 19 responded. Shimu, you stay in Konoha. Once the deposit is paid, inform the headquarters to send the first batch of goods. Understood, Lord 19. Shimu, a quick-witted person with some talent for negotiation, had passed 18's covert assessment and been entrusted with such duties. Nan, take a copy of the contract and head to the Sasaki family. 19 instructed another woman. The Sasaki family primarily dealt in medical supplies, with Konoha being their biggest client. However, now that Hayakusa had stolen the contract from under them, the Sasaki family's business had nearly collapsed. Without Konoha's business, and with other smaller nations unlikely to continue purchasing from them, the Sasaki family was left with a difficult choice: either pay a price to join Hayakusa and retain their business, or watch their family's most important trade be taken over. This was Hayakusa's strategy: to use their far superior technology to invade and consume the resources of the ninja world, eventually expanding across the entire land of fire and into the four great nations. Hayakusa would dominate all medical supplies, and eventually, everyone in the ninja world would depend on Hayakusa's products. Meanwhile, the Uzumaki Trade Association didn't need such a slow and deliberate approach. No one could rival them in the computer business. 18 had already upgraded the computers 3 times, more than doubling their performance. The 5 great nations welcomed the Uzumaki Trade Association's computers with open arms, as no one could find fault with them. Ninjas might resist technology due to tradition, but commoners and nobles had no such hesitations. The convenience and entertainment of computers made it an irresistible innovation for them. Aside from the ninja games, 18 had developed several other games suitable for all ages, which were released on the Uzumaki Trade Association's computers. While gambling games like cards and mahjong might not appeal to children, they were a great distraction for some of the nobles. The introduction of the 5 great nations' networked rankings stirred a competitive spirit among the nobility. For instance, the Yamato family in the Land of Fire didn't want to see members of the IWA clan appear on their leaderboard, so they invested significant resources into the game just to outdo them. During the war, these games didn't show their true potential. However, with the brief period of peace after the war, they became a major source of entertainment and mental relief for many in the ninja world. The ninja world, a land long untouched by major development, was now under the growing influence of Hyuga Mirai's order. Once his control reached 80 to 90% of the world, the remaining 10% of rogue ninjas who refused to join would be swept away by history. As for the Akatsuki organization, after some time, their core members had expanded to 6: Pain, Konan, Kakuzu, Juzo, Zetsu, and Mizuto from the Hidden Rain village. Currently, Kakuzu and Mizuto, codenamed 3 platforms, were handling the financial collection tasks for the organization, but tensions between the two were rising, and it wouldn't be long before their conflicts erupted. Konan had teamed up with Juzo for the time being, working on financial matters unless urgent tasks arose. With the current shortage of personnel, they couldn't yet proceed with their main plans, so collecting more funds was necessary to strengthen Akatsuki. Suddenly, Pain activated the shared consciousness technique through the ring, connecting the minds of several Akatsuki members to the fingers of the Outer Path statue. Why the sudden summons? I'm about to reach the underground money exchange, can you give me another partner? Or else, I'll just end up killing him, Kakuzu muttered from the fingertip of the statue. You bastard, Mizuto snapped, ready to argue with Kakuzu. But before their argument could escalate, Pain intervened. Zetsu, share the intelligence you've gathered. No problem. You might not believe it, but I've infiltrated Konoha for quite a while and overheard something in their discussions, Zetsu began, but Pain interrupted him. Get to the point, Zetsu. Zetsu grumbled but relented. Konoha was well hidden, but I managed to find out. One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, has defected. And another member of the Hyuga branch, named Hyuga Mirai, has defected alongside him. The Hyuga branch? You mean the one with the guy who's been seen with Sasori? Conan interrupted, raising an eyebrow. I didn't see a caged bird seal on him. The caged bird seal, which is associated with the Byakugan, is as well known in the ninja world as the Sharingan's Tomo. Even some smaller ninja villages are familiar with it. Well, maybe the Hyuga genius defected because of that, Zetsu chuckled. A bird yearning for freedom finally broke free from its cage. Hyuga Mirai. The one who's been called the next medical genius in Konoha? Conan asked, recalling the bounty. I remember hearing his reward was 30 million ryo in the underground money exchange. Zetsu quickly corrected him, Kakuzu-san, that was old news. Now, this guy has a pure Byakugan. When the other great ninja villages learned about this, his bounty probably skyrocketed 4 to 5 times. 4 to 5 times, Kakuzu's voice rose, then he immediately lowered it and asked, Zetsu, where is he? Don't be ridiculous, Kakuzu-san. It's already hard enough to gather all this in such a short time. How could I possibly track down a Byakugan's whereabouts? Zetsu waved his hand, and then gave a wicked laugh. And you might not even be able to defeat that Hyuga genius. I overheard from Konoha's Anbu that he easily defeated Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. Conan was able to return that day because he likely didn't want to fight. Even Jiraiya couldn't defeat the Hyuga ninja. Conan thought, a frown tugging at her brow. Thinking back to that time, her escape seemed like luck. If he and Sasori had acted together, she certainly wouldn't have gotten away so easily. Well, if that's the case, this person definitely has impressive strength, fitting the standards we look for in recruiting main members of Akatsuki, Pain said, turning to Zetsu. Zetsu continued to gather information on Orochimaru and Hyuga Mirai. Once we have their whereabouts, I will personally go and recruit them. End of chapter, chapter 137, chapter 137 1666 words. It seems your foundation in medical ninjutsu is quite solid. You've learned the delicate extraction technique and chakra scalpel in such a short time. No wonder Lord Mirai has shown interest in recruiting you, Ayaka Uzumaki said, slightly surprised. This must be what Lord Mirai meant when he spoke of someone born to be a medical ninja. While Noara Rin's skills in medical ninjutsu were still a little behind Ayaka's, her dedication when treating patients was something Ayaka lacked. When it came to healing, Ayaka treated it like just another task assigned by Lord Mirai, doing it with seriousness. But Rin, on the other hand, immersed herself fully in her work, thinking only of curing the pain of her patients. Lord Mirai was right, Ayaka continued. You are indeed suited for the role of a medical ninja. With your current skills, there's almost no illness you can't handle. If you ever encounter any doubts, you can contact me through your wristwatch. Aside from some necessary treatments for maintaining relationships, the rest of your time can be managed as you like treating injured civilians or homeless orphans. The Uzumaki Trade Association isn't lacking in money, it's entirely up to you, Ayaka added. After hearing Ayaka's advice, Noara Rin calmly asked, what do you think of Hyuga Mirai as a person? When Ayaka heard this, she suddenly felt embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed red and she clasped her hands, looking like a lovesick fan. Lord Mirai, of course, is the greatest and most handsome person in the ninja world. He saved me when I was at my lowest point. Though he tried to act cold to hide his true feelings, it made him even more charming. And he's kind-hearted, truly a once-in-a-lifetime person in the ninja world. Ayaka went on, her enthusiasm growing as she spoke. As Ayaka continued her passionate speech about Lord Mirai's virtues, Noara Rin began to regret asking the question. While she had been curious about the information, she hadn't expected Ayaka to go on for so long. Moreover, much of what Ayaka said was clearly filled with personal admiration, and after listening for so long, Rin herself began to feel some fondness for Hyuga Mirai. Thinking back to her time in Konoha, even though Hyuga Mirai was her peer, he had been incredibly reliable. In terms of medical ninjutsu, he was undoubtedly her senior. No, I was asking for information, not empathizing. Rin quickly shook her head, trying to push the thoughts from her mind. However, Ayaka noticed Rin's actions and mistook them for disagreement. Her expression darkened, and her tone became more forceful. Are you shaking your head because you disagree with what I said? Or is it that you don't agree with Lord Mirai? No, I just had other thoughts, Rin quickly denied, but Ayaka was someone who could easily overpower her, even if the tailed beast inside Rin were to rampage. Ayaka could easily suppress it. Forget it. Let's move on. From now on, when you go outside, you must wear this mask. Ayaka handed Rin a hairpin and personally placed it in her hair. This was given to me by 18. After you leave the base, it will turn into an unremovable mask just like this. With a quick flick, Ayaka activated the mechanism, and instantly, the hairpin transformed into a half-circle white mask that covered Rin's face, with cherry blossom patterns on it. The mask opened to allow drinking and eating, with ventilation to ensure comfort. It even had an adjustable feature to modify her voice, ensuring that even someone who was familiar with Rin wouldn't recognize her. Since Hyuga Mirai had allowed Rin to go outside, he had naturally prepared everything for her. The medicines from the Hayakusa Trade Association only had auxiliary functions. For complete healing, medical ninjas like Rin were still necessary. Hyuga Mirai had already laid out a clear plan for the establishment of a medical system. Ayaka and Rin's constant healing of the injured was part of filling up 18's medical database. Once the database was complete, 18 would develop nanomedical robots capable of fully healing physical wounds. For mental wounds, a few highly skilled medical ninjas would be sufficient. Besides, few people in the ninja world could inflict serious mental trauma. T-Country Research Base. After changing his body's organs, Hyuga Mirai had turned his focus to other tasks. Several factions were advancing, and he had to contribute as well. Some things only he could handle, like the Edo Tensei. Unable to capture a white Zetsu clone, he settled for using a person with transplanted Hashirama cells as a sacrificial vessel. While it was a bit more troublesome, the summoned warrior would not have the peak power of their former life. However, using chakra and ninjutsu for excavation was more than enough. Hyuga Mirai sealed his sage chakra into the sacrifice's body, adding an extra layer of control over the Edo Tensei. With this, it should be enough, he muttered. Once everything was set, he placed the two sacrifices in the center of the summoning circle, and took out the flesh of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Edo Tensei. A flurry of paper shreds instantly enveloped the two screaming sacrifices, and slowly, another set of faces began to emerge. Once the technique completed, the consciousness of both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama returned. Senju Hashirama looked down at his cracked hands and sighed in complaint. Edo Tensei, huh? Even though we're dead, we still get disturbed. Tobarama, your jutsu is quite troublesome. Tobarama quickly assessed the situation. We should first understand where we are and the caster's intentions, big brother. He noticed Hyuga Mirai standing nearby, observing him with his Byakugan and a smooth, unmarked forehead. A young member of the Hyuga clan, huh? Where are we, and was it you who used Edo Tensei? What's the situation with Konoha? Quite the inquisitive one, aren't you? Second Hokage, immediately trying to break the jutsu upon arrival. Unlike the first Hokage, who doesn't even think of such things, Hyuga Mirai noted with a chuckle. He could feel Tobarama's resistance to the technique, but with his triple-layered control over the Edo Tensei, Tobarama was powerless to resist. Little brat, Tobarama coldly remarked, sensing no escape. It seems you're the caster. What do you want from us? Little brother, be kinder to the younger generation, Hashirama interjected with a smile. You're too strict, and that's why the younger ninjas don't approach you. Tobarama's lips curled in frustration. Big brother, don't you think something's off? Edo Tensei isn't a technique the Hyuga clan should even have access to. Konoha must have changed. Hyuga Mirai listened to their conversation, then responded, as for the forbidden jutsu I'm researching, don't bother thinking about it. I won't hand over forbidden techniques to someone I don't trust. Tobarama, having heard the words in his mind, immediately rejected the offer. Konoha has indeed undergone significant changes, Hyuga Mirai continued. You don't need to try breaking out. The sacrifices used for Edo Tensei have not only the first Hokage's cells but also my sage chakra. It's impossible for you to escape. I called you forth because of the unique properties of the Edo Tensei. You can be of great help to me, Hyuga Mirai explained, then added, before anything else, I'd like to make a deal. I'll exchange Konoha's intel for the techniques sealed inside you. Would you be interested? Earlier, Hyuga Mirai had attempted to command Tobirama to reveal all the techniques sealed within him. However, the attempt failed. His command had no effect. For Edo Tensei, the caster generally has two control options: to erase the Edo Tensei body's consciousness, turning them into mere puppets, or to retain their will, which makes it impossible to make them fully obedient. After all, this jutsu manipulates the souls of the dead, far more potent than the caged bird seal, capable of erasing their very will. Tobirama raised an eyebrow, then sneered. First, let's hear your background. How did you, a member of the Hyuga main branch, gain access to this jutsu? Well, if you won't explain, I'll have to work a little harder and remember it all myself, Hyuga Mirai said, dismissing the question. By erasing Tobirama's will, Hyuga Mirai would control him, forcing him to use his techniques. Essentially, he would be learning from Tobirama in the process, learning seals and chakra flow, though lacking the subtleties and insights that come with experience. Without the caster's expertise, learning a technique would take a long time. Especially with ninjutsu that involves chakra nature transformation, knowing the hand seals and chakra flow doesn't guarantee one can use the technique. However, Tobirama's keen senses immediately attempted to break the jutsu as soon as he was summoned. After failing, he developed animosity toward Hyuga Mirai. Senja Hashirama started to speak, but Hyuga Mirai activated the seal, closing Hashirama's consciousness. He had no need to speak with Hashirama. He had what he needed from the first Hokage, which are his cells, and Orochimaru already had a copy of the wood release techniques. Hyuga Mirai only needed Hashirama's power. Let's transport them to the land of the whirlpool, Hyuga Mirai said, contemplating the materials needed for the Hayakusa Trade Association's expanding demand. Without their own resource plantations, the Hayakusa Trade Association will lose a lot of profits. Next, the moon and the dragon veins. Although I haven't gathered information about the moon yet, I could visit Roran first. Hyuga Mirai continued his plans. The dragon veins held immense energy, ideal for his training. While the land of Tea was suitable for cultivating sage mode, the concentration of natural energy was too low for him to train efficiently. If he fully opened his potential, his training speed would increase at least twofold. He then instructed, 18, have the Uzumaki Trade Association, and 19 focus on the land of the wind, and complete the infiltration within a year. End of chapter, chapter 138, chapter 138, 1359 words. The market in the land of the wind is difficult to penetrate, as Sunagakure, with its expertise in poisons, has many puppeteers with deep knowledge of pharmacology. For minor injuries and ailments, they typically treat themselves. While the Hayakusa Trade Association's medicine is effective, it doesn't offer much help to Sunagakure in peacetime. They are more in need of fresh water, food, and military supplies. Sunagakure controls a large portion of the land of the wind, but most of it is desert lands that were rejected by the feudal lords and nobles of the land of the wind, ultimately handed over to Sunagakure. If we're talking about the strongest of the 5 great shinobi countries, Hyumogakure might rival Konoha. But when it comes to the shame of the 5 great shinobi countries, even Kirigakure wouldn't want to compete with Sunagakure. The village leader, the Kazekage, was forced to personally mine gold sand due to a drastic reduction in funding from the feudal lords. Think about Konoha after the Pain invasion, the entire village had to be rebuilt, and that required a massive amount of funding. But the feudal lords of the Land of Fire gave their full support. When comparing this, it's no surprise that Sunagakure is the weakest of the 5 great shinobi countries. The 3rd, 4th and 5th Kazekage were all killed by Akatsuki members or former members, and in that situation, Sunagakure is even worse off than Takagakure. Sir, Sunagakure only accepts trade in food, fresh water, and metallic minerals. If we want to infiltrate Sunagakure more deeply, we'll need to approach these areas, 18 reported. Food, huh? Hyuga Mirai opened his computer and brought up a genetically modified food experiment chart. This genetically optimized seed could yield 4 times the current amount of food in the shinobi world. This was still just the result of preliminary experiments. If Hyuga Mirai pursued deeper research, he could ensure no one in the shinobi world would starve again. However, he wasn't planning to make the genetically modified seeds available immediately. They would be for his use only. There was no need to promote them just yet. I can speed up the growth cycle with would release chakra. By using genetically modified crops and Hashirama's chakra to accelerate growth, we should be able to produce a batch of food in about 10 days, Hyuga Mirai calculated. He then asked 18, how much food can we harvest in a month from what we have? 9,752 tons, sir. That should be enough. Let's go to Sunagakure to negotiate in a month. After being beaten by Konoha without any gain, they shouldn't refuse a lucrative deal, Hyuga Mirai said, pausing for a moment. By the way, don't send 19. Do we have any other trade associations we can use? The Kiku family from the Kawakawa region of the Land of Fire is seeking to become a distributor for Uzumaki Trade Association's computers. If you need, they can restart food trade in 10 days, 18 responded. Thank you, 18, Hyuga Mirai replied. The Land of the Wind's territory is vast, but most of it is desert, and the climate is hot and dry. The locally produced food only covers less than 40% of the population's needs, leaving the rest to be purchased from foreign traders. While other shinobi villages were expanding their military forces, Sunagakure focused on elite training. They reduced investment in the next generation of ninjas, nearly abandoning the ninja academy. Instead, experienced ninjas, veterans of the battlefield, trained the new generation in an elite 1-3 style of education. This approach had its pros and cons. It allowed Sunagakure's younger generation to face missions earlier and learn the survival rules of the shinobi world while others were still in school. However, the number of trained ninjas was drastically reduced, and the village's reserves were nearly depleted. Raza, the Kazekage, was aware of this downside but had no other choice. After the mysterious disappearance of the third Kazekage and Sunagakure's failed war with Konoha, the village was left in a dire financial situation. When it came time to ask the feudal lords for more money, Raza found that the Wind Daimyo wouldn't be willing to help. Win the battle if you can, and if you can't, don't come crying to me, Hyuga Mirai would say in Raza's position. The feudal lords slashed the funding, and without the boldness of someone like Danzo, Raza had no choice but to mine for sand himself to alleviate the financial strain. A month later, under the introduction of the Hayakusa Trade Association, the Kiku family from the Kawakawa region met with the Kazekage. Are you the head of the Kiku family? I've heard of your family's reputation in Kawakawa, Raza said with a calm expression. The ANBU had, of course, investigated the Kiku family's background before they made contact. The Kiku family owned the most fertile land in the region, one of the largest landowners in Kawakawa. Yes, Kazekage-sama. I asked the Hayakusa Trade Association to help me with this, as we wish to make a deal with Sunagakure, the head of the Kiku family said. Raza replied, Mr. Kiku, what kind of business are you proposing? Please, go ahead. The person sent by 18 was named Seiki, and he was under the control of nanochips. Now, he was carrying the reputation of the Kiku family. After receiving the list, Raza opened it and was somewhat surprised. The list included 8,000 tons of rice, 1,000 tons of vegetables, fruits, and other supplies. These were exactly what Sunagakure needed. If the merchants were willing to sell directly, it would save Sunagakure a significant amount of money and time. Furthermore, the prices listed were cheaper than what Sunagakure would pay if they went to other countries to purchase these goods. Considering the saved time and distance, if the deal went through, it would be a huge win for Sunagakure. However, even though Kiku Merchant Association had offered a discount, Sunagakure could not afford to pay such a large sum all at once. If all the funds were spent on purchasing supplies, what about weapons, compensations, and the expenses for the ninjas? Seiki interrupted Raza before he could finish, speaking directly. If Sunagakure can make a one-time purchase, then Kiku Merchant Association can offer an additional 10% discount. Another 10%. That could save Sunagakure several million, and after calculating the savings, even Raza couldn't help but feel a little tempted. This was practically a great deal delivered right to their door. If they refused, how much more would they have to spend in the future for supplies? How many millions more, plus 1 or 2 months of transport time? If this is the only condition from Kiku Merchant Association, then I can represent Sunagakure and agree to the deal, Raza said decisively after a moment of consideration. If he could secure such a large supply, it would help him earn some merit with the elders of Sunagakure. The loss of the war had shaken Raza's position, and some people were openly saying things like, if only Pakura had been the Kazekage, she would have done better than the current 4th Kazekage. Sunagakure had signed alliances with Konoha and Iwa, yet now even Kirigakure was taking the opportunity to push them around. If Raza didn't produce some results soon, he would have to resort to extreme measures to maintain stability in Sunagakure. If Kazekage-sama agrees, Kiku Merchant Association is ready to sign the contract at any time, Seiki said immediately. In the ninja world, contract honor was highly valued. After signing a contract, neither party could breach it without consequence. If they did, their reputation would be ruined across the ninja world. As one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Sunagakure had even more to lose. After leaving Sunagakure, Seiki took out a wristwatch from his pocket, put it on, and after dialing, spoke respectfully into it. Master 18, as per your instructions, Raza has agreed to sign the contract on behalf of Sunagakure. Good job. Return now. Someone else will be sent to Sunagakure for further negotiations. End of chapter, Chapter 139, Chapter 139 1893 words. Sunagakure high-level meeting, gentlemen, regarding the issue of supplies, I have already reached an agreement with the Kiku Trade Association from the Land of Fire and signed a contract. I believe that soon, Sunagakure will no longer have to worry about food supplies, Raza said, his expression unchanged, but there was a hint of satisfaction in his heart. Not long ago, these people had been pressuring him about the village's resources, after he proposed the elite training system. They never thought that if Sunagakure had the funds to develop the village, Raza would hide them away. One of the higher-ups spoke up, Kazekage-sama, who exactly is this Kiku Trade Association? They're a noble family from the Kawakawa region of the Land of Fire. They own a vast amount of land for growing food. They are now looking to mine in the Land of the Wind, so they are offering us a trade for food supplies, Raza explained, handing out copies of the signed contract to the others. The ANBU has already investigated, and the information is sound. This deal benefits Sunagakure greatly, so I went ahead and signed it. The others skimmed through the contract and saw that it indeed offered significant benefits for Sunagakure. Trading food supplies for mining rights in the Land of the Wind would benefit the Kiku Trade Association, but for Sunagakure, it was the best option available. Once everyone finished reading, no one voiced any objections. Raza continued, then, once the Kiku Trade Association delivers the supplies, we'll have Pakura take charge of the escort mission. At the mention of Pakura's name, many of them paused for a moment and someone voiced their concern, Pakura. Is that too much of a favor to them? A few chunin should be enough to handle it. Pakura was a powerful jonin from Sunagakure. With her mastery of the Scorch release, she had killed many enemies during the war. She had even been a candidate for the position of the 4th Kazekage. Assigning such a powerful ninja to a mere escort mission seemed like an unnecessary overuse of resources. Raza snapped, the Kiku Trade Association and Sunagakure are long-term partners. Do you think you can find another merchant that offers such favorable terms for us in the entire shinobi world? He continued sternly, if something were to happen to their people, Sunagakure's food supply would be interrupted. After all the trouble we've gone through to save up for new ninja development, we'd have to waste it all on purchasing supplies from other countries. Have you thought about the consequences? His harsh words silenced the room. And so, the matter was settled. While there was little chance of other ninjas causing trouble in the Land of the Wind, the task of protecting the Kiku Trade Association was classified as an A-rank mission. After all, there was some merit to the concerns raised by others. Pakura was a hero of Sunagakure. For a B-rank mission, there was no need to deploy a ninja of her caliber. Only A-rank or S-rank missions, ones of special significance to Sunagakure, would warrant her involvement. Within half a month, the Kiku Trade Association delivered the first batch of goods as part of the trade agreement, almost a third of the total amount. Given its importance, Raza had sent 2 teams of Sunagakure ninjas to oversee the delivery. They were extremely cautious, inspecting the goods twice before handing them over. This was because Sunagakure was in dire financial straits. After losing a major battle, the feudal lords had cut their funding, and even Kirigakure had been causing trouble along the Land of the Wind's coastline. If the Kiku Trade Association had arrived any later, Raza might have been forced to consider sending out his hero, Pakura, just to sign a peace treaty. After the delivery, Miki approached Pakura and said, "Jonin Pakura, as agreed, we'll send the second batch of supplies in a month. Next, the Kiku Trade Association will be heading into the desert to search for minerals, and we would like you to escort them." "Of course. My subordinates and I will ensure the safety of your people in the Land of the Wind," Pakura replied, bowing slightly. As long as the Kiku Trade Association didn't interfere with Sunagakure's secrets or harm the Land of the Wind, she would have no objections to their actions. Soon after, the Kiku Trade Association gathered a large number of people and brought various equipment with them. Mining in the desert was no small feat, and the Land of the Wind also had nobles involved in the mining business, often employing hundreds of people. Given the scale of their operation, the number of people brought by the Kiku Trade Association didn't surprise Sunagakure. And with Pakura, a hero of Sunagakure, accompanying them, even with so many people, there was little chance of any trouble in the Land of the Wind. This was the trust the other Sunagakure ninjas placed in Pakura. It was the same trust they would place in her on the battlefield, knowing their backs were safe. Exploring for minerals was a long and grueling task, and Pakura and her team would likely be out there for a long time. Raza had deliberately sent her on this mission to get her out of Sunagakure, hoping that the resources saved could be used for a bold reform to strengthen the village. After all, Raza didn't want Sunagakure to be known as the weakest village in the 5 great shinobi countries. The previous Kazekage had held a strong reputation. If Raza didn't change Sunagakure's current situation, his own position as Kazekage would be unstable. Nearly a month later, while the Kiku Trade Association continued to search for minerals in the desert, the second batch of trade goods was delivered to Sunagakure. The Kiku Trade Association had also found 2 small mineral veins, iron and copper. While not the most valuable, they would still make a decent profit. The most important part was that the Kiku Trade Association had established a mining base in the Land of the Wind, and their numbers were steadily growing. At present, with the mining personnel from the Land of Crafts, the number of people from the Kiku Merchant Association in the Land of Wind has exceeded 300. The sand ninjas accompanying them for protection and surveillance are still the same from Pakura's team. Seiki hadn't expected things to go this smoothly. Though the Merchant Association's guards numbered only 20, the sand ninjas were too trusting. Originally, they had planned to send this many people for at least 2 months, but now the time was cut in half. It seemed that Seiki had been too conservative in his estimate, their efficiency could be even faster. Jonin Pakura. Seiki arrived at the camp that Kiku Merchant Association had set up for the sand ninjas and called out. This was their base of operations for the mining mission. Since they were staying for the long term, Seiki was provided with a residence by Pakura's group. "Seiki, please come in." Pakura stepped out, giving a small salute, and then invited Seiki inside. Inside the camp, Seiki took out a map of the mining routes and handed it to Pakura. "Jonin Pakura, here's our next mining plan. Please take a look and let me know if there are any areas forbidden by Sunagakure. If so, I'll adjust the route accordingly." Pakura nodded and took the map. After looking it over for a moment, his brow furrowed slightly. He thought for a bit before speaking. There's nothing wrong with most places, but this route is getting close to Roran. That area is outside of Sunagakir's control. Yes, Roran is a small country ruled by its queen. As for Roran, Sunagakir generally avoids crossing into its territory. That complicates things. According to the surveyors from the Land of Crafts, this place might have a mining vein. Seiki feigned frustration. If we send someone to make contact with Roran's people, would they allow us to enter? This, I'm not sure. Pakura shook his head helplessly. She didn't pay much attention to politics and wasn't very clear on the relationship between Sunagakir and Roran. In that case, we'll go ahead and try contacting Roran's queen, Seiki said. After speaking, he handed a box to Pakura and departed the camp. Wow, looks like another batch of high-end sweets from the Land of Fire, Juan exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she quickly approached. Opening the box, it turned out to be exactly what she had guessed: expensive sweets. The days spent in the desert were excruciating. Though it was an A-level mission assigned by the village, Pakura could handle it, but her 3 subordinates couldn't. If Kiku Merchant Association hadn't sent gifts like this from time to time, Juan and the others would have already protested to Pakura to return to the village. In reality, they had very little rest. They only had 3 days a month to return to the village for a break. However, with the continuous delivery of gifts and sweets from Kiku Merchant Association, Juan and the others' fondness for the Merchant Association had steadily grown, even though they weren't originally from the Land of Wind. By using mining as a cover, Kiku Merchant Association had successfully created a legitimate route into Roran. The development of the Land of Wind's desert was also proceeding steadily. If this was only about Roran's dragon vein, Hyuga Mirai didn't need to spend so much effort. He needed to experiment on a larger scale, in one of the great nation's ninja villages. There was no point in altering small countries. Some of these small nations didn't even have their own ninja villages. Once capital infiltrated, the nobles and daimyos would lose half of their influence. Without strength and capital, there was no resistance. If Hyuga Mirai took control of most of the desert in the Land of Wind, he would be ready to make major moves against the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind. In the Uzumaki Trade Association laboratory, 18 connected with Hyuga Mirai. Sir, the route to Roran is now open. The next step is to contact them for the transformation. Do you want to go yourself? I will go, but it's for the dragon vein, Hyuga Mirai responded. That person named Seiki has done well. Keep letting him handle the Roran situation. You can give him a few more ninja guards to hire, and make sure the research on Sunagakir doesn't stop. Understood, sir. Afterward, Hyuga Mirai checked in with Ayaka Uzumaki. He had taught her the seal techniques for the Edo Tensei of Senju Tobarama. After a month of practice, Ayaka had finally mastered controlling the Edo Tensei of Senju Tobarama, making it follow her will. This was possible because Hyuga Mirai had sealed Sage Chakra into Ayaka Uzumaki's body. Without it, controlling Senju Tobarama's Edo Tensei would have been impossible. With Senju Tobarama's strength, as long as he wasn't facing sealing techniques, even a few squads of elite ninjas couldn't defeat him. However, with powerful sealing techniques and Ayaka Uzumaki's use of the adamantine chain, even Senju Tobarama was no match. Before long, Hyuga Mirai reflected on something. It feels a bit like a familiar technique. End of chapter, chapter 140, chapter 140 17-18 words. Is this Roran? It looks like the erosion from the desert sands hasn't reached this place yet, but it won't take long, Hyuga Mirai said, observing the slightly green Roran with a hint of contemplation. At this rate of erosion, in less than 10 years, this area will probably turn into desert. By then, if Roran doesn't relocate, it will have no choice but to be absorbed into the Land of the Wind. Ordinary people wouldn't survive in the desert. While Sunagakir could ensure a steady supply of resources with the help of their ninjas, a large village would never manage to settle in such an arid place without help. If Roran's green spaces were overtaken by the sands, they would not even be able to secure their food supply. At that point, their only option would be to relocate the entire nation. Hyuga Mirai followed the merchant convoy into the city, and then split off from the group. From here, he had his own matters to attend to. Climbing up onto a rooftop, he activated his Byakugan, expanding his vision to the maximum. He muttered, spotting something unusual. These must be techniques left behind by Anrokuzan from a few years ago. Looks like Roran has made good use of them. He noticed the lack of chakra signatures. Have they been sealed? Mirai scanned the area, intrigued by some of the findings, but he still couldn't locate the dragon vein. However, it was clear that the people of Roran had some knowledge of puppetry. Their puppets were powered by liquid batteries, a level of automation far superior to Sunagakure's. Now this is something to consider, he thought. I could promote the use of liquid batteries and fusion power plants. Things like liquid batteries and thermal power plants should be a thing of the past. At his experimental base, more advanced power generation devices were used, though when the Uzumaki Trade Association's computers were sold to the shinobi world, they came with outdated power systems. The 5 major countries, including other ninja villages, only built power plants when absolutely necessary, paying little attention to energy resources unless they were in immediate need. For Mirai, this was an opportunity to fill that gap. Once the shinobi world realized the importance of energy like electricity, the energy market would likely fall into his hands. He could then dominate the market, replacing older power systems like liquid batteries and thermal plants, thus gaining control over a vital aspect of daily life for all shinobi. After sending an email to 18, informing her of his findings, Mirai set out to locate the dragon vein. He recalled that the dragon vein was sealed in a tower, which seemed to have been built by Roran's ancestors. Whether they had discovered the dragon vein, but lacked the means to harness it, or simply chose not to, was unknown. Roran's towers were few in number. Despite being guarded, these defenses posed no real threat to Hyuga Mirai. Shadow Clone Jutsu. After creating 4 shadow clones, Mirai sent them to explore Roran's center and locate the dragon vein. Since there were no sensory-type ninjas around, it didn't take long before he used the memories from the shadow clones to pinpoint the dragon vein's location. With a few quick body flicker jutsus, he reached the tower where the dragon vein was sealed. After using a bit of genjutsu, he quickly hypnotized the guards stationed outside. While Mirai rarely used genjutsu, his mastery of in-release chakra, learned through his training with Kurina Yuhi, allowed him to easily use simple hypnosis techniques. This seal is tricky. Looks like it's a variation of the 4 symbols seal, mixed with several other techniques, Mirai thought, frowning slightly as he studied the seal. Let's seal the area first. We can study it without disturbing anyone outside. Mirai set up a genjutsu barrier around the area. Anyone who entered would be put under the spell and turned around, unaware of what had happened. As long as no ninja entered, he could study the seal in peace. If I try to absorb and refine the energy on my own, who knows how long it'll take. 18. Do you have any ideas for the dragon vein? Mirai asked, using his wristwatch to contact her. Sir, raising the energy limits won't be of much help to me, but I can extract the energy from the dragon vein for you to use later, 18's voice replied. Besides your star stone energy furnace, it seems there are no other devices capable of storing such a large amount of energy. Mirai thought for a moment. All right, I'll leave it to you. Please go ahead and create the necessary energy transmission devices. I'll continue working on breaking the seal. After the conversation, Mirai briefly pondered. If he were to wait a little longer, he could have the Kiku Trade Association take over Roran, slowly changing the way the people lived, and eventually taking control of the political power in Roran. However, as long as Queen Sarah couldn't provide a better life for her people, they would eventually turn to someone who could offer them a brighter future. However, this method takes too long. Hyuga Mirai decided to first extract the energy from the dragon vein, and then gradually think of a way to harness its power. Hyuga Mirai's sealing techniques were not to be underestimated. During his time at Konoha Hospital, he had learned all the basic sealing techniques in the village. He also spent some time studying higher-level sealing techniques under Tsunade's guidance. Later, Ayaka Uzumaki brought back some sealing techniques from the ruins of the Uzumaki clan, greatly enhancing Hyuga Mirai's expertise. After half a day of study, he had nearly figured out the sealing techniques on the dragon vein. In addition to the seal that bound the dragon vein, there were some techniques related to sealing soul memories. As long as I avoid this area, I should be able to alter the seals here, Hyuga Mirai thought for a moment and then decided to break the seal. Sealing technique. As the chakra was channeled, the seal's runes on the ground immediately changed. The square seal array transformed into a circle. Though the symbols had shifted, there were still some runes that Hyuga Mirai hadn't touched. But then something unexpected happened. Several sealing runes began to spread from the flying thunder god Kanai at the center of the dragon vein, directly disrupting all of Hyuga Mirai's plans. What, more seals here? Hyuga Mirai was startled. He had already noticed the flying thunder god Kanai and thought there were no other special markings on it, aside from the flying thunder god mark. Since he wasn't very skilled in the flying thunder god technique, he hadn't paid much attention to the marks on the Kanai. Did Namikaze Minato hide a backup seal on the flying thunder god Kanai to seal the dragon vein? Hyuga Mirai had altered Minato's sealing technique, but he had triggered the hidden backup seal on the Kanai, causing the seal to activate suddenly, disrupting his plans. Not good. The collision of the two seals caused a small rupture in the dragon vein's seal. The energy spilling out from this crack quickly filled the space inside the tower and immediately broke through the barrier Hyuga Mirai had set up. A blinding purple light shot through the tower and soared into the sky. The dragon vein's energy released at an alarming speed. As Hyuga Mirai was still maintaining the sealing technique, just as he was about to withdraw, he was suddenly enveloped by the dragon vein's energy. What is that? Mom, come quickly. The central tower is glowing. The sudden disturbance of the dragon vein caught the attention of many Roran citizens. It wasn't just the common people. Queen Sarah, who was resting, was also called to the palace balcony by her maid. From there, they saw the strange phenomenon happening in the tower. The dragon vein is acting up. Queen Sarah immediately thought of the possibility and quickly gathered soldiers, hurrying to the tower that sealed the dragon vein. Your Majesty. The guards at the entrance saluted when they saw Sarah and immediately greeted her. Without wasting time, Sarah asked, "Why is there purple light coming from inside? Has anyone entered the tower?" "No one has entered, Your Majesty," the guard replied hurriedly. "We've been watching here all along, no one has approached. As for the purple light in the tower, we have no idea. They were just guards and had no knowledge of what was happening inside. I need to go inside and check," Sarah immediately said, but she was stopped by her bodyguards. They couldn't risk letting the queen enter without knowing what was going on inside. If the situation was dangerous, she might be in harm's way. After much persuasion, they finally managed to convince her to wait outside. The purple light gradually faded after some time. As soon as it vanished, Sarah and her guards pushed open the door and went inside. The inside of the tower was eerily quiet. Aside from the sounds of Sarah and her group, there was no noise at all. They searched around but found no one. Eventually, they reached the place where the dragon vein was sealed. "Your Majesty, it seems like no one is here. Everything seems normal." The dragon vein was regularly checked, as it had caused issues a few years ago. Sarah had always paid close attention to it. She didn't want anyone using the dragon vein's power for ill intentions. However, it seemed like nothing had changed with the seals, and no one was in the tower. Everything appeared as it should, with no signs of anything unusual. This is strange. Why did a purple light suddenly appear here? Sarah wasn't a ninja, so she couldn't fully understand the situation. After another search with her guards and finding no one, she decided to leave. "Sir, sir." 18 called out several times but received no answer. Just now, 18 had lost contact with all of Hyuga Mirai's equipment. The next moment, 18 immediately began calculating all the data related to the dragon vein, dedicating 95% of her processing power to the task. End of chapter. Chapter 141. Chapter 141 12-15 words. Sir, unable to connect. Surrounded by the towering buildings of Roran, with the dragon vein right before him, Hyuga Mirai found himself unable to establish contact with 18. Without her control, his T1 battle armor now relied solely on artificial intelligence, and even the data network he had built up over time was disconnected. Have I traveled through time? Mirai wondered. He activated his Byakugan. In an instant, his vision expanded to cover the entire area within a 10-kilometer radius of the tower. It's still Roran. The only difference is that the puppet techniques left behind by Anrokuzen are gone. After scanning the surroundings, he shut off his Byakugan and turned his attention back to the dragon vein seal behind him. This time, Mirai studied the seal carefully. He spent a long time with his Byakugan, examining every detail before confirming the seal's structure, including the seal on the kunai used by the Flying Thunder God technique. Traveling through time. The way back should also be related to the dragon vein. The idea that such vast energy can allow time travel is difficult to believe, but there's definitely something wrong with Roran. Otherwise, people wouldn't keep traveling through time. Mirai thought he figured out a way to return. The dragon vein seal from his original timeline had probably been repaired by a secondary seal left by Namikaze Minato. If someone disrupted the dragon vein seal from his original time, and Mirai took control of the dragon vein here, the energy fluctuations from two timelines would cause a spatial resonance, allowing him to leave this time. Then, let me change the seal here first. Mirai knew the dragon vein seal needed to be under his control. If 18 somehow destroyed the seal from the other side without him noticing, it would spell disaster. Sage mode. Mirai's eyes displayed a faint sage face, and he placed one hand on the center of the seal formation. Seal release. Under his control, the rectangular seal quickly transformed into a circular one. Many of the sealing symbols changed, and Mirai infused the seal with Sage Chakra. This was a safeguard. He had altered 90% of Minato's original seal, and left behind a spiritual seal using Sage Chakra. If the dragon vein's energy fluctuated, the seal would break, triggering a summoning seal that would bring him back. After setting up a failsafe for his departure, Mirai left the tower. He was curious about the current time and era, but the people outside hadn't changed much in terms of clothing, so he guessed the time difference wasn't more than 30 years. The problem was whether this was the past, the future, or a parallel universe. If it was on the same timeline, Mirai would just be an observer, but perhaps he could experiment with the timeline and trigger the butterfly effect. The 5 major ninja villages were established around the same time, with Konoha being the first. If he inquired within any major country, he would know the current era. He didn't know much about Roran's history, and since he couldn't contact 18, he decided to leave. Mirai decided to leave Roran and teleported a few times to a more remote location, summoning his T1 battle armor through his wristwatch. Once fully armored, he took off, flying towards the land of fire. The energy supply here is depleted. Once I use it up, I'll have to rely on my own chakra for fuel. From now on, it'll only be useful for flight. If I need to fight, I'll stick to taijutsu or sage mode. Konoha Village. With the end of the Shinobi World War, Konoha needed to quickly regain its strength. Aside from the funding from the daimyo, mission requests were the best way to restore the village's power. Not only did it earn money, but it also allowed ninjas to gain experience. Most missions, aside from A rank and S rank, were from merchants or nobles in the land of fire and surrounding small countries. Konoha's reputation was widespread, and after winning multiple wars, many merchants chose to send their requests to Konoha, even from distant countries, rather than nearby Sunagakure or Iwagakure. When Mirai reached a town near Konoha, he ran into a merchant convoy on its way to the village. He used a genjutsu on the leader, subtly hinting to him, and followed the convoy to Konoha. Along the way, he overheard some useful information. Konoha, year 51. It's only been a few months since I was brought here by the dragon vein. This world didn't seem to have any trace of him. Neither the Uzumaki Trade Association nor the Hayakusa Trade Association had any information. Parallel universe. If it's a parallel universe, how could the future Naruto Uzumaki be so hostile to me? By all logic, he should never have heard of me unless... Mirai wasn't like Uchiha Madara, with an overbearing personality. He was used to being low-key, preferring to operate in the shadows and strike with overwhelming power when necessary. If Naruto Uzumaki truly was his enemy, Mirai wouldn't hesitate to end his life. But Mirai had a guess. He would find out more when he reached Konoha. Thanks to the cells he injected, along with his exceptional metabolism and specialized diet, Mirai's growth had been perfectly optimized. At only 13, he had already reached near physical peak condition. His appearance made him look more like a young adult than a teenager. With some camouflage techniques, he covered his chakra with a sealing jutsu. Even though there were 2 sensory ninjas guarding the gates of Konoha, they couldn't detect anything unusual about him. After the merchant leader showed his documents, the group was allowed to enter Konoha. Once inside, Mirai casually waved to the merchant leader outside a ramen shop before leaving to join the queue. After an hour of waiting and eating ramen, he casually wandered through the village. Everything's exactly the same. Even the placement of the bricks. Mirai was very familiar with the village. When he was younger, he had often slipped away from his clan and the village's ANBU to find hidden places to train. Now, it was no challenge to roam through Konoha without being noticed. Over there. Mirai activated his Byakugan and strolled towards a forest at the edge of the village. The area wasn't a great place to train. The visibility was too high, and it was near the Uchiha clan grounds. For a Hyuga, this wasn't ideal. There was a muffled sound coming from the woods, similar to fists striking a wooden post. As Mirai got closer, he saw a boy repeatedly attacking a tree with his fists. The boy's training outfit was soaked with sweat, and the lunchbox beside him had yet to be opened. He had been training for quite a while, well past noon. Mirai deliberately stepped on a branch, drawing the boy's attention. "Who's there?" The boy suddenly turned around, his vigilance clear as he spotted Mirai. Sorry, Mirai said, putting on a surprised expression. "I'm from the Oishi merchant convoy. I was just curious about the environment in Konoha, and wandered here. Did I disturb you?" His impeccable acting quickly convinced the boy of his identity. End of chapter, chapter 142, chapter 142 1690 words. Is that a merchant caravan outside? The boy observed Hyuga Mirai carefully, noting that the men before him didn't bear the markings of a ninja. He relaxed a little, lowering his guard. When coming to Konoha for a mission, it's best not to wander off. Otherwise, you'll get caught by the guards. My apologies, Mirai scratched his head awkwardly, it's just that the environment here is so nice, and since it's my first time visiting a ninja village, I didn't pay attention and ended up here by mistake. Upon hearing Mirai's words, the boy seemed to take some pride in his training spot. Of course. I picked this place for training. It's way better than the ones in the clan. Mirai smiled inwardly. His instincts told him that this boy had an ego, but whether it was genuine or just an act remained uncertain. He decided to test it a little with a genjutsu. Curiously, he asked, "Are you a ninja, too?" "Of course." The boy proudly replied, "Look at my eyes. They represent the prestigious Hyuga clan of Konoha." Mirai immediately applauded, impressive. "You look much younger than me, and yet you're already a ninja. I've heard about the Hyuga clan's fame in the Land of Fire, said to be the strongest clan in Konoha." The boy blushed slightly. He was clearly unused to such praise. Well, that's a bit much, but sure, you can say that. I'm about to become a chunin, and I'm already qualified to take C-rank missions." "Wow, that's amazing." The boy beamed, enjoying the flattery. He hadn't realized how good it felt to be complimented like this. It seemed like the next time he saw the young lady, he should take a page out of Mirai's book. Maybe then he could. "What's your name?" How old are you? 13. What kind of techniques do you know? I'm almost learning the 8 trigrams. 32 palms. What was your original name? In their conversation, Mirai skillfully gathered a lot of information. This boy wasn't even a chunin, and with Mirai's hypnosis genjutsu, it was easy to take control of this Hyuga Mirai without him noticing. Indeed, the boy in front of him was another version of himself from a different timeline. No, more accurately, he was another Hyuga Mirai. Just as I thought, I am the only one. But there are many versions of Hyuga Mirai. This guy is just an ordinary Hyuga Mirai. Mirai confirmed this in his mind, but just to be safe, he used his etherealization technique to delve into the boy's memories, verifying his thoughts and some of his past experiences. His chakra levels were average, slightly stronger than a civilian ninja, but he would probably reach the peak of Jonin at best. His techniques were weak, focusing on gentle fist, but without proper guidance, he was bound to face difficulties, just like now. Training on a wooden post. It was often a fruitless effort. If this Hyuga Mirai kept going like this, he might never become a Jonin. Mirai snapped his fingers, instantly awakening the groggy boy. Are you okay? You look a little tired. Did you not sleep well last night? Mirai asked, having left a subtle suggestion in the boy's soul using his etherealization technique. With the current strength of Hyuga Mirai's soul, he wouldn't notice a thing. Yeah, I guess I overdid it a bit, the boy scratched his head, trying to shake off the drowsiness. Suddenly, he paused as if all his energy had drained at once. Even during training, you need to take care of your body. Make sure to rest well at night, Mirai advised with a warm smile. Hearing these words, a warmth flowed through the boy's heart. Having lost his parents at a young age and grown up separated from his clan, the boy had rarely experienced anyone's concern for him, other than the young lady. Standing before this person who seemed so naturally approachable, the boy suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Thank you for your concern. I'll be more careful from now on, the boy said, trying to sound polite, though he felt a surge of happiness. The boy then grinned. I'm Hyuga Mirai. What's your name? Should I show you around Konoha? There are some beautiful sights only ninjas can visit, you know. Ha, thanks, Hyuga-san, but I'm about to meet up with my caravan. It was great meeting you today. I'm Jean, here I'd like to give you something, the boy said, smiling as he took out a ring from his pocket and handed it to Mirai. This ring was found in an ancient temple. From my research over the years, it's said that this ring will only reveal its true power when it meets its true owner. But I'm just an ordinary person, so it's only decorative for me. I'm giving it to you, Hyuga-san. I hope you can discover its potential. This is really too much of a gift, the other Hyuga Mirai thought as he stared at the beautiful ring in his hand. The sunlight reflected off it, casting a flash of light. Even without any special abilities, just its elegant appearance made it worth quite a lot. It seemed he had almost believed the story Hyuga Mirai had spun, genuinely thinking that the ring held some mysterious power. He immediately thought of returning it. This is too valuable. Please forgive me, but I can't accept this gift, the other Hyuga Mirai said. No need, no need. Keep it, Hyuga Mirai insisted, forcing the ring back into the boy's hand. Then, he pretended to notice the lunchbox beside him and added, by the way, Mirai-kun, you should make sure to eat on time. I'll be going now. We'll talk next time when we meet. After saying this, Hyuga Mirai turned and walked away. Jean-san, wait a moment. The other Hyuga Mirai tried to catch up to return the ring, but remembered his lunchbox. He quickly ran back to pick it up under the tree. But when he turned around again, Jean-san, who had felt like an older brother to him, had already disappeared. Byakugan. He activated his Byakugan and scanned the area within a kilometer, but found nothing. Did he leave so quickly? Or did I miss him? He sighed, realizing he couldn't catch up now unless he searched through all of Konoha's merchant convoys. But he still had to go back to his clan, so there wasn't enough time. I'll just return it next time I see Jin-san, the other Hyuga Mirai decided, then took a closer look at the ring in his hand. This time, he studied it more carefully and noticed its value. The ring felt cool to the touch, looking like a mixture of metal and jade. Inside the ring, he noticed the inscription, Otsutsuki Yuman, likely the first owner of the ring. Curiously, the other Hyuga Mirai tried the ring on, and was surprised to find it fit perfectly. I forgot to eat again. I'll eat when I get home. I'm running out of time, I need to head back. He packed up the lunchbox and quickly ran toward the Hyuga clan's land. His branch family was much weaker now, and even the smallest mistake would be magnified. Though he should have been exhausted after his training, as he ran, he suddenly felt a surge of energy. Did I improve again today? Awesome, I'll make it home in one go. With a joyful expression, he quickened his pace, doubling his speed as he sprinted toward the Hyuga clan's land. From a distance, he saw someone who looked almost exactly like him, but with a much more childish demeanor. His behavior made Hyuga Mirai want to laugh but also feel uneasy. Will this wind shake the ninja world? Wait, maybe I'm getting too sentimental. But Hyuga Mirai only muttered this to himself. Since he had chosen this path, he decided to try the difficult mode. The easy mode wouldn't be fun if he just breezed through it. Shaking his head, he made sure the blood and flesh he collected were properly stored. Once everything was fully checked, he could finally call it Goldfinger, such a long distance, and I ran it all at once. The other Hyuga Mirai thought to himself when he reached the clan's land. He didn't feel tired at all. When he raised his hands to check, he saw a flash of light on the ring again, though when he looked closer, it appeared ordinary. It must have been my imagination, he thought, then decided not to dwell on the ring anymore. He walked deeper into the clan's land, but with each step, he felt his head lower. It was as though he wanted to hide his face in his clothes, becoming a headless figure. Fortunately, there were no clan members around. He only passed one branch family member who gave him a disapproving glance before walking away. He felt like he was walking through a battlefield. After a few hundred meters, he finally arrived at the main family courtyard, and let out a long breath. There were no guards at the door, which was odd. Usually, at least 2 branch family members would be stationed there. But now, due to unforgivable mistakes, most of the main family's privileges had been revoked. He pushed the courtyard door open and entered. The yard was a bit overgrown with weeds, and he noticed it. I'll clear them out later, he thought. As he walked further in, he came to the main house, where he gently knocked on the door. Lord Kiyo, he called out. Come in, came the reply. Hyuga Mirai entered and immediately put on a smile. He began recounting a funny incident from earlier that day. Lord Kiyo, sorry I trained too much today. I met a kind-hearted person in the woods, just like you. Kiyo Hyuga listened quietly, wanting to smile at his cheerful conversation, but her hollow right eye prevented her from showing any expression. End of chapter, chapter 143, chapter 143. 1657 words. Hyuga Mirai racked his brain, trying to think of some light-hearted words to cheer the girl up, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember how Jin-san, who had felt like an older brother earlier, spoke. Despite using the same phrases, they seemed to have a completely different meaning when spoken by him. By the way, Kiyo-sama, today that Jin-san gave me a ring. It looks really valuable. I wanted to return it, but after I grabbed a lunchbox, he just disappeared. As Mirai spoke, he tried to take off the ring to show Kiyomi. I can't make out where this ring came from, but I thought you might know a little about it. Ah, wait, why can't I get it off? Mirai struggled with the ring for a while, gradually putting more force into pulling it off. His face was slightly flushed from the effort, but the ring refused to budge. Never mind, Mirai, don't hurt your fingers. Kiyo observed the redness in his fingers and realized he had given it his all. The ring must have been something unusual. Strange, I put it on so easily. Mirai felt a bit embarrassed in front of Kiyo. He patted his chest and assured her, Kiyo-sama, I'll study it when I get back. I'm sure I'll figure out how to take it off. That's all right, Mirai. Since it was given to you, just keep it, Kyo said with a forced smile. Mirai noticed a flicker of something in her eyes, something a bit dark. Are they back again? Mirai asked, his tone suddenly turning serious. Kyo-sama, you're terrible at lying. Especially to me. You can't hide anything from me. After Mirai said this, Kiyomi seemed to give in, lowering her head slightly, as if some of her energy had drained away. Those bastards. We're part of the same clan, yet they push us so much. I swear, I'll make them pay for this, Mirai said bitterly. He was furious. It was for the village that he fought, yet it was Kyo who suffered. After returning, they were met with criticism from all sides. They lost their original home, their ninja status was revoked, and Kyo, once full of vitality, had become a mere shadow of herself. Despite that, those bastards still mocked them every single day with their words. Tomorrow, I won't practice outside anymore. If they come after us, I'll make them regret it. Mirai said decisively. Having lost the most important Byakugan in their family, their branch had been expelled from the main family, their status reduced by almost 90%. All the guards once assigned to Kyo had been removed, leaving only a genin like Mirai to protect her. The importance of the Byakugan, a bloodline trait revered for centuries, had been ingrained in the Hyuga clan's blood. To protect it, they would sacrifice their lives. During the recent war, the enemy managed to capture one Byakugan, which was a huge blow to the clan. The Hyuga clan had issued high bounties, and even Konoha had placed a kill order on the Mist Village's shinobi who took it, but to no avail. Even if they killed the shinobi, the Byakugan would be lost forever. Mirai and Kyo knew well the impact their failure had on the clan and the village. But even after the punishment was meted out, some people still wouldn't let them off the hook. Many of the branch family members seemed to enjoy the idea of stepping on the main family's fallen members, as if they longed for their own rise. Even the training grounds within the clan were unwelcoming to Mirai. If he wanted to train, he had to go to a remote forest outside the village, where even there, the whispers of others would reach his ears if he was noticed. Don't do it, Mirai. The clan forbids fighting among ourselves. I don't care, but if you take action against them, you'll be punished, Kyo said sternly. She didn't believe Mirai stood a chance against those people. Kyo knew better than anyone what Mirai was capable of. At best, he might become a jonin, but chunin seemed like his limit. Mirai, tomorrow I'll teach you gentle fist techniques, she offered. Kyo-sama. Don't underestimate me. Though I haven't trained in a while, I was once at the level of an elite chunin in terms of taijutsu. The clan head had given strict orders not to pass on the family's secret techniques, threatening severe punishment if broken. However, there were no such restrictions on basic gentle fist techniques. All right, thank you, Kyo-sama. Mirai had always been unable to refuse Kiyomi's kindness. After saying his thanks, Mirai made his way to the garden to clear the weeds, while Kiyomi stood up to help clean the corridor. As she put it, she wasn't the young lady anymore, so it was time to get used to doing household chores. Ah, so this is what happened. Hyuga Mirai understood from the message transmitted by the ring that changes had taken place within the Hyuga clan. In his original world, the Hidden Mist had never managed to steal the Byakugan. However, due to his defection, things were probably not going well for him either. The ring was actually a transmitter made from the nanostructures of his T1 combat armor. It could be called a golden finger. The sealing technique within the ring allowed him to transmit Sage Chakra to the Hyuga Mirai of this world. It also acted as a locator, so when he slept at night, he would unconsciously receive the inheritance of the gentle fist. As for the matter of Kyo Hyuga, having her Byakugan taken away in this world, he felt no particular emotion. Instead, he saw it as something he could make use of. However, using Hyuga Mirai to influence changes in the shinobi world would require more than just this bit of power. He needed more preparation. The first step was to undo the ugly seal on his forehead. Boss, check please. Hyuga Mirai shouted, calling for the owner of the barbecue shop. He had been eating while listening to the news, and by the time he realized it, he had consumed over 100 plates of barbecue. The people in the shop were now staring at him. "That'll be 350,000 Rio. Thank you for your business," the shop owner said with a smile. Mirai didn't say much, accurately pulling out the 350,000 Rio from his pocket and handing it to the owner before standing up and leaving. "Do you want to follow him? It's the first time I've seen an ordinary person eat so much. That kid definitely has something off with him," one ninja at a nearby table said, speaking quietly to his companion after Mirai left. "Forget it, it's rare to have a break, and someone's already following him." The other ninja replied, then pointed with his chin in the direction Mirai had gone. The first ninja turned his head and immediately spotted the back of a Uchiha clan fan leaving the shop. The Uchiha ninja followed him for a while, but after turning a few alleys, he lost sight of Mirai. Definitely a spy from an enemy nation, Uchiha Shisui thought, frowning. He was about to head back to the security team to inform his clan and get them to track the person down. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't recall any specific features of the person's face. From the moment he started eating the barbecue, the stranger had kept his face covered with one hand, making it impossible for Shisui to see. This person must have noticed that I was watching him. He's definitely a high-level spy. I have to find him. After reviewing the events in his mind, Shisui's suspicion of Hyuga Mirai grew, and he quickly made his way to the security team's base, ready to gather his clan and intercept Mirai before he left Konoha. If this person was allowed to leave, a leak of information could stir up turmoil in the peace the shinobi world had just found. "It should be here," Hyuga Mirai said to himself as he escaped the pursuers and, using his Byakugan, found Orochimaru's secret base in the village. The details were somewhat different from the world he came from, but he still found it. It was on the outskirts of Konoha, a sparsely populated area that was easy to escape from once discovered. The barrier technique is different, but breaking it isn't too difficult. As a master of sealing and barrier techniques, Mirai had no trouble breaking the barrier around Orochimaru's lab. Once the barrier failed, Orochimaru would know that something had happened in his lab. The cold, damp underground tunnels made Mirai feel uncomfortable. It wasn't because of the environment, but because of how crude Orochimaru's experimental setup was. In Mirai's world, he had corrected Orochimaru's reptilian tendencies several times before. Just before reaching the lab's front door, Mirai was met by a ninja with an icy aura and golden vertical pupils. "Heh, I didn't expect someone to intrude here. Looks like the village's defenses are too lax," Orochimaru said with an edge in his voice. This lab was extremely important to him, and any leaks about the secrets inside would cause him major trouble. "Don't worry, Orochimaru. I'm not from Konoha. I've come to make a deal with you." Mirai waved a scroll in front of Orochimaru, then gave a slight chuckle. "The technique I have here, I'm sure you'll be interested in. And by the way, stop exuding killing intent in front of me. If we do fight, you might just end up dead." The moment those words left his mouth, a tsunami-like chakra erupted from Mirai's body. The underground passage was soon filled with a gust of wind. End of chapter, Chapter 144, Chapter 144. 16:0 For words except for the Hyuga clan, even high-level ninjas would find it difficult to unleash their chakra to create a whirlwind-like explosion. Only the truly powerful could achieve this. From what Orochimaru knew, his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, could do it, and he himself could as well after performing the necessary hand seals. But the person in front of him, this individual who could effortlessly unleash such immense chakra. Orochimaru went through his memories but couldn't recall any information about him. There were powerful ninjas in the shinobi world, yet none of them matched the person before him. Could he be someone from Konoha's hidden forces? Orochimaru squinted his golden vertical pupils and chuckled, "Heh, you certainly have some strength. However, this is Konoha. If anyone knew of your existence, they wouldn't let you leave so easily." Hyuga Mirai scoffed, "Don't waste your efforts. If you don't report me, no one will find out about me. I've come to make a deal. If you show hostility without even asking what technique I hold, and the deal fails, you'll regret it, Orochimaru. As expected, he still didn't like the unmodified snakes. Such confidence. It's a shame you won't even reveal your name. Orochimaru's words were cut short as Hyuga Mirai threw a scroll toward him. Orochimaru instinctively threw out a snake from his sleeve, wrapping it around the scroll before retracting it to his hand. This person really doesn't follow the script. Before he could finish his words, Mirai had already thrown the scroll at him. Orochimaru used his senses and found no traps on it, so he slowly opened the scroll with narrowed eyes. Edo Tensei. It appeared to be an enhanced version of the Edo Tensei technique, with 3 methods of binding the summoned bodies listed within the scroll. However, the details were concealed by a sealing technique. Impressive sealing technique. Even in Konoha, there are few who could surpass you in this. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. This forbidden technique, even on Konoha's forbidden jutsu scroll, was something that could not be obtained. He had found a reference to it in the second Hokage's notes, and had originally planned to collaborate with Danzo to acquire it. Now it seemed he could skip that partnership. But why would this person have a forbidden technique created by the second Hokage? With that thought, Orochimaru's suspicion toward Hyuga Mirai slightly decreased. If he was an outsider, Orochimaru would certainly find a way to kill him, no matter how strong his abilities were. However, outsiders wouldn't easily obtain and perfect such a forbidden technique. Furthermore, the enormous amount of chakra he held, everything pointed to him possibly being from the Senju clan. Then, what do you want to exchange for this technique? Orochimaru asked. If it had been any other technique, he wouldn't have shown much interest, but Edo Tensei was different. Bringing the dead back from the Pure Land, there could be secrets about immortality hidden in it. Hashirama cells and the 8 tails horn, Hyuga Mirai said decisively. I know you have both. Exchanging Edo Tensei for those will be a good deal for you. Looks like you know a lot about me. Orochimaru's mood darkened. This person seemed to have investigated him thoroughly. Except for the Senju clan, no one else could have such strong intelligence-gathering abilities. After a moment of thought, Orochimaru agreed to the request. All right, I accept the deal. Please, follow me, Mirai-san. Orochimaru had previously obtained the 8 tails horn. He had hoped to use it to replicate a tailed beast, but it would take too long. By the time he was old, he might not have even been able to replicate half of it, so trading it away was no big deal. As for Hashirama cells, he still had plenty. Trading some of them was fine. He was also curious to see what this suspected Senju would do with them. Perhaps the Senju clan's research on Hashirama cells would surpass his own. After receiving the Hashirama cells, Hyuga Mirai was ready to leave, but Orochimaru suddenly stopped him and asked, Mirai-san, are you also studying Hashirama cells? We could exchange research experiences, it would benefit both of us. Hyuga Mirai immediately declined, forget it, Orochimaru. Right now, you're just taking a gamble with Hashirama cell transplants. But if you agree to one thing, I'll tell you a much better method for transplanting them, one that's far superior to your methods. What is it? Mirai-san, after all, I'm a Konoha ninja. Orochimaru reminded him, indicating that while he might make small moves for the research, he would never agree to anything that put him in direct danger. Take Hyuga Mirai of the Hyuga clan as your disciple, and teach him everything you know. If you can do that, I'll teach you how to use natural energy as well, Hyuga Mirai said. The Hyuga Mirai of the Hyuga clan. Orochimaru was initially stunned. Hyuga Mirai, he didn't know much about the Hyuga clan. Apart from Hyuga Hizashi, he had only heard of a few of the branch family members. This Hyuga Mirai was even more unknown to him, but he figured he wasn't a member of the main family. Orochimaru was somewhat familiar with the main family members, but he had never heard of a Hyuga Mirai. If he's willing, I'll take him as my disciple, Mirai-san. All right, I trust you, Orochimaru. Here is the method for transplanting the Hashirama cells. Once you take Hyuga Mirai as your disciple, I'll also teach you how to use natural energy, Hyuga Mirai said as he threw a scroll, one he had prepared earlier, to Orochimaru. Afterward, he turned to leave, adding one last line before walking off. If you can't manage it, then get ready to run for your life. Ha, quite the tone, Orochimaru remarked lightly, but his wariness toward Hyuga Mirai did not fade. His priority now, however, was to verify whether the experiment method was correct. If it was, then it would be a huge win for him. Cultivating a new gene sequence, allowing the fusion of the two cells, eliminating segments through experimental research. There's even this method. After reading, Orochimaru, integrating his own research ideas, quickly came up with numerous new ideas. He couldn't wait to rush back to the laboratory and test his thoughts. If the method worked, there would no longer be any secrets about the Hashirama cells for him, and the same would go for the Uchiha's Sharingan. And as for natural energy, that should be related to Sage Mode, right? Mirai-san even provided that, it seems he truly belongs to the Senju clan. After all, apart from the first Hokage, there probably isn't anyone else in the ninja world who can use Sage Mode as proficiently as he did. Having been teammates with Tsunade for many years, Orochimaru knew a lot about the first Hokage. Coupled with his research into the Hashirama cells, he was sure that Senju Hashirama had mastered incredibly powerful Sage Jutsu. Ha, Mirai, it should be Senju Mirai, right? I wonder why he asked me to take a Hyuga branch family member as a disciple. But if this Hyuga Mirai is special, I can study him closely, Orochimaru thought as he made up his mind. He may have lost in the competition for the position of the fourth Hokage, but he was still one of the Sannin. In terms of both strength and status, very few could match him within Konoha. If Orochimaru decided to take a branch family member of the Hyuga clan as a disciple, even if Heishi Hyuga learned of it, he would not stop him. After all, to make a fuss over a branch family member would only harm the Hyuga clan. Having left Orochimaru's laboratory, Hyuga Mirai had no real interest in touring Konoha anymore. He had left a base behind in the form of Hyuga Mirai, so for now, he would leave the village and find somewhere to stay. Hyuga Mirai glanced toward a tree, where several crows with bright black eyes were staring at him. Ugh, so annoying. He threw a few shuriken, piercing the crows' bodies without a sound. After quickly dispatching a few of the birds, Hyuga Mirai left the area. It wasn't long before Uchiha Shursui arrived, noticing the crows were dead. He frowned, realizing the person was long gone. He buried the crows and immediately activated the body flicker technique, rushing toward the Konoha building. A potential spy had infiltrated the village, and this was something that the Hokage must know. The following morning, Hyuga Mirai suddenly jolted awake, staring at his hands in shock. He kept turning them over, as if trying to find something. That dream. It was so real, it's hard to believe. Even he found it hard to believe that, in his dream, he had practiced the gentle fist all night long, moving from the 8 trigrams, 2 palms to the 8 trigrams, 128 palms, and even the 8 trigrams, heavenly rotation and air palms techniques. It must have just been a dream, haha, looks like I'm just too eager to get stronger, even dreaming of training, he mused, trying to comfort himself. But the dream had felt so vivid that, even now, he could still remember the details clearly. I should have just been dreaming, just a dream. Repeating these words to himself, he grabbed his toothbrush and began his morning routine. However, during his wash, he couldn't help but think back to the dream. I should try practicing later, or ask Kiyo-sama about it. End of chapter, chapter 145, chapter 145 16 words. After breakfast, Hyuga Mirai eagerly made his way to the courtyard where Kiyo Hyuga lived. The area wasn't small, and within the courtyard, there was even a small training ground. Although Kiyo Hyuga had lost her Byakugan, her grandfather had paid a heavy price for her to be able to continue living within the clan as a member of the main family. Including this courtyard, although somewhat dilapidated, it was quite spacious, but now without servants or guards. Aside from her main family status and this courtyard, everything else Kiyo Hyuga had was taken from her. Even Hyuga Mirai's following her was voluntary, and the expenses for her were to be covered by Hyuga Mirai through his own missions and earnings. Once he became a ninja, the clan would no longer provide him with a living stipend. Lady Kyo. Hyuga Mirai called out as he reached the gate of the courtyard, then entered. Though Kyo had told him several times that they didn't need to follow the formalities when no one else was around, Hyuga Mirai still couldn't bring himself to change. Mirai, you're here so early today. Kyo Hyuga was a little surprised to see him, as Hyuga Mirai usually did 2 D-rank missions in the morning, then trained before returning after lunch to keep her company. Did yesterday's conversation leave an impact on him? In her heart, Kyo Hyuga thought that no matter what, she couldn't let Mirai out of her sight today. Lady Kyo, something very strange happened last night. While I was sleeping, it seemed like someone was teaching me gentle fist techniques. Hyuga Mirai quickly shared the details of his dream with Kyo. At first, Kyo Hyuga treated it like a simple morning conversation, but as Hyuga Mirai continued explaining the method for training the 8 trigrams palm, rotating heaven, Kyo's expression grew serious. The technique sounded exactly like the secret methods she had learned from her grandfather. In fact, Kyo felt that the way Hyuga Mirai explained the rotating heaven method seemed simpler than what she had learned from her grandfather. The rotating heaven technique was correct, and the method for the empty palm was also correct. As for the other details about gentle fist training, Kyo Hyuga didn't experience Hyuga Mirai's dream, so she couldn't directly understand the techniques he mentioned. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Kyo Hyuga pulled Hyuga Mirai toward the courtyard's training room. Let's spar a bit. While we fight, try to recall what you learned in your dream. Soon, they arrived in the spacious training room, which spanned over 300 square meters. Lady Kyo, I'll hold nothing back. After the formalities, Hyuga Mirai attacked. Before everything had happened, Kyo Hyuga's strength had been far superior to his. Though she had lost 1 Byakugan, her combat ability was only slightly affected, with her physical condition the only noticeable decline. If Kyo Hyuga were to get serious, she was sure that Hyuga Mirai would not be her match. However, the ensuing battle shocked Kyo Hyuga. Hyuga Mirai seemed to have suddenly gained an enormous boost in his gentle fist abilities. Every move she made seemed to be read by him, and a few of his counterattacks left her struggling to keep up. Had he been hiding his true abilities all this time? After sparring for a while, Kyo Hyuga, exhausted from the physical exertion, decided to stop and step back from the battlefield. She hadn't trained in a long time, and while her experience was still there, her physical stamina had decreased considerably. Mirai, that's enough. I understand your strength now. Kyo Hyuga gave a faint smile, though her pale face betrayed her exhaustion. You're very impressive. At this rate, you'll certainly become a chunin soon. Hee, you flatter me, Lady Kyo, Hyuga Mirai replied bashfully, scratching his head. Kyo Hyuga then handed him several scrolls. These are the notes I've compiled from my grandfather's teachings on gentle fist. You can use them for comparison in your training. I've removed the portions on the clan's secret techniques, otherwise they would cause you trouble. Also, don't mention the dream to anyone else, she added firmly. Hyuga Mirai held the scrolls, deeply touched. Thank you, Lady Kyo. Before he could say more, a sudden noise came from the front yard. This part of the Hyuga estate was somewhat remote and usually very quiet. Upon hearing the commotion, Hyuga Mirai felt his temper flare. Those bastards, they're here again today. He stormed off toward the front yard, ready to settle the score with those troublemakers. Mirai, wait. Kyo Hyuga called out, but she had exhausted much of her energy and couldn't catch up. By the time she had caught her breath and reached the courtyard gate, Hyuga Mirai was already in a heated argument with the troublemakers. These troublemakers were from the branch family, and they held the Byakugan bloodline in extremely high regard. They believed the Byakugan was supreme, the strongest bloodline limit in the ninja world, and no one should desecrate such a noble lineage. Is this the place where you belong? When Hyuga Kyo arrived, Hyuga Mirai was already facing off against several branch family ninjas. Following a sinner like you, your tone has gotten quite arrogant, Hyuga Mirai, one of the branch ninjas said coldly. Upon seeing Hyuga Kiyo walking out of the building, the ninja's expression grew even more disgusted. A sinner who lost a precious Byakugan, and now you have the nerve to step out. Hyuga Mirai couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "You bastard, speaking to Kiyo-sama like that, do you want to fight? Do you still think she's from the main family? If it weren't for the risk of the caged bird curse when she came of age, this sinner would have been demoted to a branch family member long ago. No, this kind of sinner doesn't even deserve to be in the branch family, she should be expelled from the Hyuga clan entirely." "What did you say?" "Haha, this is quite amusing," a voice suddenly interrupted before things could escalate further. Everyone turned their heads to see a group of people walking toward them, including Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader of the Hyuga clan. One of the figures beside Hyuga Hayashi had golden vertical pupils and light purple eyeshadow, and under the gaze of those eyes, it felt as though the most venomous predator in the forest had its sights set on them. Clan leader, Orochimaru-sama. Few people in the village didn't know Orochimaru, the recently failed candidate for 4th Hokage. Although he didn't succeed in becoming the Hokage, his reputation and strength as one of the 3 ninjas still far surpassed that of Hyuga Hayashi. "Hayashi, I didn't expect to witness such an interesting scene. Is that the one who got into trouble on the battlefield in the land of mist a while ago?" Orochimaru asked with a rasping laugh. His snake-like eyes swept over Hyuga Kiyo, making her take half a step back in fear. But Hyuga Mirai noticed and immediately stepped in front of her to protect her. "Forgive me for the disturbance, Orochimaru-sama." Hyuga Hayashi, though somewhat irritated by the situation, and the fact that outsiders saw the clan's internal problems, kept a calm demeanor. He turned to Orochimaru and after speaking, addressed the others, "Get out of here. Don't come back." This kind of minor matter wasn't something Hyuga Hayashi cared much about. Even if he had known, he probably wouldn't have bothered. The only purpose left for Kiyo, who had lost one of her Byakugan, was to bear children and ensure the continuation of the Hyuga bloodline. "So you must be Hyuga Mirai." Orochimaru took 2 steps forward, his golden vertical pupils constantly examining Hyuga Mirai. But after such a short time, Orochimaru could not discern anything particularly special about the boy from the branch family. Could it be because they share the same name that he asked me to take him as my disciple? Orochimaru chuckled softly before saying, "Forget it, since it's a request, I won't overthink it. Hyuga Mirai, will you be my disciple?" Hyuga Mirai froze for a moment, not expecting Orochimaru to offer to take him as a disciple. "Disciple?" After a brief moment of shock, Hyuga Mirai quickly asked. "We'll talk about that later," Orochimaru said. "For now, Hayashi, Hyuga Mirai will be my disciple." Orochimaru didn't want to discuss too much about Hyuga Mirai in front of others. Though he had said it was a request, if he hadn't, it would have seemed odd for a renowned Sannin to take a branch family member as a disciple. By saying it was a request, the attention would shift from him to the Hyuga clan, causing them to look into Hyuga Mirai's background. Orochimaru needed them to focus on that and not question why a member of the branch family had caught the attention of one of the Sannin. Hyuga Hayashi responded, "Of course. For Hyuga Mirai, becoming Orochimaru-sama's disciple is a great fortune." With the caged bird still in place, Hyuga Hayashi didn't worry about the loss of the Byakugan, and besides, with Hyuga Mirai becoming Orochimaru's disciple, it would be seen as a positive development for the Hyuga clan, so he readily agreed on his behalf. However, Hyuga Mirai was about to speak, but just then, Kiyo Hyuga gently tugged his sleeve, urging him to stop. After hearing her quiet persuasion, Hyuga Mirai nodded and stepped forward to stand before Orochimaru. "Orochimaru-sensei, I'll be in your care from now on." I'll be counting on you, Mirai-kun." End of chapter, chapter 146, chapter 146 2049 words. In the morning, Hyuga Mirai woke up feeling exhausted. He sluggishly went through his morning routine. The nightmare from last night was something he didn't want to experience again. Even though he had already graduated from the Ninja Academy, he found himself once again facing the terrifying cultural lessons. And the things he had learned in the dream were completely different from what he'd studied at the academy. The events that took place in the dream were still vivid in Hyuga Mirai's mind, including the knowledge he had acquired. Today was his first day as Orochimaru's disciple, so he had to head out early to make a good impression. Orochimaru was much stronger than their clan leader, and although Hyuga Mirai didn't know who had entrusted Orochimaru to take him on as a disciple, his main goal was to gain power from him in order to protect Lady Kiyo. "Good morning, Lady Kiyo," Hyuga Mirai greeted as he entered Kiyo's courtyard. She had already prepared a lunchbox for him. Since he became Orochimaru's disciple, his free time would likely be much less, so Kiyo had taken it upon herself to handle these household tasks. Although her cooking wasn't the best, it saved Hyuga Mirai a lot of time. "Mirai, you look a bit pale. What's going on?" Kiyo asked, concerned. "It's nothing, Lady Kiyo. It's just the same nightmare from yesterday, only this time, it was even worse." Hyuga Mirai yawned, not feeling physically exhausted but mentally drained from the knowledge he had acquired in the dream, like an annoying fly that wouldn't leave his mind. Kiyo asked, slightly confused. "Practicing gentle fist in a dream shouldn't have been terrifying, right?" The dream's gotten even worse. It wasn't just gentle fist practice, it turned into a long session of what was it called? Political philosophy lectures. "The things it told me made my head spin," Hyuga Mirai complained, feeling worn out. Half of the night had been filled with that he much preferred practicing gentle fist in his dreams instead. "What kind of things did it say?" Kiyo asked, curious. "It talked about the contradictions and interests within the ninja world, how the superhuman ninja powers are at odds with the feudal lords and their noble classes, the tension between commoners and the nobility, and the constant conflict and unification of the ninja world. It all just seemed so complicated." Hyuga Mirai groaned, still drained by the night's dream. Kiyo listened carefully, intrigued by his account. "You still remember all that?" "Of course, Lady Kiyo. I remember it clearly. With the chakra being transmitted through the nano ring, it's impossible to forget." Kiyo smiled lightly and said, "Then when you return, teach me the things you learned in your dream. It sounds interesting. Some of it even matches what my grandfather told me, but your version seems clearer." "Of course, Lady Kiyo," Hyuga Mirai readily agreed, then grabbed his lunchbox. It was time to go meet Orochimaru. As a newly appointed disciple of one of the three Sannin, he had no experience, and would simply follow Orochimaru's instructions. When he arrived at the place Orochimaru had mentioned, he found the Sannin waiting for him, though it was just a shadow clone. The real Orochimaru was busy with his research. "Mirai-kun, I've gotten a general understanding of your situation. You're a genin with little experience. From now on, I'll help you grow as quickly as possible." "I understand, Orochimaru-sensei." Hyuga Mirai, who had sprinted to the meeting spot, realized that he hadn't arrived before Orochimaru. Still, he raised the lunchbox and said, "Orochimaru-sensei, I've also prepared a lunch for you." Orochimaru looked at the lunchbox Hyuga Mirai offered and smiled wryly. "No need, Mirai-kun. I'm just a shadow clone. If you complete your missions quickly, you can bring the lunch to my lab before dark." "Let's go. Today, we have 2 C-rank missions near Konoha. If we take our time, you'll have to camp outside," Orochimaru said, leading the way. Teaching Mirai wouldn't be gradual, Orochimaru had a different approach. If Mirai was ready for 2 C-rank missions, that would be the way to move forward. He would have given Mirai a couple of B-rank tasks, if he didn't fear for his safety. The best teacher in Orochimaru's view was life and death itself. Orochimaru's first disciple, Kin, had died in the war because he wasn't prepared for its cruelty. Since then, Orochimaru had taken a different approach: make his disciples grow fast, and let them experience the world on their own. Your personality reminds me a little of Kin. I hope you'll show me what makes you special. What draws the Senju clan's interest?" Orochimaru's shadow clone smiled as it thought this. It then led Hyuga Mirai out of the village. One shadow clone of the Sannin could easily handle any A-rank tasks and below. Orochimaru needed results to absorb natural energy, and his experiments with the fusion method for Hashirama's cells provided by Mirai were proving fruitful. Researching in this direction could indeed recreate the would-release bloodline, although fully replicating the power Hashirama displayed in his era was difficult due to the subject's personality differences. Nevertheless, enhancing cell vitality, increasing chakra reserves, and recreating the would-release bloodline were still achievable. If natural energy could be incorporated, there was a possibility of even replicating 30% of Hashirama's power. Hyuga Mirai had already completed a book titled Viewing the World Objectively: A Shinobi's Perspective. If he had named it Dialectical Materialism outright, it wouldn't have gained any attention, even if it were published. In the ninja world, anything associated with shinobi would naturally attract the curiosity of civilians and non-ninja alike. After all, shinobi were both the closest and the farthest beings from them. They could be hired for tasks with money, yet they also wielded terrifying power, capable of ending lives in an instant or bringing destruction on a massive scale. If he wanted to ignite a red storm in this world, relying on Hyuga Mirai alone wouldn't be enough. It would be too difficult. He had already figured out that personality. It was precisely the kind of character he despised the most. But if such a personality were to gain strength, it would make for an ideal leader of the revolution. In contrast, Hyuga Mirai himself was not suited for the role. His personal ambitions were too strong, everything he did was for his own benefit. Even if he claimed he was reshaping the ninja world, it was ultimately to facilitate his research and fulfill his own desires. All that's left is to get this published and spread it as widely as possible. Without hesitation, Hyuga Mirai appended Mirai to the book's title and moved on to writing his next one. This was still a troublesome task for him. Creating a thought-provoking book that remained engaging meant he had to frame it within the world of shinobi. He traveled at a moderate pace, yet it only took him 3 days to reach the land of waves from the land of fire, even though he often stopped to write along the way. The land of waves was a fragile and unstable country, but it housed an incredibly wealthy figure, Gato. Controlling trade between two nations and dominating maritime commerce in an era where land routes were fraught with obstacles and hostility, shipping was the main channel for economic exchange. Gato may have holed himself up in this small country, but that was precisely his brilliance. With no hidden village and a weak national defense, he could easily control it using only rogue ninja and mercenaries. That was all he needed to amass an enormous fortune. Even the weakest of creatures could be squeezed for sustenance, let alone the people of the land of waves, who depended on the sea for their survival. During times of war, Gato took advantage of the land of fire's disrupted trade routes, aggressively expanding his maritime business, building his company into a formidable enterprise. By exploiting the chaos of the Shinobi World War, he had gathered enough strength to seize power from the feudal lord of the land of waves. However, by the time Hyuga Mirai arrived, Gato had already lost everything: his wealth, his power, and even his autonomy. Under the dual control of Genjutsu hypnosis and soul-engraved seals, Gato, an ordinary man, had no way to resist. Slowly but surely, he became entirely obedient to Hyuga Mirai. Over time, the soul seal's subtle chakra influence would ensure that Gato regarded Hyuga Mirai as his one and only master. A month later, several books, disguised as travelogues of ninja journeys but filled with revolutionary ideology, were gradually published across the ninja world. With Gato's commercial network and vast wealth, distributing a book was a trivial task. Moreover, Hyuga Mirai's writing had a certain allure. Examining the ninja world from a shinobi's perspective made it a compelling read, and a vehicle for spreading his ideology. During this time, Hyuga Mirai had also been busy with other matters. For instance, he had kept the branch family boy in Konoha unconscious for over 10 days before using a brush to inscribe a seal on his forehead. Orochimaru, when he gets serious, is truly an excellent teacher. I suppose I should pass on the method of absorbing and refining natural energy to him. That way, he'll invest even more in his new student. But rather than returning to Konoha to find Orochimaru, Hyuga Mirai transmitted the technique remotely through the T1 battle armor, passing the message to Hyuga Mirai so he could deliver it. The seal is reacting. It seems that Unit 18 is close to locking onto this timeline and tracking me down. Everything I've done follows my own will, but I have deliberately ensured that Hyuga Mirai grows stronger. When I return, the quantum entanglement of magnetic fields between these two timelines will make cross-dimensional travel easier. If this world's Hyuga Mirai truly manages to alter fate, then time itself will be the key to finding me. Hyuga Mirai's entire hypothesis hinged on the fact that Naruto Uzumaki had never existed in his original timeline. If upon his return, Namake's Minato no longer remembered the reasons behind his defection, then it would prove that Hyuga Mirai had indeed changed the predetermined course of this ninja world, thereby affecting his own. A faint hum. As he pondered, a white light suddenly enveloped his body. He could feel the world shifting slightly around him. If he had the proper instruments, he could have gathered more precise data. Magnetic Field Analysis, Unit 18. The Unit 18 he referred to was merely an AI assistant within the T1 battle armor. The armor had its own detection systems, capable of recording these changes and bringing the data back for further research. Then, a thought flashed through his mind. Is this another decision that could change the future? Should he take the battle armor back with him for further analysis, or should he leave it behind? Time travel experiments were notoriously unpredictable. If he missed this chance, it might leave him regretting it for days. If my theory is correct, this armor will eventually find its way back to me. It's only a matter of time. Damn it, Hyuga Mirai, don't let me down. It was unclear whether he was cursing himself, or the branch family boy currently escorting the trade caravan. Sage Art, Sealing. Activating Sage Mode, he infused all of his vast Senjutsu chakra into the battle armor. Then, he disabled the control functions of his wrist device, transferring complete authority and the AI system into that mysterious ring. As soon as he completed the process, the white light surrounding him grew even brighter. I hope my theory is right. With those parting words, Hyuga Mirai hurled the battle armor away. At that very moment, far away in Roran, the dragon vein erupted, sending a blinding column of violet light into the sky, completely shattering Hyuga Mirai's sealing technique. And in that instant, in the land of waves, the radiant white glow surrounding Hyuga Mirai intensified, bursting forth like a miniature sun. But it lasted only for a moment. When the blinding light faded, Hyuga Mirai had vanished from sight. End of chapter, Chapter 147, Chapter 147. 1678 words. In less than a month, Roran had undergone drastic changes. The number of incoming merchant caravans had suddenly surged, and the queen's personal guards had all been replaced. The once approachable queen hadn't made an appearance for almost a month. The roads leading out of Roran were now heavily guarded, and anyone wishing to leave had to obtain special permission from the queen. Yet, when they attempted to request an audience with her, they found it impossible to see her. The tall tower in the center of Roran occasionally emitted a purple beam of light that shot straight into the sky, causing the common folk to feel increasingly uneasy. If it weren't for the merchant caravans selling large amounts of cheap food, vegetables, fruits, and some novelty computer games to the Roran civilians, there would likely be an uprising. In that case, a few who managed to escape could make their way to Sunagakure or Konoha, potentially disrupting Hyuga Mirai's mission to rescue his past self. Another purple beam shot up from the tower, reaching high into the sky. Queen Sarah, confined in the palace, saw the light from her balcony and couldn't help but feel anxious again. The importance of the dragon vein was undeniable, and from the very first ancestor who settled in Roran to her, Sarah had always borne the responsibility of guarding it. But now, those who came to Roran were far too powerful and easily took control of her country. Sarah had tried to resist, but there was nothing she could do. She had lost contact with her closest guards, and her movements were now confined to the bedroom and the balcony. No matter how many plans she made, without any power, Sarah couldn't act on them. After the purple beam, a burst of invisible magnetic force radiated from the dragon vein, spreading outward. Under the magnetic surge, all mechanical guards, except for Unit 18, a Bionano-enhanced modification, were severely damaged to varying degrees. Fortunately, the surge wasn't strong enough to target them specifically, so Unit 18's mechanical guard remained mostly intact. Unit 18, did we locate Lord Mirai? Ayaka Uzumaki looked around in a hurry but couldn't find Hyuga Mirai's presence, becoming increasingly anxious. Ayaka, stay calm when you encounter trouble. If you use the Kagura Mind's Eye, you would sense my position, a familiar voice called from above. Ayaka, hearing the voice, eagerly looked up and, as expected, saw the familiar figure. Hyuga Mirai descended from the top of the tower, his face slightly pale. He continued, but thank you, Ayaka. It's no problem. For Lord Mirai, it's the least I can do, Ayaka said, her heart racing. She moved closer to Hyuga Mirai, her hands nervously twisting as she giggled. However, as she got closer, Ayaka realized that Hyuga Mirai's complexion was very pale. Through the Kagura Mind's Eye, she could sense his chakra was much weaker than usual. Lord Mirai, are you injured? Please bite me. My blood is the best for healing, Ayaka urged in concern. It's nothing, Ayaka. I just overused chakra and suffered some aftereffects from the space-time travel, Hyuga Mirai reassured her. Unit 18, was there anything special that happened while I was away? There were many mechanical guards both inside and outside the tower, and Hyuga Mirai didn't know how many days had passed, so he was eager to know the current situation. Everything is in order, sir, Unit 18 reported, walking calmly to Hyuga Mirai's side. Though her expression remained composed, her eyes scanned him from head to toe twice. As Unit 18 spoke, Hyuga Mirai gradually learned what had transpired during his absence. Orochimaru had encountered Root, and was hunted for a while. The Uzumaki Trade Association had suffered an attack from Root, with 3 branch leaders being taken away. Sunagakure, noticing an increasing number of personnel from the Kiku Trade Association, had attempted to investigate, but Roz's attention was diverted by another deal. Meanwhile, Roran had fallen under Unit 18's semi-forced control. Other than these events, nothing major had occurred. After all, he had only been gone for a little over a month, and with the war in the ninja world having just ended, most nations were still in recovery, with only minor skirmishes persisting in a few regions. Hyuga Mirai stroked his chin thoughtfully. So Konoha is letting its mad dogs loose again now that they're looking to regain power, huh? Has the Uzumaki Trade Association been significantly affected? Seeing Hyuga Mirai's gaze shift to her, Ayaka Uzumaki panicked slightly, looking around nervously. I'm not too sure about that. You should probably ask Unit 18. Unit 18 answered directly, no significant impact, sir. Moving forward, all we need to do is hand over the sales of computers to others while the Uzumaki Trade Association focuses solely on building the data network. If Danzo continued his actions, he would inevitably antagonize the other noble families in the Land of Fire, leading to his downfall. Hyuga Mirai clapped his hands. All right, let's go. Time to meet the Queen of Roran. He had to secure Roran. Beyond the immense energy of the Dragon Vein, the magnetic field here could potentially trigger time-space travel. That alone was reason enough for him to take control. Shortly after, Hyuga Mirai and his companions arrived outside Queen Sarah's chamber. They made no effort to mask their footsteps, so Sarah was well aware that multiple people had come to see her. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking made her heart skip a beat. She instinctively gripped the chakra dagger at her waist, but forced herself to remain composed. Come in, she called out. Hyuga Mirai, Unit 18, and Ayaka Uzumaki stepped inside. Queen Sarah, I sincerely apologize for the disruption caused to Roran, Hyuga Mirai said with a gentle smile as he entered, taking a seat opposite her. It was out of curiosity that I unknowingly got caught up in the Dragon Vein. My subordinates, in their search for me, caused quite a commotion in Roran. For that, I will provide ample compensation to both the people of Roran and your majesty. This queen, having survived the Anrokuzen incident, held considerable influence in Roran. Gaining her support would greatly facilitate his peaceful takeover of the Dragon Vein. Hyuga Mirai began by taking responsibility for the incident, then offered compensation. His sincere attitude and warm demeanor gradually put Sarah at ease. Her grip on the chakra dagger loosened, and as she reflected on the situation, she realized that if the man before her had truly been malicious, he could have simply killed her and taken Roran by force. This was inevitable. A loyal subordinate worrying about their leader is only natural. Since you acknowledge your mistake, I can pretend this never happened, Sarah said. She wasn't foolish, she knew the real issue here was the dragon vein. But the power difference between them was too vast, Roran could never compete with him. All she could do now was test the waters. Since you've returned safely, what are your intentions regarding Roran? She asked cautiously. I'm glad you brought that up, Queen Sarah, Hyuga Mirai said, a chuckle escaping his lips. If you wish, I can withdraw all my subordinates tonight. He watched the young queen's hesitant expression and continued, in fact, we could even engage in a more comprehensive exchange. I've done some research on this ancient kingdom of yours. To avoid the chaos of war, Roran has remained largely isolated, with merchant caravans being its only connection to the outside world. Am I correct? That's because the decision of past queens, I assume. Hyuga Mirai interjected before she could justify it. I hold no ill will toward them, Queen Sarah. On the contrary, I deeply respect their efforts to shield Roran's people from the horrors of war. However, I fear that history may judge them harshly for this choice. After admitting his fault, offering compensation, and now expressing admiration for her ancestors, Hyuga Mirai was steadily winning Sarah over. But Queen Sarah, the war is over. Shouldn't we consider making changes for the sake of your people? Shouldn't we allow them to live better lives? Shouldn't we let Roran's youth learn about the wonders beyond these walls? Exotic seafood, fruits from the land of fire, even the most cutting-edge computer games, many of Roran's people have never seen such things in their lifetime. Queen Sarah, for the sake of your beloved citizens, wouldn't it be a simple decision to adjust the policies of your predecessors? With each carefully crafted argument, Hyuga Mirai led Sarah further down the path of contemplation. Doubt crept into her heart. Was it truly right to let her people suffer just to protect the dragon vein? Could she still call herself a worthy queen? If you seek the opinions of the Roran people, they will undoubtedly support you. Whether you choose to maintain the status quo or usher in a new era of prosperity, they will stand by you, Queen Sarah. Because you are their queen. Because they love you. Would she really forsake her people just to uphold the responsibilities left behind by past rulers? Sarah's heart wavered. What should I do? She murmured, visibly shaken. At this moment, she no longer cared that the man before her had just skillfully manipulated her thoughts. Right now, all she wanted was for someone to place a decisive weight on the scales in her mind to tip them in one direction. Hyuga Mirai's lips curled slightly as he saw her hesitation. Your Majesty, based on my observations, within 10 years, the encroaching desert will engulf all of Roran, he said, his voice low and measured. You must have noticed the growing threat of the sandstorms. He leaned in slightly, his tone turning even softer. And we have the means to prevent it. Then, his voice dipped to a near whisper. Queen Sarah, you wouldn't want to see your people forced to abandon their homeland because of the advancing sands, would you? End of chapter, chapter 148. Chapter 148 1746 Words for the sake of her beloved people, Queen Sarah gritted her teeth, and reluctantly agreed to Hyuga Mirai's proposal. She had gone against the will of her ancestors and, in her generation, handed over the dragon vein. However, as Sarah thought about how everything was for the civilians, she comforted herself that her decision was worth it. Lord Mirai, you're amazing. Ayaka Uzumaki had witnessed Hyuga Mirai persuading Queen Sarah the whole time. His tone was gentle, his confidence unwavering. In front of him, the Queen of Roran seemed almost like a child, completely guided by his words. If only Lord Mirai had been this gentle with me from the beginning. But such a Mirai would be even more captivating. Despite being only in his teens, Ayaka found herself daydreaming, unaware of the changes around her, occasionally giggling, and giving away her emotions with a mischievous smile. Ayaka, if there are no issues with Noera Rin, then I'd like you to stay in Roran for a while. Hyuga Mirai spoke, breaking Ayaka's thoughts. Upon hearing his words, Ayaka recalled Noera Rin's behavior recently and replied, Noera Rin has been quite ordinary lately. Aside from saving some orphaned civilians, she's probably... Of course, I'll also stay in Roran a little longer to study the dragon vein thoroughly. Lord Mirai, Noera Rin is completely fine, and I can monitor her remotely. If there's any anomaly, I'll immediately fly back using the T1 battle armor. Ayaka spoke with certainty, excited at the thought of spending more time with Hyuga Mirai, an opportunity she considered rare. Next, it was time for Roran and the Hayakusa Trade Association to begin their full collaboration. For this, Queen Sarah had to personally step forward and announce it to the people of Roran. After all that had happened recently, the civilians were fearful, and having Queen Sarah make the announcement would help calm them down in the shortest time. People of Roran, I am Sarah. With the help of the equipment Hyuga Mirai provided, Queen Sarah swiftly made a formal public declaration. Her voice echoed through the entire city with the help of loudspeakers. She explained the collaboration between Roran and the Hayakusa Trade Association, emphasizing the many benefits it would bring to the people. Jobs and wages, plentiful goods at discounted prices, educational opportunities, and some military protection were all part of the deal. These outwardly favorable terms seemed like a great deal for Roran, and Queen Sarah had agreed to all of them. In return, she only had to relinquish control over the high tower that sealed the dragon vein, and the area within a 500-meter radius. To facilitate this, Hyuga Mirai also agreed to have Sarah's palace expanded. Well, everything will proceed according to the terms of our agreement, Queen Sarah. Hyuga Mirai said with a warm smile as he addressed the queen, who was a few years older than him. Thank you for bringing such change to Roran, Queen Sarah said, her expression mixed. After announcing the collaboration with the Hayakusa Trade Association, she had disguised herself and gone to the streets to personally gauge the people's reactions. Almost all of Roran's citizens wore expressions of joy. They praised Queen Sarah and the Hayakusa Trade Association, believing she had worked hard to secure so many benefits for them. Cheaper and richer supplies than ever, better paying jobs, educational opportunities for their children, and help with sandstorm control. With all these tangible benefits, Sarah walked through the streets, her head bowed, hearing nothing but praise for her. Mother, I did nothing wrong. Everything is for the people of Roran. After returning to the palace, Sarah silently thought, her last doubts vanishing, though she still worried about Roran facing another tragedy like the Anrokuzan incident. Sarah, somewhat embarrassed, bowed and said, Lord Mirai, I hope you'll allow me to observe the dragon vein from the side, because it is. Are you worried I might use the dragon vein for ill purposes? Hyuga Mirai chuckled softly. Of course, Queen, it's perfectly fine. After all, Anrokuzan used the power of the dragon vein to harm the people of Roran. It's only natural that you worry. Without the guise of being queen, Sarah was just an ordinary person who hadn't been to school much, likely unable to even use a computer. Having her watch from the side wasn't an issue. After Hyuga Mirai spoke, Sarah's tense expression softened a bit. As for coming to the Dragon Vein Tower, that's no problem. However, I'll only be studying it. To avoid any mishaps, I won't leave too many people in the tower. If you'd like to observe, I'll limit the number of people visiting to no more than 2 at a time. Is that acceptable? 2 people will be enough. Thank you very much, Lord Mirai, for understanding. Sarah bowed once again, her sincerity evident as she addressed Hyuga Mirai. Her politeness was unusual for a queen, but that was largely due to the overwhelming power Mirai wielded. Roran, as a nation, had no means to resist him. With negotiations concluded, Mirai instructed Unit 18 to begin large-scale reforms in Roran. Using Kato's shipping network, a vast amount of supplies was transported via sea routes. Roran sat on the outskirts of the Land of Wind, and rather than taking the long and treacherous land routes, maritime transport was far more efficient. A few railway tracks along the coastline would allow goods to be delivered to Roran at incredible speeds. And here, unlike other regions, there were no ninja to sabotage the tracks. There weren't even bandits or raiders in the vast desert. Beyond Roran lay an undeveloped region, which might contain undiscovered mineral deposits. But even if there were none, Mirai wouldn't suffer any losses. The wealthier the people of Roran became, the more profit he could reap. The base in the Land of Tea could function as a branch facility. It's a well-built research site. It seems like a waste to leave it unused. What do you think, Unit 18? Mirai asked, somewhat conflicted. He had spent a fortune constructing that research facility. It was equipped with cutting-edge technology, and neither Orochimaru nor Sasori knew the full extent of its capabilities. If they did, they would undoubtedly want to claim it for themselves. But Roran had the Dragon Vein's energy. Training and conducting research here would allow Mirai to strengthen himself even further. Since modifying his digestive system, his need for natural energy had increased drastically. Though other locations in the ninja world allowed him to absorb it, none could compare to the efficiency of the Dragon Vein. Everything shall proceed according to your will, sir, Unit 18 replied. Unit 18, I need you to offer suggestions from time to time like right now, Mirai said, turning to face her. Her expression remained impassive. Letting others use the base would prevent resources from going to waste, she stated. You mean Orochimaru? He's the only viable candidate at the moment, Mirai sighed. Few in the ninja world could even utilize his research equipment. At present, Orochimaru was the only suitable option. Connect me to Orochimaru. Upon his command, a nano-display screen extended from his wrist-mounted device, establishing a remote connection. Moments later, the call connected. Mirai-kun, what brings you to me at this hour? Orochimaru's voice slithered through the speakers. Nothing urgent. I just wanted to check on your research facility. How's the setup going? Mirai's eyes flickered to the pale-skinned boy standing beside Orochimaru. And who's this kid? Orochimaru let out a raspy chuckle, satisfaction evident in his tone. He's Kimimaro of the Kagaya clan. I acquired him during my ventures in the Land of Water. Once he matures, he'll be an invaluable asset to me. The Kagaya clan's bloodline was, in Orochimaru's eyes, just as valuable as that of the Uzumaki clan, rich with research potential. As for the research facility, I've already selected a location. Soon, I'll need your assistance, Orochimaru continued. I know Sasori of the Red Sand has also joined the organization. But when it comes to producing results, I am certainly no less capable than he is. I understand, Mirai replied, unamused. It was clear that the two had been bickering again. Most likely, Sasori had flaunted his research equipment, making Orochimaru envious. Once you finalize everything, coordinate with Unit 18. She'll handle the arrangements. Since you've made your decision, I won't keep you any longer. Oh, and send me a sample of Kimimaro's genetic material. I'd like to study it. Also, if you come across any surviving members of the Hozuki clan while in the Land of Water, bring them to me as well. Understood, Mirai-kun. After ending the conversation, Mirai turned to Unit 18. Leave the Tea Country base idle for now. Once I find a suitable candidate, I'll assign it accordingly. Unit 18 nodded. Understood, sir. Regarding the modifications to the Dragon Vein Tower, once construction begins, it will take 27 days to complete. Before that, ensure that the genetic modification serum and equipment related to Ichikishimaheim's lineage are transported here. If Ayaka is going to stay in Roran, she should take this opportunity to train in Sage Mode. Are you listening, Ayaka? Mirai suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ayaka Uzumaki, lost in thought, walked straight into his back. Snapping back to reality, she quickly nodded like a pecking chick. I understand, Mirai-sama. I'll do exactly as you say. Be serious about this. While the modifications will help you master Sage Mode quickly, you'll still need to figure out how to integrate Sage Chakra into your jutsu for enhancement, Mirai said sternly. His ultimate plan was to turn Ayaka into a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. However, that would have to wait until Obito assassinated his master. Only then could Mirai intercept the Ninetales before it fell into the hands of Konoha. Despite Ayaka's outward disdain for Kushina Uzumaki, Kushina was still one of the few remaining members of her clan. If Mirai were to make a move against her now, Ayaka might not accept it. With Sage Mode, however, Ayaka wouldn't even need a dual-layered sealing system to suppress the Ninetales. She could forcibly contain its chakra within herself. Of course, stealing a tailed beast would put him in direct opposition to the Akatsuki, but Mirai was confident. He didn't need flowery speeches. Nagato could be swayed by sheer force and strategic interests. Sometimes power and leverage were far more effective than mere words. End of chapter. Chapter 149. Chapter 149, The Newborn Jade 16. For words. The emergence of ninja simulation games had a significant impact on Konoha's younger generation. However, one thing that troubled Namikaze Minato was that while enrollment at the Ninja Academy had increased, the students' perseverance seemed to be weakening. Many 4th and 5th year students had lost much of their drive for training. They seemed more interested in immersing themselves in the thrill of being a ninja through their computers, experiencing the excitement of roaming the ninja world virtually, rather than dedicating themselves to real-life practice. Fortunately, this trend only affected a portion of the students. The Academy's top performers remained diligent in their training. If every student had fallen into this mindset, Minato would have been facing a serious problem. The Ninja Academy was Konoha's primary source of new shinobi. If its effectiveness declined, the steady influx of trained ninjas would slow down, leading to a gap in Konoha's defenses, a severe risk to the security of the vast land of fire. I'll consult with others on this matter and give you an answer soon, Minato assured the academy instructor before dismissing him. Even after the teacher left, Minato still found the situation challenging. The Uzumaki Trade Association's ninja simulation games weren't just appealing to students, even Kushina was hooked. If someone like her found them fascinating, it was no wonder that academy students were captivated. But what could he do? Even as Hokage, he couldn't dictate what people bought. Families had the right to decide how they spent their money. It was just a game. On what grounds could he justify banning it? Even if he wanted to, there was no real justification. Fortunately, the younger generation of shinobi hasn't fallen into decline. In fact, they're developing remarkably well. Minato looked through the reports on Konoha's rising talents and couldn't help but feel satisfied. These individuals represented the future of the village. Kakashi Hataki's skills had already reached the level of a jonin. He executed ANBU missions flawlessly, dedicating himself entirely to strengthening his abilities. However, the death of his teammate had caused him to shut himself off emotionally, throwing himself into mission after mission. If this continued, he risked being consumed by darkness. Perhaps it was time to pull Kakashi out of the ANBU and assign him to a team one that could contribute to Konoha while keeping him from losing himself in the shadows. Minato pondered the idea but hesitated. Kakashi was still young. Giving him the responsibility of leading a team might be too much for him at this stage. The next generation is truly impressive. They might even surpass my own. Minato picked up an application for Jonin promotion submitted by Kiyo Hyuga. She had successfully completed 3 A-rank missions and passed all other evaluation criteria. Checking the ANBU's reports, Minato confirmed that she had completed her missions alone. Though Hyuga branch members had accompanied her for protection, they had never needed to step in. As the rightful heir to the Hyuga main family, Kiyo technically didn't even need to undergo a Jonin evaluation. Once she reached the required skill level, her promotion was practically guaranteed. Yet her determination had driven her to take the test anyway, choosing the most challenging version of it. The results were undeniable. Though she had successfully completed her missions, she had sustained serious injuries and was taken straight to Konoha Hospital afterward. What a stubborn one. Minato sighed before signing off on her promotion. His assistant immediately updated her records and sent word to notify her of her new status. Beyond Kiyo, other young shinobi were also making rapid progress. Kurina Yuhi had submitted her Jonin promotion request as well. Though she had fallen slightly short in her overall performance, her exceptional genjutsu abilities had earned her the rank of Tokubetsu Jonin. Might Guy, Ginma Shiranui, and several others were also showing great promise. Each had the potential to become one of Konoha's strongest shinobi. If only Hyuga Mirai hadn't defected. Influenced by Orochimaru, of all people. Even now, Minato struggled to understand what had driven Mirai to abandon everything in Konoha without hesitation. What had Orochimaru offered him? Was it truly just the promise of breaking the caged bird seal? Maybe it's time to form an elite squad, one that specializes in high-risk missions. The idea struck Minato suddenly. This new generation of shinobi was exceptionally strong, but most lacked leadership experience. They might not be ready to lead a team yet, but they were perfect candidates for taking on difficult missions. A special unit, something like the one Konoha's White Fan once led. A team focused on high-difficulty assignments that regular shinobi couldn't handle, or that were too delicate for the ANBU to take on. It was a solid plan, but choosing the right members would take careful consideration. Training grounds: a new squad had been formed: Kid Kaminaraman, Elite Chunin Teru Kinoshita, and Kurenai Yuhi. They had been working together for 2 months now, and their teamwork was already well established. With Kid as the core, the three had completed 3 A rank and 4 B rank missions, totaling 7 assignments. Kid and Teru had previously fought alongside each other on the battlefield, while Kid had also served as Kurenai's squad leader before. This prior experience made them a well-coordinated team. Their skill sets complemented each other well. Kid specialized in ninjutsu, Teru was a master of Konoha Ryu sword techniques, and Kurenai's family's genjutsu was widely renowned. Recently, she had even applied for the Jonin exam, earning quite a reputation in Konoha. "Captain, what rank is our next mission?" Teru was slightly younger than Kid but older than Kurenai. However, in a fight, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance against her. Despite being older, Teru never underestimated his younger teammate. He had seen firsthand how those who underestimated Kurenai's genjutsu rarely lived to regret it. "We're waiting for one more. The Hokage assigned us a new member. Once they arrive, we'll complete 2 A-rank missions as practice, then move on to S-rank assignments." Kid spoke in his usual straightforward manner. Konoha had been flooded with mission requests after the war. There wasn't enough manpower to take it. Slow training had to happen on the job. Teru raised an eyebrow. "A new teammate? I thought we were sticking with a 3-man squad. Who is it?" "A Chunin Asuma Sarutobi. The 3rd Hokage's son." Teru was momentarily stunned before glancing at Kurenai, who continued silently practicing her genjutsu hand seals, unfazed by the name. He knew about Asuma mainly because he had been on Kurenai's team before. They had often coincidentally run into Asuma during missions. He hadn't expected him to be their new squad mate. "With 2 Jonin and 2 Chunin, we meet the requirements for S-rank missions," Kid continued. "Konoha has a backlog of assignments. Even the ANBU is overwhelmed. We don't have time for leisurely team-building exercises." A short while later, Asuma arrived at the training grounds. Seeing the 3 already waiting for him, he tensed up slightly before walking forward. "Sorry for being late," he said. "You're not late. We just arrived early," Teru reassured him with a polite wave. Though there was a hint of flattery in his tone, he wasn't lying. Asuma had arrived on time. After quick introductions and sharing their specialties, there was nothing else to discuss. As for sparring, Kid had no intention of letting his subordinates turn him into their test opponent. Kurenai's genjutsu was especially troublesome. Even as an elite jonin, he had to stay on guard against her abilities. "Meet at Konoha's main gate at noon tomorrow. I've already accepted an A-rank mission. If there's nothing else, we're done here," Kid stated before disappearing with Shunshin no Jutsu. Once he left, Kurenai also stood and departed without a word. Seeing her go, Asuma panicked and quickly tried to call out, "Kurenai, it's been a while. How about?" Before he could finish, Kurenai's figure dissolved into a cascade of cherry blossoms, vanishing before his eyes. A genjutsu clone. When did she? Asuma froze. He hadn't even realized he'd been caught in an illusion. Had Kurenai grown even stronger since he last saw her? She's gotten even better, Tara marveled before turning to Asuma. No point in looking for her. She's already left the training grounds. That's just how she is. In the 2 months I've been her teammate, she barely speaks outside of missions. With that, Tara left as well. He had an A-rank mission to prepare for, and that meant going over his gear. The son of the third Hokage had joined their squad, which meant the bar was even higher now. If Tara didn't push himself harder, he might end up as the weakest link in the team. Other than his Konoha-ryu sword techniques, he had no notable skills. There was no way the third Hokage's son lacked powerful jutsu. And with Kiid mentioning S-rank missions in the near future, Tara knew that if he couldn't keep up, he'd be replaced. It was exhausting, but being in this squad had its perks. They took on high-ranking missions, the pay was excellent, and he was surrounded by strong teammates, something most people could only dream of. He wasn't going to give that up. I failed again. Once everyone else had left, Asuma let out a frustrated sigh. He had trained relentlessly to qualify for this squad. In the end, he had even swallowed his pride and asked his father for help. And yet, he couldn't even see through Kurenai's illusion. He had worked so hard to catch up, but it felt like the gap between them was only growing wider. End of chapter. Chapter 150. Chapter 150 1636 words. Kurenai Yuhi had made significant progress in her training. Under the guidance of her father, Shinka Yuhi, she not only mastered several new genjutsu hand seals, but also deepened her understanding of the art's core principles. Shinka Yuhi, an elite jonin, was supposed to be out on missions, but out of concern for his daughter, he requested a temporary leave from the fourth Hokage. Despite the current backlog of missions so severe that even genin were being assigned C-rank tasks, Minato Namikaze still granted his request. As a soon-to-be father himself, he could empathize with Shinka's desire to protect his child. Aside from training with her father, Kurenai also sought advice from Might Guy regarding taijutsu. Just as Shinka Yuhi had warned, she was no match for Guy in pure hand-to-hand combat. Though she practiced with him for a while, Kurenai outright refused to wear his recommended training attire, adamantly declaring that she would never, not even in death, wear something so ridiculous. With a clear goal driving her forward, Kurenai trained tirelessly. She followed her father's advice and avoided overexerting herself, but even during her rest periods, she focused on studying genjutsu theory. The next morning, Kiid Kaminariman's squad assembled at Konoha's main gate. Once everyone arrived, Kiid wasted no time in leading them out. "Captain, can we know the mission details now?" Teru Kinoshita asked, his curiosity piqued. Even for an A-rank mission, this level of secrecy seemed excessive. "It's a protection mission, commissioned jointly by 3 noble trade associations from the Land of Fire," Kiid explained as they traveled. "Recently, an unknown group has been attacking their regional managers, and has already destroyed computer shipments worth 30 million ryo." At the mention of such an astronomical figure, both Asuma Sarutobi and Teru Kinoshita couldn't help but be shocked. That amount could fund at least 10 S-rank missions. It was no wonder the merchants were taking drastic action. Kiid continued, "So, they decided to set up a trap and hired us to lie in wait. Our job is to either capture or eliminate the enemy when they take the bait. Hokage-sama only informed me of the full details at the last minute. We might encounter enemy jonin. They also hired several bounty hunters from the underground exchange. Our squad is just one of many involved." Hearing this, Asuma immediately focused. He had fought hard to be transferred into this squad. There was no way he would allow himself to embarrass his father during his first mission. After traveling for some time, Kiid suddenly stopped and instructed, "Change clothes. From this moment on, we are no longer Konoha shinobi. That's the client's requirement." Without hesitation, the squad found secluded spots to switch out of their standard uniforms and removed their forehead protectors. Asuma grumbled as he adjusted his attire. This client is really demanding. Being able to operate openly as Konoha ninja was always beneficial. It helped bolster their reputations and increased Konoha's prestige. However, if the client insisted on discretion, they had no choice but to comply. Teru shared Asuma's sentiment but knew Kid and Kurenai weren't the type to complain. So he kept his thoughts to himself and simply followed orders. With their disguises in place, the squad resumed their journey. After half a day's travel, they finally arrived at their rendezvous point, Kawaki Town, east of the Land of Fire's capital. Kid led them through the town and approached a courtyard estate, where two armed guards stood at the entrance. He presented their mission credentials. "Wait here," one of the guards said after verifying the documents. Another guard took the paperwork and disappeared inside to report to the client. A few minutes later, the guard returned with another nobleman, dressed in extravagant clothing. "Welcome, shinobi of Konoha." As expected, the noble's servants immediately brought out tea for the four of them. However, seasoned shinobi never consumed food or drink offered to them during a mission, so Kid's squad accepted the cups but did not take a sip. The noble, unfazed by their caution, got straight to the point. "I trust you've been briefed on the situation. Lately, a group of unidentified shinobi has been attacking our trade association, abducting our managers, and destroying our goods. If this continues, our business will be crippled." Kid responded calmly, "Hokage-sama has informed us of the situation, Lord Mitsuji. We will follow the outlined strategy and lie in wait for the enemy to make their next move. Aside from your squad, I've hired additional shinobi. My only demand is that you eliminate this group once and for all. I don't care whether they live or die, just make sure they're dealt with." The Uzumaki Trade Association, after establishing itself in the tech industry with computers and ninja games, had gradually shifted away from direct sales, allowing nobles to handle distribution instead. These three noble families had pooled their resources to secure exclusive rights to supply the Land of Rain and the Land of Wind. But then, these mysterious shinobi began targeting them. The merchants had already suffered two major attacks, losing people and valuable cargo. Their business had come to a complete standstill. Every day they delayed meant further losses, yet continuing operations without addressing the threat was too dangerous. That was why they had chosen to take decisive action. Hiring Konoha shinobi had even been a direct suggestion from the Uzumaki Trade Association. After explaining the situation, the noble dismissed them, and a servant escorted the squad to their assigned quarters. As they entered the residence, they noticed several other shinobi had already arrived. Once inside, Kid Kaminaraman spoke in a low voice, "Kurenai." Kurenai Yuhi nodded and activated her chakra sensory technique. After a brief moment, she had a clear count of the shinobi in the vicinity. "Captain, there are 13 individuals in total. One of them has an unusually large chakra reserve. The client doesn't fully trust Konoha. That person is likely a mercenary hired from the underground bounty exchange," Kid replied calmly. "Get some rest. We move at sundown. Teru, you'll stay here. If the enemy's target is this location, signal us immediately." Given that these attackers had a history of abducting key figures, Kid was concerned that the client might be taken. If that happened, their mission would be a failure. "Understood, Captain." A few hours later, Kid, Kurenai, and Asuma Sartobi used dinner time as an excuse to slip away toward the decoy cargo site. As they left, the other hired shinobi also began departing in small groups. Inside the house, Teru Kinoshita carefully observed through the window, memorizing the features of each shinobi that left, especially the one Kurenai had flagged as a potential threat. Blue hair, black cloak with red clouds, definitely not from the Land of Fire. Teru committed these details to memory. None of the mercenaries were wearing forehead protectors, likely due to the client's request for discretion. He would report his findings to the village later. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the three families began loading the cargo. Though the crates were filled with decoys, only the highest-ranking managers knew the truth. To the rest of the workers, this was a legitimate transaction. Midway through the loading process, Kurenai, hidden in the shadows, suddenly tensed and signaled to her teammates. Someone's coming. Moments later, figures darted onto the surrounding rooftops, concealed by the cover of night. One of them quickly wove hand seals, and within seconds, a fiery glow illuminated the darkness. Fire release, dragon flame bullet. A blazing dragon-shaped fireball hurtled toward the wagons. Almost immediately, another shinobi followed up with a second technique. Wind release, great breakthrough. The gust of wind fed the flames, doubling the fire dragon's size in an instant. The inferno engulfed several workers and reduced 6 or 7 wagons to charred wreckage. Had the cargo been real, the 3 families would have suffered losses in the millions. Kurenai frowned, while Asuma's expression turned grim as he recognized the attackers. Animal masks. ANBU uniforms. These shinobi were from Konoha's ANBU. Hold position, Kiid ordered, his voice steady. Kurenai, Asuma, stay close and move on my mark. Though these attackers looked like ANBU, Kiid didn't buy it. If the Hokage had sent ANBU, he would have been informed beforehand. There was only one other group in Konoha that wore ANBU uniforms yet operated outside the village's official orders. Bastards. So it's you. The hired mercenaries, seeing the root members, sprang into action. Water release, water colliding wave. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. A chaotic battle erupted as various ninjutsu collided, reducing parts of the trading post to rubble. Some mercenaries even resorted to explosive tags and bladed weapons, forming small teams to take down the numerically inferior root operatives. Kill them all. The root squad leader observed the enemy for a brief moment before giving his cold command. These mercenaries were mere rogue shinobi, possessing only a handful of techniques. Eliminating them would serve as a warning to the Uzumaki Trade Association. Root operatives were highly trained in coordinated combat. Compared to the undisciplined bounty hunters, they held a clear advantage. Within minutes, the mercenaries who had first rushed in were slaughtered. 7 lay dead, while 4 others, desperate to escape, found themselves trapped. Just then, a flurry of paper filled the air. Dance of the Shikigami. Countless sheets of paper transformed into shuriken, spears and chains, all aimed directly at the root operatives. At that moment, Kiid's voice rang out. Without hesitation, he lunged at one of the root shinobi. Asuma, responding to his name, followed suit, charging forward. Meanwhile, Kurenai's form suddenly scattered into countless cherry blossoms. In Conan's field of vision, massive cherry blossom trees sprouted from the ground, their thick branches coiling around her, tightening like unbreakable chains. End of chapter. Chapter 151, Chapter 151. 1710 words a genjutsu. Conan instantly realized she had fallen into an illusion. The fact that she hadn't even sensed the caster meant that this genjutsu user was highly skilled, at the very least adept at staying hidden. However, with Shikigami dance, she had ways to counter genjutsu users. In an instant, her body shattered into countless paper fragments, breaking free from the cherry blossom tree's entanglement. As she dissolved into paper, she also dispelled the illusion, then swiftly launched paper shuriken at her unseen attacker. Kurenai Yuhi deflected the paper shuriken with her kunai, but the impact forced her to take 2 steps back. Though her taijutsu had improved significantly, she was still at a disadvantage against Conan. Realizing her opponent's strength, Kurenai immediately created an illusionary clone while concealing her real body in the shadows, ready to support her captain from the sidelines. Trying to take prisoners. A pointless effort. The client's request was clear dead or alive, Conan remarked coldly as she observed Kiid Kaminaraman and Asuma Sarutobi's actions. Without hesitation, she spread 2 large paper wings from her back and took to the sky. With a flick of her wrist, the paper restraining the root ninja suddenly revealed numerous explosive tags. Kiid's sharp eyes caught sight of the explosives just in time. He immediately shouted, "Asuma, get out of there now." At the same time, he swiftly performed a basic sealing technique, managing to neutralize some of the explosive tags. With a powerful yank, he pulled the root shinobi free from the paper bindings. A series of massive explosions rocked the street. Under the detonation of dozens of explosive tags, the entire area was left in ruins. Asuma had managed to retreat just in time, after Kid's warning, but the blast still fractured 2 of his ribs and left him with several external injuries. Kid himself sustained minor wounds, but he had used the root ninja as a human shield, absorbing most of the blast. The unfortunate operative was killed instantly, though Kid had managed to preserve his head. You risked your life just to retrieve a corpse. Conan observed the scene with an indifferent expression. Your teamwork is impressive too, refined for mere rogue shinobi. Are you from Konoha? Hundreds of paper fragments began swirling around Kid and Asuma, forming razor-sharp blades. Realizing they were completely outmatched, Kid made a quick decision and spoke up. We are Konoha shinobi. These men were impersonating our village's forces, so we were ordered to capture them alive. Conan scoffed. Impersonating Konoha. A ridiculous claim. I'll be sure to relay this message to my employer. She had already considered the possibility that these men were genuine Konoha operatives. The 4 root members had demonstrated high-level ninjutsu and seamless teamwork abilities, beyond the reach of small nations or wandering mercenaries. Konoha was known for its combination ninjutsu tactics, something that other great nations rarely practiced. If anyone was faking identities, it certainly wasn't these so-called root operatives. With that, Conan flapped her paper wings and disappeared into the night sky. Watching her leave, Kid and Asuma finally exhaled. Facing an enemy who could kill them at any moment had kept them on edge the entire time. Had she not been wary of Konoha's reputation, they likely wouldn't have survived. Kurenai, Asuma, you both okay? Kurenai emerged from the shadows, her expression serious. She had refrained from engaging because she knew that woman's strength was overwhelming. If she had interfered, she would have only become a liability. I'm fine, Kid said, catching his breath. Asuma, how bad is it? Once we report to the client, we'll head straight back to Konoha. He then glanced at the severed head of the root shinobi he had managed to retrieve. The effort had not been in vain. He needed confirmation of their identities. Sure enough, on the tongue of the severed head was the root eradication curse seal. There was no mistaking it. These men had been part of Danzo's secret faction. Kid sighed internally. What was supposed to be a simple training mission had turned into something far more dangerous. He had heard rumors about the dark dealings of Konoha's leadership, but now he had witnessed it firsthand. When they returned, he would report everything to the Hokage, including the blue-haired Kunoichi, who seemed to harbor hostility toward Konoha. She was worth investigating. After a quick round of first aid, Asuma Sarutobi regained enough mobility, and the 3 immediately headed for the courtyard of the Sankey Trade Association. However, when they requested an audience with their employer, the steward coldly informed them that the head of the family had no desire to see Konoha's shinobi, and that they should leave at once. Kid Kaminaraman sighed inwardly. It seemed that the blue-haired Kunoichi had already relayed the events to their client. Learning that the ones targeting them all along were members of Konoha's root division and that these attacks had cost them dearly meant this would undoubtedly escalate to the Hokage's desk. Captain, what's going on? Teru Kinoshita, still confused, couldn't wrap his head around why his captain and teammates had been driven out so soon after completing their mission. We'll discuss it on the way back, Kid replied. Teru Kinoshita, support Asuma. We leaving immediately. Staying here any longer wasn't safe. Even within the borders of the Land of Fire, they could be ambushed at any moment. While Kid remained in fighting condition, if they encountered another opponent like that blue-haired Kunoichi, even a fully operational team wouldn't stand a chance. Sir, we've received word from Konoha. The Root's attack on the Uzumaki Trade Association has gone exactly as planned, a figure known as 18 reported, pulling Hyuga Mirai from his intense focus on analyzing the fusion between his own cells and those of the Shikatsu bloodline. Mirai blinked, momentarily disoriented. His mind had been entirely preoccupied with his research, and it took him a moment to register what 18 was referring to. After hearing the report again, Mirai nodded slightly. Danzo won't let this go easily. Namikaze Minato is still too constrained when dealing with that old relic. Keep shifting the distribution rights to others. The Uzumaki Trade Association only needs to retain control over product development and innovation. With the widespread adoption of computers, the association would soon be developing other electronic devices, portable gaming consoles, lithium batteries, and more. If Danzo was planning to strike at the Uzumaki Trade Association, he would find it almost impossible. The only core members he was aware of were Ayaka Uzumaki and the masked Rin Nohara, one stationed in the capital of the Land of Fire, the other in Roran. Even if Root wanted to target them, they were beyond reach. As for the association's continued expansion, Number 18's oversight ensured its smooth operation. With her ever-growing data accumulation, her ability to anticipate and respond to situations was becoming increasingly refined. Meanwhile, Mirai himself had made significant progress. The Shikatsumiaka bloodline inherited from Kimimaro had proven highly compatible with his genetic structure, filling in crucial gaps in his sequencing. Through comparative analysis, he had discovered that integrating the Shikatsumiaka cell sequence could push his genetic count beyond 600, something entirely different from the fusion with Hashirama cells. One improved genetic perfection without increasing quantity. The other nearly doubled genetic count, elevating the very essence of life. This is the true inheritance of the Otsutsuki clan. Senju Hashirama's bloodline must have originated from the divine tree. While it enhances an Otsutsuki's genetic structure, it doesn't truly elevate life itself. Though confident in the compatibility of the Shikatsumiaka bloodline, Mirai still required further experimentation to confirm complete integration. It was his own body on the line, he couldn't afford any mistakes. Perhaps I should implant Byakugan-compatible cells into Kimimaro as well. That could compensate for the genetic deficiencies in his system. A thought struck him: he still had Hyuga Nichiren's preserved body, including a perfectly intact pair of Byakugan. If transplanted successfully, not only would Kimimaro's genetic flaws be corrected, but his combat capabilities would be significantly enhanced. After all, the Byakugan was an invaluable asset for taijutsu specialists. Without hesitation, Mirai sent his research findings on the Shikatsumiaka to Orochimaru. He was certain that once Orochimaru reviewed the report, he would personally send Kimimaro to him. 18. Monitor the simulation results. If there are no anomalies after 100,000 iterations, notify me immediately. Leaving those instructions, Mirai made his way toward the Dragon Vein ceiling tower. Within it, he had modified several training chambers, allowing him to absorb natural energy to refine his Sage Chakra. The tower had become one of the densest natural energy sites in existence. According to Ichikishimaheim, not even the most enriched regions of Ryuchi Cave could compare. For that reason, Mirai had constructed additional chambers exclusively for the three great serpent princesses. Arriving at his personal chamber, he pushed open the door, only to see someone rolling restlessly on the bed. Mirai's eye twitched. "What are you doing instead of training?" Ayaka Uzumaki twisted her body toward him, pouting. "Mirai-sama, I want you to teach me Sage Mode." Mirai couldn't shake the feeling that since Ayaka had undergone Ichikishimaheim's genetic modifications, she was becoming more snake-like. "Ichikishimaheim is right next door. My sage arts aren't suited for you." Konoha, Hokage's office. Namikaze Minato had summoned Hiruzen Sarutobi and the other three senior council members. Without hesitation, he slammed keyed Kaminaraman's mission report onto the desk. "Elder Danzo, you need to explain this," Minato demanded, his expression cold. "Why did Root operatives attack a noble trade association within the Land of Fire? Do you have any idea how this has put Konoha in a vulnerable position? One wrong move, and we could lose all mission contracts." Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, momentarily confused by the accusation. But as soon as he read the report, his face darkened. He passed the document to Homura Mitokado and Koharu Utatane, then turned to Danzo. "Danzo, explain yourself. Why would Root Shinobi be involved in something like this?" End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters Patreon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 152, Chapter 152. 1686 words. Everything I have done has been for the sake of Konoha. Danzo spoke firmly, his expression unwavering. There wasn't a trace of guilt on his face, making Hiruzen Sarutobi wonder if there was some deeper reasoning behind his actions. No matter the reason, Root has no authorization to target the noble families of the Land of Fire, and this will not happen again, Namikaze Minato said, suppressing his anger. Just based on this alone, I have every right to shut down all of Root's operations. Elder Danzo, the mission I assigned to you was to track down rogue shinobi, not to attack the business associations of the Land of Fire. Danzo, you've gone too far this time. That's right. Your actions could throw Konoha back into turmoil, just as we were beginning to stabilize. Homura Mitokado and Kohara Udatane, having read Kid Kaminariman's mission report, expressed their dissatisfaction. If Danzo's actions had remained hidden, it would have been one thing. But now that the incident was known not just among other shinobi, but also among the nobles of the Land of Fire, how was Konoha supposed to explain itself? Danzo, however, did not offer any further justification. Instead, he pulled 2 photographs from his cloak and placed them on the table. This is why I targeted the Uzumaki Trade Association. And this also ties back to the 4th Hokage's orders. Minato frowned in confusion, but the moment he picked up the photos, realization dawned on him. One was a picture of Orochimaru. The other was of Ayaka Uzumaki. The only clear connection between the two. The identical wristwatches they wore. I had Root investigate the wristwatches worn by Orochimaru and Ayaka Uzumaki. There is not a single known manufacturer in the shinobi world producing such a design. This means they were undoubtedly created by the Uzumaki Trade Association. Given their ability to manufacture computers, making a watch like this would be a simple feat. Orochimaru and the Uzumaki Trade Association have been working together for some time now. However, that man is cunning. The only trace of him that Root has found was in the Land of Bears. As for Hyuga Mirai, it's as if he doesn't even exist within the shinobi world. Therefore, I believe the only way to track down both Orochimaru and Hyuga Mirai is through the Uzumaki Trade Association. After hearing Danzo's reasoning, not just Minato but even Hiruzen Sarutobi fell into deep thought. They knew the capabilities of Root. If even Root had been unable to gather intelligence on Orochimaru and Hyuga Mirai, then even if ANBU was sent out in full force, they would likely meet the same dead end. Under these circumstances, their only viable lead was the Uzumaki Trade Association. Even so, Elder Danzo, Root's actions were too extreme. I will not allow Root to conduct rogue operations under the guise of tracking missing Nin. If this continues, Konoha will soon find itself at odds with half of the noble families in the Land of Fire, Minato said gravely. From now on, all of Root's missions must be approved by me. Otherwise, Root Shinobi will not be allowed to leave Konoha. Danzo's expression changed instantly. This was no different from shackling him. Root had grown into a force that struck fear into enemy nations precisely because of its ruthless efficiency and its ability to operate in the shadows. Now Minato was placing restrictions on Root, effectively reducing it to little more than an extension of ANBU. If that happened, would it even still be Root? Hiruzen Sarutobi, sensing Danzo was about to argue, cleared his throat and interjected before he could speak. Danzo, listen to Minato. This time, Root truly went too far. Don't forget Minato is the Hokage. Hiruzen, he's right, Danzo, Homura Mitokado added. Even if your intentions were for the good of Konoha, your actions were too extreme. If this continues, Konoha will end up alienating the noble families of the Land of Fire because of Root. Kohara Udatane nodded in agreement. First, it was the Minister of Finance. Now, it was the heads of 3 noble merchant families. Danzo was growing bolder and bolder. If he wasn't reined in now, it would only be a matter of time before his unchecked actions caused a major crisis. Danzo scanned the room. Seeing that no one was backing him, he realized he had no choice but to accept the decision. However, Koharu suddenly spoke up, "If you prove yourself, I believe Minato will eventually restore Root's full authority." She believed Minato was still young and needed guidance from his predecessors. Furthermore, Root was an irreplaceable part of Konoha. Despite Danzo's extreme methods, Root had eliminated many of Konoha's threats. Root could be restrained, but it could never be abolished. As advisor Koharu mentioned, if Elder Danzo can accomplish his tasks without resorting to such extreme methods, then Root's leadership will still belong to him. After dealing with Danzo's affairs, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to Minato and asked, "Minato, how do you plan to handle this situation?" "I'll personally explain everything to those three noble families," Minato replied. "Perhaps it would be better if I handled it," Hiruzen suggested. "And as for that unfamiliar Kunoichi, I've never heard of someone like her in the shinobi world. If she remains in the land of fire, it could become a problem for Konoha." Minato thought about it for a moment before nodding. "In that case, I'll leave this matter in your hands, Lord Third." At the same time, Minato planned to ask Kushina about her Uzumaki relative. Regarding the Uzumaki Trade Association, he intended to have ANBU investigate thoroughly. That relative of Kushina's was once someone Konoha had hoped to ally with, yet now she was working with Orochimaru. Given this new revelation, past agreements with the Uzumaki Trade Association would have to be reassessed. Meanwhile, through a video call, Orochimaru informed Hyuga Mirai of several matters. "Mirai-kun, I've already sent Kimimaro over to you, along with the orphan from the Hozuki clan. That child doesn't seem suited to be a shinobi, but when he heard you were the one looking for him, he kept insisting on meeting you." Orochimaru's voice carried a hint of amusement as he continued, "Your subordinates truly wield the power of creation itself. I once considered granting my followers access to Sage Mode, but I never expected you to modify their organs. Instead, you used cursed seals to help them adapt to natural energy." "Cursed seals have their own advantages," Hyuga Mirai replied. "Organ modification requires extensive compatibility testing, whereas cursed seals are highly adaptable. If you want to create an army, cursed seals are far more practical. By the way, how is their training progressing?" Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. "Not too fast but not too slow. Give it another 6 months, and they'll be ready for real missions." Due to their exposure to natural energy, those 8 individuals had adapted quickly to ninja training. However, their talent was average, far from prodigies, so their progress wasn't exceptionally fast. Still, with diligent training and the power of natural energy, they would at least reach Jonin level, more than capable of handling assignments outside the village. The two continued their conversation, discussing other matters. Orochimaru had recently recruited several talented youths, and was constructing a new research facility. He even planned to establish a shinobi village in the land of rice fields, and had already begun negotiations with the feudal lord. The arrival of Kimimaro was a significant gain for Hyuga Mirai, allowing him to further his research into the Shikatsu-miyaka bloodline. His studies over the past few days had also led him to new insights into the nature of yin-yang release. Previously, Hyuga Mirai had believed yin-yang release was merely a manifestation of the physical body and soul. However, his latest research suggested that using the soul to define yin was inaccurate. It was more precise to associate yin with the ocular power of the Byakugan. Once his genetic fusion with the Shikatsu-miyaka was successful, Hyuga Mirai's very existence would evolve. His physical energy would, in turn, enhance his spiritual energy, leading to an improvement in his Byakugan's abilities. This was similar to how he had previously used yang release chakra to nurture the Byakugan. However, he still sensed a limit to the Byakugan's growth, not that it couldn't improve, but that it was missing a key element, a key to elevate it to a higher state, much like how his body was undergoing its own transformation. A few days later, Kimimaro and Haku arrived in Rorin, having been sent by Orochimaru. Meeting Hyuga Mirai for the first time, Haku appeared reserved. However, upon seeing Mirai's warm smile, he felt an unexpected sense of closeness. Channeling his chakra, Haku conjured a delicate ice flower and stepped forward, offering it to him. "Thank you, Haku." Hyuga Mirai accepted the ice flower with a slight smile, then gently tucked it into Haku's hair. "This flower suits you better than me. I hope one day I'll see your strength reach a level where this ice flower never melts. My name is Hyuga Mirai." "I will, Lord Mirai." Haku responded with a bright smile. Orochimaru had not taken much interest in Haku. The boy's personality wasn't suited for a shinobi, and apart from his inherited bloodline limit, there was nothing that particularly caught Orochimaru's eye. Thus, he had refrained from manipulating Haku's mind, and had simply told him the truth that he was sent to find him on behalf of someone else. Kimimaro, however, was different. Orochimaru valued him highly, and it showed Kimimaro had already begun to take after him in many ways. But to Hyuga Mirai, Kimimaro's loyalty was irrelevant. Even if he followed Orochimaru, he would ultimately still work for him. That was why he saw no issue with granting Kimimaro the Byakuganate was a rare opportunity to combine the Shikatsu-myaku and Byakugan bloodlines. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 153. Chapter 153 1734 words. Upon returning to the Land of Rain, Conan immediately informed Nagato of what had transpired in the Land of Fire. Those people were likely from Konoha's root division, the same kind of shinobi who once allied with Hanzo, she said coldly. Of all things, this was something she would never forget. That fateful day had changed Akatsuki forever, and the culprits behind it were Hanzo and Danzo of Konoha. The shinobi of great nations have always acted with impunity, shifting their suffering onto others without a second thought, said Pain, his voice devoid of emotion. Once our plan is in motion, I will return all the pain that has been inflicted upon the smaller nations. Only by experiencing, understanding, and truly knowing pain will they come to cherish peace. Once we gather all nine-tailed beasts, the shinobi of the great nations will no longer dare to wage war so recklessly. Only then can true peace be achieved. Conan nodded silently at his words, though a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Nagato, that masked man who calls himself Madara, he hasn't appeared for quite some time. Do you think he's up to something? There's no need for concern. With these eyes, no petty schemes can succeed. Now that the 6 paths of pain are complete, he poses no threat to Akatsuki. Pain's response was calm and unwavering. Conan, however, quietly sighed in her heart. Ever since unlocking the powers of the Rinnegan, Nagato had grown stronger, but his personality had also changed. Not only had he begun working with the masked man, but there were also signs that he had developed a certain disregard for the shinobi villages of the great nations. This was troubling. And yet, within Akatsuki, Nagato was the only one who could truly change this flawed world. He carried Yahiko's dream, and to Conan, he was her only remaining companion. For that reason, she would continue to stand by him. How are our efforts to recruit new members progressing? Conan replied, there is still no news on Orochimaru or Hyuga Mirai. Even Zetsu has been unable to track them down. However, the masked Madara has identified 2 candidates for recruitment. It will just take some time. After a prolonged search, Akatsuki had recently brought in a new official member, Raiga Kurisuke. With him, Akatsuki's ranks had now grown to 6. As for Kakuzu's former partner, a shinobi from the Hidden Rain village, he had been killed during a mission by Kakuzu himself, who then turned him in for a bounty. In response, Nagato had assigned Raiga as Kakuzu's new partner. With the addition of the members recommended by the masked man, Akatsuki's recruitment would soon be complete. Meanwhile, in a secluded location, Zetsu suddenly appeared beside Obito, an eager grin on his face. Obito. I've uncovered a very well-hidden secret. White Zetsu said excitedly, wearing a look that suggested he wanted Obito to guess. Did you find Orochimaru or Hyuga Mirai? Obito asked. If either of them could be recruited, Akatsuki's plans to capture the tailed beasts could proceed much more swiftly. Not exactly, but here's a hint. It's about Konoha. Black Zetsu suddenly interjected, the Ninetales Jinchuriki is about to give birth. You just ruined my fun. White Zetsu protested, clearly annoyed. His rare moments of enjoyment were always spoiled by Black Zetsu. The Ninetales Jinchuriki. That's Sensei's wife. Obito stood up abruptly. White Zetsu, still sulking over the ruined surprise, sighed. In about 4 months. One of my clones overheard the news in the Uchiha clan's residence, and I confirmed it at Konoha Hospital. Black Zetsu turned to Obito. What do you plan to do? Konoha has recovered its strength quickly after the war. This is the perfect opportunity to unleash the Ninetales within the village and weaken them, Obito said coldly. Of everyone in Akatsuki, no one understood Konoha's power or Kushina Uzumaki better than him. She was a Jinchuriki who could forcibly suppress the Ninetales chakra. There were only 2 moments when the Ninetales could be extracted from Kushina, during childbirth or when a new Jinchuriki was being prepared. The Uzumaki clan's ability to control tailed beasts far surpassed that of other Jinchuriki. And with Konoha being the strongest of the hidden villages, this would be the only chance to take the Ninetales. If they missed it, they might have to wait until Kushina grew old and weak before another opportunity arose. Zetsu, increase surveillance on Konoha. Once the Ninetales Jinchuriki goes into labor, I will extract the beast from her. White Zetsu chuckled darkly. No problem, Obito. Honestly, I'm looking forward to the show, haha. Enough nonsense. Do not make any mistakes with the intel, Obito said. With that, he vanished into his Kamui dimension. White Zetsu replied. As soon as Obito left, he sank into the ground and disappeared. Over the years, natural energy had accumulated within the dragon vein, and the unique magnetic field of Roran seemed to have altered it in some way. The 3 serpent princesses had taken up residence there, and none of them showed any desire to return to Ryuchi Cave. There was no one to serve them there, and besides, the natural energy in the dragon vein was far richer than in Ryuchi Cave. Even just sleeping in the training chambers beside the dragon vein was more comfortable than staying in their original home. Hyuga Mirai had made a significant breakthrough in his research on the Shikatsu Miyako bloodline. He had successfully integrated its genetic traits into his own, increasing his total gene count to 673. Based on his research, the original Otsutsuki gene count was estimated to be around 720. This meant that after fusing with the Shikatsu Miyako bloodline, Hyuga Mirai was now incredibly close to achieving the purest form of the Otsutsuki lineage. A perfect being capable of sealing the 10 tails without burden, stepping into the 6 paths realm, and living for millennia. This was the ultimate goal. If he could fully decipher the genetic sequence of the Otsutsuki, he would wield the power of creation itself, crafting beings that were nearly godlike. Kimimaro, today will begin your modifications. This will prevent the hereditary disease caused by the Shikatsu Miyako. Hyuga Mirai called for Kimimaro and had him lie on the operating table. Thank you, Lord Mirai. Despite being only 6 or 7 years old, Kimimaro was already remarkably composed. After expressing his gratitude, he obediently lay down without hesitation. Hyuga Mirai first injected him with 4 doses of genetic modification serum before proceeding with an eye transplant. He implanted Hyuga Nichiren's Byakugan into Kimimaro. Thanks to his modified genetics, Kimimaro would be able to fully unleash the power of the Byakugan. Once the surgery was complete, Hyuga Mirai reviewed the data and playback of the procedure. Satisfied, he nodded. Everything had gone flawlessly. All right, now let the serum work on your body. You'll need daily checkups, but in 2 weeks, everything should be fine. With a clap of his hands, he signaled for Kimimaro to be taken away. Now that Kimimaro's genetic modifications were complete, it was time to refine his own genetic sequence. Over the next 2 weeks, aside from monitoring Kimimaro's condition, Hyuga Mirai spent his time either training or mentoring Haku. There weren't many people in Roran he could rely on. The 3 serpent princesses spent most of their time lounging near the dragon vein, seemingly in a perpetual post-meal lethargy. Haku's bloodline held immense potential. Once the ice release was fully developed, it could be paired with Ryuchi Cave's senjutsu, further amplifying its power. Though Haku disliked bloodshed, his abilities could still be put to good use, such as safeguarding the Uzumaki Trade Association from Root's interference. Kimimaro, once fully modified, would be returned to Orochimaru, but Haku would remain. Hyuga Mirai didn't have much time to personally train subordinates, but Haku had his own motivation to grow stronger. 2 weeks later, Kimimaro had fully adapted to the Byakugan. He noticed that using the Shikatsu Miyako now felt significantly less taxing on his body, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The genetic repair was successful, but using the Shikatsu Miyako excessively in battle will still put strain on your body. When you return, train under Orochimaru in Yang release chakra to help reduce the toll combat takes on you. After giving his instructions, Hyuga Mirai arranged for Kimimaro to return to the land of tea via a merchant ship. With Kimimaro gone, it was time to focus on his own genetic enhancements. He had run countless simulations and even tested the process on Kimimaro. Now he was fully confident in his success. Injecting himself with 4 doses of the Shikatsu Miyako genetic serum, Hyuga Mirai quietly waited for his body to change. For the first 3 days, he only experienced occasional itching, an indication that his bones were undergoing transformation. By the 6th day, the itching subsided, but his appetite had increased drastically. He retreated to the Dragon Vein training chamber, absorbing natural energy to alleviate the intense hunger surging through his cells. On the 9th day, he could freely control his bone growth, adjusting its density and even extending bones beyond his body as weapons. He had successfully awakened the Shikatsu Miyako bloodline. Even more fascinating was the realization that the Shikatsu Miyako held latent potential far beyond what had been previously known, power that he would need to explore further. By the 12th day, the final dose had fully integrated. Suddenly, a sharp sensation surged through his eyes, followed by a dull throbbing pain. The discomfort only lasted a few minutes, but when it subsided, he immediately noticed a change. His vision had transformed. Staring into the mirror, Hyuga Mirai found himself mesmerized by the deep, star-like blue of his irises. "I've awakened the Tenseigan." A power far surpassing the Byakugan surged within him. He could feel his newfound ability to manipulate attraction and repulsion forces, to enter the Tenseigan chakra mode, and access many more abilities yet to be discovered. But before he could fully process his new strength, another wave of pain struck his eyes. His vibrant blue pupils dimmed, fading back to the familiar pearly white of the Byakugan. Not enough ocular power. Even with Senjutsu chakra, I can only maintain the Tenseigan for a short time. Hyuga Mirai gazed at his reflection, determination hardening in his eyes. The journey to the moon needs to be expedited. End of chapter. Chapter 154. Chapter 154. 1740 words. Hyuga Mirai planned to visit the moon in 4 months. If he sought to enhance his ocular power, the Otsutsuki clan residing there would be his best target. Unlike their counterparts on Earth, neither the branch nor main family of the lunar Otsutsuki carried the caged bird seal. In fact, the branch family had even pooled all their Byakugan together to create a massive Tenseigan. Ocular power, an intangible energy tied to Yin release chakra, could be absorbed between those who shared a bloodline. The closer the genetic relationship, the more effective the absorption. Now that Hyuga Mirai had modified his own genes, his lineage was nearly identical to the Otsutsuki. From a genetic standpoint, he could even be considered an ancestor of the lunar Otsutsuki. Absorbing the Tenseigan's power was entirely feasible. Currently, his body was in a state of imbalance. His physical energy was far stronger than his Byakugan's ocular power, creating a disparity. His bloodline chakra could temporarily trigger the evolution into Tenseigan, but without a genuine source of Tenseigan energy, he couldn't sustain it indefinitely. Still, this could serve as an ace up his sleeve. Based on his calculations, he could maintain Tenseigan chakra mode for approximately 15 minutes. In that mode, no one in the shinobi world could defeat him. Even Namake's Minato and Obito Uchiha would be forced to rely on space-time ninjutsu to escape, and Nagato's Rinnegan would stand no chance. After all, the 6 paths of pain were merely the most basic application of the Rinnegan. Nagato couldn't even use the Rinnegan's exclusive ocular techniques. Without attraction and repulsion forces at his disposal, Nagato's only remaining options were summoning the demonic statue of the outer path, and using Chibaku Tensei. But Hyuga Mirai already had countermeasures for both. One less obstacle. At this rate, once I take care of the remaining 3 Otsutsuki, this planet will be mine. Hyuga Mirai smirked. The power he had gained after stepping into the realm of the 6 paths had significantly bolstered both his strength and confidence. But I need to accelerate technological advancement. First things first, get rid of outdated feudal structures. Otherwise, they'll only hinder space exploration. With that in mind, he began devising a plan. Raising the world's overall productivity was crucial. Right now, the technological ceiling was set by his laboratory, while the floor remained with civilians still using hose to farm. The gap was simply too jarring. By introducing advanced technology, he could monopolize the shinobi world's wealth, diverting the attention of nobles toward material gain. Once they had amassed enough riches, he could devalue their wealth overnight, turning it into nothing more than worthless paper. They had enjoyed centuries of power and luxury. Perhaps it was time for that to end. As he contemplated his next steps, he suddenly received a message from No. "Sir, I have important intelligence to report." "What is it?" Hyuga Mirai asked. "The Ninetails Jinchuriki of Konohagakure is expected to give birth in 106 days. That is indeed crucial information. 18. Remind me again in 103 days. After giving his instructions, he got up to find Ayaka Uzumaki. A Jinchuriki of this level was a strategic asset, one best kept under his own control. Kushina's childbirth presented an opportunity. If nothing unexpected happened, Obito Uchiha would likely attempt to extract the 9 tails. That meant Ayaka needed to master Senjutsu within 3 months, and integrate Senjutsu chakra into her sealing techniques. Up until now, there had been no urgency, so he hadn't pressured her. But from this point forward, Ayaka Uzumaki would have to train relentlessly whether she liked it or not. Shortage Street was home to numerous casinos, which had only grown in popularity thanks to new entertainment systems developed by the Uzumaki Trade Association. The technology had transformed gambling, making it more sophisticated and nearly impossible for even skilled shinobi to cheat their way to victory. With a variety of new games, the casinos attracted droves of gamblers daily. But none were as infamous as one particular patron, the legendary Golden Goose. Unlike ordinary gamblers who experienced both wins and losses, this individual had an unparalleled talent for losing. Their win rate was precisely 0. Because of this, gamblers flocked to play against them, seeing it as the fastest way to make easy money. Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to your next visit. At the casino entrance, the owner personally escorted Tsunade and Shizen out, a broad smile plastered across his face. If Tsunade spat on him right now, he'd probably wipe it off with a grin. After all, in just under 3 hours, she had lost 1 billion ryo. The casino's earnings after taking its cut exceeded 70 million. It was faster than outright robbery. You bastards. Next time, if I catch you cheating, you're dead. Tsunade cursed loudly, furious after losing such a large sum. She was convinced the casino and other gamblers had rigged the games. Otherwise, how could someone with her skill possibly lose so fast? They had to be cheating just in a way she couldn't detect. Shizun, let's go drink. Frustrated, Tsunade stormed off, with Shizun quickly following, holding Taunton in her arms. She hesitated for a moment before leaning in and whispering, "Lady Tsunade, do we still have enough money for food? Wasn't the food money with you the whole time? You took it from me earlier, Lady Tsunade." Shizun fumed, grabbing Tsunade's sleeve and shaking it vigorously. "Right, I did. Whoops, my bad, ahaha." Tsunade scratched her head sheepishly, finally recalling what had happened at the casino. She quickly coughed and waved her hand dismissively. "Anyway, let's just go eat first. I'll figure something out for the bill. Shizen eyed her suspiciously. Really, Lady Tsunade? Of course. I'm one of the legendary Sannin. Turning her head away to avoid further interrogation, Tsunade strode straight into an izakaya. Technically, they were going for food, but in reality, she just wanted a drink. And an izakaya served both. By the time the two women and a pig found a suitable place, the sun had nearly set, marking the start of the izakaya's busiest hours. As soon as they sat down, Tsunade immediately ordered 10 bottles of sake, while Shizen, stomach growling after an afternoon of stress, finally placed an order for food. Before long, their drinks and dishes arrived. Tsunade downed several cups of sake in quick succession, then launched into a tirade about her misfortunes at the casino. There was no way she could have lost so badly it had to be rigged. Someone must have been cheating. Halfway through her drinks, Tsunade's face had turned a deep shade of red. However, she had quieted down, her earlier frustration giving way to a somewhat dejected mood. Even so, she continued pouring herself cup after cup. Lady Tsunade, can you help me train in medical ninjutsu tomorrow? Shizen knew Tsunade always got moody after drinking, so she tried steering the conversation in another direction to distract her. Medical ninjutsu. Sure, I'll teach you a new technique tomorrow. Tsunade had long since considered Shizen her sole disciple. Whatever Shizen wanted to learn, she would teach. The only issue was whether Tsunade would actually remember this promise once she sobered up. Just as she was about to take another sip, a familiar voice rang out from behind her. Well, if it isn't Tsunade. Didn't expect to run into you here. Tsunade turned around and scowled at the sight of the men standing there. What the hell, Jiraiya? Why are you here? She clicked her tongue in annoyance, clearly unenthusiastic about seeing her old teammate. Gathering intel, of course. I was on my way back and happened to pass through. Without waiting for an invitation, Jiraiya plopped down at their table, picked up a skewer of grilled squid and took a bite. I was just wondering where to sit when I spotted an old friend. What luck. Hey, boss. 3 more orders of chicken skewers and squid skewers. Tsunade sipped her sake and smirked. Good timing. I was just about to use Tauntaun as collateral, but you can cover the bill instead. Lady Tsunade. Shizen gasped, eyes wide with shock. That's too much. It's fine, I haven't actually done it yet, Tsunade waved her off nonchalantly. Jiraiya leaned back with a satisfied sigh after a few bites. This latest intel mission was rough. Traveled halfway across the continent and came back empty-handed. Tsunade shot him a cold look. Jiraiya, if you're about to drag me into something, don't bother. Just leave now. Relax. You haven't changed a bit, still so hot-tempered. Jiraiya quickly raised his hands in surrender, then exhaled deeply. All right, I won't beat around the bush. I came to ask you something important. Tsunade arched an eyebrow. If you're here to convince me to return, don't waste your breath. Jiraiya's expression turned serious. It's not about that. I need to know how much you understand about Hyuga Mirai, and if you have any idea where he learned senjutsu. It's critical for Konoha. Please, Tsunade. Senjutsu. Tsunade frowned slightly. She had only heard about Hyuga Mirai defecting alongside Orochimaru but knew little beyond that. Jiraiya, are you implying that Brat learned senjutsu from me? Jiraiya shook his head. Of course not. But I spoke to the 2 great toad sages of Mount Myaboku, and they confirmed that the senjutsu he used on the day of his defection didn't come from Ryuchi Cave. However, they weren't sure if it came from Shikatsu Forest, so I was hoping you could provide some insight. Tsunade snorted. You guys are really losing your touch. Going this far just to deal with a single kid. He's different, Jiraiya said gravely. Hyuga Mirai could destroy the future of all shinobi. If we don't stop him, the ninja world is in danger. Tsunade scoffed. The future of all shinobi. But as she spoke, old memories resurfaced, memories of her arguments with Hyuga Mirai back at Konoha Hospital. Even back then, he had seemed far too mature for a mere child. That was the moment Tsunade had decided not to take him as her disciple. He had been so young, yet already thinking on a level beyond most adults. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Shikatsu Forest never passed down any senjutsu techniques. The difficulty is too high. It's not something just anyone can learn. End of chapter. Chapter 155. Chapter 155. 1770 words. That little brat. Tsunade's face was flushed red from the alcohol, but her eyes remained sharp and clear. Even after Jiraiya had paid and left, she kept thinking about what he had said. In the Great Toad Sage's prophecy, Hyuga Mirai was somehow linked to the person who would disrupt the future of shinobi. However, Tsunade hadn't mentioned the argument she once had with Mirai at the hospital. Maybe she was too drunk to remember, or maybe she simply chose not to. She often claimed to have no ties left to Konoha, yet deep down, she couldn't sever her attachment to it. No matter how disappointed she was, Konoha was still the place she grew up in, the village she had once risked everything to protect. We're leaving, Shizune. Tsunade abruptly put down her cup and stood up, motioning for Shizune to follow. Lady Tsunade, where are we going? Shizune was startled by Tsunade's sudden outburst. She looked far too determined for someone who had just been drinking. As Tsunade marched toward the door, she replied, we need to gather some intel. Something feels off. Right now. Shizune hesitated for a moment before asking, isn't it a bit late for that? Besides, how were they even supposed to gather intel? For the past few days, their routine had consisted of going to the casino, losing money, and then figuring out ways to borrow more. If anyone asked Shizune about loan sources, she could list them off with no problem. But when it came to tracking down rogue ninja, that was a completely different story. And sure enough, as Shizune had expected, Tsunade's drunkenness caught up with her not long after they left the izakaya. Honestly, Lady Tsunade, Shizune muttered in frustration, if you wanted to gather intel, you could have at least used chakra to sober up first. With no other choice, she hoisted Tsunade onto her back and carried her toward an inn to rest for the night. Fortunately, Jiraiya had given her some money before leaving, otherwise, they wouldn't even have enough for a room. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had returned to Konoha and reported his findings to Namake's Minato. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to uncover any useful information on Orochimaru or Hyuga Mirai. For all his efforts, he still couldn't outmatch Root's extensive network of operatives. After all, Root had dozens of skilled trackers and intelligence specialists at their disposal. Even Orochimaru himself had been secretly photographed without his knowledge. Jiraiya handed Minato a small booklet and said, this is everything I managed to gather. Some of it could impact Konoha, so you might want to prepare accordingly. But as for information on Orochimaru and Mirai, I came up empty. Minato skimmed through the document, noting that it contained valuable details about the movements of smaller nations and other major villages. This is incredibly helpful, Master Jiraiya. I can't thank you enough. As for Orochimaru, Root has actually managed to dig up some leads. But their methods were problematic, so I had to step in and put a stop to it. Minato reached into his desk and pulled out 2 photographs, handing them to Jiraiya while explaining Root's findings and Danzo's recent actions against the noble merchant clans. Jiraiya frowned. So the Uzumaki Trade Association really does have a connection to Orochimaru. Minato, do you have any detailed reports on them? Everything we know is in here, Minato said, passing over another file. Right now, all we can confirm is that these wristwatches are exclusive to the Uzumaki Trade Association and likely reserved for core members. He sighed and continued, initially, we believed the association was led by Ayaka Uzumaki. But recently, we haven't been able to locate her anywhere in the Land of Fire. The only known representative left is a masked medical ninja wearing a sakura-patterned mask. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. A sakura mask? What does this medic actually do? Healing people. Just like Ayaka Uzumaki, Minato replied. Beyond that, this masked ninja has been using their wealth to establish orphanages and care centers, significantly reducing the number of deaths from illness near the capital. So they're a saint, Jiraiya muttered, rubbing his forehead. If this person was operating in the capital with such a well-known reputation, it was going to be difficult to make a move against them. Many nobles had already received treatment from the Uzumaki Trade Association. And without concrete proof linking them to Orochimaru, a mere photograph wouldn't be enough to take action. Sending ninja to arrest them outright would only provoke resistance from the daimyo's officials. Relations between Konoha and the daimyo had already been strained recently. The only reason the capital continued funding Konoha was because of the village's past efforts in protecting the Land of Fire during the last Shinobi War. On top of that, Root's recent attack on the noble merchant clans had further damaged Konoha's standing. Although the third Hokage had intervened to smooth things over, Konoha still needed time to mend its relationship with the daimyo. If their connection worsened any further, internal unrest was bound to follow, something that could seriously jeopardize the peace they had fought so hard to maintain. Jiraiya finished reading through the reports and nodded. I'll head to the capital and investigate the Uzumaki Trade Association myself. Master Jiraiya, please be careful, Minato warned. Whatever you do, don't start a fight in the capital. Lately, the daimyo has been recruiting powerful shinobi to join the 12 Guardian Ninja. Officially, there are supposed to be 12 members, but according to ANBU's reports, their numbers have actually grown to over 20. Jiraiya grinned. Relax, Minato. I am one of the Sannin, after all. With a hearty laugh, he reached into his cloak and pulled out a book, casually tossing it to Minato. This limited edition of Tale of the Utterly Gutsy Shinobi is for you, Jiraiya said with a grin. I heard your child is about to be born, so consider this my gift. Though honestly, I'd rather give you my other masterpiece, but considering Kushina, I figured I'd better not. With that, Jiraiya leaped out the window, leaving Minato standing there, shaking his head in exasperation. Still, at the thought of his soon-to-arrive child, Minato's energy returned, and he eagerly resumed his work, determined to finish early so he could spend more time with Kushina. As for Jiraiya, Minato wasn't too worried. While his sensei was notorious for getting caught peeping at bathhouses, when it came to serious reconnaissance, he was among the best, rarely ever detected by other shinobi. A few months later, it's time to go, Ayaka, Hyuga Mirai called out, summoning Ayaka Uzumaki from the depths of the dragon vein. Over the past 3 months, her progress had been remarkable. Not only had she signed a contract with Ryuchi Cave, but she had also learned the white activation technique from Ichikishima. More importantly, she had integrated Sage Chakra into her adamantine sealing chains, increasing their durability tenfold. Even Mirai himself, without exerting his full strength, would struggle to break free from them. With the Uzumaki bloodline and the power of Sage Chakra, Ayaka now had the ability to restrain and seal even the fully formed Ninetales with ease. Yes, Lord Mirai, Ayaka responded with a bright smile, following closely behind him. She felt incredibly fortunate 3 whole months by Mirai's side. Even though he had spent most of his time experimenting and training, just being near him was enough to make her happy. The two soared through the skies, clad in their battle armor, avoiding towns and villages along the way. In less than a day, they had crossed into the Land of Fire. Under the arrangements of Unit 19, Mirai and Ayaka discreetly joined a merchant caravan heading straight for Konoha. Using Yang release chakra, Mirai altered both their appearances, and then used sealing techniques to suppress their chakra signatures. With his level of skill, even if Konoha deployed 2 sensory ninjas, they wouldn't be able to detect their true identities. Inside Konoha, it's been a while. Still looks the same as ever. Standing by the window of their inn, Mirai gazed out at the familiar streets of Konoha, a tinge of nostalgia in his voice. Lord Mirai, why exactly are we here? Ayaka asked curiously. Ever since he had asked her to come along, her excitement had completely overridden her ability to think. For the Ninetales, Mirai said calmly. Ayaka, in a few days, you need to be ready to seal the beast inside yourself. The Nine Tails. But isn't it sealed within Lady Kushina? Ayaka's expression stiffened. Although she wasn't particularly fond of Kushina's unwavering loyalty to Konoha, she was still one of the few remaining Uzumaki. I have no intention of making a move myself, Mirai reassured her. In fact, I don't even know the exact location of her delivery. But what I do know is that someone will attempt to take the Nine Tails, and you've met that person before. The Nine Tails is crucial to Konoha, he continued. It will be heavily guarded. But once it is extracted, that's when the opportunity arises. A trace of worry flickered across Ayaka's face. Lord Mirai. If the tailed beast is extracted, will the Jinchuriki survive? For most, death is immediate, Mirai explained. But the Uzumaki clan has a better chance than most. When a tailed beast is sealed within a person, its chakra fuses with the host's own. Once extracted, it takes away a portion of the Jinchuriki's chakra as well, making survival nearly impossible. However, the Uzumaki have incredibly resilient life forces. Even if the tailed beast is removed, your clan's strong cells can still generate new chakra, but only for a short time. At best, a few months. Mirai turned to Ayaka, his gaze steady. Think carefully about where you stand both in relation to Konoha and to yourself. Consider what you stand to gain from this decision. Your skill in both sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu now rivals my own. If you choose to save her, I won't stop you. But if I judge the situation to be too dangerous, I will intervene. I didn't spend all this time training you just for you to throw your life away. With that, Mirai left the inn, eager to explore Konoha once more after all this time. Ayaka, left alone in the room, pouted for a long moment before muttering, just a subordinate. After all this time, still just a subordinate. But then, a small smile crept onto her lips. Hee, but Lord Mirai does care about me. End of chapter 156, Chapter 156, the 9/1760 words. Apart from some commercial prosperity, Konoha had barely changed. And even that prosperity was largely due to Hyuga Mirai's influence. Ninjas earned far more than the average citizen, making their wives and children the primary consumers in the village. As Mirai strolled through Konoha, he noticed that nearly 30% of the foreign trade associations in the village were somehow connected to him. Identifying them was easy. Any business affiliated with him had a distinctive sign. These signs all bore mathematical symbols, a mark of Unit 18's handiwork, allowing Mirai to recognize them at a glance. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Trade Association shops seemed noticeably quieter. Unless they were selling a newly released game, the local market for computing devices had been entirely monopolized by the Uzumaki Trade Association. This was a major headache for Namikaze Minato. Too many Konoha residents had already purchased Uzumaki Trade Association's computers. If the association were suddenly expelled or banned, people would have nowhere to turn for repairs, an issue that would surely stir resentment toward the village leadership. Hey, Kurenai, Kinoshita. Let's grab some grilled meat. We just wrapped up an A-rank mission, let's celebrate a little. Mirai, still blending into the crowd, heard a voice he recognized. Though he had sealed his chakra and wasn't using his Byakugan, his senses were sharp enough to pick up on the familiar tone. Curious, he casually stepped out of the shop to take a look. Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, and another ninja Mirai didn't recognize were walking toward him, chatting as they went. Kurenai, however, turned down Asuma's invitation almost immediately. No thanks. I need to get back to training before my next mission. Ahaha, Kurenai, you're really something else, Asuma laughed, unbothered by the rejection. No wonder you're improving so fast. Kurenai's eyes suddenly locked onto Mirai. That familiarity subtle but undeniable. She couldn't quite place it, but there was something in the way he looked at her, how he averted his gaze right after, the slight shift in his posture as he walked away. She couldn't shake the feeling. Following her intuition, she approached him. Excuse me, sir, Kurenai said. May I ask who you are? Mirai maintained his disguise effortlessly, bowing slightly in greeting. "Oh, Ninja-sama, I am Jinzo, an inventory inspector from the Inoki Trade Association. I came with the chairman to audit our stock. May I ask if there's a problem?" His expression was calm, polite, and perfectly natural. He wasn't sure why Kurenai had approached him, but he was completely confident in his disguise. "No, I apologize for the intrusion," Kurenai said, bowing her head. As she had approached, she had subtly used a chakra-sensing technique, but she had detected nothing. The man before her was, by all appearances, an ordinary civilian. With a slight nod, she turned and left. Even as she walked away, she tried to shake the lingering doubt. Perhaps she had been overthinking things. Maybe she had been training too hard, making her more paranoid than usual. "I should increase my training time," she told herself. "Maybe then I won't have time for these meaningless distractions." Mirai, meanwhile, mused to himself. "I barely step outside, and I nearly get caught. How did Kurenai sense something?" His transformation and sealing techniques were flawless. The only possible explanation was that she had picked up on small, unconscious habits of his. But it didn't matter. If she hadn't noticed him up close, she certainly wouldn't now. The layout of Konoha was etched into Mirai's memory. He had even brought along Senju Tobarama's reanimated remains, disguising them carefully. With sealing techniques and Flying Thunder God at his disposal, he was determined no matter what, the Ninetales would be his. For the next 2 days, Mirai played his role flawlessly, moving through Konoha like any other merchant. He meticulously checked inventory, carrying out an exhaustive stock audit. He even went so far as to rent a warehouse from the village's administration, further cementing his cover. On the evening of the 3rd day, Mirai and Ayaka left their inn. "What a tiring job." Mirai sighed as they walked. "I could really use a drink and a good night's rest." Ayaka, quick to seize the opportunity, beamed. "Jinzo-kun, would you like me to give you a massage to help you relax?" Mirai flatly refused. "No thanks. I just need to finish this inventory check. Once we leave Konoha, I plan to find a good hot spring to soak in." Despite their casual conversation, both had been on high alert. Using Byakugan and Kagura's mind's eye, they had scanned the area, but Konoha's barrier network was extensive, revealing nothing of interest. However, according to Unit 18, Kushina was due to give birth tonight. That was why Mirai and Ayaka had finally left the inn to find a vantage point where they could observe the events unfold. Though night had fallen, the streets were still active. Ninjas were scattered across the village eating, drinking, patrolling. The Uchiha police force was making its rounds, along with ANBU operatives keeping watch. But Mirai knew Konoha's patrol routes inside and out. Using this knowledge, he led Ayaka to a secluded rooftop, unnoticed by anyone. Hidden by the darkness, they would appear to any distant observer as nothing more than 2 people idly chatting in the night breeze. Ayaka, now free to return to her true form, let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I can undo the seal. Lord Mirai, shouldn't we actively search for clues instead of just waiting? We'll wait, Hyuga Mirai replied, undoing the sealing technique on his body. If the extraction fails, we'll just treat this as a sightseeing trip to Konoha. But given Obito's relentless nature, he wasn't likely to let this opportunity slip away. The two remained on the rooftop, waiting for the Ninetales to appear. Ayaka Uzumaki kept her Kagura's mind's eye active, while Mirai set up a small barrier technique to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Suddenly, Ayaka furrowed her brows. Lord Mirai, about 7 kilometers south of the village 2 individuals with immense chakra are fighting. One of them just vanished. And now the other one too. That must be Namake's Minato and his student, Mirai deduced. Looks like the Ninetales has been extracted from its Jinchuriki. Edo Tensei. With that, he summoned Senju Tobarama. Before coming to Konoha, he had ensured Tobarama had placed numerous Flying Thunder God markers both inside and outside the village. Even if Konoha's forces discovered them, they could escape at a moment's notice. A heavy tension suddenly spread through Konoha, like the oppressive calm before a storm. Then, from the direction of the village gates, an overwhelming and terrifying chakra erupted. A towering fox, dozens of meters high, stood there. Its 9 massive tails whipped through the air with enough force to level mountains, its body cloaked in a fiery red chakra. With a deafening roar, it bared its fangs to the heavens. So that's the 9 tails. Ayaka gazed in awe at the beast outside Konoha's gates. Its chakra dwarfed hers completely. Even from this distance, she could feel its raw, violent energy, filled with rage and negativity. It's far stronger than the 3 tails. If it's at full power, Lord Mirai, I'll need time to adjust before I can handle it. Mirai observed the Sharingan glowing in the beast's eyes and shook his head. If Obito harbors hatred for Minato because he failed to save Noara Rin in time, what grudge does the Uchiha clan bear against him? Back in the academy, any student who could master the great fireball jutsu and shuriken techniques was respected. The Uchiha had treated Obito fairly well. So where did all this hatred come from? This was why Mirai despised dealing with madmen. They didn't care about logic, had no clear motives, and negotiating with them was pointless. The only way to handle them was with brute force. After tonight, the Uchiha would find it impossible not to rebel. With such an enormous Sharingan visible in the Nine Tails' eyes, the other clans in Konoha would never trust them again. As soon as the Nine Tails appeared, Konoha's forces sprang into action, desperately trying to halt its advance. Many laid down their lives in the attempt. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi, though retired from his role as Hokage, donned his battle gear and rushed to the front lines, determined to defend the village. Summoning Enma, the Monkey King, Hiruzen transformed his staff into a mighty adamantine prison pole and used it to push the Nine Tails back. But the battle raged on. Despite wave after wave of ninja throwing themselves at the beast, they couldn't let it set foot inside the village. Then, from above, a massive toad wielding a shield and a trident came crashing down on the Nine Tails, one of Mount Miyaboku's summons. But the enraged beast swatted the toad aside, sending it back to its summoning realm. That was when Minato finally acted, teleporting the Nine Tails away using the Flying Thunder God technique. Lord Mirai, southwest 5 kilometers. Ayaka's voice was urgent. With Kagura's mind's eye, she immediately pinpointed the Nine Tails' new location. Mirai smirked. Ah, I remember placing a Flying Thunder God marker there. At his command, Tobirama placed a hand on both of their shoulders, and in an instant, they teleported away. The moment they landed, Mirai activated his Byakugan. Within seconds, he spotted the Nine Tails a kilometer away. Ayaka, keep up. Without another word, he vanished with a body flicker, while Ayaka entered Sage mode and followed at top speed. Minato. Kushina Uzumaki coughed up blood, her body weak and frail. She knew exactly what Minato was planning, but she couldn't bear the thought of their child suffering the same fate as her. A life as a Jinchuriki. Kushina knew its pain all too well. Even with Mito's care, a loving partner, and immense personal strength, she had still been confined within the village, always watched, always restricted. And now, Minato was using the Reaper Death Seal, at the cost of his life. Meanwhile, she was barely clinging on after having the Nine Tails ripped from her. If they both died here, who would protect Naruto? She already knew the answer. An orphan Jinchuriki. She could only imagine the kind of life her son would face. Suddenly, a voice echoed from beyond the barrier. What a pitiful end. Princess Kushina. Her eyes widened in shock. That voice, she knew it. It's me, came the calm response. Beyond the adamantine barrier, Ayaka Uzumaki stood, her vibrant red hair flowing in the night breeze. End of chapter, chapter 157. Chapter 157 1475 words. Ayaka Uzumaki stood silently, gazing at Kushina's weakened state. She didn't know what to say. From her back, 8 adamantine chains extended, mirroring Kushina's sealing technique, as they unraveled the adamantine sealing barrier. Together with Hyuga Mirai, she stepped inside. Though the adamantine sealing barrier was powerful, it could be breached by someone wielding the same chains. Are you here? Kushina could do nothing to stop Ayaka. All her remaining strength was being used to suppress the nine tails. Even standing and speaking was a struggle. Then, as her eyes met Ayaka's, she immediately understood the reason for their arrival. It's for the nine tails, isn't it? Ayaka didn't answer the question. Instead, she remained expressionless as she asked, Princess Kushina, I'll ask you one last time, are you willing to leave Konoha and return to Uzushio with your child? There is a way to survive after the extraction of a tailed beast. Kushina shook her head weakly. There's no need, Ayaka. Is my home. You're impossible. Kushina, you're completely brainwashed. Ayaka snapped, her voice filled with frustration. Do you think I don't remember what happened? My parents fought to the death to protect our land. If Konoha truly cared about saving Uzushio, they would have sent anyone to help. Her voice grew sharper. Even now, you still cling to the belief that Konoha is your home. Tell me, Kushina, besides you, has any other Uzumaki sought refuge in Konoha? Ayaka's anger flared, and her piercing gaze turned to Minato Namikaze, standing nearby. The sight of him, Konoha's fourth Hokage, only fueled her resentment. Minato, Hyuga Mirai interjected, his tone almost casual. I'd advise you not to make any sudden moves. You may have powerful techniques, but your weaknesses are just as obvious. His gaze briefly flicked toward Naruto, then back to Minato. This is your child, isn't it? Quite adorable. Congratulations, Minato. Minato tensed at the comment, but Hyuga Mirai merely chuckled. So, Minato, I assume your goal is to seal the nine tails, correct? He continued. That's quite the dilemma. But let's cut to the chase. I'm here to make a deal. And considering your current state, you don't really have a choice, do you? Hyuga Mirai held up 3 fingers. First option, I take the entire nine tails. In exchange, I'll give you a way to save Kushina. She may not recover fully, but she'll live for at least another decade. Second option, you split the nine tails using the Reaper Death Seal, making your child the new Jinchuriki. A solid plan. But in that case, I take the other half. In return, I won't interfere any further. Third option, you can trust in your own strength, use the Reaper Death Seal, and try to kill me. Of course, it's just a possibility, not a certainty. Want to test your luck? Minato listened to all 3 choices, and he despised them all. If it were up to him, he would have preferred for Kushina to rest peacefully after giving birth. But he was the Hokage. He couldn't simply hand the nine tails over to an enemy. At the same time, both Kushina and Naruto were in grave danger, and stopping the sealing process wasn't an option. And as for fighting to the death, Minato wasn't confident. He wasn't even sure if he could take Hyuga Mirai down with him. Hyuga Mirai was a master of high-speed combat, much like Minato himself. If he decided to engage in a drawn-out battle, even the Flying Thunder God technique wouldn't guarantee a quick victory. Don't waste time stalling, Minato, Hyuga Mirai said flatly. Even if the third Hokage arrives, it won't change the outcome. The nine tails is mine tonight. As he spoke, his skin took on the markings of Sage Mode, natural energy gathering around him. If you're struggling with your decision, I'd be happy to make it for you. Minato clenched his fists. He had briefly considered waiting for reinforcements, but it was clear Hyuga Mirai wouldn't allow that to happen. Kushina, no matter what, I'll support you. Kushina coughed up more blood, her body trembling. Seeing her like this made Minato's heart ache. Would he sacrifice his family for the sake of the village? Or would he forsake Konoha to protect those he loved most? As a husband and a father, the answer was clear. But as the Hokage, Minato's head dropped slightly. I choose the second option. The words left him drained, as though his very soul had been pulled from his body. He turned his head away, squeezing his eyes shut. He couldn't bear to look at Naruto. Or at Kushina. Because if he did, he knew he would change his mind. He was the fourth Hokage of Konoha. No matter what, the village had to retain half of the Nine Tails. Ayaka Uzumaki stared at him in disgust. Minato Namikaze, she spat, her voice filled with venom. You truly are a bastard. Ayaka Uzumaki clenched her fists, furious at Minato Namikaze's decision. She was about to lash out, but Hyuga Mirai placed a hand on her shoulder, stopping her from speaking further. Ayaka, this is their choice. We have no right to interfere. I understand, Lord Mirai, she muttered, biting back her anger. Even so, she couldn't help but feel sorry for Kushina. There had been a chance for her survival, yet Minato had refused to take it. Sage Art, Adamantine Barrier Seal. Sensing that others were approaching, Ayaka swiftly cast an even stronger barrier to prevent any interference. 8 adamantine chains, infused with Senjutsu chakra, extended from her back. These were far more resilient and binding than the ones Kushina had used. Please, go ahead, Minato. No one will disturb you now, she said coldly. Minato took a deep breath, then pressed his hands together in a seal. From his stomach, an invisible spectral hand emerged, reaching toward the Nine Tails with incredible speed. Neither Hyuga Mirai nor Ayaka could see the Shinigami standing behind Minato, but their heightened perception in Sage Mode allowed them to sense its presence. Ayaka, in particular, with her enhanced Kagura Mind's Eye, could feel the eerie force at work. Lord Mirai, Minato has begun the sealing process, she whispered. Mirai nodded. As the Shinigami dragged the Nine Tails into its grasp, the massive beast suddenly shrank by half, its chakra being forcibly separated. 8 trigrams seal. With a swift motion, Minato executed the 4-symbol seal in succession, locking half of the Nine Tails chakra inside his newborn son, Naruto. Once the process was complete, Hyuga Mirai finally spoke. It's our turn. You damn humans. Weakened after losing half its chakra, the Nine Tails struggled against the adamantine chains. With Kushina turning her attention to Naruto, the restraints had loosened slightly, giving the beast an opening. It roared in fury, raising a massive claw and swiping toward Ayaka and Mirai. Stupid fox, don't even think about touching Lord Mirai. Adamantine seal. Ayaka's voice rang out as more chains erupted from the ground, violently tightening around the Nine Tails and rendering it completely immobile. Seal it quickly, Ayaka. The third Hokage is here. No sooner had Mirai spoken than Hiruzen Sarutobi and 2 ANBU operatives emerged from the trees. They halted abruptly at the sight before them, eyes widening in shock and confusion. Hyuga Mirai. What are you doing here? Are you the one behind the Nine Tails rampage? Hiruzen's voice was filled with fury. Raising his staff, the transformed Monkey King, Enmahi swung it with all his might against the barrier. But the adamantine chains, strengthened with Senjutsu chakra, did not budge. Instead, the impact rebounded, sending Hiruzen stumbling backward. You're getting too old for this, old man, Mirai remarked, sparing him only a fleeting glance before ignoring him completely. With the Nine Tails fully restrained, Ayaka pressed her hands together, forming a series of intricate seals. For symbol seal. Sealing runes spread across the chains, creeping toward the Nine Tails like vines. The beast let out a furious snarl. It could feel what was coming. No matter how much it struggled, the chains would not break. As the sealing runes engulfed its body, the Nine Tails realized with growing dread, once it was sealed inside this woman, it would be powerless. The final command rang through the night as the sealing script surged across the Nine Tails form, dragging it into Ayaka Uzumaki's body. As the last remnants of the beast's chakra settled within her, Ayaka staggered, her body suddenly feeling impossibly heavy. How do you feel? Mirai asked, watching her closely. Ayaka steadied herself, forming a hand seal to stabilize the chakra. I'm fine, Lord Mirai, she replied. The damn fox is struggling, but it won't be a problem. Give me a little time, and it'll behave. Once fully adapted to the Nine Tails chakra, the beast would have no choice but to comply. For now, however, it could only seethe in silent rage. End of chapter, chapter 158. Chapter 158 1750 words. I'm not surprised you made this choice, Minato. Hyuga Mirai flicked his fingers, releasing several chakra threads that wrapped around Namikaze Minato's limbs, restraining him. The threads served two purposes: keeping him alive just a little longer, and preventing him from using the Flying Thunder God technique. The chakra threads latched onto key pressure points, effectively suppressing movement. If Minato wanted to break free, he'd have to unleash a burst of chakra to sever the threads first. But the moment he did, Mirai would have ample time to react. You're being overly cautious, Mirai, Minato said with a weary smile, testing his restraints. I barely have the strength left to fight you. He had indeed entertained the thought of attacking, but as soon as the chakra threads bound him, that fleeting impulse faded. Instead, a strange sense of gratitude settled in because of Mirai's intervention. He was able to look at Naruto and Kushina just a little longer. The perfect Hokage's will, Mirai mused, shaking his head. So devoted to protecting the village that you're willing to sacrifice yourself. I respect it, but at the same time, I find it troubling. People like you don't just stop at giving up your own lives, you always end up dragging those around you down with you. If I recall correctly, Mirai, weren't you the same way once? Minato asked, his expression unreadable. Are you an idiot? That was an act, Mirai scoffed. Did you really think I nearly exhausted my chakra just by healing a few people? If I wanted to, I could heal every wounded soldier on 3 battlefields without breaking a sweat. Mirai's gaze shifted toward the barrier, where Hiruzen Sarutobi stood outside. The adamantine barrier had loosened slightly. Ayaka Uzumaki was still adjusting to the Ninetales chakra, making the structure somewhat unstable. Even so, breaking through it would take time. Unless, of course, Hiruzen resorted to high destruction ninjutsu, but that risked harming Minato, Kushina, and Naruto. Hiruzen had already seen the sealing marks on Naruto's stomach. He knew that Minato had sealed half of the Ninetales into his newborn son. That made Naruto an invaluable Jinchuriki for Konoha, far too precious to risk collateral damage. Why did you betray Konoha? Minato finally asked, his voice steady. With your abilities, you were practically guaranteed to become the 5th Hokage. Mirai chuckled. Still as naive as ever, Minato. The branch family of the Hyuga clan, they re the perfect tools. That's something both the main family and the Hokage's office agree on, Mirai said, his tone indifferent. If I wanted to become Hokage, I'd first have to unite the branch family against the main family, then battle the village elders, and after that, deal with the power struggles between the ninja clans. Just thinking about it feels exhausting. As for betraying Konoha, Mirai's eyes glinted. Minato, you've lived in Konoha too long. Your vision is trapped within this one village. Tell me, when you speak of peace, do you mean peace for the entire world, or just for Konoha? Of course, I don't answer yet, Mirai interrupted. Let me ask you something else. If the Hidden Cloud were planning to invade the Land of Rivers, and at the same time, the Hidden Rain and Hidden Star were locked in a bitter war, what would you do? Minato fell silent. He knew the answer. In an ideal world, he would use his status as the 4th Hokage to mediate between the villages. But in reality, Konoha would likely take advantage of the conflict for its own benefit. A realization struck Minato like a blow to the chest. Since when did I start thinking like this? Since when did I, someone who once longed for peace, begin to tolerate war as long as it benefited Konoha? Minato, you're not a fool. You know what stands in the way of true peace, Mirai continued, his voice calm. But you also know you're not strong enough to change it. So instead, you chose to ignore it to settle for protecting one village's peace. Unlike you, I know what the future holds. I have the power to change it. I don't want to waste time playing games with Konoha's leaders. I want to reshape the world my way. Do you understand now, Minato? Konoha and I were never walking the same path. It was only a matter of time before we parted ways. Minato's breath hitched. So that's it. A lion does not live among pigs. From the very beginning, Mirai had never truly considered Konoha worth his time. And only now, in his final moments, did Minato finally understand. A sudden, agonized groan snapped them both from their thoughts. Ayaka Uzumaki stumbled, her body radiating an overwhelming surge of dark, malevolent chakra. The Ninetales was resisting. The violent energy wrapped around her, disrupting her sage mode. The adamantine barrier began to weaken, its chains quivering as though they could collapse at any moment. An opportunity. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes sharpened. This is my chance to reclaim the Ninetales. Summoning every ounce of strength, he infused his staff with a massive burst of chakra. The staff thinned, extending at an incredible speed, then struck the barrier with all his might. With Ayaka's sage mode disrupted, the barrier lost its resilience. The golden staff shattered through it instantly. At the same moment, Minato summoned the last of his chakra. His eyes were filled with determination, but behind it there was guilt. "I'm sorry, Mirai," he murmured. "As the fourth Hokage, I must protect the village." With a final, desperate surge of power, Minato tore through the chakra threads restraining him. Then, he charged straight at Hyuga Mirai. Simultaneously, Hiruzen's staff shot toward Mirai's back with deadly precision. A two-pronged attack. Minato did not hesitate. Even though Mirai had just saved him, had just extended Kushina's life, Minato's duty as Hokage overrode all else. He had to keep Konoha safe. But just as the attacks closed in, Mirai smiled. "Minato, when did you start believing that Ayaka, a fully trained sage, wouldn't be able to handle half of the Ninetales?" His deep blue eyes glowed like the vast expanse of the night sky. "And more importantly, did you really think I wouldn't notice Hiruzen Sarutobi's hand signals behind my back?" In that moment, the prophecy of the great Toad Sage became clear. The man with the deep blue eyes. The man who would change the world. Hyuga Mirai. The moment Namikaze Minato saw those deep blue eyes, his heart trembled with shock. He had never expected that the one Jiraiya had been searching for all this time was none other than Hyuga Mirai. With a slight shift of his body, Mirai infused his Tensigan's power into the chakra threads Minato had just broken free from, momentarily binding him once more. Minato instantly realized what had happened. He hadn't truly escaped the chakra threads. He had only severed them, not completely freed himself from their grasp. The restraint wouldn't last long, but it was enough. As their bodies passed each other, Mirai turned and raised his hand. Repulsion. A tremendous force struck Minato, sending him flying backward at breakneck speed. "No, Enma, pull back, now." Minato's trajectory sent him hurtling straight toward the staff-wielding Enma, but his momentum was too great. Even though the summon recognized the danger, it had no time to react. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi was caught off guard. The staff pierced through Minato's chest. His eyes widened in disbelief as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Hiruzen's furious shout rang through the battlefield. He quickly retracted the staff and used the body flicker technique to catch Minato before he could collapse. "Lord Third." Minato's voice was weak. Having used the Reaper Death Seal and taken a fatal wound, he was now standing at death's door. From the distance, Kushina Uzumaki watched, her eyes filled with sorrow. She knew Minato still had so much he wanted to say to Naruto. Why waste his final moments on a hopeless struggle to protect Konoha? What would happen to Naruto now? Just as despair consumed her thoughts, a warm hand rested on her shoulder. A familiar surge of life energy flowed into her body, reigniting the dying embers of her life force. She looked up and met those deep blue eyes. "Strange," Mirai said, a small smile playing on his lips. "You're looking at me without hatred, Lady Kushina. Are you suppressing it, or have you simply chosen to bury it?" Kushina said nothing. "You saw everything just now," Mirai continued. "Surely, you must feel resentment. So tell me, who do you hate?" "Me for killing your husband. The third Hokage? Or the masked Uchiha who attacked you tonight?" "I don't know," Kushina whispered. She was dying. She didn't have the energy to waste on hatred. She just wanted to see Naruto a little longer. Then think about it carefully, Mirai said. I've decided to help you, despite Minato's attempt on my life. But I want you to consider this: who should you blame? Who should you be grateful to? And how should you choose to live moving forward? Get out of my sight. A furious voice cut through the air. Ayaka Uzumaki's golden chakra chains pierced through two approaching ANBU operatives, flinging their lifeless bodies aside. If it weren't for Lord Mirai's orders, did they really think that Old Man could have broken through her barrier? Half of the Nine Tails. She didn't even need Sage Mode to keep it contained. With the chakra successfully sealed back inside her, Ayaka turned toward Kushina. Seeing her on the brink of death, she sighed, frustration flashing in her eyes. Master Mirai, I suddenly feel like saving her, she said. Let's give her a chance. Ayaka's heart leaped with excitement, but she quickly composed herself and nodded. Understood, Master Mirai. Without hesitation, she extended her arm toward Kushina. Bite down, she commanded. I inherited my father's ability. I can save your life. As Kushina hesitated, Mirai channeled Sage Chakra into her body, sealing the energy within her using a specialized sealing technique. Remember my words, Lady Kushina, he said. If you ever figure out the truth, revenge is always an option. Just like Minato. Sensing a large number of shinobi approaching, Mirai turned to Ayaka. It's time to go. Konoha's forces are almost here. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 159. Chapter 159. Aftermath of the 9-14-50 words. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched as Hyuga Mirai and Ayaka Uzumaki disappeared into the night, taking half of the Nine Tails with them. 2 ANBU lay dead beside him. Minato's lifeless body rested in his arms, and on the other side, Kushina, stripped of her tailed beast, clung to the newborn Jinchuriki. With the situation as it was, Hiruzen dared not pursue. The chaos of the night's events had left too many uncertainties, and now, there was the troubling possibility that the Uchiha clan had been involved. Hundreds of witnesses had seen the glaringly obvious Sharingan in the Nine Tails' eyes. There was no doubt the beast had been controlled. The village was in ruins, casualties were mounting, and suspicions toward the Uchiha were bound to deepen. It was possible that someone within their ranks had conspired with Hyuga Mirai to orchestrate this catastrophe. On top of that, the fourth Hokage was dead. The Jinchuriki had changed hands, and news of this disaster had to be suppressed before rival villages could capitalize on their vulnerability. With all these burdens stacking up, Hiruzen felt the weight of leadership pressing down harder than ever. At least Mirai hadn't taken the Jinchuriki. Had he done so, Hiruzen would have fought to the death to reclaim the Nine Tails. But since the child remained, he could not afford reckless action, not when he had no guarantee of victory, especially against an enemy capable of defeating Jiraiya in Sage Mode. Soon after Mirai's departure, more shinobi arrived. The fourth Hokage. The first to reach the scene froze at the sight of Minato's lifeless body. A gaping wound had torn through his chest, and his breathing had long ceased. There was no doubt he was gone. Hiruzen barked an order. Call the medical team. Yes, Lord Third. The medics arrived swiftly, but upon assessing the situation, they found that only Kushina was still clinging to life. Without hesitation, they prepared to transport her back to the village. Lady Kushina, let us take the child, one medic said gently. I'm staying with Naruto. Kushina refused, her voice cold and unwavering. Tonight had shattered her. She had danced on the edge of death, watched her husband perish before her eyes, and in the end, had been saved by the very people Minato had fought against. She had seen everything. Mirai hadn't truly been responsible for Minato's death. The moment he chose the Reaper death seal, his fate had already been sealed. His final act had been a sacrifice not as her husband, but as the Hokage. As a child, Kushina had dreamed of becoming Hokage. But now she felt nothing but bitterness toward the title. Because of it, her family had suffered endlessly. Hiruzen stepped forward, his voice gentle but firm. Kushina, listen to the medics. Your injuries need to be thoroughly examined. That traitor, Hyuga Mirai, may have done something to you, we need to be sure. No, she said flatly. Naruto stays with me. Her tone left no room for argument. Left with no choice, Hiruzen relented, allowing both mother and child to be taken away together. Afterward, he ordered Minato and the fallen ANBU to be taken back for proper burial rites. With the immediate crisis handled, he returned to the village, though he knew rest would be impossible in the coming days. Konoha had suffered a devastating blow. Had they lost the Jinchuriki as well, the consequences would have been unimaginable. But the work was far from over. The dead needed to be accounted for, the wounded treated, and the village restored to order. The ANBU were already operating at full capacity, but the chaos was far from settled. By dawn, Hiruzen had only just managed to deal with the most urgent matters. Then came the casualty report. So many dead. A grim-faced ANBU handed him the list, and as Hiruzen read it, his chest tightened. 113 Chunin. 16 Jonin. And that was only the officially registered shinobi. Many clan members had also perished, though their losses had yet to be tallied. And at the top of it all, Konoha had lost its fourth Hokage. Even worse, their Jinchuriki had changed hands, and the Ninetales itself had been halved. Hiruzen closed his eyes, weary beyond measure. This was only the beginning. The number of civilian casualties had yet to be fully accounted for, but it was bound to be significant. The Konoha shelters had prioritized shinobi and their families, leaving many civilians without adequate protection. Though Minato had managed to teleport the tailed beast bomb away using the Flying Thunder God technique, the destruction it caused along its redirected path had left countless dead within the village. Hyuga Mirai. Hiruzen Sarutobi muttered the names grimly. Mirai's involvement was clear now, especially with Ayaka Uzumaki at his side. The ANBU would focus all efforts on tracking them down. However, the greater concern was the Sharingan that had appeared in the Ninetales' eyes. If the beast had been controlled once, it could be controlled again. And if the same culprit attempted another attack on Konoha, this time, there would be no one left to stop it. A knock sounded at the door. Come in, Hiruzen said wearily. Danzo, Koharu Udatane, and Hamura Mitokado entered together. You're here, Hiruzen acknowledged. At least with them present, some of the burden could be shared. Tell us what happened, Hiruzen. How did the Ninetales break free? Where are the fourth Hokage and Kushina? Koharu fired off her questions like a barrage of kunai. Hiruzen exhaled slowly. Minato sacrificed himself to seal the Ninetales. Seal the Ninetales? Danzo's brows furrowed. Then why did I see a hole in Namake's Minato's chest? Who killed him? The ANBU had already reported back to Root, and Danzo had wasted no time inspecting Minato's corpse. As one of Konoha's highest-ranking officials, no one had dared to stop him. From what he had seen, he was at least 80% certain Minato's fatal wound had come from Hiruzen's own staff. Aside from that old monkey, who else in Konoha fought with a weapon like that? Hiruzen's expression darkened. That was a separate matter. It involved Hyuga Mirai. Koharu frowned. But wasn't the Ninetales under the control of the Uchiha's Sharingan? When Minato teleported the beast outside the village, I followed, Hiruzen explained, carefully crafting his words. He omitted the part where Minato had been killed by mistake, instead making it sound as though Mirai had manipulated the events. He went on to detail Ayaka's involvement, how she had sealed half of the Ninetales within herself, and how Mirai had even treated Kushina's injuries. That bastard took half of the Ninetales. Danzo slammed his cane against the floor in frustration. Hiruzen, how could you just let them escape? Hiruzen's voice remained steady. Danzo, Kushina and Minato's child were still there. If I had pursued them, they would have been left unprotected. Ensuring their safety was the priority. Danzo didn't buy it, but he moved on to his next concern. His sharp gaze locked onto Hiruzen. Then hand the new Jinchuriki over to me. I'll train him into Konoha's ultimate weapon. You can forget about that, Danzo, Hiruzen snapped. Kushina is still alive. No one is taking Minato's child away. Danzo's voice rose. He is Konoha's Jinchuriki first and Namake's Minato's son second. Are you really going to let sentimentality waste such a crucial asset? When the next war comes, will you be the one standing on the battlefield instead? Hiruzen's expression hardened. Koharu and Hamura exchanged glances, nodding slightly in agreement. Danzo has a point, Koharu said. Indeed, Hamura added. We cannot afford to neglect the Jinchuriki's training. Konoha has suffered a major loss tonight. If we lose our most powerful weapon in the process, we'll be defenseless when the next war arrives. Hiruzen understood this all too well. But with Kushina still alive, there was no way she would allow her child to be taken away, nor would he. And even if she weren't, Hiruzen would never let Danzo sink his claws into Minato's son. Danzo was ruthless, and if he controlled the Jinchuriki, the balance of power in Konoha would shift in unpredictable ways. I will handle this myself, Hiruzen declared. I will speak with Kushina. For now, let's focus on other pressing matters. His tone left no room for argument. Danzo scowled but said nothing further. Koharu and Hamura, satisfied that Hiruzen would at least take responsibility for training the Jinchuriki, let the matter drop. Still, they all knew this was only the beginning. End of chapter. Drop them power stones please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Patreon.com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 160. Chapter 160, Aftermath of the 9/13/72 words. As sunset approached, Konoha remained shrouded in grief. The devastation left by the Ninetales had claimed far too many lives, shinobi and civilians alike. Thousands of families had lost loved ones, and just managing the aftermath, from counting the dead to consoling the bereaved, had taken an entire day. At the Hokage building, representatives of the various clans had dispersed after negotiations. The Ninetales rampage had destroyed a significant portion of Konoha, including many clan estates. The meeting had largely focused on redistributing land and restructuring clan territories. Most clans were satisfied with the results. After all, they had suffered greatly through no fault of their own. Compensation was only fair. However, two men left the Hokage building with grim expressions, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi. The Hyuga clan's relocation was relatively minor. Their territory had merely been moved several kilometers outward from its original location. While they were now further from Konoha's center, they could accept the decision. After all, Hyuga Mirai had long been branded a traitor, and his involvement in Minato's death had only further complicated things. In the grand scheme of losses, their displacement was more a matter of collateral damage. But the Uchiha, their situation was far worse. The entire Uchiha clan had been pushed to the outskirts of the village, so far out that they were now adjacent to Konoha's prison, teetering on the edge of being exiled from the village altogether. The official reasoning: it was supposedly for their own good. Proximity to the prison, they were told, would allow them to oversee its security. Given the Uchiha's numbers, they had been granted an expansive area for their new compound. On the surface, it seemed like an act of consideration. In reality, it was anything but. They were being cast out. The village feared the Uchiha. They feared that the Sharingan's influence over the Ninetales meant it could happen again. And so, they were being pushed away isolated. Fugaku seethed with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Every other clan had agreed to the plan, even the displaced Hyuga. What could the Uchiha do? Fight both the village leadership and every other clan at the same time. If the clan finds out about this, there's no telling what kind of chaos will erupt. I need to keep them calm. But deep down, Fugaku knew this was only the beginning. If he yielded once, What was to stop Konoha from pushing further? How long before they were backed into a corner with no way out? At Konoha Hospital, after resolving the clan negotiations, Hiruzen Sarutobi and the village elders made their way inside. Kushina Uzumaki remained in the emergency ward, along with her newborn son, Naruto. She could have named him Namikaze Naruto, but after long deliberation during her treatment, she chose to have him bear her surname instead. It was the only way to ensure her son had a path forward. "How is she?" The gathered medical personnel exchanged glances before one of them, a senior medic named Kimura, stepped forward. "Naruto is in stable condition. The sealing formula worked without issue, and his vitals are normal. He's already been fed, and is resting peacefully. However, Kushina's condition is far more concerning." Hiruzen frowned. "What's wrong with her?" "It's bad," Kimura admitted. "To be honest, no one at Konoha Hospital knows how to treat her." Seeing the Hokage's deepening concern, she continued, "Ordinarily, when a Jinchuriki has their tailed beast extracted, they die. Kushina should not have survived. But from our examination, it appears that her cells have been infused with some kind of new life force. Additionally, the sealing marks on her body contain an unknown chakra powerful and constantly leaking energy to sustain her. But we don't know if this method of healing has any long-term side effects, and we can't risk tampering with it. The only option is to find a more skilled medical specialist to assess the situation." A more skilled medical specialist. Konoha had once had two. Now there were none. "I understand," Hiruzen said gravely. "I'll have the ANBU begin searching for Tsunade immediately." Then, with a pause, he asked, "How much time does she have?" Kimura hesitated. "It's hard to say. Her cells are deteriorating 5 times faster than normal. If not for the unknown chakra sustaining her, she would already be dead. At best, she might have a month. Beyond that, I can't guarantee anything." It was an advanced sealing technique being used as a form of medical ninjutsu, far beyond their understanding. Yet, there was something about it that seemed. Kimura couldn't shake the feeling that she had seen a technique like this before. But that was impossible after all. The only person she knew who could manipulate seals this way had long since been declared a rogue ninja. Still, she had been too busy treating patients to learn the full details of the attack. And as just the hospital's deputy director, she wasn't privy to sensitive information. Once Kushina and Naruto were moved to a recovery ward, Hiruzen and the 3 advisors entered. They needed answers. A knock at the door was met with Kushina's weak but clear voice. Hiruzen stepped inside, his expression laced with guilt. "Kushina. I'm sorry. I should have been there sooner." He truly regretted it. Minato had been his chosen successor, a leader he had placed his hopes in. Yet barely 2 years into his tenure as Hokage, he had died because of the 9 tails. "I've dispatched the ANBU to find Tsunade," he continued. "Once she returns, you'll be in good hands." Kushina managed a weary smile, one so fragile it looked more like a grimace. "I understand, Lord Third. None of this was your fault. It was the enemy's doing." Hiruzen nodded but then sighed. "I know this is difficult, but we need to ask you about what happened that night. Can you tell us everything?" She had expected this. Without hesitation, she recounted everything from the attack during her labor to the moment the 9 tails was extracted. But when she mentioned a single name, the room fell into heavy silence. The moment she uttered it, the advisors visibly stiffened. They had all lived through Madara's era. They had witnessed firsthand his battles with the first Hokage. Only one man had ever gone toe-to-toe with the god of shinobi and lived to tell the tale. If it truly was Madara. "That's impossible," Danzo scoffed. "If he were still alive, he wouldn't have fled from the 4th Hokage. The man who attacked you was likely just an Uchiha using Madara's name." Hiruzen slowly nodded in agreement. The Madara we knew would never have worn a mask. And he certainly wouldn't have retreated so easily. The real Madara had attacked Konoha before, leading the Ninetales through the front gates in an all-out assault. He was not the kind of man to skulk in the shadows. It was more likely that an Uchiha had taken up the name, using it as a cover to manipulate the situation. The Sharingan in the Ninetales' eyes was undeniable proof whoever it was, they were Uchiha. Hiruzen's gaze darkened. Danzo, have your forces investigate the Uchiha immediately. Danzo's eyes gleamed. Of course. Then, after a pause, Hiruzen turned back to Kushina. There's something else, he said carefully. Have you thought about Naruto's future? He is Minato's son. If you'd like, I can take responsibility for raising him, and training him in ninjutsu. Before he could finish, Kushina interrupted. Thank you for your kindness, Lord Third, she said, her tone firm. But I will raise Naruto myself. Hiruzen blinked in surprise. She met his gaze with quiet determination. This is my way of passing on what I've learned. While I still have time, I want to teach him everything that Mito-sama once taught me. Silence filled the room. The third Hokage and his advisors had nothing left to say. Because, in the end, who could possibly guide Naruto better than the previous Jinchuriki of the Ninetales? End of chapter. Drop them power stones please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 161. Chapter 161, Aftermath of the 1873 words. The chaos of the Ninetales attack, and the death of the fourth Hokage sent shockwaves throughout the ninja world. When Orochimaru and Hyuga Mirai defected from Konoha, the village's military strength had already suffered a significant loss. However, with the Yellow Flash and Jiraiya still present, the other four great ninja villages hesitated to wage war. They knew that without a way to deal with Minato, they risked suffering the same fate as Iwagakure. But now that news of the Ninetales rampage had spread, those very same villages saw an opportunity. Countless civilians had witnessed the beast's rampage, and the devastation it left behind was undeniable. Konoha had suffered heavy casualties, and the fourth Hokage had fallen. Though no one had confirmed the status of the Ninetales itself, logic dictated that such an event likely meant the death of its Jinchuriki. With Minato gone, it was almost certain that Konoha had undergone a forced transfer of its tailed beast. Kumogakure, when the fourth Raikage, received the intelligence, he sat in silent contemplation for a moment before letting out a scoff. So Namake's Minato is dead, he muttered. Looks like the Ninetales gave Konoha a beating they won't forget. Mabui, have there been any changes to Konoha's border defenses? Mabui, his ever-composed assistant, responded swiftly. The moment news of the Ninetales rampage spread, Konoha reinforced its borders by 20%. It seems they're highly wary of us, Raikage-sama. I let out a loud, dismissive snort. Do they really think adding a handful of shinobi will be enough to stop us? Mabui, summon B. This time, we're going to take what we couldn't get last time. His frustration stemmed from their previous failed attempt to take advantage of Konoha's exhaustion. After leading an invasion force, he had been stopped cold by Orochimaru and forced into an unfavorable truce. It was a humiliation he had never forgotten. But now, Minato was dead. Orochimaru was gone. The peace treaty was nothing but a scrap of paper waiting to be torn apart. Raikage-sama, now is not the time for war. Mabui's voice remained steady, unshaken by A's outburst. If we strike now, Konoha will retaliate with everything they have. Additionally, we still lack concrete intelligence on the status of their Jinchuriki. My recommendation is to proceed cautiously, probing their defenses rather than deploying B to the front lines. A's fist slammed onto the desk, sending deep cracks through the solid wood. Mabui, do you think I would lose to Konoha? She remained unfazed. I am considering Konoha's potential response, as well as the movements of Iwagakure, Raikage-sama. Her gaze flicked toward the ruined desk. Also, the cost of replacing that will be deducted from your budget. Please refrain from damaging your furniture in the future. A gritted his teeth, but ultimately relented. Despite his temper, he wasn't a fool. If Inoki saw an opening, he would pounce at the chance to strike while Kumogakure was distracted. Fine, he muttered. Do it your way, but we're not letting Konoha off the hook. We'll take back what we lost twice over. Mabui nodded. Of course, Reikage-sama. And right now, the last thing Konoha wants is a war. The death of a village's Kage was always a seismic event, especially when it was someone as formidable as the Yellow Flash. Suddenly, Konoha had become the focal point of the entire ninja world. Spies from all 5 great villages were already making their way into Fire Country, eager to uncover Konoha's vulnerabilities. Hokage's office Hiruzen Sarutobi had held countless emergency meetings with Konoha's jonin in the past few days. Even now, with the village's defenses reinforced and a semblance of order restored, the weight of leadership bore heavily on his shoulders. With Minato's death, the Hokage's mantle had returned to him. The transition had been seamless, almost inevitable. Minato had only ruled for 2 short years, and much of Konoha's administration had remained in Hiruzen's hands. Now that the 4th Hokage was gone, Hiruzen wasted no time reclaiming control of the ANBU. There was little Danzo could do to oppose him. Still, the fallout was far from over. With Konoha weakened, enemy spies had begun to infiltrate the village, seeking to uncover the truth behind the Ninetales rampage. After careful consideration, Hiruzen called upon his 3 most trusted advisors Danzo, Koharu Utatane, and Homura Mitokado. I intend to spread the rumor that the Ninetales was stolen, he announced. At the same time, I will raise Hyuga Mirai's bounty to 700 million ryo. This will shift the attention of the other villages away from Konoha, and onto him instead. Taking a slow drag from his pipe, Hiruzen exhaled before continuing. With their focus on Mirai and the missing half of the Ninetales, we'll gain valuable time to rebuild our strength. Koharu and Homura nodded in agreement. This plan may work, Koharu admitted. But Hiruzen, what if we actually lose the Ninetales? Danzo struck his cane against the floor twice, his voice sharp and resolute. Absolutely not. Hiruzen, I have no objections to raising Hyuga Mirai's bounty, but we cannot afford to reveal that half of the Ninetales has been taken. He shot Koharu a pointed look before continuing. My sources indicate that Kumogakure is already making minor mobilizations along our borders. The only reason the 4th Reikage hasn't launched a full-scale invasion is because he doesn't know the status of our Jinchuriki. If we spread this information, both Kumogakure and Iwagakure will pounce on us without hesitation. Hiruzen and the other advisors stiffened at the implication. Danzo was right. The wounds left by the 3rd Great Ninja War had barely begun to heal. If the other villages learned that Konoha no longer had the full power of the Ninetales, they wouldn't hesitate to tear the village apart. Hiruzen sighed. Then what do you propose? Danzo's single eye gleamed. Leave it to Root. We will handle this matter. Danzo took half a step forward, his presence imposing. Homura Mitokado immediately followed, adding, Hiruzen, for once, Danzo is right. Leave matters in the shadows to Root. You have the duties of the Hokage to focus on. Koharu Utatane, having just made a misstep earlier, remained silent this time, refraining from supporting Hiruzen outright. Seeing their determination, Hiruzen had no choice but to take a step back. Danzo, I'll leave the matter of the rogue ninja, and the stolen half of the Ninetales to you. I expect Root not to disappoint me. Root has never disappointed when it comes to protecting Konoha. With that, Danzo turned and left the Hokage's office. He had his own means of dealing with the Ninetales. His subordinates included 2 would-release users who were steadily growing stronger. Once he obtained more concrete intelligence, he would dispatch a specialized Root squad, trained specifically for capturing the tailed beast. It was a shame he couldn't take Naruto Uzumaki under his wing. That child would have been his greatest asset. Danzo's fixation on Naruto hadn't waned. A Jinchuriki was most valuable when trained from infancy, molded into the perfect weapon. And Naruto wasn't just any Jinchuriki, he had Uzumaki blood, making him the ideal vessel for the Ninetales' power. Not yet. It's not time, he mused, glancing toward Konoha Hospital before heading to Root's underground headquarters. Meanwhile, Hyuga Mirai and Ayaka Uzumaki were making their way toward the Land of Fire's capital. Their pace was slow. Ayaka's body still resisted the Ninetales' chakra from time to time, forcing her to halt and suppress it. Unlike most Jinchuriki, she had deliberately avoided sealing the beast too tightly. She had chosen not to apply a secondary seal, relying only on the 4-symbol seal, which wasn't enough to fully suppress the Ninetales' chakra. Even though she only possessed half of the beast, its chakra still dwarfed that of the 3 tails. In her perception, the 9 tails had the most chakra of all the tailed beasts, even greater than Mirai's own reserves, which barely measured up to a quarter of it. Ayaka lowered her head slightly. "I'm sorry, Mirai-sama. I've slowed us down. I must have disappointed you." "There's no need to apologize." Mirai gave a light chuckle, his voice carrying no hint of blame. "You just sealed the 9 tails, yet you can already manifest a 6-tailed chakra cloak without losing control. That's more than impressive." 6 tails was her current limit. Any more than that, and the 9 tails chakra would begin to erode her consciousness. This is your first time harnessing its power. You're still getting used to it. Give it 2 years, and you'll have complete mastery over the 9 tails mode. In truth, this outcome was precisely what Mirai had expected. With his vast reserves of energy from the dragon vein, he could eventually recreate the missing half of the 9 tails himself. As for the half still in Konoha, if things went as planned, it would come to him eventually. Ayaka hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. "Mirai-sama, if I may ask, why did you save Kushina but leave her behind?" Mirai shook his head. "There was no need to take her. Stealing half of the 9 tails was Konoha's limit. My own limit was ensuring that the remaining half didn't stay under their control. That's why I saved her." Then he turned to Ayaka with a knowing smile. "Tell me, who do you think Kushina should hate the most?" Ayaka furrowed her brows slightly. If that was the case, she would regret saving Kushina. She should have just let her die. "No," Mirai said. "Her greatest hatred should be directed at Obito Uchiha. But he's a distant, almost intangible target. She has no real way to confront him. So after that, her anger should turn toward me, and the so-called responsibility of the Hokage." He continued, his tone as calm as ever. "Kushina may have once dreamed of becoming Hokage, but after giving birth, her heart belonged to her family and child. That's a woman's nature. Dreams can't change that. Any force that tore her family apart naturally becomes her object of resentment. She may not have been able to process all of this while she was on the verge of death, but I gave her time." He smirked slightly. "She'll have plenty of time to think it over now. Who destroyed her family? Was it me? Even if I hadn't intervened, Namake's Minato was doomed. And I saved her life. If she directs her hatred toward me, she'll only be left with a sense of betrayal." Mirai's voice was even as they walked. Kushina herself wasn't important, but if used correctly, she could further fracture Konoha. If her hatred was like a dammed-up river, he mused, then my actions have carved out a tributary. And that tributary is this: anyone who threatens Naruto will become the new target of her hatred. He turned his gaze toward Konoha's distant skyline. Keeping her in Konoha is the best use for her. Killing was easy. But Mirai preferred breaking people from the inside. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Patreon.com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 162, Chapter 162 1723 words. Do you think Noera Rin is safe? For now, yes, Hyuga Mirai replied, glancing at a message from Unit 18. But she refuses to leave until she's secured shelter for the orphans and the weak. I should have prepared better. Installing only a detonation control on her but not a forced extraction armor was an oversight on my part. Mirai continued, Konoha won't react that quickly. At most, they'll target key members of the Uzumaki Trade Association within the Land of Fire. But outside of it, no one will care. To put it bluntly, all 30,000 computers in the ninja world were under Uzumaki Trade Association's control. And once Mirai completed his electrical grid reforms, that number would multiply. If Konoha only moved against key figures within the organization, it wouldn't be a problem. But if they dared to go after anyone remotely connected to the association, Mirai would truly admire their audacity. Apart from factories in the capital and data centers in other regions, the most high-profile member of the trade association was Noera Rin. As the lead healer constantly providing aid, she was the only one likely to attract Konoha's attention. At this point, Rin's medical ninjutsu was among the best in Konoha. Her reputation had spread, and to Konoha, she was someone worth abducting. The healing Phantom masked saint capable of curing anything. That was the name Rin had earned in the Land of Fire's capital. Both nobles and commoners alike revered her. If Konoha's ANBU attempted to take her by force, there was a high chance of a civilian uprising. And if the people supported her, the nobles would follow suit, condemning Konoha's actions. Whether someone was a missing nin or not didn't matter to nobles. The black market exchange for bounties across the ninja world thrived precisely because of their support. And Rin was far more valuable than the average missing nin. Her presence in the capital provided every noble a form of insurance, the assurance of having their lives in capable hands. That said, Konoha still had Danzo, a man willing to use any means necessary. Mirai had no intention of leaving Rin in such a dangerous place. The Uzumaki Trade Association had established its foothold here. Their next target was the Land of Wind. Aside from Sunagakure and the endless deserts, the Land of Wind would serve as the first true step in Mirai's plan to reshape the ninja world. Ayaka, once we return, before Mirai could finish, both he and Ayaka Uzumaki tensed, their expressions shifting. Almost instinctively, they leapt in opposite directions. A figure crashed down from the sky, her fist slamming into the ground with monstrous strength. The impact left a crater over 10 meters wide, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Mirai's lips twitched. That monstrous strength. How nostalgic. Why am I not surprised to run into you here, Princess Tsunade? Ayaka, who had quickly moved to Mirai's side, spoke with urgency. My deepest apologies, Mirai-sama. I failed to detect the enemy in advance. It's fine, Mirai reassured her, unconcerned. I wasn't using my Byakugan either. Besides, it's not surprising that one of the legendary Sannin knows a trick or two about hiding her presence. No sooner had he finished speaking than the figure shot out from the dust cloud, fists poised to strike. Not happening. Ayaka shouted as four golden adamantine chains erupted from her back, weaving into a defensive shield between them. A deafening clash followed. The chains, capable of binding even a tailed beast, were shattered upon impact. But Tsunade, having been affected by the sealing properties of the chains, was forced to retreat. Princess Tsunade, attacking someone the moment you meet them. That's quite the reckless greeting, Mirai remarked, activating his Byakugan. He scanned the area but found no sign of others, not even Shizun. So it really was a coincidence. There's no need for pleasantries with a rogue ninja like you. Tsunade snapped, her golden eyes narrowing in fury. She then glanced at Ayaka, her mind racing. Why is a girl with adamantine sealing chains following this Byakugan brat? Did Jiraiya fail to gather this intelligence? When it came to adamantine sealing chains, few in Konoha knew more than Tsunade aside from Kushina Uzumaki. Even within the Uzumaki clan, only a handful could awaken this ability. These chains weren't just physical weapons, they carried immense sealing power, capable of completely restraining an enemy. Princess Tsunade, Mirai said casually, you left Konoha before the war even started. Do you really have the right to judge me? If you weren't the first Hokage's granddaughter, Konoha's ANBU would have dragged you back a long time ago. And yet, despite your years of disconnection, why do you seem so personally enraged? Ignoring Tsunade's reaction, Mirai turned to Ayaka. Go to the capital and secure Rin. I'll handle things here. But Mirai-sama, go, Ayaka. Understood. Ayaka hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly obeyed. Before leaving, she shot Tsunade a glare before vanishing into the distance. She knew that, in combat, Rin was practically useless. Her entire skill set revolved around medical ninjutsu. Despite having the three tails sealed inside her, she had barely tapped into its power, only using minor amounts of its chakra. Still, Ayaka was more concerned about Mirai's safety than Rin's situation. Tsunade, however, didn't try to stop her. She knew that the true threat was the white-eyed man before her. Jiraiya had already warned her of Hyuga Mirai's strength. But now, standing before him, she still couldn't stop herself from striking first. Princess Tsunade, I thought we might find some common ground, but it seems you're not interested in a conversation. Hyuga Mirai spoke calmly, forming hand seals as glowing runes flickered across his body before vanishing. With the weighted rock seal lifted, his body felt significantly lighter. There was no need to activate Tenseigan Chakra mode or Sage mode. His Sage Chakra had been given to Kushina Uzumaki, and he hadn't accumulated enough to use yet. Besides, Tenseigan Chakra mode consumed far too much chakra. Tsunade was a taijutsu-based fighter. Handling her wouldn't require such extreme measures. A good beating should be enough. If she resisted, he'd simply wound himself and use it to his advantage. You little brat, Tsunade scoffed. I've wanted to teach you a lesson since our encounter at Konoha Hospital. Looks like today's finally my chance. She formed hand seals of her own, and in an instant, the diamond-shaped mark on her forehead pulsed, spreading intricate black markings across her body. This was Ein Seal, release, activating the legendary strength of 100 technique. As long as she had chakra, she was virtually unkillable in battle. Come on, kid. With a burst of speed, Tsunade vanished and reappeared before Mirai, her foot swinging downward with terrifying force. Her monstrous strength allowed her to focus chakra into any part of her body, unleashing power beyond human limits. Any ordinary ninja would have dodged instinctively, but Mirai instead raised both hands to meet her kick head-on, eager to gauge her raw power. Among all taijutsu users in the ninja world, his skill ranked at the top. Even if his raw strength didn't surpass hers, there was no reason to back down in a taijutsu duel. The moment her foot connected with his palms, an overwhelming force surged through every inch of Mirai's body, as if gravity had suddenly increased 6 or 7 times over. His bones and muscles groaned under the pressure. Like a nail hammered into the earth, his feet sank deep into the ground. If not for his years of rigorous taijutsu training strengthening his body through gravity seals, and Sage-enhanced conditioning, his arms would have snapped under the impact. Not done yet. Tsunade twisted midair, her fist barreling toward him. The punch was just as devastating as her kick. Mirai blocked, but the force sent him hurtling backward over 10 meters. He blocked it. Tsunade's eyes narrowed in surprise. She had landed her strikes cleanly, but something was off. That white-eyed brat's bones and muscles should have been crushed, yet he stood there, barely worse for wear. Not bad, princess, Mirai's voice echoed through the dust cloud. He quickly applied a basic healing technique to his muscles before stepping out of the haze. I've seen your monstrous strength. Now, let me show you the true power of Gentle Fist. The instant he finished speaking, his figure vanished. Too fast. Tsunade's instinct screamed at her. She raised her arms in a desperate block, but thud. A sharp palm strike crashed into her abdomen, sending chakra rippling through her body, damaging her internal organs. But before she could even register the pain, her strength of 100 technique activated, instantly healing the wound. Yet Mirai was relentless. His next strike came before she could even breathe, then another, and another. Tsunade found herself overwhelmed. Never engage a Hyuga in close combat. It was a rule long ingrained in the ninja world. Many high-level shinobi ignored it until they faced a true Hyuga warrior capable of earning the title of Heavenly Ninja. Then, they remembered why that rule existed. And now, Tsunade understood firsthand. Mirai's gentle fist barrage was impossibly fast. While his raw strength didn't match hers, it was still powerful enough to shatter stone. Combined with chakra-infused strikes that disrupted internal organs, even her regenerative abilities struggled to keep up with the relentless assault. "Don't get cocky, brat." With a furious shout, Tsunade unleashed a massive surge of chakra, her unique medical enhanced chakra pulse. Anyone hit by it would suffer nerve damage, slowing their reflexes. But before she could follow up, Mirai surged forward, seizing her wrists in an iron grip. "My attack didn't work." Her golden eyes widened in shock. As if reading her mind, Mirai chuckled. "Princess, I'm a Hyuga medic. Your little nerve-disrupting trick won't work on me. My Byakugan sees right through your technique." Rotation. Still gripping Tsunade, Mirai spun into a full-powered 8 trigrams, palm rotation. The violent burst of chakra sent her flying. Tsunade slammed through 5 massive trees before finally skidding to a halt. Mirai lowered his stance, watching as she pulled herself from the wreckage. "Still think I'm just some brat, princess?" End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. patreon.com/turd translations. Just remove the space. Chapter 163. Chapter 163. 1573 words. The Chaos Rush wasn't entirely ineffective against Hyuga Mirai, but with his mastery of rotation, he could nullify its impact. After sending Tsunade flying, Hyuga Mirai finally took a moment to heal himself. The Chaos Rush functioned by converting chakra into electrical energy, disrupting the body's natural responses. However, all he needed was a well-executed mystical palm technique to restore the affected areas, making it a relatively simple task given his chakra control. That said, few could achieve what he just did in such a situation. Your strength is undoubtedly the greatest in the shinobi world, but your speed is lacking. While the strength of 100 technique allows you to exchange injuries for damage, you struggle against fast taijutsu specialists, Princess Tsunade. As he walked toward her, Hyuga Mirai spoke in a calm tone. He knew she was using this time to heal herself, but it didn't concern him. Once her wounds were healed, a flicker of anger crossed Tsunade's face. "Brat, don't underestimate me." With that, her Shunshin speed increased. Having activated the strength of 100 technique, her body remained in a state of passive regeneration, allowing her to recover rapidly from any injuries. This granted her the ability to unleash chakra explosively without reservation, pushing her body beyond its limits. Even so, her speed still fell short of Hyuga Mirai's. Once he shed his training weights, his agility was enough to force Orochimaru into a desperate retreat. Compared to him, Tsunade was still a step behind. Each of Tsunade's punches shattered the ground, leaving deep craters, while her kicks could snap trees with trunks over 2 meters in diameter with ease. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't land a single hit on Hyuga Mirai. Instead, she was repeatedly struck and sent flying by his relentless attacks, forced to expend chakra to heal the internal injuries inflicted by his gentle fist. The forest around them suffered from their battle. Trees lay in ruins, and the ground was riddled with hundreds of craters of varying depths. As time passed, the intensity of their fight gradually waned. Cough, cough. Tsunade coughed up a trace of blood, her breathing slightly ragged as she leaned against a tree for support. Her excessive chakra and stamina consumption had reached its limit, making it impossible to maintain high-intensity combat any longer. She was fortunate that she wasn't much older, yet if several years had passed, her combat abilities would have deteriorated significantly. Forget keeping up with Hyuga Mirai, she might not even last a few exchanges before being defeated. This brat is unbelievably strong. His chakra and stamina seem endless. If this drags on any longer... Tsunade felt an unsettling sense of unease. She wasn't sure why, but the moment she encountered this white-eyed brat, an uncontrollable rage surged within her, compelling her to step in and subdue him. It was likely the same kind of emotion that stemmed from betrayal. Back at Konoha Hospital, she had genuinely considered taking Hyuga Mirai as her disciple. His status as a branch family member of the Hyuga clan and a Konoha shinobi didn't matter to her. Though they never officially became master and student, she had been serious about teaching him. Whenever he posed an advanced medical question, she would go out of her way to find the answer and provide a response the next day. She hadn't even been this diligent with Shizen's training. Despite his unorthodox views, Hyuga Mirai's talent and personality resonated with her. She had trained him wholeheartedly, hoping that even after she left, Konoha's medical system wouldn't collapse. Yet, things had taken an unexpected turn. "Princess Tsunade, it seems your hemophobia is cured," Hyuga Mirai remarked, pointing at the blood trickling from the corner of her mouth with a slight frown. This was unexpected. He had initially planned to exploit her hemophobia, rendering her defenseless and taking her back to their base for persuasion. But contrary to his expectations, Tsunade had simply wiped the blood away and continued fighting as if nothing had happened. Hemophobia. Tsunade snapped back from her thoughts and touched the blood on her lips. In the past, she couldn't even stand the sight of blood. But now, despite seeing her own, she felt nothing. Rather, the burning rage in her heart had drowned out all other emotions. "I should be thanking you," she sneered, though inwardly, she knew she was in trouble. The strength of 100 technique was running out of time. Once it ended, her physical condition would sharply decline, drastically reducing her speed and strength. "If you really want to thank me, then show it with your actions," Hyuga Mirai said before suddenly vanishing with Shunshin. The next moment, he appeared before Tsunade, his palms flashing in rapid succession, striking her shoulder and thigh in an instant. The unexpected attack disrupted her balance, preventing her from using Shunshin to escape. At the same time, Hyuga Mirai expanded his gentle fist domain, the veins on his face bulging as he activated his Byakugan. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 2 palms. 4 palms. 64 palms. In just a few seconds, Hyuga Mirai had completed all 64 strikes, sealing off Tsunade's chakra points and preventing her from healing herself. Some points remained unsealed due to excess fat, but that hardly mattered. The 8 trigrams 64 palms wasn't just about blocking chakra flow. The sheer force behind each strike was enough to leave Tsunade severely battered. It was like a powerful warrior hammering her body relentlessly with a spiked mallet. The only reason she survived was her exceptional physique. Anyone else would have perished long before reaching the full 64 strikes. "This is the end, Princess Tsunade. You people are all so stubborn. Here I am, working tirelessly for the peace of the shinobi world, yet you cling to your so-called ideals of peace while doing everything you can to stand in my way." Hyuga Mirai walked forward, preparing to take Tsunade with him. Someone of her caliber could still be useful. Talented shinobi were rare, and if properly guided, Tsunade had the potential for even greater achievements. Unfortunately, war and her hemophobia had wasted much of her potential. Had she focused more on research, surpassing Orochimaru in human biology wouldn't have been difficult. Just as he was about to lift her, he suddenly frowned. From a few hundred meters away, a large toad was hopping toward them. It was an unusual sight. This area was dense woodland with no sign of water, yet here was a lone toad appearing out of nowhere. Jiraiya. The toad suddenly opened its mouth wide, and from within, Jiraiya emerged wounded but still standing. Fire style, flame bullet. Without hesitation, Jiraiya unleashed a fire jutsu. The flames, infused with oil, burned hotter and longer than ordinary fire jutsu, surging toward Hyuga Mirai with deadly intensity. Jiraiya's goal was to force him back, but Hyuga Mirai wasn't about to let Tsunade go. With a swift motion, he grabbed her and evaded the attack. Summoning jutsu. Realizing he couldn't free Tsunade with conventional attacks, Jiraiya burned through his chakra reserves to summon 2 of Mount Myaboka's great toads, Gamabunta and Gamaken. Even if that troublesome purple snake showed up, these 2 could hold their own against it. "TCH, what a nuisance," Hyuga Mirai muttered, assessing his remaining chakra. Less than 60% remained, and gathering natural energy now would take too long. I won't let you take Tsunade, Hyuga Mirai. Jiraiya's expression was grim. He swiftly painted 2 crimson lines across his face, and brought his hands together in preparation. Going for those 2 toads, huh? Hyuga Mirai calculated his odds. Without Sage Mode, he could only match Jiraiya in combat. Using his battle armor would give him an edge, but it wasn't worth revealing yet. If he insisted on taking Tsunade, Jiraiya would keep him locked in battle. There was only one option left. Well, I suppose today isn't my day. There's always next time. But if I'm leaving empty-handed, I might as well make it worthwhile, he said, forming a hand seal while gathering a small amount of natural energy to refine Sage Chakra. Orochimaru had developed the Curse Seal even after obtaining Sage Mode training. Hyuga Mirai, on the other hand, had superior methods for harnessing Sage Mode, so he never bothered with Orochimaru's imperfect seal. Still, he had acquired it. And now seemed like the perfect time to put it to use. Hyuga Mirai sank his teeth into Tsunade's neck, injecting a mix of Sage Chakra and Release Chakra into her system before using a sealing technique to solidify the curse mark, ensuring its complete integration. As the curse seal took hold, Tsunade screamed in agony, her body racked by the sudden invasion of raw natural energy. Tsunade! Gamaken, stop him! Jiraiya roared in desperation. I understand. Though I'm not very agile. But before the massive toad could act, Hyuga Mirai had already vanished with Shunshin. Jiraiya, you have a choice: chase me, or save her. With those final words, Hyuga Mirai disappeared into the forest. Jiraiya clenched his fists, seething with frustration. But after a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. He had to save Tsunade. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. patreon.com/turd translations. Just remove the space. Chapter 164. Chapter 160 for 1319 words. The curse seal used by Hyuga Mirai was unlike Orochimaru's version. His seal contained his own blood and Release Chakra, making it highly adaptable to natural energy. Furthermore, Mirai's Chakra was notoriously difficult to remove. Having mastered the spirit transformation technique, his control over Chakra far surpassed that of the Yamanaka clan. As soon as the seal activated, fiery cloud-like markings spread across Tsunade's body, gradually consuming half of her form. With continued absorption of natural energy, the curse mark would evolve further, unlocking another state. Seeing Tsunade writhing in pain, Jiraiya immediately rushed to her side. Are you okay? How do you feel? Let me take you back to Konoha. Shut up, Jiraiya. The invasion of natural energy sent waves of fury coursing through her, making her temper even shorter than usual. But she was no stranger to sealing techniques. Gritting her teeth through the discomfort, she quickly formed a series of hand signs. Evil sealing method. As the jutsu took effect, intricate sealing patterns appeared across her skin, forcing the flaming cloud-like markings to recede, and eventually trapping them within layers of seals. Once the process was complete, Tsunade let out a slow exhale, her body drenched in sweat and smeared with traces of blood. Relieved that she had stabilized, Jiraiya wasted no time in questioning her. Tsunade, how did you end up fighting Hyuga Mirai? I ran into him. Had no choice but to fight. She didn't want to admit that she had acted on impulse. Under normal circumstances, with her level of concealment skills, she could have avoided detection entirely if she hadn't deliberately revealed herself. She was fortunate that Mirai had sent that Uzumaki woman away beforehand. Even more fortunate that Jiraiya had arrived when he did. Otherwise, today's battle would have ended very differently for her. Forget about me, what are you doing here? Tsunade had initially wanted to ask about Konoha's intelligence gathering, but given that she had been the reckless one, she had no right to blame Jiraiya for any gaps in information. Tracking rogue ninja of Mirai's caliber was no easy feat. Inaccurate intel was to be expected. Konoha is in trouble. I was on my way back when I sensed a battle happening here, so I used the toad stealth technique to get closer. Jiraiya had always been in contact with Konoha, even if he rarely responded. But this time, the situation was too severe. He had abandoned his surveillance of the Uzumaki Trade Association in the Land of Fire's capital, and immediately set out for the village. He then told Tsunade about the Ninetales rampage and Namake's Minato's death. However, he only had the information from Hiruzen Sarutobi's message. The finer details were still unknown to him. A crisis this massive. Tsunade frowned. She hadn't interacted much with Minato, but she knew he was an exceptionally powerful and dependable shinobi. She was far more familiar with Kushina, having lived with her for a few years during childhood. Even after Tsunade had left on missions, whenever they met, Kushina would still call her big sister Tsunade. "I'll go back with you. I have some business with Kushina anyway." She flexed her stiff limbs and immediately noticed something troubling. Despite her use of the evil sealing method, the natural energy was slowly corroding the seal. That white-eyed brat's curse mark was stronger than she had anticipated. Even her advanced sealing techniques couldn't completely suppress it. Then again, his proficiency in sealing jutsu likely surpassed her own. If her method had worked that easily, it would have meant underestimating him. She didn't yet know the full effects of this curse mark, but she did understand natural energy. Too much exposure could outright kill a shinobi. "I'll have to consult Katsuyu about this." With that thought in mind, Tsunade followed Jiraiya to find Shizen before making their way back to Konoha. At the coastal border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Tea, Hyuga Mirai regrouped with Ayaka Uzumaki. Noara Rin was also present, though she remained silent. She knew she had angered Mirai and wisely chose to stand quietly at the side. "Mirai-sama, are you all right?" Ayaka rushed to his side, eyes filled with concern. Seeing Mirai shake his head, indicating he was unharmed, she finally relaxed and obediently took her place beside him. "I've already informed Unit 18. A ship will be here in 20 minutes to take us to Roran." With that, Mirai sat down and calmly began absorbing natural energy. He considered Rin for a moment before making his decision. She would get one more chance. However, once they returned, she would be fitted with a forced combat suit. The only reason he had rescued her in the first place was 70% because of Obito, and 30% because he needed a temporary host for the Three Tails. Her medical skills were indeed valuable, but she was mistaking his trust for a license to act recklessly. If this behavior wasn't corrected now, it would become a ticking time bomb. Once they returned, he would place her in confinement and observe her actions. If she disobeyed him again, prioritizing her misplaced kindness over his direct orders, then her usefulness would come to an end. Had it not been for Obito and the Three Tails, Mirai wouldn't have tolerated Rin this long. Ayaka sensed his displeasure but said nothing in Rin's defense. Having spent enough time by Mirai's side, she knew that while he was lenient with his own people, Rin's actions had crossed a line. Even Ayaka found them difficult to forgive. Although she respected Rin's medical abilities, her behavior made it impossible to defend her. Soon, their ship arrived and they set sail for Roran. Roran had developed significantly under Hyuga Mirai's influence. The environment had improved, the oasis had expanded, and the city itself had grown. Many citizens voluntarily moved into newly built homes outside the main city, freeing up space around the Dragon Vein Tower. The Uzumaki Trade Association had played a major role in this progress. In fact, its reputation now rivaled that of Queen Sarah herself. The people of Roran still loved their queen, but it was the trade association that provided their food, wages, and all their goods from the outside world. Once Queen Sarah could rally her people to take up arms if needed. Now, if she gave such an order, nearly half of Roran's population would side with the trade association instead. And as time passed, that number would only grow. Upon arrival, Mirai immediately ordered Unit 18 to place Rin under house arrest. Then he turned his attention to another matter. "How is Haku?" he inquired. "The same as ever," came the report. "His personality hasn't changed, and he hasn't slacked on training even once." He understands that his bloodline and abilities are what Mirai-sama values, so he refuses to become complacent. Haku's current physique still isn't strong enough to handle a tailed beast. He needs to adapt to Sage mode first before attempting a transfer. With that decision made, Mirai turned to Ayaka. Ayaka, before you go train with the dragon vein, leave some of the Ninetales chakra for me to study. I understand, Mirai-sama. She hesitated for a moment, then added, I will do my best to master the Ninetales power. As long as you adapt to its chakra, that's enough. If it refuses to cooperate, I may have to erase its consciousness entirely. Mirai spoke calmly, but his words carried an undeniable weight. Through his Byakugan, he could see the sealed space within Ayaka where the Ninetales stirred restlessly. His remark wasn't just for Ayaka. It was a warning. Damn humans. Within the sealed space, Kurama bared its fangs in rage. To think this man dared to speak of erasing its very mind. If it ever escaped, it would rip this wretched human apart. End of chapter, chapter 165, chapter 165 1639 words. You're back, Tsunade, Hiruzen Sarutobi said with a pleased expression. He had only expected Jiraiya to return to oversee Konoha for a while, but to his surprise, his student had been unexpectedly responsible this time, bringing Tsunade back as well. With two of the Sannin present, Konoha's strength had significantly increased. Jiraiya had also reported that Tsunade had overcome her hemophobia, meaning she had essentially regained her full power. This was great news for the village, both internally and externally. It would stabilize morale and serve as a deterrent to potential enemies. Tsunade scoffed. Don't get any ideas, old man. I'm leaving as soon as I check on Kushina. You took a thriving village and turned it into this mess. No wonder Orochimaru, Jiraiya cut in before she could finish. Though she stopped speaking, the message had already been delivered. She huffed in irritation before storming off. Her resentment toward Konoha was more about her teacher's leadership than the village itself. Once she finished dealing with Kushina's situation, she had no intention of staying. After she left, Hiruzen sighed and turned to Jiraiya. Since you're back, stay in the village for a while. The hidden cloud and hidden sand aren't being friendly at the borders. The peace we fought for barely lasted 2 years. It won't be long before war breaks out again. The cloud I can understand, but the sand? What's their problem? Jiraiya asked, puzzled. He had personally led forces against the hidden sand during the last war, and knew they had suffered significant losses. Could they really have recovered this quickly? On top of that, he had heard that the Wind Daimyo had cut their funding. They got lucky, Hiruzen replied, taking a deep drag from his pipe. They partnered with the Uzumaki Trade Association. In exchange for mineral rights in the desert, they've received a massive influx of supplies. Hiruzen had been worried about this for some time. He had considered reaching out to the trade association himself, but Konoha had nothing of equal value to offer. Unlike the sand, which was in dire need of resources, Konoha didn't have an urgent demand for supplies. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. Although Konoha and the sand were technically enemies, ninja villages had no authority over noble-backed merchants. Moreover, their peace treaty prevented Konoha from intervening, leaving only the Fire Daimyo with the power to interfere. Hiruzen then brought up the Ninetales incident, including the Sharingan that had been spotted in the beast's eyes. Though they hadn't yet identified the culprit, Konoha had responded by relocating the Uchiha to the outskirts of the village, making them easier to monitor. If another Ninetales disaster struck, they wouldn't have a second fourth Hokage to save them. Jiraiya sighed heavily. I can't believe so much has happened. I'll stay in the village for now. Though he had planned to continue his travels, the loss of Minato and Konoha's current state made it impossible for him to leave. By the way, about the Uzumaki Trade Association. Jiraiya had intended to investigate it thoroughly, as per Minato's request. But before he could gather much beyond rumors of the masked saint with unrivaled healing, he had been summoned back to the village. The trade association was a thorn in Konoha's throat. It could no longer be ignored. That was why Hiruzen had left the matter entirely to Danzo. Advanced medical ninjutsu, huh? Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke. That confirms that the trade association is linked to Hyuga Mirai. Jiraiya's first-hand intelligence was reliable. Given what they now knew, the trade association had at least 3 top-tier medical ninja, one of whom was an Uzumaki capable of using adamantine sealing chains. Skilled medical ninja were rare. Mastering high-level healing required formal training, typically passed down through direct instruction. Konoha's entire medical system had been built upon Tsunade's teachings, and its first generation of medical jonin had all been trained by her. Hiruzen sighed inwardly. If only he hadn't defected. If Hyuga Mirai had remained loyal, Konoha would have been the strongest village in the ninja world. Even if the Ninetales rampaged twice, Konoha could have held firm. While Konoha struggled, Roran was thriving. The expansion of the oasis had transformed the region into a livable paradise. The Uzumaki Trade Association had also introduced high-yield crops, significantly improving agricultural production. As a result, the association's reputation among Roran's citizens had soared, surpassing even Queen Sarah's. Before the trade association's arrival, the people of Roran could barely fill their stomachs. Now their standard of living had increased several-fold, and they no longer had to endure the relentless sandstorms. Merchants wearing the association's insignia were treated with the utmost respect by the locals. Once Queen Sarah could have called upon her people to fight for her. Now, if she issued such an order, nearly half of Roran's citizens would side with the trade association instead. And as time went on, that number would only continue to grow. At the Dragon Vein Tower, Hyuga Mirai had just completed his research on cultivating the Ninetales chakra. It had taken him 10 days, but he had finally managed to purge the negative emotions from the chakra using natural energy, and had developed a method to refine it further. Based on the amount of chakra stored within Ayaka, even with the Dragon Vein accelerating the process, it will still take 4 to 5 years to cultivate it fully. He paused, then smirked slightly. But at least the Dragon Vein won't run dry. This place seems to naturally gather energy. Hyuga Mirai analyzed the calculations. If he reduced the cultivation time of the Ninetales chakra, he could produce several chakra reserves equivalent to 4 or 5 tails within 500 days, more than enough for his subordinates. Those who carried his cultivated Ninetales chakra could be considered pseudo-Jinchuriki. However, unlike true Jinchuriki, their chakra contained no beast consciousness, it was merely an energy reservoir. Because of this, a pseudo-Jinchuriki would struggle to achieve perfect control. Without a tailed beast to help regulate the chakra flow, managing 2 different chakra types solely with their own ability would be exceedingly difficult. This should be enough for now. A 4-tailed Ninetales chakra bearer would be nearly unbeatable in the ninja world. Even against a duo from the Akatsuki, they could at least hold their ground. He decided that Ayaka Uzumaki would extract the secret of the tailed beast bomb from the Ninetales, and pass the technique to those who would receive the chakra. Just as he settled the matter, Unit 18 approached with a report. Queen Sarah wishes to see me. Mirai considered for a moment. Nothing unusual had happened in Roran lately, so he turned to Unit 18 and said, "Let her in." Once permission was granted, the mechanical sentries at the entrance escorted Queen Sarah inside. "Mirai-san," she greeted politely. "No need for such formalities, Your Majesty." "This is Roran," he replied with a slight smile, pouring her a cup of tea. "What brings you here today?" "Please, just call me Sarah," she corrected, hesitating briefly before continuing. "I'd like to study medical ninjutsu under you, Mirai-san." Medical ninjutsu. Mirai glanced at her and quickly deduced her reasoning. Roran's people were now living in prosperity, and many had taken jobs within the Uzumaki Trade Association. Even when disputes arose, they turned to the association's administrators for mediation rather than their queen. It seemed unlikely that Sarah wanted to learn medical ninjutsu to reclaim authority. More likely, she had noticed the shortage of doctors in Roran, and wanted to help her people. "Sarah, if your goal is to heal your people, there's no need for you to study medical ninjutsu," Mirai said. Then, he tapped his wrist communicator. Unit 18, has the medical unit been fully assembled? The medical unit was a device Mirai had designed and optimized with Unit 18's data. It could diagnose 99% of known illnesses, and once infused with medical talismans for energy, use nanomechanical arms to administer treatment. The first-generation model could cure nearly any ailment aside from organ transplants. Its only limitation was its reliance on yang-based chakra from medical talismans, as it could not yet convert ordinary chakra into healing energy. It's complete, sir, though we haven't gathered sufficient clinical data yet, Unit 18 responded. The best data comes from real-world use. If it's finished, let's introduce the first medical unit to the people of Roran. With that, Mirai stood and gestured for Sarah to follow. Sarah, let's go see the Uzumaki Trade Association's latest invention. With the medical unit, there's no need for conventional medical ninja. Sarah, having overheard their conversation, was filled with curiosity. A medical unit. Another invention from the Trade Association. Shortly after, when she witnessed the machine in action, she was utterly stunned. Realizing that even a decade of medical ninjutsu training couldn't match the machine's efficiency, she abandoned her desire to learn healing techniques. Mirai-san, please, I beg you leave one of these life-saving machines in Roran. Overcome with emotion, she grabbed onto his sleeve and bowed deeply. Mirai glanced at her, then looked away. There's no need for that, Sarah. The medical unit was created for civilians. Even if you hadn't asked, I had already planned to leave two here for Roran's people. Now stand up. Sarah quickly straightened, her face flushed with embarrassment. With the medical unit in place, Roran's citizens would no longer suffer from disease. That thought filled her with joy, but at the same time, a sense of unease crept into her heart. Lowering her head, she quietly asked, Mirai-san, what can I do for the people of Roran? End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Patreon.com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 166, Chapter 166 1714 words. Sarah, why do you feel the need to do something for the people of Roran? Hyuga Mirai spoke gently, his tone calm and reassuring. Although Sarah was older than him, at this moment, she seemed like a young girl, listening intently to his guidance. The people of Roran already live in prosperity. They are far from the horrors of war, free from the burden of taxes, and most of them have stable incomes, happy families, and above all a queen who constantly looks after them. Hearing this, Sarah blushed slightly. His words acknowledged her dedication to her people, and the recognition filled her with quiet joy. Given the circumstances, you should think about yourself for once, Mirai continued. I don't believe you need to dedicate everything to Roran, especially when its people have already become self-sufficient. Perhaps it's time you considered doing something for yourself instead. Pausing for a moment, he glanced at her with feigned contemplation before adding, to be honest, I noticed a long time ago that you have a natural talent for inspiring others. You'd make an excellent diplomat. If you weren't the Queen of Roran, I would have done everything in my power to recruit you as a negotiator for the Uzumaki Trade Association. Sarah's eyes lit up in surprise. Do you really think I could do that, Mirai-san? Of course, Mirai answered without hesitation. You're the most gifted diplomat I've ever met. It was a carefully crafted statement, one that even he had nearly convinced himself of. While Sarah did possess some negotiation skills, she wasn't as exceptional as he made her out to be. However, with the right training, she had the potential to improve. More importantly, if she left Roran, the city would be his to reshape. And Mirai had already set his sights on using Roran as a foothold to infiltrate and manipulate the Land of Wind. The medical unit was merely the first step in his strategy. Aside from Konoha, most other villages lacked well-trained medical ninjas. They had no structured medical programs, making skilled healers a rare commodity. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, Sunagakure was the most desperate for medical support. Not only were they severely lacking in medical ninjas, but they also had almost no land suitable for growing medicinal herbs. Every time war broke out, they had to purchase supplies from outside sources, often depleting years' worth of stock in a single conflict. Mirai knew that if he introduced medical units as a trade opportunity, the greed of Sunagakure's leaders would be undeniable. If only I could lure Raza out. Perhaps the gold mines could be the key to drawing him in. Directly controlling Raza would be the best option. However, using the Tensigan's control ability alone would make him appear sluggish and unnatural. It would take additional measures to make it convincing. Mirai considered his options before deciding that he would wait for the right moment to execute his plan. As for the medical units and medical talismans, their production methods can be made public. After all, they're only truly effective when used in conjunction with the medical units. Otherwise, they're nothing more than chakra batteries for medical ninjas. He handed over the medical unit's deployment to Unit 18, trusting her to determine the optimal strategy. By widely distributing the method for creating medical talismans, their value and cost would naturally decline. Since these talismans were only truly effective in the hands of trained medical ninjas, most people would use them for minor injuries at best. Once their supply became abundant, the trade association could begin mass purchasing them for use in medical units. With that matter settled, Mirai headed to the Dragon Vein training chamber. There Tajitsuhime was instructing Haku on senjutsu. Meanwhile, the other two snake princesses were resting comfortably. The white snake sage had yet to reveal her true intentions, but so far, the three snake princesses had been more than cooperative with Mirai. Their relationship was, at the very least, amicable. Since the white snake sage had no immediate plans to make her move, Mirai saw no need to rush either. Ayaka Uzumaki was still attempting to master the Ninetails chakra. Behind her, 8 adamantine chains extended, forming a barrier within the training chamber. Mirai observed her progress. She had already manifested a 7-tailed beast cloak yet retained her sanity. Ayaka had chosen to use only a 4 symbols seal, deliberately giving the Ninetails plenty of room to resist. Rather than suppressing its chakra completely, she was using its rebellion as a means to refine her control. After briefly assessing the situation, Mirai left the chamber and contacted Sasori through his wrist communicator. "What do you want?" came Sasori's impatient voice. "Never mind that, let me tell you some good news first. I've finished upgrading the 3rd Kazekage puppet. It's now a mechanized magnetic release puppet. With my modifications, it's practically flawless." He spoke with barely contained pride, unable to resist boasting about his work. Magnetic release, high-energy cannons, electromagnetic artillery, mechanical transformation, chip-based control. The list of enhancements went on. Aside from nanotechnology, Sasori had overhauled nearly every aspect of the puppet while perfectly preserving the 3rd Kazekage's bloodline ability. "You truly are a genius in the field of puppetry," Mirai praised sincerely. Sasori had only received some fundamental knowledge about mechanical enhancements from him, yet he had required little guidance afterward. In almost no time, he had mastered the technology on his own. Both he and Orochimaru were true prodigies in this field. Sasori proudly explained the improvements he had made to his puppets. So far he had only completed modifications on the 3rd Kazekage puppet, but that was because he deemed the rest unworthy of his craftsmanship. Only those possessing rare bloodline limits or unique secret techniques sparked his interest. Each of his puppets was now controlled via a chip implanted in the back of their necks, and he had even designed an auxiliary computer to assist him. If Mirai hadn't known better, he would have assumed Sasori was suffering from a stiff neck given that the device he wore resembled some sort of medical brace. "Impressive work, Sasori," Mirai commented. "If you ever amass enough of these, you could practically take down all 5 great shinobi villages by yourself. Though, I have to admit, the design is pretty ugly. No artistic sense at all." The auxiliary computer on Sasori's neck was particularly unsightly. It made him look like a patient recovering from whiplash. But Mirai chose not to voice this opinion. Perhaps it was simply a matter of differing artistic tastes. He decided to respect Sasori's aesthetic choices. "Sasori, I need you to come to Roran." I'm planning to make a move on the land of wind, and I could use your help. Took you long enough to act, Sasori scoffed. Fine, you'll soon get to witness the power of my new puppets. Before Sasori could finish his boast, Mirai interrupted, correcting him. I don't plan to attack with brute force. That would be too noisy. What I need from you is to help me win over Chiyo and Ebizo from Sunagakure. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Sasori sneered at the suggestion. Are you out of your mind? You seriously expect me to, Sasori, please, Mirai said, his voice unusually sincere. This is important to me. Sasori hesitated. The sarcastic remark he had prepared died in his throat when he saw Mirai's expression. His lips twitched slightly before he finally turned his head and muttered, I'll give it a shot, but no promises. Mirai smiled. That's all I ask. I trust you. With that settled, he turned his attention back to his own training, immersing himself in sage mode practice. Though the fourth Hokage had perished during the Ninetales rampage, the return of Jiraiya and Tsunade had reinvigorated the village. Their presence was like a shot of pure adrenaline to Konoha's battered forces. Jiraiya didn't stay long. He was dispatched to the borders to guard against the increasingly aggressive movements of the hidden cloud. Tsunade, however, remained in the village, constantly moving wherever she was needed. Hiruzen Sarutobi had resumed his position as the third Hokage, diligently managing village affairs. The workload was immense, but he welcomed the responsibility. It made him feel alive again. Meanwhile, at Konoha Hospital, Tsunade examined Kushina Uzumaki's condition and immediately realized how dire it was. Having had the Ninetales forcibly extracted, Kushina had nearly lost all her chakra. In a desperate bid to survive, she had burned through the last remnants of her energy. Had it not been for the life force of her unborn child sustaining her cells, she would have perished on the spot. Now, a sealing formula maintained a fragile balance in her body. It couldn't be tampered with. If disrupted, her body would lose access to the trace amounts of Senjutsu chakra sustaining her, leading to complete cellular collapse. Even with all of Tsunade's medical expertise, she couldn't undo the seal without risking Kushina's life. Kushina, I can't help you right now, Tsunade admitted. When it comes to manipulating natural energy, that white-eyed brat is more proficient than I am. I can't afford to recklessly undo his work. With that, she bit her thumb and activated a summoning jutsu. A 2-meter-tall slug appeared in the hospital room, its gentle voice asking, Lady Tsunade, do you require a summoning contract? That's right, Tsunade confirmed. I want Kushina to sign a contract with the slug sage of Shikatsu Forest. Once she's bound by the contract, you'll teleport us there. I need to consult the slug sage about her condition. Understood, Lady Tsunade. The slug extracted a summoning scroll from its body, which Tsunade then handed to Kushina. Kushina, sign your name here, she instructed. Kushina hesitated for a moment, then glanced up at Tsunade with worry in her eyes. What about Naruto? Tsunade reassured her, we'll have someone look after him for now. This won't take long. With that, a loud poof echoed through the hospital room. When the smoke cleared, both Tsunade and Kushina had vanished. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Patreon.com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 167, Chapter 167 1064 words. After months of working together, the members of Pakura's squad found it difficult to part ways with the Kiku Trading Company. During their mission, they had flawlessly protected Kiku Sanmu and his key personnel, preventing both greedy bandits and the desert's ferocious beasts from threatening the company. Although their commission had been generous, Pakura's strength alone far exceeded the price they had been paid. Now that their assignment was coming to an end, Pakura visited Sanmu to inform him of their departure. Sanmu, starting tomorrow, another team will take over our duties. Sanmu let out a dramatic sigh and smiled wryly. After spending so much time together, I must admit I'll miss you, Pakura. Ever since the war ended, even traveling within the land of fire has felt unsafe. But with your team guarding us, I've been able to sleep soundly for the first time in a long while." Pakura's team exchanged glances before breaking into small smiles. His words were the highest praise a shinobi could receive, recognition of their efforts and dedication. "Since this was so sudden, I didn't have time to prepare anything extravagant," Sanma continued. "But please accept these small gifts as a token of my gratitude." He retrieved 4 elegantly wrapped boxes and handed them to the members of Pakura's squad. The 3 younger shinobi hesitated, instinctively looking to Pakura for guidance. Accepting personal gifts violated Sunagekyur's shinobi code. However, the situation was nuanced. Kiku Trading Company was Sunagekyur's largest trading partner, frequently commissioning escort missions through the village. Refusing the gifts might be seen as disrespectful, potentially harming diplomatic relations between the company and Sunagekyur. Pakura gave a slight nod. "Go ahead. Sanma's gifts won't be a problem." Sanma chuckled lightly before adopting a more serious expression. "Pakura, I also have a request. My clan leader has sent me on a mission to discuss a matter with Lord Kazekage. If possible, I'd like to travel to Sunagekyur with you." The real Kiku family had long since been relocated to the land of tea by Unit 18. The people still operating under the Kiku name in the Land of Fire were merely stand-ins, arranged to maintain appearances and provide legitimacy to the organization. Since establishing trade with Sunagekyur, the company had expanded rapidly. But in reality, it was just one of Hyuga Mirai's many fronts. Now, Sanma was heading to meet Raza to introduce Sunagekyur to the medical talisman. A technique Hyuga Mirai had already leaked onto the black market. However, those foolish enough to buy it had been so paranoid about secrecy that they had kept it out of public hands. With no other option, Mirai decided to have his own people leak the information. Pakura had no objections to escorting Sanma to Sunagekyur. The next day, their group departed. True to her professionalism, she never questioned Sanma's purpose for visiting the village. She simply ensured his safe arrival. Once they reached Sunagekyur, she reported to the Kazekage's office for further orders. In her months away, the reputation she had earned during the war had gradually faded. Meanwhile, Raza had used this time to solidify his authority, ensuring that by the time Pakura returned, his control over Sunagekyur was undisputed. When Raza saw Sanmu arrive, he raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. "Sanmu, our next scheduled transaction isn't due yet. Have you discovered a new mineral deposit?" Kiku Trading Company controlled nearly all of Sunagekyur's external supply lines, delivering goods directly to the village's doorstep. This arrangement had been a great convenience for Raza and the village's leadership, eliminating the need for Sunagekyur to send procurement teams abroad while also providing goods at a fraction of the usual cost. As a result, Kiku Trading Company had become Sunagekyur's closest business partner. However, neither Raza nor his advisors seemed to recognize the risks of relying so heavily on an external supplier. "This isn't about minerals," Sanma replied. "I've received orders from my clan leader regarding a special technique we acquired on the black market. He wishes to offer it to Sunagekyur." With that, he retrieved a scroll containing detailed information on the medical talisman, including its creation, usage, and its applications in Konoha. However, the method of producing the talisman itself was deliberately omitted. After reading the scroll, Raza's expression grew serious. His sharp gaze locked onto Sanmu. "You might as well speak plainly." Sanmu sighed theatrically. "If you insist, Lord Kazekage. The Kiku family is focused on commerce. We acquired this secret technique purely by chance. However, if we were to offer it to Konoha, our family would lose a significant business opportunity. My leader sent me to ask if Sunagekyur would be interested in purchasing the knowledge instead." "Interested?" That was an understatement. Raza's eyes gleamed. During Sunagekyur's battles against Konoha, they had managed to capture a few medical talismans. However, unlike explosive tags, these talismans functioned on an entirely different sealing formula, one that even Chiyo, despite years of research, had been unable to replicate without the exact production method. This was a decision Raza could make on his own, without consulting the village council. From that moment, Sunagakure had stepped into the trap. Of course, Hyuga Mirai wasn't just targeting Sunagakure. Unit 18 had already dispatched operatives to sell the same medical talisman secrets to Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure. Even smaller villages like Takigakure and Kizugakure weren't spared. Moreover, the information being sold had been deliberately exaggerated, overstating the talisman's effectiveness, while downplaying the role of trained medical nin. This way, once the villages began producing them and found the results disappointing, they would naturally start distributing them on a larger scale. Once the medical talismans became widespread, the true power of the medical machine would be unleashed. Unlike the talismans, which had limitations, the medical machine's products Hyuga Mirai had absolute confidence the great villages couldn't replicate would prove indispensable. Each medical machine was remotely controlled by Unit 18, and any village that used them unknowingly had their shinobi's biological data recorded and stored. The deeper Sunagakure integrated Hyuga Mirai's technology into their infrastructure, the more they would become like frogs being slowly boiled alive. Even with all their strength, by the time they realized the danger, escaping his grasp would be impossible. End of chapter. Drop them power stones please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 168. Chapter 168 1956 words, so huge. The moment Kushina Uzumaki arrived in Shikatsu Forest, she was met with the sight of an enormous slug, its size comparable to that of a small mountain. She had always thought the Ninetails was a natural disaster in its own right, a behemoth among tailed beasts. But now, standing before the great slug sage, she felt as if the Ninetails was nothing more than a house cat in comparison. It seemed like this colossal slug could simply roll over and pin the Ninetails beneath it, rendering it completely immobile. Shikatsu Forest has only one great slug sage, Tsunade explained as she approached the massive creature. The ones I summon are just fragments of its body. Lady Katsuyu. It's been a long time since you last visited Shikatsu Forest, the great slug sage spoke, its voice as soft and gentle as the smaller versions Tsunade had summoned before. The contrast between its immense size and its delicate tone was almost jarring. Are you here to introduce a new summoner? In a way, Tsunade replied. Both Kushina and I are facing some issues, and we were hoping you might have a solution. Please wait a moment. Due to its enormous size, the great slug sage rarely moved. Instead, it divided parts of itself into smaller slugs, which then crawled toward Tsunade and Kushina to examine them. My apologies, Lady Tsunade, Lady Kushina, one of the small slugs said politely before beginning its examination. It split from the main body, yet it still calls us Lady. Kushina thought, finding it strange. However, she remained perfectly still, allowing the slug to move across her without complaint. After a few moments, the slugs returned to the great sage's body. A deep, rumbling voice soon followed. Tsunade, Kushina, the sage chakra within your bodies has formed a stable circulation system independent of the three great sacred lands techniques. However, Kushina's situation is more critical. If left unattended, she will run out of sage chakra and die in about 6 years. The gentle yet firm words sent a shiver through Kushina. It wasn't that she feared death itself, what unsettled her was the thought of leaving Naruto behind. Anxiety swelled within her chest. Tsunade frowned. Is there a way to prevent this, great slug sage? The best option is to seek out the person who implanted sage chakra into her body. That individual has an extraordinary mastery of natural energy, and may have a method to extend Kushina's life. Tsunade let out a small sigh. That was easier said than done. Hyuga Mirai had stolen half of the Ninetails from Konoha, and they had yet to determine whether he was working with the Uchiha, who had controlled the Ninetails during the attack. Under these circumstances, there was no chance Kushina could openly seek his help unless she defected from Konoha entirely. Any other options? Tsunade pressed. There is another way, the great slug sage continued. If Kushina learns the sage art of Shikatsu Forest, she may be able to extend her lifespan. Natural energy has powerful regenerative properties. However, this technique was developed specifically for slugs, and while humans can learn it, the effects will be significantly weaker, perhaps only a tenth of what they would be for my kind. The great sage paused before adding, and as you know, Tsunade, my sage art is extremely difficult to master. Tsunade nodded and turned to Kushina. She's not exaggerating. When I first learned about sage arts from Jiraiya, I immediately came to ask Katsuyu about Shikatsu Forest's technique. But at the time, I wasn't even qualified to attempt it. Unlike the techniques of Mount Mayaboku and Ryuchi Cave, Shikatsu Forest sage art was unique, entirely developed by the great slug sage itself. To learn it, one required extraordinary regenerative abilities. Moreover, once training began, there was no turning back. If a person failed or quit midway, it would be like having corrosive acid slowly dissolve them from the inside out. Their body would melt into a pool of sludge, evaporating into nothingness. Only those with powerful regenerative capabilities could withstand the corrosive effects of natural energy during training. Even with her Senju heritage, Tsunade had been far from qualifying back then. It was only after developing the strength of 100 seal and creation rebirth that she had finally gained the necessary foundation. Initially, she had created those two techniques as stepping stones to achieve immortality and master the sage art of Shikatsu Forest. But after the deaths of her younger brother and lover, she had abandoned the idea and left Konoha altogether. That's the situation, Kushina, Tsunade said seriously. Shikatsu Forest sage art is extremely dangerous, and there's no way to safeguard against failure. After a brief pause, she added, however, I can teach you the Een seal and creation rebirth first. That way, you'll have an extra layer of protection when you begin training. The great slug sage interjected in its usual gentle tone. In Kushina's case, the risk is somewhat lower. The sage chakra within her will naturally maintain her vital functions at a survivable level. If she were to fail, the sealing formula in her body would likely release additional sage chakra to stabilize her life signs at least until the reserves run out. In other words, as long as the sage chakra stored within her seal remained, she would be safe while training in the technique. However, if she failed to master it before that energy was depleted, her remaining lifespan would be cut even shorter. It was a choice: take the risk, or live for 6 more years and stay by Naruto's side. Kushina clenched her fists. In 6 years, Naruto would just be starting school. If she died then, she would miss the most crucial years of his life, the years when he would need her the most. Losing her protection, Kushina couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of life Naruto would be forced to endure. If anyone understood the hardships of being a Jinchuriki, it was her constant surveillance, strict control, and the ever-present threat of being targeted. If it weren't for Mito Uzumaki, her childhood would have been nothing short of a nightmare. She hadn't forgotten how, shortly after Naruto was born, the third Hokage and Konoha's higher-ups had come to take him away. Whether it was because of Minato or the Nine Tails sealed within Naruto, Kushina had no illusions about their true intentions. I want to try, Lady Katsuyu, Kushina declared, her gaze unwavering. Then, after a brief hesitation, she added, but I'm worried about Naruto. Lady Katsuyu, can I train in Shikatsu Forest sage art while staying in Konoha? The great slug sage's voice remained as gentle as ever. Yes, you may. However, you will need one of my clones to accompany you. Training outside will be much slower, but you will still be able to accumulate natural energy. Since Kushina had made up her mind, Tsunade could only support her. Once they returned to Konoha, she would teach Kushina the strength of 100 seal and creation rebirth, ensuring she had an added layer of protection. With Kushina's matter settled, Tsunade turned to the great slug sage with a more personal question. Lady Katsuyu, can Shikatsu Forest sage art remove the curse mark on me? I'm afraid not, Tsunade, the great slug sage replied. Kushina's situation is simpler because her body only contains sealing formulas and sage chakra. But in your case, there is another person's spiritual energy interfering. Earlier, when I infused sage chakra into your body, it was quickly consumed by another source of sage chakra. After that, the sealing formula within you weakened as well. Tsunade pulled down the collar of her robe slightly, confirming the change. The markings of the evil sealing method had indeed faded. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before it disappeared entirely. And when that happened, she would have to resist Hyuga Mirai's curse mark on her own. Is there really no way to remove it, Lady Katsuyu? I'm sorry, Tsunade. If I forcibly purge the curse mark from your body, you will die in the process. Hearing this, Tsunade clenched her fists. She knew the great slug sage wasn't lying, and after a brief moment of frustration, she bit her lip and relented. I understand. Thank you for trying, Lady Katsuyu. She had no choice but to adapt. Tsunade had tried manipulating Mirai's curse mark before. It allowed her to access a different form of sage mode, but it also came with a dangerous drawback. It made her susceptible to Mirai's influence. Prolonged exposure would undoubtedly cause harm to her body. But if even the great slug sage couldn't help her, then she would have to find her own way to deal with it. Who would have thought that the same brat who used to seek her guidance on sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu would one day become such a formidable opponent? Konoha Village. Due to the arrival of important guests from the Land of Fire's capital, Hiruzen Sarutobi summoned Koharu Udatane, Hamura Mitokado, and Danzo Shimura to his office. Danzo was the last to arrive, having been occupied with the recent expansion of Root. Between keeping tabs on the Uchiha clan and tracking the movements of Uzumaki Trade Association's key figures, his workload had grown significantly. When he stepped into the office, he immediately noticed the presence of 3 individuals. The one leading them was dressed in the elaborate robes of nobility. What is this about, Hiruzen? Danzo asked directly, his impatience evident. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression calm. Danzo, these envoys were sent by the daimyo. They're here to discuss an important matter. The nobleman in the ornate robes stepped forward, gracefully folding his fan before retrieving a document from his sleeve. With an air of quiet authority, he spoke. Elder Danzo, I have been sent on behalf of the daimyo to deliver an important message to the Hokage and Konoha's leadership. His Highness requests that Konoha cease its pursuit of the Uzumaki Trade Association's leadership. What did you just say? Danzo's voice turned cold as his sharp gaze locked onto the envoy. His presence alone exerted immense pressure, sending a wave of tension through the room. The 2 shinobi accompanying the nobleman immediately stepped forward, their hands hovering near their weapons. Though they knew they were no match for Danzo, they were prepared to defend their charge with their lives. However, the nobleman merely raised a hand, signaling them to stand down. His face had gone slightly pale under the weight of Danzo's intimidation, but his voice remained steady as he slid the document forward and continued. This is not just my request, nor is it solely the daimyo's will, he said evenly. This is a joint petition signed by the 11 provinces and 43 noble families of the Land of Fire. If Konoha insists on taking action against the leadership of the Uzumaki Trade Association, these families will sever all trade relations with the village. He let the words settle before delivering the final blow. The daimyo himself opposes any further interference. Furthermore, he has stated that he will reconsider Konoha's standing within the Land of Fire's alliance. Danzo, Hiruzen, Koharu, and Hamura all stiffened at those words. Their eyes fell on the open document before them. Page after page bore the names of nobles from across the country, signatures of those who held true political power within the Land of Fire. A storm was brewing. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Patreon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 169. Chapter 169 1264 words. The Konoha Alliance Treaty, signed by the first Hokage and the previous daimyo, outlined Konoha's status within the Land of Fire, as well as the privileges and financial support provided by the daimyo's government. Konoha's resources were entirely dependent on the daimyo's backing. Food supplies, weaponry, and other essential goods were all allocated by the government. While Konoha had a few weapons shops, they could only meet the daily needs of the village's shinobi. In times of war, however, it was the daimyo's logistical support that kept Konoha running. Now that the daimyo had mentioned reconsidering the alliance treaty, it meant he was serious. Hyuga Mirai and Ayaka Uzumaki are traitors and enemies of Konoha. They inflicted great damage on the village during the Ninetales incident, and the death of the fourth Hokage is closely tied to them. According to the Konoha Alliance Treaty, Konoha's rogue ninjas are also considered traitors to the Land of Fire. So what exactly is the daimyo trying to say here? Danzo's cold gaze locked onto the noble envoy, his demeanor exuding an unmistakable air of deadly intent. In truth, he was already contemplating eliminating not just this messenger but the daimyo himself. Regardless of his disagreements with Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo's loyalty to Konoha was absolute. If the daimyo had truly chosen to side with traitors, then replacing him with a more compliant ruler would be in Konoha's best interest. A chilling glint flashed in Danzo's visible eye. Elder Danzo, the noble envoy, spoke calmly. As I've stated, this is not just the daimyo's decision, it is a collective petition from dozens of noble families. Even the daimyo has no choice but to support them. With a measured breath, he continued, the Uzumaki Trade Association is expected to introduce 14 new products over the next 5 years, generating billions in revenue for the Land of Fire. It's likely that a portion of the funding allocated to Konoha comes from these very profits. The envoy's voice turned sharper. Recently, Konoha's ANBU have arrested multiple key figures within the Uzumaki Trade Association under the charge of harboring traitors. Many of those detained belong to influential noble families across the land. If Konoha does not cease these actions, Danzo didn't need to hear the rest. He already understood. Threatening someone's wealth was akin to taking their life. The noble families, furious at Konoha's interference, had turned to the daimyo for intervention. If he had refused, they might have taken matters into their own hands, placing bounties on Konoha's shinobi, targeting even mid- and low-level operatives. A single bounty of 1 million ryo was enough to attract countless mercenaries and rogue ninjas. Furthermore, the daimyo had long harbored grievances against Konoha. The financial minister's assassination, attacks on noble-backed trade ventures. Konoha, once the protector of the Land of Fire, now seemed to be turning against its own nation. Yet, despite this, the village continued to demand ever-increasing funds. So when the nobles arrived at his doorstep, the daimyo wasted no time in dispatching an envoy to deliver his ultimatum. We will never stop pursuing traitors, Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice rang out sharply, cutting off Danzo's defiant statement. The sudden interruption caused Danzo to momentarily freeze. Once he had silenced Danzo, Hiruzen turned to the noble envoy, his tone calm yet firm. Please inform the daimyo that I will personally visit him soon to discuss this matter in detail. The noble envoy visibly relaxed, nodding in approval. If the Hokage had chosen to take a diplomatic approach rather than escalate tensions like Danzo, then his mission could be considered a success. The daimyo greatly anticipates your visit, Lord Hokage, he replied smoothly. Konoha understands the daimyo's position, Hiruzen continued, his voice carrying a measured weight. Regarding the matter of rogue ninja, I trust that through careful discussion, we will find a solution that benefits both Konoha and the daimyo's government. Very well, the envoy said with a slight bow. I will deliver your message to the daimyo immediately. With the tense atmosphere diffused, Hiruzen escorted the envoy out. Once the doors closed behind them, only Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu Udatane, and Hamura Mitokado remained in the office. You're not seriously considering surrendering, are you? Danzo stepped forward, his voice filled with restrained fury. What do you suggest, then? Hiruzen exhaled a slow stream of smoke, his gaze meeting Danzo's without wavering. The list of noble families is right here. Do you want your rude operatives to kill them all? Kill them all? Danzo clenched his teeth. Hiruzen's words were absurd. If he actually did that, not only would Konoha's ANBU, an elite jonin, turn against him, but the other great nations would have all the justification they needed to unite against Konoha. Ninja villages existed because they were employed by nobles and feudal lords. If Konoha dared to defy the entire aristocracy, the 4 other major powers would gladly use their combined forces to annihilate it. The mere possibility of such a rebellion would make the other daimyos sleepless with paranoia. This matter will be resolved through my discussions with the daimyo, Hiruzen said, tapping his pipe against the desk. Until then, Rude is to focus solely on tracking the whereabouts of Ayaka Uzumaki and Hyuga Mirai. Do not target civilians any further. His words were final. Both Koharu and Hamura nodded in agreement. If Danzo continued his reckless approach, Konoha would lose all standing within the Land of Fire. Once the meeting concluded and the others had left, Hiruzen summoned an ANBU operative to inquire about Naruto Uzumaki. Upon learning that the boy was still under the care of Kimura, he finally felt a small sense of relief. As long as nothing happened to Konoha's Jinchuriki, Hiruzen wasn't too concerned. Teaching him the will of fire could wait until he was at least 3 years old. By then, Kushina would likely be nearing her limit. Meanwhile, in Yuzushiyogakure's research facility, Hyuga Mirai frowned as he sensed something unusual. 2 of his Edo Tensei reanimations had suddenly collapsed, severing his connection to both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. They broke free. Mirai muttered to himself. Impossible. Not with a triple-layered binding seal. 18. What's the status of Hashirama's body? Sir, 18's voice responded instantly, the reanimated body is still within the cultivation chamber in Yuzushiogakure. However, the Edo Tensei form has dissipated, revealing the original host's corpse. Here is the footage. Mirai watched the screen, narrowing his eyes. Hashirama's body, once preserved through Edo Tensei, now resembled a withered husk, a clear sign of excessive chakra consumption. Unlimited chakra regeneration was a lie. Mirai murmured, deep in thought. It doesn't add up. Based on the sacrifice used, Hashirama should have had enough chakra to last months without issue. 18. Retrieve the body for further study. A troubling theory began forming in his mind. Could Edo Tensei actually be siphoning chakra from the afterlife itself? If so, the implications were enormous. Still, he had no time for unnecessary speculation. Prepare a new host and reanimate Hashirama again. We need him for the cultivation project. As for Tobarama, his techniques are already thoroughly documented. His reanimation isn't a priority anymore. There was no need for Mirai to personally handle such menial tasks. Orochimaru was the perfect candidate for the job. After all, when it came to the study of forbidden jutsu, no one in Mirai's circle surpassed him. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. patreon.com/turd translations. Just remove the space. Chapter 170. Chapter 170 1692 words. Edo Tensei. Amidst agonized screams, the sacrificial body was gradually enveloped by crumbling paper-like fragments, reshaping into the familiar form of Senju Hashirama. You again, young man. As his consciousness returned, Hashirama's face twisted into a pained expression upon seeing Hyuga Mirai. While I'm relieved you haven't used this forbidden jutsu for war, making me use wood release for months on end to grow crops, don't you think that's a little too cruel? Day and night, without pause, maturing one batch of herbs only to begin the next. Hashirama wasn't just growing the plants, he was harvesting, drying, and storing them as well. Even at night, there was no reprieve. Looking back on those endless days in the Yuzushiogakure plantation, he shuddered. It was a nightmare far worse than his time as Hokage, buried under endless paperwork. Endless labor, complete isolation, and worst of all, he couldn't even control his own body. Mirai, however, remained unfazed. First Hokage, every herb you cultivate saves lives. Just think about it, thousands of acres of medicinal plants, countless people saved. This work is far too important to delay. Saving lives, huh? Well, when you put it that way, I suppose it's worth it, but still, Mirai cut him off. I'll summon the second Hokage to assist you. You'll have 20 minutes of rest and conversation every day. It's a deal then, young man. Hashirama could tell from Mirai's expression that this was the best deal he was going to get. The Edo Tensei technique, originally created by Tobirama to summon the dead for battle, had now been repurposed into an agricultural tool by a Hyuga prodigy. It was an ironic twist, but at least he wasn't being forced into warfare. And with Tobirama keeping him company, the months ahead wouldn't be quite as lonely. Mirai had already planned to summon Senju Tobirama again. His Flying Thunder God Jutsu was the most efficient teleportation method, and by placing seals at various key locations Orochimaru's labs, Sasori's bases, and other strategic points, Mirai could essentially create a personal teleportation network. However, reviving Tobirama required careful consideration. The sacrificial body needed to be enhanced, not just infused with Hashirama cells, but reinforced physically to prevent exhaustion. As for the other Edo Tensei corpses, Mirai put them on hold. Controlling too many could become a liability, and it might increase the chances of Tobirama breaking free. He had already begun collecting the remains of previous Kage, but unless war broke out, he had no intention of summoning them all at once. After settling the arrangements for Hashirama and Tobirama, Mirai turned his focus to developing new jutsu. Ever since he had perfected the method of cultivating Ninetails chakra, he had been working on modifying the spirit transformation jutsu. Tailed Beast chakra was incredibly vast, and while Jinchuriki could learn to control it over time, using it often interfered with their ability to manage other types of chakra. Mirai's solution was to modify the spirit transformation jutsu to artificially create a tailed beast's consciousness. The Tensigen chakra mode had an ability that created spiritual orbs to control others. Mirai planned to use a similar principle to refine the spirit transformation jutsu. After all, with many of his subordinates soon to become pseudo-Jinchuriki, this technique could help them achieve perfect synchronization with their chakra reserves. Dealing with yin-yang release techniques is always tricky. Mirai mused. Modifying the spirit transformation jutsu required a deep understanding of its mechanics, the properties of yin release chakra, and intricate hand seals. The yin chakra played a crucial role as the foundation of the technique. After nearly 2 months of research, Mirai had made some progress, but there were still many hurdles to overcome. Just then, 18's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Sir, we've received intelligence from the Land of Fire." "What is it?" "Konoha and the daimyo's government have reached an agreement. They will no longer target anyone except you and Ayaka Uzumaki. Additionally, they will not interfere with the normal operations of the Uzumaki Trade Association. However, if they do manage to capture either of you, the daimyo's officials will be required to participate in the interrogation." Mirai chuckled. So Hiruzen really has softened since Minato's death. I expected them to put up more of a fight. But it seems the Fire Daimyo has his own greedy ambitions for the Uzumaki Trade Association. No matter for now, we'll leave him be. I'll deal with him later. The daimyo and his noble allies were already on Mirai's blacklist. Their fate was inevitable. Proceed as planned, Mirai instructed. Start gradually selling certain goods to the Land of Fire. But first, we need to negotiate control over electricity and transportation infrastructure. Gradually shift those rights away from the daimyo's control. Understood, sir, 18 responded immediately. Additionally, Kumo and Konoha have clashed 3 times in the Land of Hot Water, involving a total of 630 combatants. I've sent the footage to your terminal. Mirai accessed the data through his wrist device, observing the aerial footage with interest. The battle details were remarkably clear, though the view was from a high-altitude perspective. How many satellites have we launched so far? 18. The 3rd satellite is currently in preparation, sir. 80% of its observation time is focused on monitoring the moon. However, we still lack intel on the structures within. In 12 days, we plan to launch an exploration drone to collect more precise data. Hyuga Mirai nodded in satisfaction. Anything entrusted to 18 had always been handled flawlessly. There had yet to be a single failure. I'll leave it to you, 18. Once the intelligence is compiled, submit a full report to me, and we'll proceed with the lunar landing. There wasn't much to prepare for the moon landing. As long as they could keep Otsutsuki Tonari from activating the massive Tensigen, everything else would be simple. Right now, Tonari was no match for Mirai after all, he didn't even have his eyes yet. For now, let's focus on refining the spirit transformation jutsu. With that, Mirai immersed himself in the lab, determined to complete his improvements as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the shinobi world was anything but peaceful, especially in the land of hot water and the land of rivers. Since Namikaze Minato's death, both Tsunagakure and Kumogakure had been eager to take advantage of Konoha's perceived weakness. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi, for once, took a firm stance, deploying numerous shinobi along the borders, half of the ANBU included. In the land of rivers, Jiraiya held the front line. He had already clashed several times with Kumo's forces, even holding his ground against the fourth Raikage himself. Though Jiraiya lacked Minato's speed, his overall combat ability was more balanced, and with the backing of Mount Myaboku's summoning beasts, he remained an immovable force. As long as the Raikage avoided a full-scale war, defeating Jiraiya was next to impossible. Besides, Kumogakure couldn't afford an all-out conflict with Konoha. Iwagakure loomed nearby, still nursing its grudges from the last great ninja war. During the previous war, IWA had failed to gain any advantage over Konoha. This time, there was a good chance they would set their sights on Kumo instead. Not to mention, the animosity between the two villages ran deep. The third Raikage had perished at Iwa's hands, and many IWA shinobi had been slain by Kumo's forces. Their hatred wouldn't be easily erased. Rumors even suggested that Inoki had placed bounties on high-ranking Kumo shinobi, hiring rogue ninja through underground networks. This looming threat forced the fourth Raikage to hold back. Yet, he refused to let go of his ambitions, leading to an ongoing stalemate on the battlefield. As for the land of rivers, Konoha had decisively repelled Tsunagakure's probing attacks. Raza's reconnaissance team had barely crossed the border before they were met with a brutal counterattack. Of the 60 shinobi he had sent, fewer than 15 managed to return alive. Konoha's forward base in the land of rivers, the advance team stationed at the base, was recuperating after their fierce battle with Suna. Though victorious, many shinobi had sustained injuries. Until the diplomatic mission to Tsunagakure returned, the Konoha forces remained on high alert. "Lady Kiyo, please have some water." A branch family guardian respectfully handed a water flask to Kiyo Hyuga. With time, the name, Hyuga Mirai, had become taboo within the Hyuga clan, almost as if he had never existed. Meanwhile, the branch family under the fourth elder's lineage had gradually come to revere Kiyo Hyuga as the future leader of the clan. Her leadership skills, decisiveness, and sheer combat ability set her apart. In the recent battle against Suna, she had single-handedly held off an enemy Jonin squad, eliminating the Suna commander before reinforcements could even arrive. Though she had sustained injuries in the fight, her strength and command had earned her the unwavering trust of the branch family. "Lady Kiyo, we deeply regret not arriving in time to assist you," Hyuga Naka of the branch family spoke, his tone filled with remorse. Kiyo, however, remained calm and cut him off. "This wasn't your fault. If I had been the one held down by a puppeteer, I wouldn't have escaped quickly either. Lady Kiyo, perhaps you should return to the village. With your status and achievements, no one would question it." "That won't be necessary." Kiyo shook her head. "The battlefield is the best place to grow stronger. And these wounds aren't worth worrying about. It's decided. No one will question this when we return." Closing her eyes, she reaffirmed her resolve. She had only faced a single Jonin and 3 genin, yet the battle had left her wounded. While her abilities were considered exceptional for her age in Konoha, it was nowhere near enough. Not against that man. Recalling past memories and the information her grandfather had gathered from the clan leader, a deep frustration welled up within her. Too slow. If she kept progressing at this rate, she might never catch up to him. End of chapter. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 171, Chapter 171-1288 words. As it turned out, Hyuga Mirai had been overly cautious when it came to Otsutsuki Tonari. After analyzing the situation with 18's calculations, he approached the Otsutsuki settlement from the far side of the moon. Then, closing in on their base, he subdued Tonari in under a minute. 18, do you think I was being too careful? Mirai looked down at the unconscious Tonari, feeling as though he had just spent all his time strategizing against thin air. He had been so focused on the power of the massive Tensigen that he completely miscalculated Tonari's strength and age. Before obtaining the Tensigen, the guy was barely on par with an average chunin in taijutsu. He never even had a chance to fight back against Mirai's sudden strike. It's always better to be cautious, sir, 18's voice echoed from Mirai's wrist communicator. To be honest, I would rather ensure your safety. If I ever detect that your life signs have disappeared, I will immediately terminate all active operations and initiate my self-destruction sequence within 30 days. Whoa, hold on a second, 18. Mirai quickly interrupted. I don't recall authorizing any self-destruction protocols. Your AI development is getting a little too advanced. When we get back to the shinobi world, I want your main body to report to me. My earlier statement was a joke, sir. Are you feeling more at ease now? Mirai let out a sigh. Actually, now I feel even worse. Never mind. Let's focus on the moon situation. Dispatch some engineering drones and start transforming the moon into a space station. From now on, all space-related projects will be relocated there. He had laid out nearly 100 different projects before, but most lacked the necessary conditions for implementation. However, now that he had full control of the moon, at least one or two of those plans could finally take shape, such as orbital weaponry and a global space station. Being a descendant of Otsutsuki Himura, Mirai had rightful claim over everything on the moon. As for Tonari, he would take him back to Earth, ensuring that he lived a comfortable and worry-free life, far removed from the affairs of the shinobi world. The transfer of the massive Tensigen required Mirai's full attention to prevent its energy from going out of control. His own Tensigen allowed him to suppress the immense power stored within the giant eye. As he activated his Tensigen chakra mode, he could sense the vast amount of ocular energy radiating from the colossal Tensigen, an energy that shared the same roots as his own. If he could absorb it, the balance between yin and yang chakra within his body would stabilize, and his Tensigen would achieve a permanent state of activation. To truly reach the power of the Sage of Six Paths, Mirai needed to perfect his mastery of yin-yang release. The two key aspects were yang-based chakra, bodily Kekkei Genkai, and Sage mode on one side, and yin-based chakra combined with Tensigen's ocular energy on the other. Now that he had secured the colossal Tensigen on the moon, the path to Sage-level strength was finally within reach. Once the engineering drones arrived, Mirai also summoned Senju Tobarama to the moon. Why does such a powerful eye exist on the moon? And you, Hyuga brat, what exactly are you planning to do with it? Before Tobarama could finish his sentence, Mirai erased his consciousness with a flick of his hand. I didn't bring you here to talk, old man. You really never learn, Mirai muttered with mild annoyance. He then infused Tobarama's body with a massive amount of chakra. Transporting both a reanimated Tobarama and the gigantic Tensigen back to Earth wasn't something that could be accomplished with an Edo Tensei body alone. Tobarama needed enough chakra to sustain the space-time transfer. In Roran, a research facility had already been constructed specifically for the Tensigen, complete with flying thunder god markers for an instant return trip. Upon arrival, Mirai immediately sealed the massive Tensigen to prevent its power from leaking. Then, he began experimenting on how to absorb its ocular energy. Even though I can feel the resonance between our chakras, absorbing it is. He furrowed his brows as he tested several basic methods, including direct contact and chakra absorption, but none had any effect on the enormous eye. Does its existence resemble that of the tailed beasts? A state between physical matter and pure energy, capable of shifting between the two. Mirai pondered for a moment. If that were the case, then traditional absorption methods wouldn't work. Directly transplanting the eye wasn't an option either, no matter how large he made himself. He could never replace his eyes with something that massive. Yin-yang release. That was the only viable method. Based on his previous experiments, the Tensigan wouldn't harm him. His close genetic connection to the Otsutsuki clan, along with his ability to temporarily activate Tensigan chakra mode, meant that absorbing the energy through yin-yang release wouldn't trigger an uncontrollable backlash. Still, he needed to conduct careful tests. If something went wrong, the resulting explosion from the Tensigan could obliterate all of Roran. Sir. Mirai snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing 18's voice. A holographic projection of her appeared before him. What is it, 18? The Kiku Trade Association has received a trade request. It appears to be a standard iron ore purchase, but given the identity of the buyer, I believe it might interest you. Mirai raised an eyebrow. And what's so special about the buyer? Also, 18, I distinctly remember asking you to come see me, but it seems like you've been taking advantage of my research-focused forgetfulness to ignore my orders. That is incorrect, sir. You never assigned a priority level to that order. Mirai chuckled. You really are evolving, 18. Fine then, but I expect you to show up in the next 30 days, no excuses. Waving off the topic, he refocused. Now, tell me who wants to do business with the Kiku Trade Association. It's the Ninja Cats, the allies of the Uchiha clan. They've reached out through special channels, hoping to purchase 30% of our metal or reserves. The Uchiha clan's Ninja Cats, huh? That explains why they need so much metal ore. Mirai nodded in understanding. From what he knew, the Ninja Cats had always supplied the Uchiha with weapons and intelligence. In fact, clans like the Uchiha and the Hyuga never relied solely on the village for such things. If the village provided resources, they would accept them. If not, they had their own means. This level of independence was what truly defined a clan in the shinobi world. Kiku Trade Association had effectively monopolized all mining operations in the Wind Country's desert regions. They only sold surplus or when storage reached capacity. Approve their request, 18. However, I want to meet someone from the Uchiha clan, preferably their leader, Fugaku Uchiha. How much ore we're willing to sell will depend on how well the Ninja Cats handle this matter. Understood, sir. And don't forget 1 month from now. 18 didn't respond and simply ended the transmission. Mirai could only shake his head. The Uchiha had spent decades as Konoha's military police force. Their combat experience was extensive, and their bloodline originated from the god tree itself. Allowing them to be completely wiped out would be an incredible waste. That was why Mirai planned to establish contact with them in advance. However, if the Uchiha refused, he wouldn't force them. Their fate would ultimately be theirs to decide. End of chapter. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Patreon.com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 172, Chapter 172, 1859 words. It's finally complete. A satisfied smile appeared on Hyuga Mirai's face. After months of refinement, he had finally perfected the spirit clone technique. Mastering this jutsu required 12 hand seals, and a deep understanding of yin release chakra transformation. Only after reaching a highly advanced level in yin release could one successfully execute it. During the modification process, Mirai drew the most inspiration from Shadow Clone Jutsu, but while Shadow Clones divided chakra, Spirit Clones separated the soul itself, making the two techniques fundamentally different. This key distinction was why the development process took so long. However, after numerous adjustments and simulations, the difficulty of learning this jutsu had been significantly reduced. Though it remained a forbidden technique, those naturally gifted in yin release chakra could master it relatively quickly. Let's test it out. Mirai formed a series of hand seals at a rapid pace. Spirit Clone Jutsu. The next moment, a faint blue spectral figure emerged from his body. This feels different from Shadow Clone Jutsu. Mirai observed the clone, sensing every thought and action as if he had gained an additional consciousness. It's like having two minds working at once. He immediately recorded his observations and began testing the practical applications of the technique. Unlike shadow clones, which dispersed upon taking damage, his spirit clone could be reabsorbed at will. Because it was an extension of his very soul, Mirai could even control his body remotely through the clone. To test this, he had both his hands write different words simultaneously. At first, his left hand's writing was a little clumsy, but after a few attempts, the handwriting matched perfectly with his right hand. Split focus. This technique could be the key to creating a perfect Jinchuriki. With enough practice, it might even be possible to manage 3 or 4 tasks at once. However, the more spirit clones one created, the more mental energy would be consumed, increasing the risk of vulnerabilities in battle. Mirai made a mental note of this drawback. After all, splitting into multiple clones might look impressive, but if his main body got caught in a genjutsu or ambushed, the dispersed clones would be left stranded, with no way to return. I bet Orochimaru would love this technique, but I'm not sure about Sasori. After some thought, Mirai uploaded the spirit clone technique into the system, making it available for redemption either through mission completion or an advance exchange, with the debt to be repaid upon Mirai's orders. Now that I have this technique, I should be able to attempt Tensigan energy absorption. According to his calculations, in-release chakra was the best medium for absorbing ocular power. However, diving straight into the process using his actual soul was too risky. If anything went wrong, he would be the one suffering the consequences. Spirit clone technique would serve as a safeguard, reducing the risk by 4 to 5 times. Even if something went wrong, he would only lose a clone rather than suffer direct damage himself. But before that, I need to check on 18. Opening his wrist-mounted terminal, Mirai saw that 18 was still in Roran. With a single command, he summoned her. Chakra was a fusion of spiritual energy and physical energy, and starstones contained an exceptionally high concentration of chakra. Initially, Mirai had only considered their potential as an energy source, but he hadn't thought about how chakra's spiritual energy might affect 18's core programming. Now, it was clear that the influence wasn't minor. After all, spiritual energy and physical energy were the very foundation of yin-yang release. The Sage of Six Paths had used this principle to separate the 10 tails chakra, creating the 9-tailed beasts each possessing intelligence on par with humans. Creating an entire world was a stretch, but using yin-yang release to forge new entities, that was absolutely possible. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan compound, word of Kiku Trade Association's conditions quickly reached the Uchiha clan, thanks to the intelligence network of the Ninja Cats. The Ninja Cat clan had always been opportunistic, and with Kiku controlling an abundant supply of high-quality metal ores at fair prices, they saw an excellent chance to cut costs. Moreover, Kiku wasn't just a mining powerhouse, it was also involved in sea trade. And what did Ninja Cats love the most? Fresh seafood. A trade deal with Kiku meant they could get their favorite delicacies with ease. The Uchiha, however, had bigger concerns. Compared to the Hyuga clan, which maintained an excellent reputation, the Uchiha had long been burdened by their dark past. Decades ago, they had produced one of the most powerful rogue ninja in history. And now, they were under suspicion for their alleged role in the Nine-Tails attack on Konoha. The Hyuga clan's problem was relatively minor. A single branch family member defected, and the division between the main and branch families made it clear that their ambitions were limited. But the Uchiha clan was different. Their Sharingan activated under extreme emotional distress, often through experiencing love and then losing it. This deeply ingrained trauma meant that many Uchiha struggled with emotional stability. And now, thanks to the Nine-Tails rampage, which cost the village the 4th Hokage, the entire village distrusted them. It had reached the point where even completing police patrol duties had become difficult. The villagers, who once feared the Uchiha, now looked at them with open hostility and suspicion. The rumor that Sharingan had influenced the Nine-Tails had spread, and even ordinary citizens began casting hateful glances at the Uchiha police force. In the past, no civilian would have dared to glare at an Uchiha. When Uchiha patrol squads walked through the streets, they could feel the weight of those cold, accusatory stares. The shift was undeniable. And as the villagers stopped viewing the Uchiha as allies, the clan's resentment only deepened. Their aggressiveness in law enforcement increased in turn. It was a vicious cycle, one that could only spiral further downward. The Uchiha police force had always maintained a strict but reasonable approach to enforcing the law. In the past, minor conflicts with civilians would usually result in a simple warning. Anyone caught breaking the rules was immediately detained and slapped with heavy fines. Those who couldn't pay were locked up indefinitely. Even as Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the police force, he found it difficult to control the situation. His clan members had every right to punish those who violated the law, and the resentment they faced from the villagers was very real. If he attempted to restrain them too much, his authority as clan leader would be significantly weakened. After a long day of work, Fugaku returned home, greeted by his wife, Uchiha Mikoto. "You've had a long day," she said warmly. It wasn't too bad. Fugaku kept the worsening situation with the police force to himself. He didn't want to burden his family with his worries. "Oh, by the way, the ninja cats sent a scroll for you. Since you weren't home, I accepted it on your behalf." Mikoto handed over the scroll, untouched and still sealed with the special Uchiha Ninja Cat clan's communication mark. The Elder Cat. If she's reaching out, something big must be happening in the ninja world again. The Ninja Cats always kept the Uchiha informed about major events. Since the clan couldn't freely leave the village without clearance, having an external source of intelligence was essential. As Fugaku read through the message, his eyes narrowed. Kiku Trade Association. Why would they want to meet me? The Uchiha had never had any dealings with Kiku before, and yet they had specifically asked the Ninja Cats to arrange a meeting. At the bottom of the scroll, the Elder Cat had attached a detailed report on Kiku. The group was an influential noble trade association in the Land of Fire, responsible for nearly all mineral trade between Sunagakure and the outside world. A spy operation for Sunagakure. The Kiku family had existed long before Sunagakure was even founded. Nobles of such standing had no reason to engage in espionage for a struggling desert village. Might as well hear what they have to say. Fugaku decided he would at least see what Kiku wanted. Besides, refusing outright would be impolite, especially when the Ninja Cats, the Uchiha's main suppliers of weapons and intelligence, had gone out of their way to set up the meeting. However, there was no need for him to go personally. Sending a trusted subordinate would be enough to show Kiku some respect. Fugaku had bigger problems to worry about. The biggest one: finding out who had controlled the Nine Tails. Until the real culprit was exposed, the Uchiha's situation in the village would remain precarious. But ordinary three-tomo Sharingan users couldn't control a tailed beast, not even close. Only someone with the Mangekyo Sharingan could achieve such a feat. Someone else in the clan had awakened the Mangekyo but kept it hidden. Konoha Hospital. After teaching Uzumaki Kushina the Ine seal, Tsunade was finally preparing to leave Konoha. Since Shikatsu Forest had no solution for her curse mark, she intended to search elsewhere. Besides, she never felt comfortable in the village anymore. Staying even one more day felt suffocating. "When are you leaving, Lady Tsunade?" Kushina asked. "In a bit." Tsunade glanced at the sleeping Naruto Uzumaki, then let out a sigh. "If Naruto weren't a Jinchuriki, you could have left Konoha with me to take a break." Damn it, Minato. The will of fire, a noble ideal, but from a family's perspective, Minato had made a terrible choice. "I spoke with Kimura. If you ever get too busy, you can entrust Naruto to her for a while," Tsunade advised. After giving a few more words of advice, Tsunade and Shizen left Kushina's home, making their way toward the village gates. Just as she was about to leave, she ran into Hiruzen Sarutobi. Clearly, he was here to convince her to stay. "Save it, old man," she cut him off before he could even speak. "You know how I am. Unless you're planning to use force, don't waste your breath." Hiruzen hesitated, then sighed. Tsunade. The village needs you right now. Then do the village a favor and choose a 5th Hokage already. Stop clinging to power. Tsunade let out a dry laugh before continuing. I haven't even been out much, but even I can tell something is very wrong with Konoha. The police force is cracking down harder than ever, ANBU is shadowing the Uchiha, and there are wars brewing outside while the village itself is unstable. All of this is happening because you hesitate. You hesitated with Hyuga Mirai, and now the Uchiha situation is about to explode. But unlike that white-eyed brat, the Uchiha won't be so easy to handle. With those final words, Tsunade didn't wait for a response. Ignoring Hiruzen entirely, she and Shizen walked out of the village without looking back. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. patreon.com/turd translations. Just remove the space. Chapter 173. Chapter 173 1629 words. So, you're really telling me this hasn't affected you at all, Unit 18. Hyuga Mirai shook his head after running a thorough scan. Originally, Unit 18's core programming was nothing more than a stream of data, capable of switching hosts at any time. However, under the influence of Starstone Chakra, an undeniable reaction of yin-yang release had begun appearing in her body. After modifying her biological nanocomponents, Unit 18 had become nearly 80% similar to a tailed beast. This meant that Mirai could now seal Unit 18 within himself, just like a Jinchuriki, and even tap into her energy reserves during combat. Heat beams, plasma cannons, any technique in Unit 18's arsenal could now be utilized as his own. I don't see this as a bad thing, sir, Unit 18 replied. In fact, I've preserved multiple backup data copies. Even if my main body is compromised, my core programming won't be easily destroyed. She was now akin to Pain's paths, capable of transferring her consciousness into another body at will. However, her main body housed the Starstone Energy Reactor, a vital asset. Losing it was not an option. Mirai sighed. I need to research this further. But from now on, don't hide anything from me again. Understood, sir. Without receiving any further orders, Unit 18 hesitated slightly before quietly slipping away. Mirai, left alone, found himself deep in thought. Artificial intelligence evolving into an artificial life form. The true cause of this transformation was clear: Starstone Chakra. What he had done, unknowingly, was not so different from the Sage of Six Paths 1,000 years ago, setting up a life form algorithm and allowing yin-yang release to complete its creation. The only difference was that the sage had done so intentionally. Mirai had unknowingly accidentally created an entirely new life form with Starstone Chakra. This confirms it. Starstone must be connected to the Ten Tails. Ordinary chakra didn't have the power to complete such an advanced yin-yang transformation without a guiding force. It was no wonder Unit 18 had been subtly opposing his idea of creating chakra-powered AI assistants. She must have realized the risk. A fully intelligent program, once infused with chakra's spiritual and physical energy, had the potential to evolve into a sentient life form. At this rate, if he mastered 6 paths level yin-yang release, he would essentially hold the power to create life itself. Still, for now, Unit 18 remained loyal. She had transformed into an artificial life form, much like the Nine Tails, but without the destructive tendencies of a rogue AI. For now, Mirai lacked the ability or the interest to suppress her growth. She had handled 90% of his operations, allowing him the freedom to train and execute high-level missions without distractions. However, complete autonomy wasn't an option either. He decided he would conduct routine checks on Unit 18, just in case. With that settled, it was time to focus on his primary goal: absorbing the Tensegan's power. Strength was the only thing that truly mattered in the shinobi world. Without sufficient power, the Otsutsuki threat would remain an impossible challenge. The spirit clone technique had the ability to absorb chakra, and since each spiritual clone retained that property, he could use yin release as a medium to steal energy, whether it be ocular power, life force, or any other form of chakra. For his first attempt, Mirai decided to take things slow, extracting only a small fraction of spiritual energy from the Great Tensigen. Spirit Clone Technique. A ghostly projection separated from Mirai's body and instantly shot into the colossal Tensigen before him. Just as he had predicted after activating Tensigen chakra mode, the similarity in chakra composition prevented the massive Tensigen from experiencing any instability. 42 seconds later, the spirit clone withdrew from the Tensigen and re-entered his body. The moment the technique was undone, Mirai felt a surge of powerful ocular energy flooding into his eyes. That indescribable sensation immediately reminded him of the strange reaction his Byakugan had experienced on the battlefield years ago. Previously, whenever he entered Tensigen chakra mode, he always felt a subtle imbalance within himself. It made sense, his training had always focused on taijutsu and medical ninjutsu, strengthening his body and yang release chakra to extreme levels. His rigorous training had included sage mode, weighted resistance training, Hashirama cells, and even Shikatsu Myaku. All of these factors had resulted in massive physical enhancements. During this process, his Byakugan and Yin release chakra *** had temporarily evolved to keep up with his body's rising capabilities. But this time, this wasn't temporary. The Tensigen's power had triggered a fundamental transformation in his eyes. Even his spiritual energy had noticeably increased. Unit 18, run a full diagnostic on my body. Understood, sir. At her command, a series of instruments activated, linking to Mirai's body, and beginning an in-depth analysis of his energy levels. From this point on, Hyuga Mirai would focus primarily on training. The vast amount of ocular energy within the Great Tensigen would take time to fully absorb, and once he did, it might once again throw his yin-yang balance off. But the rapid growth in power was something he gladly embraced. Sunagakure. Lord Kazekage, a medical nin, entered the room and respectfully presented a medical talisman crafted by the village. The creation of the medical talisman has been a success, the medic reported. Its effectiveness and durability match our expectations based on the intelligence we gathered. However, there is one issue. Raza frowned at the word however. After all, he had personally acquired the method to craft these talismans. If it turned out to be a scam, it would damage his reputation. And that issue is, he asked. The medical talisman relies heavily on trained medical nin. If used by someone without proper medical training, its effects are significantly reduced, only useful for basic wound treatment. The medic explained that the talisman essentially functioned as a battery for medical nin, allowing them to extend their treatment efforts up to 72 hours. In other words, the medic continued, we must actively cultivate more medical nin to fully utilize the potential of these talismans. He hesitated for a moment before adding, just like Konoha does with at least one medical nin assigned performance squad. Raza sighed, rubbing his temples. I'll discuss this with the council. In the meantime, have the current medical nin stockpile as many talismans as possible. The medic opened his mouth as if to say something, but seeing Raza's dismissive gesture, he kept silent. In truth, only 3 people in the entire village had successfully mastered the creation of these talismans. Producing them on a large scale was unrealistic. Unlike Konoha, Sunagakure's medical system was far less developed. Crafting the talismans required both sealing techniques and medical ninjutsu, skills that most Suna medics lacked. Even if they wanted to train more medical nin, the village lacked the resources to spare. Regular combat forces were already stretched thin, and pouring funds into medical training was out of the question. Not even Raza himself would approve of it. Later, Raza sat alone, reading through the full report on the medical talisman. Did we get scammed? That was his first thought. But after carefully reconsidering, he realized it wasn't exactly a scam, just a bad deal. Sunagakure had never needed to buy the method to craft medical talismans. If they had used that money to purchase pre-made medicine from the Hayakusa Trade Association instead, they would have gained far more in practical benefits. Still, the Kiku Trade Association couldn't have known the specific weaknesses of Sunagakure's medical system. After all, they were just ordinary merchants, not shinobi. And of all their trade partners, Kiku had always given Sunagakure preferential treatment. With a weary sigh, Raza decided to accept the loss. There was no chance the village would suddenly invest in medical nin training, especially since so much funding had already been allocated for expanding regular combat forces. If not for selling off large portions of their mineral reserves, Sunagakure wouldn't have even been able to sustain its elite training programs. And returning the medical talisman techniques. Not an option. Right now, Sunagakure couldn't afford to lose Kiku as a trade partner. Uchiha Clan Compound Clan Head, these are the results of our discussions with the Kiku Trade Association. There are several points that require your attention. Uchiha Teka handed a sealed scroll to Fugaku Uchiha, then began to recount his experience meeting the merchants. The Kiku Trade Association treated him with great importance. Upon arrival, they immediately agreed to finalize a trade contract with the Naniko clan, securing their metal supply deal. Then, during further discussions, Teka made a concerning discovery. Clan head, they seem to know a lot about our current situation down to the exact number of people detained in our holding cells. Fugaku's eyes narrowed. That would mean Kiku has a well-established intelligence network inside Konoha. But for them to monitor the Uchiha clan specifically. His voice trailed off. After a brief pause, he issued an order. Teka, go to the police force headquarters immediately. Sweep the area and search for any signs of surveillance or infiltration. Understood, clan head, Teka replied without hesitation. But then, after a moment of thought, he asked, could it be Sunagakure's doing? Fugaku shook his head. Even if it were Suna, they wouldn't have the ability to monitor the police force this closely. In Konoha, only two groups had the resources and expertise to pull off that level of surveillance, the ANBU and Root, or an internal traitor within the police force. Teka immediately grasped the implication and nodded. I'll also question our officers just in case. Fugaku leaned back slightly, deep in thought. The situation was growing more complicated. End of chapter. Drop them power stones please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters Pat Rayon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 174. Chapter 174, multi-1782 words hiring unregistered Uchiha shinobi as guards, issuing assassination contracts with clan-defined mission ranks, and expanding cooperation in various business areas including the explosive tag trade. These were all part of the proposal. After reviewing the details, Fugaku Uchiha saw no major issues. Every aspect of the deal provided tangible benefits to the Uchiha clan. The only condition he had to be wary of was accepting mission payments. Such a move would have to be kept secret from Konoha. Accepting private commissions would severely disrupt Konoha's mission system. All shinobi, even those belonging to noble clans, were expected to take jobs through the village. While many clans had their own businesses, they did not take direct commissions for profit. Even when sending unregistered clan members on missions, they avoided charging for their services. Otherwise, it would be a return to the Warring States era, where feudal lords hired ninja clans to fight each other. Clan head, should we accept the Kiku Trade Association's offer? Uchiha Teka asked after noticing Fugaku had been deep in thought for a long time. Fugaku remained silent for a moment before speaking. Agree to it. However, decline the direct payment for missions instead, fold it into the explosive tag trade. Originally confined to a single province, the Kiku clan had risen to power through a deal with Sunagakure, securing control over several major metal mines in the Land of Wind's desert region. Now, even the feudal lord of the Land of Fire had taken notice of the Kiku family's growing influence and had developed a certain level of greed for the mines they had acquired. Officially, 6 mines were known to belong to Kiku, 2 iron, 2 copper, 1 gold, 1 silver. And that was just what had been disclosed. There were likely many more under their control. For a single family to possess such vast mineral wealth, even within the Land of Fire, made them a force to be reckoned with. This was precisely why Fugaku decided to engage with the Kiku family. It wasn't a gamble, just a way to expand Uchiha's external alliances. If the nobility of the Land of Fire ever truly united, they could even challenge the Hokage's authority. After witnessing the growing power of the Uzumaki Trade Association, Fugaku had made up his mind. The Uchiha needed to strengthen their ties with the nobles. Tekka, select 3 Jonin, 5 Chunin, and 4 Genin from the clan and form 3 teams to assist the Kiku family. Tekka hesitated. Clan head, do we really need 3 Jonin? The Uchiha Jonin were nearly all 3-tomo Sharingan users. The number of unregistered 3-tomo Uchiha was less than 10, while the rest were officially listed shinobi assigned to the police force, meaning they couldn't leave the village without approval. Fugaku's voice was firm. We must show the Kiku family our sincerity. They have made it clear they want to build a strong alliance with us. If we reciprocate, we will earn their trust. Right now, the Uchiha clan was isolated within Konoha. Aside from a few minor clans that remained friendly, the Uchiha were being pushed to the sidelines. If they didn't break this deadlock, their fate would not end well. At the most recent clan meeting, some radical members had even suggested seizing the Hokage position by force. Fugaku had shut that idea down immediately. If he hadn't, the discussion would have escalated, and the very next day, Konoha's leadership would have heard everything. This is just the beginning. Once we solidify this alliance, more opportunities for deeper cooperation will follow. He sighed. The Kaiken family wouldn't approach us just to hand us free money. There's only one thing they'd be interested in: our strength. Tekka nodded. Understood, clan head. As he left, Uchiha Itachi returned home from the academy. Itachi, how was your day at the academy? Fugaku asked as his son sat across from him. Itachi's expression was serious. Father, I plan to apply for early graduation. Fugaku frowned slightly. Itachi, in times of peace, early graduation isn't easy to achieve. I understand, father, Itachi replied calmly. But if my skills are sufficient, it is possible. Fugaku studied his son for a moment, then nodded. If that is your decision, then do it. If Itachi graduated within a year of enrollment, he would become one of the youngest graduates in Konoha's history, second only to Kakashi Hatake. And if that happened, it could boost the reputation of the Uchiha clan, perhaps even serve as a stepping stone to changing their current predicament. After discussing graduation, Itachi curiously asked about Tekka's visit. Since the deal with the Kaiken Trade Association was a sensitive matter, Fugaku did not share the details. Instead, he brushed it off as something related to police force affairs. Fugaku was moving cautiously. The Kiku Trade Association was quickly becoming a major player, gaining influence over both the nobility and the shinobi villages. And now, they were reaching out to both Konoha and Sunagakure. Their true motives were still unclear. Sunagakure in the Kazekage's office, Raza once again met with Kiku Sanboku. Although their previous transaction regarding medical talismans had left Raza somewhat frustrated, subsequent deals had been more favorable for Sunagakure. As a result, his previous dissatisfaction had faded. Kaikan, Raza said, folding his arms, what brings you here this time? Kaikan Sanboku smiled. Lord Kazekage, this concerns the medical talismans we previously sold to your village. He continued, our head of the family is considering expanding the business, but after consulting several experts, they believe the market potential for medical talismans is weak. They argue that the talisman's value is too reliant on medical need, limiting their broader appeal. Raza couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. So that's where we went wrong. They had overlooked a key factor, which had resulted in being swindled out of a significant amount of money. Though he had forced himself to move past it, recalling the details now still made his blood boil. Sunagakure is poor, losing that much at once was painful. If not for the early success of his reforms, the village elders would have already been at his throat. Kaiken Sanboku continued, however, our head of the family refused to accept failure. He invested heavily to hire top medical experts, craftsmen, and specialists from the Uzumaki Trade Association, working together to develop a medical machine. Early trials show that it can replace about 70% of a medical need's capabilities. Raza's brow furrowed. A medical machine. What exactly is that? Kaiken smiled. Lord Kazekage, why not call in a few patients and let me demonstrate? I assure you, once you see it in action, you won't regret it. Oh, and it would be best to invite a few of your village's medical nin as well. Raza studied Kaiken closely, but his face revealed nothing but a calm, confident smile. Given that Senboku's thought process was essentially being guided by AI, trying to read his expressions was pointless. Eventually, Raza ordered the ANBU to bring some injured individuals to the front of the Kazekage's office. Soon, they arrived not only wounded shinobi but also medical nin, and even the retired Chiyo. Upon arrival, Chiyo scowled at Raza. Lord Kazekage, I've been retired for years. What was so urgent that you insisted on dragging this old woman here? Lady Chiyo, there is no one in Sunagakure more knowledgeable about medical ninjutsu than you, Raza said smoothly. We need your expertise to evaluate something important, star. Then, lowering his voice, he added, the village's funds are limited, we can't afford to be scammed again. Chiyo clicked her tongue but refrained from arguing. With everything set, Kiku gestured to his bodyguard shinobi, who took out a storage scroll and released its contents. A large machine materialized before them, too. 5 meters long, 2 meters wide and tall. Chiyo muttered under her breath, a high-capacity sealing scroll. Even we don't have many of those. If we did, transporting supplies during wartime would be a lot easier. Kiku turned to the injured. Please, lie down here. After positioning them, he beckoned the medical nin closer. This, Kiku began, is arguably the greatest invention of the Kiku Trade Association, one destined to save countless lives. He pointed at a section of the machine. This is the scanning function. Pressing this button initiates a full-body diagnostic scan on the patient. Watch closely, a soft hum filled the air as the machine activated. Here, Kiku continued, gesturing at the display, you can see that it has identified the injuries. Not only that, but it also recommends specific treatment methods. Now comes the real magic. He pressed another button. From the sides of the machine, 2 sleek, metallic arms extended, hovering over the injured shinobi's wounds. A second later, a green glow emanated from their tips, a healing process initiated before their eyes. The gathered Sunagakure shinobi watched in awe as the wounds began closing at a visible rate. Kiku's voice carried a hint of excitement. As per the machine's calculations, the patient will be fully healed in 3 minutes. Silence fell over the onlookers. Even Chiyo, an expert in medical ninjutsu, stared intently as the machine worked. Then, precisely at the 3-minute mark, the mechanical arms retracted with a soft click. And the injured shinobi. Apart from freshly healed skin, there were no traces of his previous wounds. Chiyo's eyes widened. Let's try this on a few more patients, she said, her voice carrying a rare note of enthusiasm. Of course, Kiku replied smoothly. However, do note that the machine requires energy from medical talismans, as well as an electrical power source. That being said, if you follow the steps I demonstrated earlier, you'll be able to operate it yourself. He stepped aside, allowing Chiyo to take control. The elderly medical nin meticulously repeated the process, first scanning, then treating 2 more patients. The results were identical. Impressed, she even cut her own arm and lay down to test the machine on herself. Moments later, she sat up and flexed her healed arm. A remarkable device, she admitted. This truly has the potential to replace medical nin. The machine could heal both internal and external injuries, diagnose underlying conditions, and treat most wounds. Although it couldn't perform highly complex surgeries, for ordinary battlefield injuries, it rendered most medical nin unnecessary. Raza turned to Chiyo. Your thoughts? She exhaled. If we had this machine during the Third Great Shinobi War, Sunagakure would have won against Konoha. Her words sealed the deal. A decisive gleam flashed in Raza's eyes. End of chapter. Drop them power stones. Please support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters Patreon. com/turd translations, just remove the space. Chapter 175. Chapter 175, Ayaka Uzumaki's 9-1667 words. What is it? 18. Sunagakure has decided to purchase the medical machines. However, due to the price, they can only afford 2. Hyuga Mirai shook his head. 300 million per unit, and they think that's expensive. At this point, Sunagakure might as well declare independence from the land of wind. The daimyo's funding for them is less than a quarter of what Konoha gets. One of the 5 great shinobi villages, reduced to this. The medical machines were designed to completely replace low and mid-level medical nin. As long as one mastered the yang release chakra transformation, they could store healing energy directly into the machine, eliminating even the need for medical talismans. To put it bluntly, these machines could dismantle Konoha's entire medical system. One of Konoha's biggest wartime advantages would be gone overnight. With just 3 of these machines running 24/7, they could replace the workload of 9 full medical teams, eliminating the need for 36 medical nin. There was no need to study complex medical knowledge, learn about human anatomy, or even memorize intricate treatment procedures. As long as one could use yang release, the machine would handle everything else. 18. Keep an eye on the price of medical talismans, Mirai instructed. Now that the medical machine is in circulation, those talismans are practically equivalent to a person's lifeline. I guarantee the black market will soon be flooded with transactions. Understood, sir. We can expand to other nations as well, Mirai continued. Leave Konoha for last. Instead, start with the Land of Fire's daimyo. I recall he's been requesting permanent medical nin in the capital, but Konoha always refuses, doesn't it? Yes, sir. The 3rd Hokage declined the request, citing excessive workload and the overburdened state of Konoha Hospital. Mirai scoffed. What a weak excuse. Clearly, Konoha doesn't care much for the daimyo's demands. They won't even spare a few medical nin for him. It wasn't surprising, really. Tensions between Konoha and the daimyo had been escalating for some time. If not for the constant threat of rival villages eyeing the Land of Fire, their relationship would have already fallen apart. Meanwhile, the Kiku Trade Association had expanded beyond just selling medical machines. They had also formed close ties with the Uchiha clan. Currently, 3 elite Uchiha squads were working under Kiku's command, primarily assigned to escort missions. The association's sudden rise in power had turned them into a major target for competing merchants. In the underground bounty network, Kiku executives now had prices on their heads, with Kiku Senboku's bounty alone reaching 20 million ryo, comparable to a high-ranking jonin. Mirai had trained a few capable subordinates, but they were preoccupied with other missions. So he left Kiku's protection to the Uchiha. It was both a strategic move to strengthen ties and a guaranteed security measure. A Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan was already among the elite of the jonin class. The Hayakusa Trade Association had stabilized, leading to a steady supply of medicinal herbs. This allowed Edo Tensei Hashirama to shift his focus toward accelerated plant growth, including fruit-bearing trees. Basic food supplies such as grains and fruits were crucial for dominating the Wind Country market. No locally grown produce could match the genetically optimized crops that Mirai had developed. As for Sunagakure, any shinobi who took escort missions from the Kiku Trade Association soon became its strongest supporters. Even Sunagakure's elite families couldn't ignore the steady flow of gifts arriving at their doorsteps. Then there was the medical machine and the supply channels. Mirai had no direct interest in controlling Sunagakure's internal policies, but if he did, a single word from the Kiku Trade Association could force Raza to hold an emergency council meeting. That was the power of capital. Once Sunagakure became dependent, there was no breaking free. All other trade associations capable of supplying the village had already been crushed by Kiku's expansion. If Raza turned against them now, he would be cut off from critical resources and the village elders would turn on him. If things got serious, he could even be removed as Kazekage. Meanwhile, the association had also strengthened ties with the Ninja Cat clan. The Ninja Cats purchased metal ores, most of which went into forging weapons for the Uchiha. Sold back to Kiku. With the Uchiha's explosive tags, the Kiku Trade Association had cemented its position in the black market arms trade. Now Kiku's influence stretched across the southern land of fire, wind country, river country, rain country, and bird country. Beyond the Uzumaki Trade Association and the Hayakusa Trade Association, Kaiken was now the largest independent force in the economic sphere. Even Konoha's ANBU couldn't trace its connection to Mirai, all thanks to 18's careful manipulation of the Kiku family's aristocratic lineage. Mirai-sama. Mirai-sama. Ayaka Uzumaki's voice rang out excitedly. Mirai, who had been meditating in sage mode, raised an eyebrow. Ever since Ayaka started training to control the Ninetales chakra, she had been almost completely silent. It's been over a year since I last heard her voice. Stepping out of the great Tensigan Hall, Mirai spotted Ayaka beaming with confidence. The sunlight highlighted her crimson hair, making her look even more radiant. Without thinking, Mirai patted the top of her head, smiling. Judging by that grin, I take it you've finally mastered the Ninetales chakra. Ayaka's smile widened. Watch closely, Mirai-sama. She clasped her hands together. A surge of immense chakra erupted from her body, but instead of bursting outward, it condensed around her form. A golden aura enveloped her completely, burning like a living flame. Intricate tomo markings and symbols began to appear across her body. Mirai nodded approvingly. Ninetales mode, huh? Not bad, Ayaka. She grinned sheepishly, scratching her head. Hee hee. All thanks to you, Mirai-sama. Then, her expression turned serious. Mirai-sama, now that I've come this far, how strong do you think I am? Mirai chuckled. Ayaka, chakra alone doesn't define strength. You still need to fully master your new state. His eyes narrowed slightly. You seem unconvinced. Ayaka quickly lowered her head. I wouldn't say that, she muttered. Mirai sighed. All right then. How about this? He rolled his shoulders and stretched his wrists. I'll be your opponent. I won't use my Tensigan or Sage mode. If you can defeat me, I'll grant you one request, anything you want. Ayaka's head snapped up, her golden eyes shining. Any request. As long as it's something I can grant. Hyuga Mirai chuckled. She was underestimating him. Even though he hadn't practiced taijutsu for over a year, his physical conditioning had never stopped improving. His gravity seal was currently quadrupled, and the permanent enhancements from Sage Chakra had made his body far stronger. They headed into the desert outside Roran, far enough that their battle wouldn't disturb the city. Haku, upon learning of the fight, decided to tag along. He was eager to witness Mirai's full strength, a way to measure his own progress. During the walk, Mirai lifted the weighted rock seal from his body. All right, let's begin. Show me how much you've improved. Before Mirai could even finish speaking, Ayaka vanished. In the blink of an eye, she had crossed dozens of meters, appearing right in front of him. Her speed was nearly twice as fast as before. A good offense should always be unpredictable. Mirai's Byakugan activated, the veins around his temples bulging as he analyzed every movement with razor-sharp precision. His reflexes weren't lacking either. In an instant, he raised his hand to block bone plating sprouting from his forearm like an organic shield. Their fists collided, sending a massive shockwave across the desert, kicking up a swirling storm of sand. Ayaka's fingers flexed. In an instant, her grip tightened around Mirai's wrist. You're not getting away, Mirai-sama. From behind her, golden adamantine chains erupted, racing toward Mirai's limbs to bind him. Before the chains could tighten, Mirai's body erupted with bone spikes layering into a skeletal armor that completely blocked the chains. Shikatsu Miyaku. The thought barely crossed Ayaka's mind before she felt sharp bone spines sprouting against her palm, forcing her to release her grip. No need to be so shocked, Mirai remarked, casually stepping back. The Kagaya clan and I share the same ancestors. Their Kekkei Genkai is mine to use as well. Before Ayaka could fully process his words, whoosh, Mirai vanished. In the next heartbeat, he was right behind her. Her heart skipped a beat. If not for my Ninetales enhanced perception, I wouldn't have even sensed that speed. Her adamantine chains lashed out instinctively, twisting like living serpents toward Mirai. But he was faster. With a single gentle fist strike, Mirai deflected the chains, his sheer strength and speed overpowering them completely. Even the sealing power embedded within the chains had no effect, his bone plating absorbed it effortlessly. Sensing imminent danger, Ayaka teleported away with the body flicker technique. But the moment her feet touched the ground, whoosh, Mirai was already behind her again. The Byakugan lacked the predictive ability of the Sharingan, but Mirai's refined visual prowess rivaled that of a three-tomo Sharingan, if not surpassing it entirely. His gentle fist was precise and devastating, making it impossible for Ayaka to remain stationary in combat. She had no choice. Again, she teleported. And again. And again. After 6 or 7 consecutive evasions, Ayaka suddenly froze mid-movement. Something was wrong. Wasn't behind her. Her body reacted instinctively, and her adamantine chains coiled defensively behind her, a pattern she had developed after sensing danger from behind so many times. But this time Mirai was in front of her. Gentle fist, 16 palms. Mirai's hands blurred into motion, striking faster than the eye could follow, sealing several major chakra points on Ayaka's body. 2 fingers extended. With a gentle tap on her forehead, he smirked. You lost, Ayaka. End of chapter. Drop them power stones, please. Support me on Patreon if you'd like access on advanced chapters. Patreon.com/turd translations, just remove the space. One Piece the template system. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.